Working out is going to be essential. Okay, it's going to be absolutely essential. You want people to, one, respect you. Okay, respect. Respect is going to take you a long way in business. Okay, when people respect you, when people respect your product, when people respect what you're doing, it's going to be a lot easier to make sales, for them to trust you, for you to book calls, for you to get to the next level, for you to generate income. Also, working out is going to build a lot of confidence. Okay, especially in business, you're going to need confidence. There's going to be people who aren't going to like what you're doing. Okay, say if you're using AI right now to build some crazy software that is really personal to you, there's going to be some people who might not like it. Okay, there's going to be some people who might not like your website, who might not like your services, who might not like your music. But working out, it's a great confidence booster. I'm gonna go and put on my gloves real quick. But working out is a great confidence booster. So in business as well too, when it comes to progression, people want to get better. Okay, so no matter what business you do, you're trying to make the person better. Even if you do hair, nails, for example, any type of business that you do, okay, you could be a fitness trainer. Okay, any specific business that you do, you could be a plumber, you could be an HVAC person. Okay, understand that it's their first impression of you and your team as well too, especially if you work with other individuals too. The first impression of you and your team is absolutely important. So take Louis Vuitton and Gucci, for example. They put all their employees in nice suits. Okay, you're not even gonna walk into the store if you ain't got no money. Okay, you're not gonna do that. So you have to apply that same kind of psychology to yourself and to your business. Okay, especially if you're gonna be the face of your business. So even if you do have a team, okay, behind you, say if you're an artist, for example, or say if you just do business online, social media, or you're just a social media influencer, okay, understand that when people first see you, you are the face. Okay, and humans will find something to talk about. Humans are always going to try and find some type of flaw. Okay, some type of flaw in you, some type of flaw in what you're doing, some type of flaw in who you are. Okay, and you can't let that get to you, because the second you let that get to you, you're gonna get destroyed. Okay, you're gonna get absolutely destroyed. The second you let that get to you, you're gonna get destroyed. So put yourself into a mental framework. Okay, put yourself into a perspective to where, okay, I'm gonna be able to dominate under any circumstance. You feel me? So you have to be able to dominate under any circumstance. Once you're able to dominate under any circumstance, the game changes. Okay, the game changes. And working out is going to be a good way to build that confidence, to where even if one of the worst things happens, you're still going to feel confident when you look yourself in the mirror. You're still going to feel mentally headstrong, even when people aren't supporting you, supporting your business, seeing your vision, seeing your ideals, seeing how you want to progress. Okay, but you're still going to be headstrong enough because you've gone through that pain of picking up the weights. Okay, running those extra miles. And I'm telling you, working out really does transition into your business success. So, and that goes for the same thing for trading as well too. It's also a good way to not be as frustrated or angry. So if you're feeling extremely frustrated, angry all the time, or you're feeling just angry all the time, feeling like you want to crash out, don't crash out. Okay, instead of crashing out, work out. Okay, working out is going to be a great, fantastic way to get all of that out and progress and get to the next level. Okay, within your body, within your mind, within your spirit. When you're able to do that, you're going to see how quickly it all translates into business extremely, extremely fast. Okay, translates into business quickly. So I want you guys to win. And in order to win, you have to learn how to push yourself to the next level as well too. Okay. Even if you've never worked out before, okay, try it. Try it. Okay. Try it out. See how hard you can push your body. See how hard you can push your mind. See how hard you can break your limits. Okay. Because then by the time you get on the computer, by the time you pull out your journal and it's time to do work, it's going to be easy mode. It's not going to be hard. It's not going to be hard. And when you're stepping out your Rolls Royce, stepping out your Ferrari, whatever you want to drive, okay, even your Honda SUV, if that's what you like, that's you. I don't judge. But you're going to be feeling strong. You're going to be feeling confident. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. Okay, being in shape helps your mental, okay? Helps your perspective of yourself, even when people don't see your views, see you, because you're going to be able to look at yourself in the mirror and you're going to be able to respect yourself. You're going to be able to feel confident, okay? So working out, it's going to be a fantastic way to stay focused. It's going to be a fantastic way to be consistent and progress, okay? So consistency and progression, those two things, those two simple things right there is how you win in pretty much any endeavor, okay? Your relationship in God, your relationship with God, okay? And your belief in God all relies on to your consistency. How often are you praying? When things are going fantastic or when things are going horrible, okay? And your discipline. Are you listening to God's rules? Are you listening to what he says? Okay? And the framework that the Lord has sent down for us. Okay? Alhamdulillah. All credit to Allah. So, understand that we have to stay hungry. Okay? Too many people to fall down to weakness. They fall down to mental health issues, suicide, God forbid. I've lost a couple of friends to mental health issues and mutuals, some mutuals. But just even the fact that I knew them and just losing someone that I've seen smile to mental health issues, you know, that's why I'm really passionate about coming on here, directing these videos, coming on here, making sure you guys are good mentally, making sure you guys are in a good mental framework, making sure that you understand how you have to keep pushing on forward, even when people are hating on you, when people aren't believing in you. So it's really, really important that you set a good example as well too for the youth and even the older people, so they can look at you and be like, yeah, I need to do X, Y, and Z better. So just set a great example for the world, set a good example for the community. Don't let people hate on you. Do not let people hate on you. There's going to be people hating on what you do. But if you know that God put that in your spirit, if you know that your business is going to be successful one day, if you know that your business is going to help millions or even billions of people one day, keep going hard at it. Okay? Keep going hard at it. And I'm telling you, it's not going to be easy. There's going to be times where you're going to be feeling mentally drained. There's going to be times where you might not even believe in yourself. Okay? There's going to be times where you're going to be tired, working relentlessly, not seeing the results that you want to see immediately. But that's the time to double down. That's the time to triple down and go even harder. Execute all of your plans. Think of new strategies and progress even harder and take all of that anger out into the gym. Okay? Because by the time, once again, you sit down at that desk, you sit down at wherever you work, or even if you stand up and work, okay, you're going to be feeling good. Okay? You're going to be feeling relaxed. You're going to be feeling calm because you trained your body. You trained your mind and you put your mental perspective out. You put yourself in a position to where you were able to succeed and you were able to win. Okay? So that's all I want from you guys, man. I just want you guys to be able to win and to succeed. I want you to be able to win and to be able to succeed. In your discipline and consistency, that's founded through your prayers in the gym, really translates into business really, really well. You have to have a healthy gym routine. Okay, do not just sacrifice your body to run up money. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you, because you're not going to be able to really enjoy the fruits of your labor. And this is something that my mom broke down to me when I was younger too. You're not going to be able to really enjoy the fruits of your labor whenever you're unhealthy. Okay, and I'm someone who used to be unhealthy. I'm going to drop a full progression video for you guys. Thinking about maybe starting a fitness program. So if you guys want a fitness program, if you guys do business, and if you guys trade, let me know if you guys want to see some fitness stuff as well too. Okay, because I just want to keep you guys healthy. I want to keep you guys in a good position, and I just want you guys to progress. Okay, so listen, we have to win. Okay, we have to win. We have to win. That's going to be done through praying to God and definitely working out, keeping your body agile, keeping your mind sharp, keeping your heart healthy, pumping. So then you can focus your mental framework, and the rest of your ideas, okay, can flourish when it comes to your business. You can see the clear setups that you need to see when you're on the charts. Okay, so transition the way that you need to transition. And there's a lot of psychology built into working out as well too. When you push your body through hard limits, by the time things do get hard within your life, it's going to actually be pretty easy to manage, okay? Because of the fact that you've been putting in a lot of physical effort and strain on your body, okay? So I should see you at Stackmode Network. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Catch you in the next one. Peace. I'm not the richest person in the world, but I've bought over $10,000 worth of Bitcoin at 22. All credit to God. And here's a couple reasons why. One, Bitcoins come clutch for me. Many times at night, my bank might be going through certain maintenance, and I'm able to go ahead and send over some Bitcoin to my Coinbase card and spend it and make the purchase that I need to. Or say I want to send some money to somebody in another country easily and without worrying about any holds, stoppages, or anything like that. Or if I want to just turn my money into more money by investing into the future, Bitcoin was one of the many options that I chose in order to stack my money. We're going to go ahead and jump into some great reasons and why I personally invested in Bitcoin, and you guys can see if you want to jump into it as well too. All right, let's jump into it. Let's go and let's talk about Bitcoin, why we're purchasing, and let's take a look at this chart. So I want you guys to start focusing on your higher time frames. So for this example here, we're going to be paying attention to the weekly time frame, okay? Some of you guys are too caught up on the 5-minute, 15-minute, etc. Make sure you guys are at least on your daily time frame whenever you're analyzing your chart before you scale down to your lowers, just so you can get the real bigger picture. So let's check everything out. So I'm zoomed all the way out here. We can see Bitcoin had a beginning price here, and price decided to trickle up year after year after year. And you could see price has been going within a vertical direction year after year after year, not sideways like certain Forex markets or other crypto coins as well too. So crypto, especially Bitcoin, is mirroring the stock market a lot of the times as well too. So if you pull up the S&P 500, you're going to be able to see some correlation between that and Bitcoin. So let me go ahead and show you guys something, for example. So pay attention to this April 2025 low here in Bitcoin, correct? And then I'm going to go ahead and pull up the S&P 500, also known as SPX, and you'll be able to see the same low mirrored within the same place, okay? So Bitcoin is also going to be a limited quantity asset, okay? There's not an infinite amount of it. So that generates scarcity, and the scarcity alone makes it a great investment. Very similar to why people invest into gold, buy diamonds, buy certain expensive pieces of jewelry, rollies, APs, etc., due to the fact that there's a limited amount, okay? Limited amount of something, especially with large amounts of amounts on this earth, and more people spawning in every single day, scarcity is going to pretty much equal value 100% of the time, especially in a situation dealing with digital currency where more and more people are starting to spend money online. Since we have the ability, thank God, to save the headache from going to certain stores now, Bitcoin is going to be a really good asset that people are going to be looking to park tons of money into, since they can pull it out any single time. Okay, you can transfer it to either a Coinbase card, for example, spend the crypto just like that, or transfer it over to your bank account. Okay, so you have a couple other options. I have a presentation for you guys, and let's jump into the specifics of why I invest in a Bitcoin, why I think you guys should too. Let's go.
All right, let's go and let's cover Bitcoin's uses for the future, its technological fundamentals, and its place within society. So the foundation of everything, right? The scarcity and decentralization. Let's talk about it. Scarcity. So when something is limited, one, it equals value, okay? Take certain cars, for example, okay? A Lamborghini is significantly more valuable than a Honda, for example, due to the fact that the materials are more scarce, okay? Since there's a limited amount. Okay, so scarcity, a lot of the times, especially when it's something that's going to help society, okay, or make a human feel a certain type of emotion, value is going to be presented by making things scarce. And let's talk about decentralization. So decentralization is pretty much meaning that there's no human higher power controlling the funds. Okay, so within the bank world, if you try and send a wire transfer to somebody, the higher power within everything that can see all transactions has the ability to decline or approve said transaction. Okay, but now if you're trading within the decentralized world, trading cryptocurrency, if you want to send 10,000 to somebody, you can instantly do it as long as you have their receive address. Okay, so decentralization is putting power back in the people's hands. Okay, and you're going to be able to send money to people all around the country, all around the world within an instant time, whether at 3 a.m., 6 p.m., no waiting for the traditional Monday through Friday window as well too, that centralized banks use. So Bitcoin's power is derived from its two defining characteristics, which solve fundamental flaws and really put the power back into people's hands once again. So the Bitcoin protocol is hard-coded to produce a maximum of 21 million Bitcoin. Okay, so there's 21 million Bitcoin in total. And if you don't know how Bitcoin is created, here's how it's done. So people take computers, okay? In order for a computer to work, it has to be fueled by power, okay? So POWs are going to be the unit that's needed in order to create Bitcoin. So it's not like fiat currency or the United States dollar where it can be put into a printer and infinitely printed out, okay? No, there's a fixed, stable amount, finite amount of Bitcoin. Okay, so power is then converted into the mining software. Okay, so it's looking for certain hash codes within the blockchain, and once enough of those are mined, all of those come together and you'll have a Bitcoin. So now you'll see a lot of people going to other countries where power and stuff like that is a lot cheaper than, let's say, the United States, and are mining Bitcoin and then selling it for profit. So the future is really changing the way people are living as far as where their country's main residence is. Okay, so some people are starting to have houses in multiple different countries due to the fact that Bitcoin mining is a really profitable way to get ahead in the future and make some good income. So this fixed limit makes it the hardest money ever invented. Unlike gold, where new supply can still be mined and total supply is really unknown, Bitcoin's supply schedule is perfectly transparent and predictable, declining exponentially until approximately the year 2140. Okay. So gold, we don't really know how much gold there is. We don't know how much diamonds there are as well too. Okay. But Bitcoin, just the fact that there's a finite amount gives people more of a haste to purchase every single low as well too. And let's talk about the monetary pausing as far as the halving. So every 210,000 blocks, roughly every 4 years it occurs, the reward miners receive for securing the network is cut in half. And this halving event systematically reduces new supply, mimicking the increasing difficulty of mining a rare metal and making it mathematically impossible for any entity to inflate the supply, keeping it stable. Okay. And decentralization and censorship resistance. The network is run by thousands of independent nodes across the globe, meaning no single government, bank, or corporation can control the supply. Everything is done by autonomous, automatic, smart contracts. Okay, so no single bank or corporation can halve transactions, halt transactions, seize funds, or freeze funds. Okay, and this distributes power and ensures the network remains neutral and permissionless, putting power back in the people's hands, ensuring a safe peer-to-peer transaction system. As much as humans love jewelry as well, we do love buying things online, especially as we progress into more of a digital future society. So using Bitcoin as digital gold is also going to be one of the main reasons why it continues to go up year after year. The primary investment case for long-term holding, right, is going to be buying the dip. Okay, so one Bitcoin falls down in certain places, right, even after making new all-time highs, people are going to be quick to buy the dip due to the fact that people already see it as a digital gold. So when the dip happens, you have to capitalize. You can't be scared. You have to be ready to put that money to the side and invest and really sit on your investment. People have been holding gold for decades, eons. Okay, so you have to think of it as that. Don't expect to instantly make money overnight. Okay, you have to have that long-term, decade-based mindset. And I'm telling you, the money will be in your hands a lot quicker than you think, inshallah. So it's also protection against fiat debasement. So traditional government currencies, which are fiat, are subject to inflation, as central banks can print unlimited amounts, eroding purchasing power over time. So take real estate, for example. People wonder why rent and stuff like that has gone up substantially over the course of a few years. Here's the reason why. The government has been printing significantly more funds as of the years have gone by. Okay, so certain other things like programs that increase the U.S. debt too, such as like food stamps and stuff like that. So the government has to compensate for giving out money. So they compensate that by printing more money. But as we can see, year after year after year, that does not work. And that leads to economy crashes and inflation being at all-time highs. So thank God people who coded Bitcoin decided to come out with a counter to that. Okay, so if you're able to still make purchases all around the world without having to exchange your currency, which would be a lose of value depending on a certain economy. Okay, take the US, right? If $10 in 2025 doesn't get you as much of food as it did in 2008, that means that the value that you exchange, even year after year after year, won't be the same. But Bitcoin, a lot of the times, will be that stable debasement. Okay. It's also going to have some superior physical characteristics compared to gold and diamonds too. You don't got to worry about getting robbed in certain ways physically. You don't got to worry about stashing your house, or if your house burns down, or God forbid you run into any type of unfortunate event, you're not about to lose all your wealth. You keep it parked though. Okay. Keys are going to be really important. Don't give anybody your secret key. There's also going to be things called cold wallets too, where you can keep all of your Bitcoin on USB drives, physical drives. But if you get it wet, destroy it, lose it, or something like that, you can also lose all your funds that way too. So choose what's the best option for you. So portability, right? Gold bars are cumbersome. Bitcoin is borderless. You can trade all around the world. You can buy stuff all around the world and send money to anybody all around the world. And it can be transferred via a simple 12-word phrase called your secret key. Make sure you guys don't give that to anybody. Keep that safe, keep it around, and you guys will always be able to get back in your wallet. Okay. Indivisibility. Gold is pretty hard to divide. If you have a nugget or a bar, that's pretty much what you have. It's not easy to split that down the middle or make some kind of easy trade. Somebody has to be down to accept what you have. And one Bitcoin is divisible into 100 million Satoshis, for example. Okay, allowing for microtransactions and small investments, or if you just want to purchase something. Okay, if you have 50 gold bars and they're 3 pound solid gold bars, it's not easy to exchange that for currency immediately. Bitcoin, you can easily send it to a broker like Kraken, Coinbase, or something like that, and instantly get your money in your hands quickly. And gold requires specialized assays as well too. Okay, so you can't just pull up on anybody in the world and give them a gold bar and expect some money. Okay, they're going to want to verify the gold, want to do certain tests, make sure that the quality is decent that they want, and see what carat it is. And all that is really going to determine how much you're going to get. And all that also is really based upon how well you're taking care of the gold bar too. Bitcoin, you just buy and hold. And that's really the beauty of it. Buy and hold. So it comes to the point of, okay, instead of you buying that McDonald's for the day, you bought some Bitcoin for the day. So it's really a test of who's feeding their flesh and who's being disciplined. Okay, if you're being disciplined, inshallah, you'll be rewarded. Okay, so because Bitcoin is still early in its adoption, right, compared to gold, which is still at all-time highs as of this recording, right, investors view it as an emerging store of value, and this is just massive potential. Okay, and a lot of asymmetric upside, especially as we start seeing stuff like the U.S. government invest into it. Start seeing other countries start teaching it within schools and stuff like that. And we could just see the world going into a lot more borderless, financial, revolutionary, and freedom era. within society. Whether you're a boss trying to place some employees in a whole another country, Bitcoin is really going to be an efficient way for easier payments. Just like I spoke about in the beginning of the video, there's been times where my bank has had maintenance at 3 a.m., 2 a.m., and I haven't been able to make some transactions, but was able to go dig in the crypto stash, go to my Phantom wallet, transfer it to my Coinbase, and was able to make the purchase that I needed to. Okay, so once again, having that decentralized, safe, and pretty much having your money parked away into a world that's not controlled by maintenance times and centralized control, whether it comes to banks, whether it comes to power with when you can send your funds and how you can send your funds as well too. Banks also come with certain things such as deposit amounts and withdraw amounts too. So a lot of things are really outside of your control when it comes to that. So having your money parked into a world that's going to be a bit more free is going to be best case scenario for yourself, for your survival as a human, and for your family if you have one too. So beyond its role as a reserve asset, Bitcoin and scaling layers are solving critical pain points in global payments, making transactions a lot faster, cheaper, and more transparent than the legacy banking system. Then it really streamlines international remittances. That's really the biggest part of Bitcoin, and it's really a blessing. It lets people from other countries be able to receive funds in case you want to send some money to your family, or you might have somebody that works for you or work for somebody in another country, and you'll be able to get paid quickly within the crypto. Okay. And traditional wire transfers can be extremely slow, like 1 to 3 business days. And don't forget, that doesn't include the weekends, and it can get declined due to the fact that they don't have to let that go through if they don't want. They could be expensive. You're going to be paying that wire transfer fee a lot of the times, and pretty opaque, right? You're not going to know when the money exactly is going to hit. It's not going to be direct, and you're not going to be able to check certain things. When you send Bitcoin, you immediately can go check the confirmation link, and you can go see it on the Blockchain Explorer, see exactly when the transaction is going to get confirmed. And what a confirmation is pretty much lets you know when the other person has received the funds, most likely. Okay. And it utilizes layer 2 solutions like the Lightning Network, which allows the value to be settled globally in seconds, bypassing multiple correspondent banks and drastically reducing fees dramatically. Okay, so let's talk about the Lightning Network. It's a second layer protocol built on Bitcoin that enables near instant zero fee payments for the most part, almost zero fee. And this technology is being adopted for everyday purchases and micropayments, proving Bitcoin's capability as a medium exchange, not just a store of value. And transparent security. So every transaction is permanently recorded on the immutable public blockchain ledger. And this enhanced auditability reduces fraud risk and fosters greater trust between distant parties, which is often lacking in complex legacy cross-border payment systems. Okay, so you don't have to worry about any things like weird holds, weird stoppages, or things like that, which could be extremely frustrating when you're trying to do business or just buy something pretty simply. And it's definitely a big help to society, right? It's bringing in the democratization of finance. Bitcoin's greatest societal contribution is arguably the empowerment of financially undeserved and its ability to act as a lifeline in politically or economically unstable regimens. And banking the unbanked. Globally, billions lack access to traditional bank accounts due to high fees, certain things like ID requirements, and stringent KYC, which stands for Know Your Customer, and AML requirements, or geographical remoteness. Bitcoin only requires an internet connection and a smartphone or computer, and the wallet-based infrastructure opens up participation in the global economy to literally anybody on planet Earth, regardless of their location or documentation status. Which means that even if people in other countries don't have their papers and stuff like that, doesn't mean that they have to starve. So you have the ability to send people who don't have their papers and stuff like that, or have a traditional bank account, money, even if they're working for you, helping out family. So it really just comes in clutch in a lot of areas. And it's a refuge in hyperinflationary economies. So in countries experiencing currency collapse, like for example, Venezuela, Lebanon, or Turkey, citizens often see their life savings wiped out by government mismanagement. Okay, because at the end of the day, if the government controls the fiat currency, Bitcoin is decentralized. So it's not fair that you wake up, pray every single day, grind, and slave for your family. And just because the government wants to go to war or help out too many other countries, your life savings are now pretty much obsolete. So keeping our money in Bitcoin is going to be a really strong scenario if you really care about your family's well-being and future as well too, because you can see governments consistently go into debt, lose certain funding, shut down, and a lot of things happen. And Bitcoin provides a permissionless escape, allowing individuals to store their wealth in a digitally scarce asset that cannot be devalued by local central banks, thereby preserving purchasing power. And users must take direct responsibility for their Bitcoin's custody, right? So you're pretty much like your own bank. You got to be responsible of your secret keys. Don't be being loose with your information. And while channeling, this promotes a culture of self-determination and deepens understanding of monetary policy, leading to greater personal financial literacy. Okay, so be your own boss. Take control of your own account. And you don't even have to have your cryptocurrency on a network with a password and username. You could just hold it on a cold wallet or hold on a network like Phantom, which is just held by secret keys. So pretty much no one can go in and grab your money, not even the IRS. And how you make your money is going to be baked into just purchasing the asset. The potential for profit is rooted in Bitcoin's fundamental economic design and its non-correlated nature relative to traditional assets. And the supply shock mechanism. The price is a function of fixed declining supply meeting exponentially increasing demand. When a halving event occurs, which is once again when 210,000 blocks decide to get put into the cycle and halve, the daily supply of new Bitcoin is suddenly cut in half, while global demand from institutions, ETFs, which stands for exchange traded funds, and retail remains constant or increases. This creates a severe supply shock that historically precedes major price action, and it's going to be a lot more superior than other cryptocurrencies due to the fact that it's finite. Okay, so this is a really superior supply shock compared to other things too. Okay, a lot of other cryptocurrencies are going to be infinite, so don't expect other cryptocurrencies to hold the same base or store of value that Bitcoin has. You have to remember that finite superiority baked within it. Okay, it's not the same as other cryptocurrencies. And institutional adoption and validation. The introduction of Bitcoin spot ETFs and the allocation of Bitcoin to corporate and hedge fund balance sheets provides massive new avenues for capital influx. And institutions have longer time horizons and deeper capital pools, which adds legitimacy, reduces volatility over time, and drives up the baseline demand, especially as we see more governments holding it. And the power of long-term holding, right? The long-term strategy known as hodling leverages Bitcoin's historical performance, the fact that it's an asset that helps future. And a lot of the times when it comes to cryptocurrency or stocks, inshallah, if God wills, you don't even have to look at the chart. If you invest your money into something that's putting a smile on people's faces and helping the world, a lot of the times you'll end up with the positive P&L within like 1 to 5 years, a good chunk of the time. It's plenty of millionaires of people who've never even looked at the chart once. Okay, so take that into consideration when it comes to your psychology of where you're investing. So despite extreme short-term volatility, right, it's a side effect of inelastic supply, Bitcoin has delivered superior annualized returns over the past decade compared to most traditional asset classes, rewarding patience and a belief in its technological and monetary fundamentals. So keep all those strong choices in mind when it comes to why Bitcoin is going up year after year after year. There's a lot of reasons. And Bitcoin is not just a high-risk investment. It's a foundational technology designed to offer a superior form of money, one characterized by digital scarcity, righteousness, and offers borderless transaction capability. So feel free to help anyone around the world, help your family, or hire people from other countries due to the fact that now that we have this currency, we can easily have peer-to-peer transactions without a centralized base controlling and holding everything. No more getting your transactions declined, no more the bank stopping your payments from coming through, and by buying and holding Bitcoin, participants are betting on the continued adoption of a sound, mathematically enforced monetary system that stands as an alternative to the inflationary pressure of a fiat currency. And its utility ranges from institutional portfolio diversification like digital gold to providing essential financial services to the world's most vulnerable populations. Stay prayed up to God, keep grinding, and if you guys want to learn how to invest, head over to stackmode.net. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
2026. Let's get real with ourselves, guys. We got to understand that if we want to progress, if you want to do real estate, if you want to own your own business, if you want to just be a profitable trader, being hungry in our mindset is going to differentiate the wolves and the sheep. If you're not hungry for it, how are we going to reach our goals? You say you want to invest in certain things, right? Let's say stock, for example. Let's say a stock that you believe in.
Serve, they've been trying to replace DoorDash and certain stocks as well too with these AI robots and stuff, etc. And there's a lot of new opportunity around. Tons. So one thing that we're going to need this year, cash. Your income flow is going to be extremely important and imperative to your success. Your income flow. You need to be flowing your income within proper directions. Okay? Make sure that when you get to a certain level, you tell yourself, I'm going to have my money consistently flowing. Because I'm telling you, once you start getting cash and start hitting your trades, you can easily go take that money, go blow it and lose it all. But you could end back up flat. Ending up flat is the last thing that I ever want for you guys. Last year, I moved to Vegas. Year before that, moved to Atlanta. And now I'm chilling right here, spending some time with my mom. And about to buy another house. Inshallah, if God wills. And just going on this journey and maturing has just made me realize that we want to preserve. Okay. So before you invest, stop thinking money. Oh, income. Yes, money. Yes, income. Yes, preservation. But we also do have to understand that we're doing this for ownership. My wife said something that was really smart, and it's on Earth. We're looking for dominion on Earth. We want dominion over the animals, Oh. Yeah, we want dominion over the animals. Shout out Sassy. That's the cat's name. Dominion over ourselves and some freedom. I worked in the corporate IT world for a long time. I did tech support. I programmed credit card terminals. I worked with Salesforce, Power BI. I worked with multiple softwares, doing IT work for about 4 years since I was 18. I'm 22 now. And I've really been doing computer network stuff my whole life, even on old YouTube channels and stuff. I got videos of me showing people how to make Minecraft servers on Hamachi and stuff like that. Even if you've seen my old privated videos, I used to have videos with like hundreds of thousands of views, showing people how to configure Windows and stuff like that. So if you're an OG Stackmode member and you've seen my first videos, then yeah, they're privated now though, because don't even want people to remember or think about that, because we don't play the game anymore. Why play video games when the game is in real life also too? But investing is about preservation. Even a job, for example. A job isn't preservation. A job can literally drop you at any time. They can, as soon as they get tired of you, they can be like, all right, you're done. They don't care if you have bills. They don't care if you have to eat. They don't care about nothing. They care about the company's success, not your success. They care about the company's success, not your success. Okay? So you have to prioritize your success. You have to prioritize your ownership. Ownership in this world is what differentiates the slaves, the sheeps, from the wolves and the owners. And it starts with mindset too. The ownership mindset and the stack mode mindset is really something that I think people are just born with and blessed with at this point. And alhamdulillah, thank God, if you're watching this, you definitely have a hustler's mindset because you're watching self-improvement right now. But if you don't have a hustler's mindset or spirit, you can develop one. I used to be like 300 pounds and you can develop one. I always wanted money though. And I always had like goals and dreams, but I realized that my whole life I'm supposed to be doing YouTube. I'm supposed to be teaching, I'm supposed to be spreading content. And working that IT job was really holding me back for a long time. And I'm excited to just jump in and go fully just forward with you guys. And I'm ready to dominate in this space. Teach you guys a lot of new stuff. I just dropped a new book working on a new course combo, and dropping neuro trading, why we're buying Bitcoin, understanding what Bitcoin really is. Bitcoin is a lot deeper than it might seem. People think like, oh, Bitcoin is just going up to make money. No, this is a fight against inflation. This is a fight against the fact that the United States has been printing trillions of dollars for years, and that taxpayers have been getting robbed for years, and that we don't even know where the money is even gone to when it comes to the United States. It's probably in just some greedy people's hands and stuff like that. So investing this year, have an ownership, boss, CEO, stack mode mindset. Have a CEO mindset. That's what I want you guys to come into 2026 thinking. Have a CEO mindset, okay? I don't want you guys falling off, okay? Or having to shake back. You know, having to shake back after you fall off and stuff like that, it sucks. We won't have to shake back if we're just staying at the top. If we're just staying afloat. So all this asking people questions like, oh, should I do this? Should I do this? Let's ball. Okay? Let's ball. We got to go hard. We got stuff to do. You want to get in these trades, stack some cash, and get in your setups at the lows. Buy low, sell high. But understand that you're not trading to put yourself on the income hamster wheel. You are not working your job to put yourself on the income hamster wheel. This is why I push investing so much, because God forbid, if you come to a point in time where you leave your job or they fire you or you lose your job, right? Whatever. Or the company shuts down. Are you going to not be able to pay your bills because you want to rely on that every 2 weeks check? Are you going to put your life and your family's jeopardy in another person's hands? That's not it. That's not P. And I can't push that here at Stack Mode. Even if you are working a job, you need to be investing. You need to be doing some type of higher time frame swing trading, so your money is making you money in your sleep. If you're not making money in your sleep, I literally don't know what you're doing. If you're not making money in your sleep, if you're not making money pretty much 24/7 by some passive income that became passive due to activeness, then I don't know what you're doing. You have to keep hustling, whether it be real estate. You got tenants paying you every single month because you hustled enough cash to get the house in the first place. Whether it be your stock portfolio, you're able to catch the trades and grow your futures account, options account, Forex account, stocks, shares account, whatever. You're able to grow your account due to the fact that you grinded the cash. You took your time. You weren't playing games. So another thing too, if you want to be a boss and CEO in 2026, hop off the game. Get off the P5, get off the Xbox, stop hopping on Steam, stop opening COD and playing Battle.net. If you want to be a CEO and a boss, we're going hard this year. We're not playing games. We're not playing games because life is so much deeper than income. A lot of people think, you know, money is the end all be all. Once I get this certain amount of money, I'm going to be happy. And I know it literally sounds so cliche, but you will not be happy even when you just touch a certain amount of money. Okay. If you have $1 million and you're still in an apartment, for example, you're not going to be happy from a lot of the times. You're not going to be happy. You're going to want your backyard to go out to. You're going to want to see the sun, see your grass, see your flowers, have a driveway. Okay. If you have $1 million and you're driving a Toyota that's breaking down every single day, it's not about having the nicest car. It's that you have enough money to get a car where you can sit in it, sit in luxury and leisure, not having anxiety of it breaking down and stuff like that, etc. That's ownership over your life. Okay. Ownership over your life. It's not just income. So don't just get this money just to spend it or just to not spend it too. A lot of people are still renting homes, right? Monopoly. We need to think about Monopoly. Monopoly. The winner of the game is the person who owns the most assets. Who owns the most? Who has the most dominion? Okay. And whoever has the most dominion wins the game. So understand that this income is not just to ball. Your income can be relative in so many spectrums. Your income can fluctuate in so many different ways. And lifestyle inflation is also going to be another big factor that I do want to speak about. Inflating your life too fast can literally set back months, weeks, years worth of progress for no reason. Do not inflate your lifestyle immediately. I need you to be patient. I need you to grind, and I need you to stay down. Okay? Stay down. Invest. Own. Go buy a house. Before we start thinking Lamborghinis and whoop-de-whoop, a lot of these kids are running around Urus with no house. So it's like we can't be trying to get the Lamborghini before the house. And in Stack Mode, we push ownership. I never want you guys to feel like you're in a situation of no one can take care of you, feeling like you're in a situation of needing help. Okay? I want you guys to feel like bosses and CEOs. And in order to do that, we have to develop and change our mindset in every single way possible. Getting to the next level, getting to where you want to be is going to take maximum determination, maximum effort, and it's going to require a completely different mindset change. You have to 360 your life. Complete 360. Okay? Let's complete 360 your life. Turn it all around. The people who are around you, are they supporting you? Are they also investing? Because I'm telling you, whoever's around you is going to affect your mindset and your journey. If you're hungry for it, if you're an investor, if you're someone who likes to make money, and you understand that money is a tool, not a resource that we just need to just splurge. And when we understand that it's also a tool, the people who understand that money is a tool cannot be around people who don't understand that money is a tool. You will be frustrated. You'll be disappointed. And you'll be just in a state of survivor's remorse too. Let's say you do become a millionaire, right? Which inshallah, if God wills, you will. Especially through Stackmode.net teaching. We're balling. I'm going to show you guys this from zero. I know I'm definitely confident in myself. So I've been showing you guys just some crazy, nasty results, and I'm ready to run this bag up. Confident in myself. I'm confident in what God put in me, and confident to continue to pray and keep grinding. But understand that in order for us to progress, we have to win. You see this? Okay. We got things to take care of. You got people who love you, right? If not, you love yourself. If you love yourself, then let's get up. Let's do it. And going forward in 2026, the Stack Mode mindset is geared towards ownership in every single way. That's also why I've been playing shares a lot too. I don't care if you guys make good money trading options, futures, or Forex. All those are income generators. Those are just income generators. That's all it is. Options, an income generator, leveraged asset. Futures, a leveraged asset, income generator. And Forex. Most people don't trade Forex in the United States because they don't let you trade leverage Forex, so people just trade futures. So in even Forex, leveraged asset. Okay. Options, futures, and Forex are your income generators. Then I like to personally take like 50% of my trades from whatever I hit from those. I take that money, I put it into shares. And I keep growing my income like that. I keep growing my income, and I continue to focus on ownership. I don't win a good options trade and then go ball out. I used to do that when I was young. And shout out my boy Devin. He did that too. Buying coops, buying this, going to Atlanta, eating steak every day, buying clothes every day. I used to just be an idiot. I'm glad I did it. I was young, got to pop it a little bit. My first car was an Audi, you know. But when I matured, I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and stay down. Let me get the Mustang coupe instead. Let me pay a little bit less on insurance so I can invest more. I started getting smarter. God put me through a lot of trials and tribulations young, especially financially, in order to mature me. Because that's why I can come on here and tell you guys, like, yo, you do not want to be doing X, Y, and Z. Let's go ahead and let's change our whole mental framework so you guys do not struggle the same ways that I did. Because struggling sucks. It's literally pointless. It's stupid. And it's not pointless because you do learn. But if you don't get out the struggle, you don't learn. Okay? You're just going to be feeling bad. You're going to be feeling peon mode the whole time. And you're going to be feeling very confused and upset. Okay? And that's why I want to push ownership so bad to you guys. Because when you start making 5, 6, 7 figures a month, right? Even 4, right? 4, 5, 6, 7 figures a month. You do not want to be checking in 5 years later and being like, I just made all of this. Where's my money? You do not want to do that. I'm telling you, it's a lot of older people in that scenario right now, still living paycheck to paycheck, still struggling, still not being able to have dominion and leverage over their lives. Why? Because they're not prioritizing ownership. Ownership. Your income matters, but your income does not matter as ownership does. Once again, if you're making 4, 5, 6, 7 figures a year, if you're not funneling that into assets, if you have a hard time, say you lose your money on the market, you lose your money via business, etc., lawsuit, whatever, you do not want to come into a place in a mental state of where you've made tons of income and you have almost nothing to show for it. Funnel your money into assets. You're working hard now so you can chill later. Love yourself and treat your future self right. You're preparing for your future later, not now. Once again, even if you hit a nasty options trade for 4 figures, 5 figures, don't take that money and go to Chrome Hearts. Don't take that money and go pull up on the dealership immediately. Take that money, go get a house, use that house money to live off of forever, keep your options income, and then you could ball later. Okay? Because that money can come extremely quick. But I'm telling you, if you ever come into a season of where you lose it, you do not want to be disappointed, frustrated in yourself due to the fact that you didn't invest and you have nothing to show for it. We're not putting in this hard work to go backwards. We're putting in hard work daily, vigorously, in order to make sure that we're going forward. I don't want you guys to have to shake back. We're done shaking back. 2026, we're staying on top. Stay on top of your health, on top of your finances, on top of your mindset if you see yourself going into a dark space. Okay? We're not shaking back this year. We're going forward. We're going up. If you just blew up your account, if you got to start the account from $100, run it up from that $100. There's times where I had to run it up from that $100 back to bands. So if you hit 0, if you go flat, you can run it up again, but your mindset is what's going to differentiate the sheeps and the wolves. If you're weak, you will eat yourself. You will truly eat yourself. Even when income is coming in and your brain changes, especially when you haven't handled certain things, but once you start passing that 5 figures a month threshold, it's more important then. The richer you get, the more disciplined you have to be. Extremely. The more income you start making, the more disciplined you have to be. And it's crazy. A lot of people think that they have the mindset that when they get rich, they're going to chill, they're going to do X, Y, and Z. And it really requires more mental energy the further you go up. Every level is going to only require more mental energy, which is why there's only such a small percentage of people having dominion on this earth. A lot of people aren't ready to go through that daily excursion to make sure that their resources are being stable. But if you're watching this right now, you're a ball player, and that's what you want for you and your family. So you can do it. But it's going to be days where it's going to be frustrating. It's going to be days where you might lose a trade, see your account in the red, and feel like you can't recover from that, but you can. You can. And you have to. Failure isn't a choice. It's either we succeed, we die, or we die trying to succeed. Failure is absolutely not an option under any circumstance. And getting in that stack mode ownership mindset, once again, your life is going to change in a lot of ways. You're going to question every decision you're doing. If you're pulling up on McDonald's right now, you're going to ask yourself, hold on, I'm spending $8 every single day. If I do this 5 days in a row, I just spent a 40 ball. And then I'm doing it next week. That's an 80 ball. Why are you spending an 80 ball at McDonald's with nothing invested? And I had to check myself. Times I was buying X, Y, and Z, buying steaks, buying this and that with my options profit. Instead of me taking my options profit that I was making thousands a day, instead of me taking that profit and funneling it, spent it on leisure, spent it on pleasing my flesh. And that led me to not getting to where I wanted to be as quick as I wanted. You know, a lot of people get comfortable too. A lot of people think like 4 figures a month is strong, even 5 figures a month. But if you want to be legendary in this world, if you want to push to heights that no one around you has ever gotten to, you have to be comfortable with being in the trenches. You have to be comfortable with feeling alone too. I'm not going to lie. There's going to be times where you might feel alone. You might be frustrated. You might be like, why is everyone not trying to get to some money? Okay. And that's how you know you're a CEO. You're a CEO. Every CEO has felt like that. If you've been frustrated, people around you are on the same mindset as you, aren't funneling their income into asset pathways as you want to, don't let it frustrate you. There's people out there who grind like you, who hustle like you. You're watching this for a reason. So don't lose faith and do not lose hope and do not give up. Failure is not an option. Failure under any circumstance is not an option. Why did you open these charts? You open these charts because you love yourself. You want to be in a better position. Anybody who's ever opened these charts loves themselves. Anybody who's ever opened these charts doesn't want to be in the same position. So don't let yourself be stagnant. Even when temporary failure arises, especially in the beginning too. This is why I push mentorship. This is why I give you guys that first call for free, to just frame your mind before you even come onto these charts. And that's something that I wish I had, a mentor. Right? Instead, I just threw myself into the fire, got burned, came out, and I can just teach you guys how to not get burned. But there wasn't a lot of mentors when I started trading. You know, I started in 2022. There wasn't a lot of people out here with information telling you guys the right things, and just through experience, trial and error, I've just been able to cultivate success for myself and my students and teach you guys like what not to do. So just take advantage of the fact that I give mentorship. because like once I'm gone, I'm gone. So really take advantage of that. Like do what you can, learn what you can, so you don't lose money making mistakes when you could just be getting money pretty much the whole time. Obviously, I didn't know what I know now, but if I knew what I do now, like you'd never lose. So if you go to mentorship and you have cash, you could pretty much never lose trades. Absolutely not. A lot of people like to promote low win rate. I think a lot of traders are really horrible. I think a lot of these guys are playing leveraged, playing with a gambling mindset. I don't want to show you guys inconsistent P&L. You know, your P&L shouldn't be making 5,000 one day, and then the next day you're losing 7,000, and then the next day you're making 3,000. Your P&L should not be seesawing and inconsistent like that. You should be making money as you sleep, making money as you focus on your work, on your business. When you're spending time with your family, your income should always be generating 24/7 if you're buying low and selling high. And that's another thing too. It's crazy how mindset is everything in this game. You know, you're not trading for money. Like you're trading for ownership. Like you want ownership over your life. That's what you want money for. Before you even decide that you want money, you got to ask what you want money for in the first place. You got to decide. And everyone lives different. You know, if you want to go to Jewelry Unlimited and bust down your teeth and go get a penthouse in Miami and rent a lamb, if that's you, then do that. But if you want to go buy houses, if you want to start Section 8, if you want to start real estate, if you want to make sure you're good forever, then do that. Okay? I'm not here to judge. But just understand that what path that you choose, what kind of lifestyle that you choose, is going to determine how much your soul can handle and really how much your pockets can handle. Because let's say you do choose the penthouse life. How are you going to focus? And this is the thing too that a lot of traders are promoting. A lot of traders are promoting get a big bag and go live a sinful lifestyle. And I'm telling you, you guys are going to go broke. You're going to go to the club, meet someone you probably shouldn't meet, and something can happen to you. You're going to go rent a Lamborghini and pick up some people who are impressed by just the car and don't care about you, and something will happen to you. Okay? So you got to ask yourself, are you trading because you love yourself, or are you trading to pop it? A lot of these young guys I see are on here to trade it to pop it. And they're on here lying to you guys too. A lot of people are posting, you know what I'm saying? I want to show you guys the real. I'd rather show you guys a older paid off coupe rather than coming on here capping that I just bought the $300,000 Porsche GTR 3. Whole time it's on lease. Or even take a concierge, for example. A lot of guys will not be truthful and be like, yeah, I put the down payment down and I got it on lease. It's not even finance, it's a lease, which means they got to give it back. But what the marketing strategy is they lease the car with the down payment for a couple of years. Then they post it on YouTube to make you guys think that they're having way more income than they are. This is why I show you guys actual numbers. I'm not here to play little games. I can show you guys my car. I don't really care. I show you guys real numbers. A lot of these guys are showing you guys cars and you still haven't seen an actual broker statement. I show you guys thousands of dollars in real profit from not only myself, my students. So shout out Neo Young too. It's a really good family man. He's a Forex trader, 6-figure trades, right? You don't see this guy posting his lamb and stuff like that. He's posting his family. So just, you can tell what kind of trader somebody is too by what they're posting. If they're posting more their whip than numbers, you already know. You already know. What that type of trader is they're praying that they can just hit a big win. Then they take that big win, go do lifestyle things with it. Then they build a little community off of people who don't have any actual information. Like if you just see someone in a Porsche, you're not going to be thinking, oh, they probably put a $5,000 down payment on that and then leased it. You're going to be thinking that they're rich. That's the first thing you're going to immediately think, that they're rich.
This is why certain things that can't be faked really let you know somebody's wealth, like real estate. If somebody has real estate, they're wealthy. They're wealthy. Not only intellectually wealthy, but most likely financially. Okay? You can't fake a house. How are you going to fake a house? You cannot. There's certain things in the world you can't fake. You know, cannot fake certain things. You can't fake actual screenshot numbers. You know, even with my Webull portfolio, you guys can see the Stackmode.Chris at the bottom. And I'm not on here playing with you guys. I'm showing you the real, you know, because I'm actually performing on these markets. I'm actually performing on the charts. I don't have to post my car every day to make sales or get clients. You guys just listen to my information, because not only am I getting results, my students get results too. Okay. So be careful what you're looking at on social media too. Social media is a lot of retardation on there, and that's really why I started too. My plan was really just to get rich off the charts. I never was gonna hop on here and teach y'all for real. I didn't really care for that. But a lot of the goofiness and a lot of the people on here just capping y'all, it got me upset. So that's why I decided to just come on here and do my thing too. And yeah, trading is not to buy cars and go to Miami. Like they trying to make traders like rappers. Like we not trading to live a rapper lifestyle. Because I'm telling you, this is the game of focus. Rappers get paid to be lit. They get paid to show that kind of lifestyle on camera. So when you're bored in your house, you see that on YouTube and you're like, damn, their turn. They literally get paid to do that. Like, there's a reason why rappers buy chains and stuff. A lot of people think it's stupid. It's not stupid. They buy chains because it's marketing for them. Okay. But if you're any dude on the block and you just trade the market, like, you don't have to get 5 Maybachs and a chain and the SRT and stuff like that. Like, you can take your route. Okay. Because especially in the trading community, especially by the older folks, the Wall Street professionals, the billionaires, that's not respected. That's not respected. They don't care about a leased car. They want to see your real estate portfolio. They want to see your percentage gains on the year. They want to see your actual statistics and your stats. They're not impressed by little things like a vehicle. So if you want to call yourself a big dog, you got to level up, man. Let's check out some World Cup stats. Are we out competing the S&P 500? As you guys can see, I posted a screenshot. We're up 10%, 11%. S&P 500 is only like 1.6. So statistics and numbers. Like, nobody cares about Warren Buffett's car. They care about his statistics and his numbers and his trading skills and his investment research. Your skills will mean more than every item you ever acquire in this world. Your skills mean more than everything, because you can go flat. You can go dead zero. You could lose it all. But if you got your skills, you can run it up back again. So a skillful human is a valuable human. Work on your skill. Work on your mindset. And in this year, 2026, we're trading for ownership. Do not trade for vanity. You are trading for ownership. Do not trade to go pay $5,000 a month in the Miami high rise, and then when the lease ends, you have no crib. Please buy a house. I'm literally begging you. Please buy a house. Please. I am on hands and knees right now. Please do not splurge your money on retardation. Even if it might seem fun, later down the line, you're going to think you're retarded and you're going to be upset at yourself. So make the right decisions. Do not think that the high rise car lifestyle is what you're trading for. Be a real person, take care of your family, clear your debt, clear your bills, and have some ownership and dominion in your life. All right. I love you guys so much. Head over to Stackmode.net for all trading education. I'm going to catch you in the next one. Let's do this. Peace. Yes, sir. Yep. Do have a presentation today. So the site is looking fantastic, right? So we have everything set up to convert the highest we need, as far as for your sales, as far as for your leads, as far as for just your general contact, and your free email list as well too. So getting all that to convert It just comes down to you. So as soon as they click on your page, complete trust is built. Okay, we completely redid the site. It's really, really hybrid. It's animated, it looks good, looks friendly. Scroll animations, simple, clear buttons, and it really represents what you are about. Okay, so now, let me go ahead and start my screen share here. And we're gonna be just talking about really just the brand positioning, okay? And just talking about just the content structure. So everything that you built is fantastic, okay? People like you because of who you are. You're a genuine individual, you work hard, and you take care of your team, okay? So now all we have to do is get that out to the world. So all you have to do is really just keep doing what you're doing, but just show the world what you're doing, if that makes sense, okay? And that's really where the different part comes in when you're creating a whole global organization. Take like Microsoft, Google, for example. You know, they're always running certain ads, hiring different type of interns, always pushing themselves, especially with this new AI wave coming out. They've created Nano Banana, VO 3.1. I just saw a new thing they created called Photo Shoot, Google Anti-Gravity. So just different positioning structures builds a whole ecosystem like you guys already have. You guys have the water machine, you have the M-Guard, you have an environment where people can come in, feel like family with people, and change their life and make income, regardless if they're an immigrant or not. Okay, so it's a really, really solid structure that you have. It's an amazing, amazing team, and it's really just time to get that out there to the whole world, because you guys, if anything, I think people should be working with you guys' team. You guys are, once again, saving the world with your products too. So it's really, really, really easy for you to get high-level people as well too, who really care about improving the world's health and just improving everyone else's mental and well-being, which is really, really easy for you to get hard workers such as like Za, etc. So you know what I'm saying? So I see why you guys have been able to dominate. So the brand, you, okay? So we'll talk about the content missing. So for you, we need to build insurmountable amount of credibility and trust around True Legacy. Okay, you guys have already worked with high-level athletes and celebrities. So this is like I told Zaw too. Any meetings that you've been in with the Enagic CEOs, any type of high-level corporate events that you've been to, that you've structured or anything, get that out there. You know, let them know that you run your team meetings, stuff like that. And let them know that, hey guys, we run Zooms, informational Zooms about the team, etc. So your core pillars, really, right? You have your health and wellness side. That brings in a lot of eyeballs and viewers from the jump. Okay, so you can use your health and wellness side to bring in viewers. And it's really, really great that it's a health and wellness based product that you guys focus on too. So it really, really helps. Even coming down to the beef that you guys sell. You know, you want people to eat high quality beef from the cows that have only been drinking the most high quality water. So it's really, really solid. I've tried to do as much research as possible. Same thing with this. CEO lifestyle and leadership. Okay, people coming from immigrant countries, being able to create a life for themselves, being able to travel across the world and still get paid. You know, very, very stable and ample opportunity that I think people would highly be interested in, especially in these times when the job market isn't as stable as it used to be. So people are looking more towards sales and stuff like that. So really, really solid there. So True Legacy can easily take over. And team building and global opportunity. This is also what sets you guys completely apart. Some other corporations only work within the United States, like I'm sure you know, but you guys being available in 51 plus countries and scaling is really, really impressive. It's really, really good. And the fact that you speak Spanish too is also a really, really big heavy hitter. And you're going to be able to use that to really just get out there to more people. Now, to be honest, that does bring more work for you, but you're CEO, I know you're ready for this, but the fact that you speak Spanish and stuff like that too, just getting content out on both sides is really, really important. If I'm not mistaken, Latin music is like the biggest music in the world, if I'm not mistaken, like bigger than rap, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, so the whole South American community, huge, and even in Europe too, the Spanish speakers there. So you being able to cater to them, that's already a whole nother window of revenue that people don't have access to. that you do. So definitely pat yourself on the back for that. So the fact that you speak Spanish gives you a gigantic opportunity, especially in the content creation side space. You're gonna be able to just eat and dominate. Okay, and faith too. You know, it's keep the humanity going is really, really what's important. That's why your company will be one of the biggest companies in the entire world. It's because you guys are focusing on the humanity, especially as we're going into this technological AI-driven realm. The fact that you guys are bringing humanity, health, and wellness, and human structure to the forefront of society and helping people get paid to push that too, really, really solid. And as the world becomes more robotic, things and programs like this I can see being at the forefront. People streaming and line away from AI. AI is great business-wise, but as far as our everyday to day life, you know, we still want to all have that human connection and that care for each other. So, and testimonials and social proof. So once again, too, I've seen you send me a lot of pictures walking around with CEOs, bosses like yourself, athletes, celebrities. So get that out there. Let the people know. You know, it could just be something simple and like a YouTube intro. Be like, hey guys, you know, I was here with whoever. I was here with Tom Brady. We were showing him the machine with you, and just helping the people know, like, oh, okay, you know, one of my favorite football players uses this. Maybe I should whip my card out and get this too. So cool. So we'll talk about pillar one. So we'll talk about the K8 education. So really teaching the machine. So most people have never heard of ionized alkaline water. Most people are still drinking tap water or just normal bottled purified water with no type of minerals, oxidation, or energy or aliveness in their water. So this is where you guys come in. Your job is to be the trusted expert who explains it clearly and honestly. So as far as the $4,000 justification, so they have the payment plan too, which is really, really good, but some people will be able to just buy it off the front. And if you focus on more of those people, the quicker you'll get rich too. So as far as like the $4,000 justification. So it's hard to sell a $4,000 machine without deep education. When they understand the science, the benefits, and the reasons why they'll win, because as humans, we're all trying to win. Okay, you know, it's the reason why we all take care of ourselves in certain ways. People who actually do care about winning take care of our responsibilities, make sure we're on top of our discipline, take care of our relationship with God, so we can win and get to heaven, you know, etc. So as humans, we're trying to win. So when you're setting people up in a position to help them win through the K8 machine, through the M guard, and through an opportunity to help them make money, you're dominating. You're dominating. Okay, so it's really just getting it out there. So when they understand the science and how they're going to be able to win too, their price is going to become justified. They're not even going to care about that. They're going to be like, whatever, I'm going to store it on the $500 a month plan, $200 a month plan, or some people might just one-shot it. Boom, go buy that, money in your pockets, money in your teammates' pockets, everyone's winning. And the law of reciprocity. So people who buy from those who teach them. So you're a CEO. This is why you have the advantage. You're a CEO. You have so many videos on your channel of you actually displaying the product with live examples. So you already have extreme trust. Now all we have to do is get you a heavy hitting video, like 100K views, million views, and then all those other video views will ramp up with them. And then you're going to be able to have just the most trust in the ecosystem. Then everything you drop will be put into the algorithm well. And then anytime the familiarity of the machine comes up, you guys are going to be the forefront of it. True Legacy will be the forefront of that. Okay. Because you guys are the first people on the internet I've ever seen even promote this. So you have the whole internet on the chokehold. Just saying. So you guys have a lot more control over the internet right now than you might think. But you have a lot. But it's just streamlining that. So good content handles objections. So what I sent to Zaw too, what I didn't want Zaw to run into, is people thinking that it's an MLM. Or people thinking that it's some type of scheme when it's not. So I'm really glad that we created the site, streamlined all the links and the buttons to separate everything. Hey, you want the water? Go here. If you want to join the team, you go here. If you want the free PDF, you go here. Instead of just water video and then job form. So now the MLM whole scheme gone. That whole thought process will go away from people's brains as soon as you guys just keep streamlining and pumping. So boom, now everything is organized. So your mix. So a lot of your content, just like you post now, and it's really just making sure the titles are right. So your content mix should be 70% educational. That's going to hook in the viewers really, really hard and build a lot of trust for you. And 20% entertaining videos too. Just like you do, when you're posting yourself hanging out on the beach, you're like, yo, this guy's vibing out. He's doing sales, he's living the life, he's married, it seems, and it's just a fantastic ecosystem at that team. So when you're posting lifestyle stuff, that helps too. So keep vibing out. Keep just doing you, being you. That definitely helps a lot on social media. And then 10% promotional. When you drop your yearly unboxing videos, I see you guys have been doing the past few years. So 10% of your videos can be like that. Like a little unboxing video, a test video, a video of you showing how to clean the machine, stuff like that. Great examples. So as far as the safe language, right? Strict compliance is required to protect the brand and your business. So I don't want you guys to get in trouble with the SEC or anything like that, or have any heavy lawsuits or stuff like that come down on you. So I really care about you guys. That's why I'm going to try and just tell you guys everything I can. So the prevents disease and stuff is fine, but certain words certain things like cures cancer, definitive things like that, I noticed they like to ban. And it's not even your fault. But the way you guys do it now, though, like the electrolyzed reduced water, the anti-aging water, healing water, great, fantastic. So you guys are already doing everything right at that point. As far as promoting as the anti-aging water or the healing water, fantastic. Okay, or even electrolyzed reduced water, microclustered water, etc. But as far as things like bringing up cancer and certain things like that, you could talk about it on your videos. But as far as in descriptions and stuff like that, I would just watch out, just in case, because it is a health product too. So yeah, and you guys are promoting wellness, but it's not something you have to think about too much. But yeah, and as far as just the hooks too, so let me go and pull up your channel here now. Okay, so here, right, so here we're going to go ahead and just focus on the hooks here. Okay, so we have a lot of the base videos down, which is good, but we're going to get some, okay, this is good. So you did warning, the truth about tap water in Morocco. This is really good title right here. Nice. Okay, so great job here, for example. But we really just want to just make them less basic and more engaging. So just a simple video too, we can just start off from top to bottom, and I'll make sure you have your content list too. So what is Kangen water? The truth nobody explains, and you can just feel free to just throw together a little presentation in Canva or whatever, and just talk about it like how you normally do on Zooms and stuff like that. And alkaline water versus Kangen water. Why the K8 has 8 pH levels and what they do. So that people are like, oh, that's why it's called the K8 machine, it has 8 pH levels. Breaking it down, the 5 types of water the K8 produces, cooking and cleaning and skincare with Kangen water, or trust and conversion, what happens when... If you're using Linktree, Jotform, Typeform, or you're just tired of your website not making sales, I'm going to give you guys the full guide on how to actually start making some conversions. Just listen closely, pay attention, and let's solve your problems, if God wills. Let's go. All right, so let's go and let's talk about some website psychology here. So you guys need to understand that your site has to be interactive. It has to be emotionally intertwined with your user. What value is your user getting when they come on your site? Ask yourself that question, okay? What value is your user getting when they come onto your site? Some of you guys are trying to get into the user's wallet way too fast. You need to be getting into their heart. You need to be understanding that your site can't just be a bunch of text slop. Okay, or just a bunch of animated 3D slop as well too. Some of you guys are focusing way too much on looks instead of actual compatibility. You have to think about people on lower end spec computers, people who don't have great Wi-Fi, and especially if you're running a service in an instance to where people are trying to learn how to make more money, you want to be coming into a place to where your site can be loading quickly. Okay. So if you want your site to load fast, you can't over animate your site. What you can do to still make your site extremely engaging is a format
that you can get in the brand boost, where you can book at stackmode.net. But taking kind of the quiz format, building that into your site. So let's go and let's check this out here. So the first thing I asked the user here is, how do you want to build wealth and scale your income? Okay, that's what my services are, helping you make more money, whether it be through business or on the charts. That's just what I do. So you can learn multiple high income digital skills, building a powerful brand and automated business, or mastering the financial markets and algorithms. Okay, be able to choose what you want. So if you want to master the markets, cool, we'll go here. What would elevate your trading to the institutional level? Okay. Psychology. What is your primary goal as a trader for the next 6 months? I want to achieve consistent daily profitability. How do you prefer to reach peak performance? Let's say I'm a self-paced kind of person. Then the academy is going to be for you. Okay. Let's go ahead and go through it again. So mastering the financial markets. Let's say I want a proven strategy. I want to automate my entire analysis workflow. Okay. And I want some direct one-on-one mentorship. And instead, it's going to take you to the one-on-one trading mentorship. Okay. So each question is going to bring you to a different section. Okay. It's going to be completely optimized for users. Okay. It's going to be completely optimized for you. Okay. So checking out here, we have the prompt engine, the prompt prompt here, giving straight value. Okay. Giving straight value. You're going to be able to check out some certain prompts here and copy and paste them and use them to build whatever you need to do. Here's an example of just a clean section of reviews too. People should be able to see what type of results your site gives or what type of value you provide. Clean, simple, pretty much kindergarten level site. Okay, it's going to be the highest converting. Do not over explain on your sites. Okay, do not get into a place where you start over explaining everything for no reason. Don't do that. Okay, don't do that. So here, once again, results section. Okay, you want to have real proof as well too of people actually succeeding of your service or product. Now this is really going to depend too. If you're more of a personal brand, reviews are really going to help you in your portfolio and stuff like that. But if you're not a personal brand, then you still want to have a clean understanding of what the user is going to get. So, and this should be explained and given to them very, very easily and quickly. Okay. So here we'll go over the prompt shop. So even if I wanted to view this prompt here, copy this prompt, you could use this. Okay, you could use this prompt too. Feel free to use and get any prompt that you want. Okay, once again, just giving straight value. Straight value. So I'm logged in here if I'm not mistaken. So if I go to the brand boost here, clear value as soon as the text comes up. You don't even have to make this animated if you don't want. Simple sites are really the highest converting sites. But once again, what's really going to separate these sites from other sites are going to be your questions. Okay, focus on your questions. The questionnaire system, and if you guys want a site built with the questionnaire system, head over to stackmode.net. I'll get you right. Okay, but the questionnaire system makes it very engaging. So it's holding back your income. So let's say people are struggling with visibility and people want to make an extra 50K per month. And people might be concerned that they can't afford it. Okay, they want to stop chasing clients. So let's say they have a few questions. Then boom, then they'll come with me on the brand boost. Okay, so it really, really depends on what they depend. And the start over button, they might want to run it back and change a couple of things. So have different sections. Once again, your portfolio on the site too. Show them what you've done. Show them the progression that you've made. Show them certain things and certain value that you just give in all aspects, So here, once again, we'll go over the pricing page too. Very, very clean.
It's a very, very clean pricing page, very, very simple value that we just give here. So we have $1,000 mentorship, $50 a month group people pay for, and then the $4 a month for the architect role. So your pricing page, make it very, very structured. Understand that your pricing page has to be in a format to where you just need to have clear value, okay? Clear value on your site. So once again, for the brand boost custom, simple check marks here, simple check marks here, simple check marks here, simple check marks here. Really, really grabbing their attention and letting them know that they're going to be gaining success if they select any of the options. So really, really a lot of psychology in every little icon, and you have to think of it like that. So the question format, once again, it's very, very strong, very powerful. And you guys can head over to Stackmode.net if you want a site built with the question format. And the reason why you want your site built with the question format built inside of the site, actually, instead of using external links, is because when you start using external links, you're running into load time issues. Once again, you have to think about people in other countries. You have to think about people who don't have good Wi-Fi or who don't have good computers. People are going to click off of your site or not going to be able to participate in whatever good service you actually do have because your site isn't going to be loading fast. So you have to think about everybody. Okay, think about all types of users, and your site doesn't have to be over animated. Do not over animate your site. Okay, I'm going to say it once again. Yes, we do have very powerful tools. We have Claude Code, Opus, Cursor, VS Code, just manual CSS coding as well too. A lot of cool stuff you can do. Okay, but the furthest I would go is like 2D animations using CSS. Just copies and paste this. Okay, but over animating your site is gonna be thumbs down. Okay, it's gonna be completely thumbs down. So understand that you do not want people to click away from your site. As soon as they land, give them value, give them something to do. Okay, give them an activity, give them a login, either that or directly give them the buttons. Or what was really popular for a lot of people was the VSL. That stands for video sales letter. A lot of people like to put the video at the very top, but a lot of people get tired of that. So I feel like the question format is going to be the next strongest format for the websites. So instead of the VSL, this format here, very, very strong. Gonna try this out for a couple of years. Honestly, gonna gain some data on this, see how this does compared to just traditional button websites. And we're gonna go ahead and see how certain things can progress, especially as we just continue to keep building. So just because AI is out, don't over animate your site. Have a pretty static site. And if you look up some of the most profitable companies, you'll actually notice their site is quite static. They might have examples, but for the most part, their examples are in a framework where you're still going to be able to see what type of value you get, but it's not going to be destroying your RAM usage. For example, if you have Chrome and you only have like 4 gigabytes of RAM on the laptop, you know what I'm saying? You want to think about those users. So it's really, really important. Don't destroy your sales because you want to over animate your site. 2D is cool. Once again, I'm going to say it one more time. 2D is cool. Okay? So check out Stackmode.net if you guys want a site built just like this. Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
After you've been grinding for years, really busting your tail, you want your money to work harder than you do. And dividend investing might be the easiest way to build passive income, but most beginners overthink it. But dividend investing is really simple. You just buy shares of strong, established companies, and they pay you cash just for holding them. And that's it. So imagine waking up to deposits, monthly, weekly, and certain dividends pay out in different ratios and frequencies, and they hit your account while you sleep. That's the power of dividends. Let's go and let's jump into it. Let's understand what dividend investing is and how you guys can start building some passive income for you and your families. Inshallah. Let's talk about dividend investing. Making our money work for us is going to be the most ample way to, one, get our mental health back. Okay, I understand we're grinding hard, working year after year after year after year, but let's at least make our money make us some money. Okay, we're not just grinding. Okay, no more exchanging time for money. Okay, it's time to start exchanging money for money. Okay, this way you guys are going to be a lot mentally healthier. You guys are going to have time to get closer to God, work on your family relationships, work on yourself, work on your business, and understand that when you have your money flowing within that asset river constantly, you're using your cash and buying more assets with it, and it's flowing in the river, flowing in the river. You could pretty much never work again. Okay, so when people talk about passive income retiring, it's about putting your money within that income river. Let's go and let's talk about how to make our money work for us. Inshallah. So what is a dividend in the first place? A dividend is going to pretty much be a thank you payment. Okay. And they pretty much just tell you, hey, you've been investing in us for a long time. You've been believing in us. And I'm going to go ahead and give you some money back because we've been crushing it on the company side. So a dividend is a thank you payment. Okay. So whenever you invest into a company that pays out dividends, or you're invested into an exchange trader fund, okay, which is a compilation of companies just put into one big giant fund, then you could also get dividend payments from there if the fund pays it out. Okay, so let's say imagine you lend money to a friend, right, to start their lemonade stand. Okay, you believe in them, you think it's going to turn up, and every month they start giving you $10 from the profits as a thank you because he started turning up, started making tons of money. Okay, so that friend who started the lemonade stand decided to give you a portion of the income because since you gave him that initial investment to believe in him, okay, and you funded his company, he did the right thing and gave you some profits back because you had his back and you believed in him. And that's what a dividend payment is. When you believe in these companies, when you believe in these ETFs, then we're able to get some profit back, inshallah. And that's a dividend. It's real cash paid to you just for owning a piece of the company, okay? And it's passive. Okay, you don't got to do no work for this money. All you got to do is buy. Okay, all you're doing is turning money into more money. Okay, dividends is going to be one of the most extreme forms of passive income, especially after you guys have grinded out 6 to 7 figures. Okay, being able to plant that 6 to 7 figures into some dividends and get paid $5,000 to $25,000 a month just for having your money parked is going to be a really, really good way to just chill in life. Okay, and it could be regularly. Okay, it's usually paid every 3 months. Okay, so quarterly, and it's very, very safe. So usually only strong, profitable companies pay them. Okay, it's not a lot of broke companies paying out dividends because they can't afford it. Okay, a lot of companies paying out dividends are companies that have it all based out. They know that you investing into the stock market, okay, is going to go ahead and give them more income. They're then going to be able to turn that income into bigger buildings, hire better and more employees. Okay, which should lead to them making more income. Okay, better products, faster products being made, etc. So that way their income can skyrocket. Okay, and when that happens, we benefit from it too. And a lot of the times too, dividend payments, okay, have certain dates set to them. Okay, sometimes you get dividend payments monthly, sometimes you get dividend payments quarterly, a few times a year. Okay, and every single company and ETF is going to have its own different dividend payment cycle. So before you invest into something, make sure you're doing your research. So here's an example, okay, just one more time to make sure we understand it. Let's say you own 1 share of Apple, okay? Per 1 share of Apple, Apple pays you 24 cents, okay? You can check your phone, okay, and that money is sitting in your account, chilling, okay? You didn't have to sell the stock to get it, okay? All you have to do is just have your money chilling in stocks. So you get paid for turning your assets into more assets. Okay, so after all the day trading is done, after grinding your business hard for years, after grinding corporate hard for years, take that money and you guys can easily park it into some dividends and start getting yourself some monthly cash flow. Okay, put some mental health back into yourself and take some of your money and let's try and get some passive income from the money we already have and we've been working hard for. Let's go to the next slide. So let's go and let's talk about the dividend yield. So the dividend yield tells you the return on your money right now. Okay, and it's kind of like the interest rate number on your savings account. Okay, so as you know, for APY accounts, okay, interest though, you know, is a reason why God says not to do it. It's not something that'll leave you profitable in the end anyways. Okay, so focus on things outside of interest. But let's say annual percentage yield, let's say there's an account that'll give you like 3% per year. Okay, with inflation and taxes though, that's not anything. Okay, so when you're focusing on dividends though, something like that, okay, then you're going to be able to get a lot better bang for your buck and for your value. Okay, so average yield, right, around a 2 to 5% average yield is going to be healthy. Okay, and a red flag, if the average yield is over 8%, okay, be careful Okay, it might be a trap, and the company could fall off later, even if they're paying out big dividend payments right now. Okay, you want to try and have your dividend payments be as consistent as possible. Okay, you don't want your dividend payments to go down. Okay, if you're getting 5K a month for the money you have invested, that's how much you want to be getting. Okay, you don't want it to go down to 3K one month, and then your bills and calculations are all thrown off. That you don't want it to happen. It can be really, really frustrating. Okay, so let's do the math. So let's say the stock price of something is going to be $100. Okay, and then they pay you $4 per year. Okay, so the yield, okay, is 4, since they're paying you $4 a year, divided by 100. Okay, and that's the stock price, and that's going to equal a 4% return. Okay, and that's how the dividend yield is going to go ahead and be broken down. Let's go over to the next slide. So, is it safe, right? The payout ratio. So let's talk about the pizza analogy. So think of a company's total profits as a whole pizza, okay? And the payout ratio, it's how many slices they decide to give you, okay? And that's going to go ahead and be exemplary for the shareholders versus how many they keep to grow the business, okay? So how many slices of pizza are they going to give to you? And then how many slices of pizza are they going to try and hold on to, okay? And safe, okay? So under 60%, okay? If they give you 6 slices and they keep 4, okay, that's safe, okay? That's safe. Why? Because they were able to pay you a little piece of the pie, okay? Make sure you eat and make sure they eat too, okay? Because they got to be logical. They can't feed you if they're not feeding themselves, okay? So they be logical. So, but it can be dangerous if they're giving away over 90% of their pizza. If they're giving away their whole pizza every single time, then they're going to have no food left over for tomorrow. Okay, so you have to watch and look at the payout ratio percentages. Okay, so let's say company A, right? Let's say earn $10. Okay, and then they give you $2. Okay, they would have $8 left. Okay, and that's going to be pretty safe. Now, let's say company B, right? Let's say they also earn $10. Okay, and let's say company B paid you 9.99. Okay, they paid you $9.99. Okay, they'd be left with 1 penny left. Okay, what type of investments or growth can they do then? Okay, so focusing on the payout ratio of the dividend you're looking at is going to be extremely, extremely imperative to making sure that you're not making any random decisions unnecessarily. Okay, focus on companies with safe payout ratios, because that way you can see that they have their math baked in for consistent scaling year after year after year after year, not just random sporadic payments being sent out and then they have a possibility of going broke and then there's really going to be no more dividend payments. Okay, so in order to avoid all of that, avoid the hardships, try and focus on dividends and companies and ETFs that pay out very safe ratios so that they don't go broke, so that they can continue to pay out dividends so you can continue to feed your family and yourself. Inshallah. Let's go to the next slide. So let's go and let's break down the snowball effect, okay? The compounding effect, stacking dollars, okay? Get into stack mode, okay? Stay down. I don't care if you got to wear the same clothes every single day, okay? Keep driving that old car, okay? It's not time to get a new car right now. Stack it up, okay? Set some parameters. Tell yourself, you know what? Until I have 100,000 stacked up, I'm not going to get X, Y, and Z. Until I have 1 million stacked up, I'm not going to get X, Y, and Z. All this just takes a couple months and a couple years, okay? You guys got it. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard, because it's really time to automate your wealth. Okay, and it's going to be the secret sauce. Instead of spending your dividend cash on coffee or random other things, okay, you can press a button called drip. Okay, so what drip is going to do is take your dividend income. Okay, so say you're making $100 a month from dividend income. Okay, you could take that $100 a month and buy some more dividend shares with that. Okay, so that way that $100 a month will turn into $150 a month. You keep doing that, it'll turn into $200 a month. Okay, and then it keeps stacking up over time. As long as you're in stack mode, your account will be in stack mode right with you. Just know that. Okay, so drip equals dividend reinvestment plan. A lot of brokers have it to where you can automatically just reinvest your dividend income back into more shares. Okay, so the computer or whatever broker you're using uses your dividend cash to buy more shares automatically. Okay, and next time you'll have more shares, so you get a bigger bag, bigger check. Then that bigger check buys even more shares and it spirals upwards. Okay, so trying to have your life together outside of the market, okay, the more you have your life together outside of the market, the more money you'll be able to generate from the market. Okay, just keep cycling your money back into shares, back into more shares, back into more shares, and keep upping that income. So let's say year one, you own 100 shares. Okay. You invested super duper heavy. Then by year 10, okay, you own 150 shares. Okay. And let's say you didn't even pay for the extra 50 shares. It was just stacking up over time. Okay. So once you start planting that seed of ownership, your tree can do nothing but sprout and grow, inshallah. So plant your seed today so you can start sprouting. You guys can start dropping fruit everywhere. Okay. But you got to plant your seed. You cannot start dropping fruit everywhere until you plant your seed. Okay. So then from year 30, 20, then from there, you're earning a full salary from dividends alone. And then you could chill out. Okay. You still have your money parked away in the dividend, and you're getting paid for having your money parked away. It's crazy. Okay. If you make the right financial decisions, you stay focused on God, and you don't feed your flesh, you guys can get out of poverty. Okay. You guys can be rich forever. You can never go broke again as long as you maneuver your wealth into that constant asset river. You have to continue to flow your money in that asset river. Otherwise, things can get hard. Okay. So throw your money into the river and start flowing so you guys can grow like the big oak tree. Plant all your seeds today. Let's head over to the next slide. So let's jump into royalty stocks, right? Dividend aristocrats. So these are going to be the MVPs of the stock market. Okay. And to be on the list, a company must have been in the S&P 500, okay, which is accumulation of like the most powerful stocks, okay, put into one index, okay, known as the S&P 500. And two, okay, they must increase their dividend every year for 25 plus years straight. So if a company is paying, right, 20 cents per share, okay, in 2010, okay, and then in 2011, let's say they're paying 25 cents per share, okay, that's going to be a 5-cent increase. Okay. So if they're increasing their dividend amount every year for 25 years straight, then that's going to be a big MVP. And that means that these companies have survived recessions, wars, bubbles, and still paid their investors more money, which means that a lot of these companies are going to be constant investments due to the fact that it seems like that these companies have become a staple in human lifestyle. Okay. Companies such as Coca-Cola, okay, or Johnson & Johnson, the Band-Aid company, for example. Okay. So companies that incorporate into lifestyle, okay, really are going to be the ones that will survive year after year after year. So let's go and let's talk about the risk with everything. Okay. Pay attention to that yield trap. Just like we talked about on the previous slides, the yield trap is going to be really important to pay attention to. Sometimes you see a stock paying 15%. Okay. You think you're about to be making bands every single month just by investing into a simple dividend. Okay. And they might pay you out for a couple of months. Okay. You might be getting $5,000 a month payments, for example. Okay. For 3 months. And the next thing you know, they start losing profit. Things start getting shambles. And then boom. And then the high yield decides to stop paying you out what you're used to getting paid out. And if a company runs out of cash, I'm telling you, they're going to cut that dividend to zero. Okay. So just with the pizza analogy, okay, you can't help anybody in the world if you're not helping yourself first. Okay. So if you have a box of pizza, right, there's 10 slices of pizza. Okay. If you give away 6 slices of pizza, okay, you'll still have 4 slices of pizza for yourself. Okay. You can still eat. You're not going to be starving and you're going to be chilling. Okay. But then take person B. Okay. If person B gives away all their pizza, they're going to have no pizza left over. Okay. And that might seem like a good thing instantly. Okay. Because they fed everybody and ignored themselves. But that's not. Okay. That'll turn into later frustration, later hunger on that person, regret on that person. Okay. And they're going to be like, well, you know, people might not have fed me in certain type of ways. Okay. Leading into certain type of mindsets. Okay. So even in dividends, it tells us it's really important. Okay. To keep our bag right. Before we can help anybody else, our bag has to be right. Okay. And dividends show us this. If a company is giving away all their money, they're not going to have enough money to reinvest into more ads, into more workers, into better factories, etc. And they're not going to be able to scale at the way that they would like to, if at all. Okay. So if a company runs out of cash, they're going to cut the dividend to zero. So be wary of new companies, especially paying out big dividends, because it might not be consistently for long. And that's when the crash comes. Okay, and when they cut the dividend, the stock price drops even more because it's going to go ahead and lose value, which means you lose twice. So not only would you lose money on your base, money that's parked in there, your dividend payments are going to go ahead and get cut as well. So a golden rule, right? So a safe 3% return is better than a 15% risky return that has a chance of going to zero. Okay, don't be greedy. Focus on consistency. The name of the game in trading, investing in general, is consistency. Treat yourself like an oak tree, and you gotta plant yourself in the ground. You gotta give yourself water and sun. Okay, if you're not planting your seeds and you're just trying to hit the big 0 to 100, you're just trying to go buy an oak tree and plant it in the ground, it might not be stable. Okay, it didn't get time to connect to the roots, to the soil, and it might topple over. Okay, but when you're the tree and you grow it day by day, limb by limb, okay, root by root, okay, you're gonna know the field, and your money is gonna be planted within the soil. It's gonna have a lot better baseline to it. Okay, even if stock prices were to start dipping down, since you have so much baseline planted, okay, stuff isn't really gonna affect you. Okay, your dividend payments are still gonna be pretty consistent, and your profit fluctuation isn't going to be as bad because you planted your seeds. So focus on planting your seeds over a quick win. So how do you start today? Okay, I'm going to give you guys a 3-step plan. So the account, open up your broker. Okay, you guys can do Webull, Robinhood, Fidelity, Schwab, Vanguard, so many different options. Okay, open a brokerage account. Okay, then from there, okay, you can buy ETFs. ETF stands for Exchange Traded Fund, and they're pretty much going to be a bunch of companies put into one big giant company, for example. Okay, so you could buy really consistent ETFs like SCHD that pay out really good dividends, or VIWM, for example. Okay, and it's a basket of 100+ dividend stocks that give instant safety. Okay, or you could pick individual stocks as well too. Okay, and then the button. So find settings for your dividend reinvestment and turn it on. This way, all your dividends are going to go back into shares consistently, instead of you guys just having random cash, and then you're going to have to go buy dividends, instead of you just having it all in that DCA consistent flow mode. Okay, so don't forget, diversify. Okay, and a good way to diversify is to really invest into ETFs as well too. Okay, let's head over to the next slide. So dividend investing is really like going to be the ending to everything. Okay, it's the furthest thing from a get rich quick scheme. But after you run up 5 figures, 6 figures, 7 figures, you've been grinding, you've been putting in the work, you've been praying to God, really staying down. Once you have some money stacked up, dividends is going to be a good place to park your money in, and you guys are still going to get that monthly income and that monthly reward from it. But make sure you guys are choosing to invest into things that pay you out consistently, and be patient, be consistent, and start now. Okay, start now. That's going to be the most important thing. Start generating your business now. Start generating income now. Start doing whatever you need to do now. If you say you want to invest into certain assets, if you have $5 in your account right now, take that $5 and invest. Okay, start planting your seeds today, and that's going to be the most important thing. It's not really about the money. It's about your lifestyle, your consistency, okay, and how disciplined and focused you are when it comes to stacking your assets. All right, if you want help with it, head over to Stackmode.net. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Keep going hard. Don't ever give up.
The real danger in the options trading space isn't the market. It's the people jumping into it with zero understanding. And options can either be one of the smartest tools in your trading toolkit or one of the fastest ways to blow up an account. And the difference comes down to one thing: knowing what game you're actually playing. Most people think that options are some get rich quick button. They might see a clip on TikTok, hear someone brag about a 300% gain, or see something on Twitter, and suddenly they're buying weekly calls or puts like it's a lottery ticket. And that's exactly why they lose. Options aren't risky by nature, but they're risky when you don't respect how they work. Let's go and let's talk about and see if options are too risky. And let's talk about the difference between a gambler and a proper trader. Inshallah. All right, let's go and let's talk about the truth. So is options trading truly too risky? This is the prevailing myth in finance, is that options is just strictly gambling. So with options, it's a little bit different. So let's go and let's break it down. So on options, you make money based off of time. So there's going to be two directions you can either buy based off of. You're either going to buy calls, which is when you're waiting for price to go in the upwards direction, or you can go ahead and purchase some puts, which is when you're going to be waiting for price to go in the downwards direction. Okay. Now on options, you get paid based off of predictions. So let's say for current example, a share price is at $50, right? So let's say you opened a stock and it's at $50 right now. If you think it's going to go up to, let's say, $55, okay, then you would go ahead and purchase a calls contract.
since you think price is going to go in an upwards direction. Let's say the share price is $50 and you think price is going to go down to $40. In that instance, you would go ahead and play a puts contract since you think price is going to be going in a downwards direction. Okay, so speculation is what they're mainly going to be used for. When speculation means that you're getting paid based off of directional bias. Okay, also hedging too. So since options contracts aren't pure ownership, you're getting paid based off time, and if your time prediction is right within a certain time period, then you'll get paid depending based off of that. So on options, you want to a lot of the times too have some time on your contracts. Once again, that's going to be one of the most important things that separates it from gambling versus actual trading. Okay, so your time matters a lot. There's going to be things called Greeks. You're going to have your delta, gamma, theta, and those determine how your profit moves. Okay, the more time that you have on your options contract, the more it's going to kind of pseudo play as a actual real investment. Okay, but if you have your options contract expiring tomorrow, the chances of a certain number hitting could be very, very skeptical. But if you have your options contract expiring in a couple of years, the chances of it hitting could be very, very likely. So it can be gambling if you make it, but it can also be a really, really good way to keep your money, let your money flow within the market and dominate the instrument by just taking advantage of the time on your contracts. So let's talk about if there are insurance policies on your portfolio, and let's go ahead and explore the mechanics of risk versus reward on options. Also, one thing on options too, options you can make infinite profit. Okay, so your profit that you can make is infinite, but your risk is going to be set. So if you pay $200 for an options contract, the max you could lose is going to be $200. Okay, but the max you could win is going to be infinite. Okay, so that's the big advantage of options too. So let's go. So just like we talked about in the last slide, what is an option in the first place? An option is a contract, not an asset itself. It derives its value from an underlying asset, stock, ETF, or index. So a call option, right? It gives you the right, but not the obligation, to buy shares at a specific price by a specific date. Okay, so if you think price is going to go in an upwards direction, then you're going to go ahead and purchase a call options contract. Okay, calls, think of picking up the phone. What do you do when you pick up the phone? Okay, you call. Okay, and then we're going to have the puts to the right. Think of putting the phone down. Okay, so call, pick the phone up. Puts, put the phone down. Okay, so puts give you the right, but not the obligation, to sell shares at a specific price by a specific date. So calls is if you're betting on the price going in an upwards direction, and puts is going to be if you think price is going to go within a downwards direction. Okay, the United States stock market though is made to go up year after year after year after year. There's also laws in place such as the short sale restriction law, which kind of prevents and helps things from crashing down to zero very, very quickly. So a lot of the times on options, you might be better off playing calls, since it's going to go ahead and be on the actual investor side as well too. And the double-edged sword, let's go and talk about leverage. So options provide leverage, and one standard contract controls 100 shares of stock. And this is where the risk and reward are amplified. So scenario, right? Let's say stock XYZ is at $100. So the stock investor, let's say they buy 100 shares, right? So if the stock price is at $100, in order to buy 100 shares, that would cost $10,000. Okay. And an options trader, let's say they buy one call contract, okay, with the $5 premium. So let's talk about the decimal numbers on options too. So if you ever see an options contract, let's say 2.50, you always want to multiply every options contract by 100 to get the real dollar value. Okay, so 2.50 times 100 is going to go ahead and be 250. If an options contract is 14.20, okay, we're going to multiply that by 100. That's going to equal 1420. Okay, just make it super easy. Okay, whatever you guys see, you multiply that by 100. So let's say the stock price is, or let's say the options contract is 5.70. Okay, then multiply that by 100. It's going to go ahead and be 570. And that's how you're going to go ahead and get the share price for that. Okay, so if the stock goes to $110 and you have a calls contract, then that would be a 200% return. Okay, but if you have it on shares, then that would be a 10% return. Okay, let's just say that for example. So if the stock stays at $100, the stock investor loses nothing, and the options trader would lose 100% of their $500 because the contract expires worthless. Okay, so if your contract doesn't move, the amount of ticks that you think it's going to move within that time period, then the options contract could very, very easily expire worthless, and you would see it at a negative 100%. But when you're buying things like shares, you're actually having the actual investment, and you have the ownership power within your account forever until you decide to close. And why is it risky in the first place? So options aren't inherently risky. So gambling behavior is risky, and most retail traders fail due to two specific factors, right? Let's talk about time decay, theta. So options have an expiration date. Every day that passes, the contract loses value if the stock doesn't move. And stock owners can wait forever. Option owners are also fighting the clock. So a good way to counter this, though, if you do want to play some options or you see some good plays, try and play what's called leaps if possible. Okay, leaps are going to be contracts that you're holding for like 1 to 2 years out. Okay, try to stay away from like 0 DTEs and things like that, and use your options as a seed to plant for the future. Okay, if you're buying contracts like 1 to 2 years out, and let's say the share price is at $50, right? Once again, so if share price is at $50 and your take profit, you think it's going to go up to $60. Okay, the best contract to buy would be a $51 call. Okay, and you might ask me, Chris, why would we not buy the $60 call if that's our take profit? Because on options, once again, you get paid based off of prediction, and there's going to be bonus points on option. So if the share price is at 50 and you buy a $51 call, but your take profit's at 60, that's going to be a lot of bonus points versus just buying the take profit 60 contract, because then your contract wouldn't really start juicing and making good money until it gets hit. So if you buy a number before your take profit, you're going to get a bunch of extra bonus points, and it's going to hit really, really hard. Now let's talk about buying out the money, right? Try not to do that. Try not to buy cheap contracts. Also, don't forget that it's called trading. When you're winning, somebody else is losing. When you're losing, somebody else is winning. So beginners buy cheap, unrealistic contracts hoping for a lottery win, and these have a low probability of profit. And consistent losses of small amounts add up to account blowups for sure. So don't just buy any random contract thinking it's going to hit. Try and buy 1 to 2 years out, and whatever the current price is, try and buy one above if you're going to purchase a call. Okay, so if the share price is at $50, try and buy a $51 call contract. Okay, if the share price is at $50, you think price is going to go down, try and buy a $49 put contract. Okay, play it like that, buy 1 to 2 years out. The chances of you losing is going to be really, really low. And using options for safety. So professional traders use options to reduce risk, not just to speculate. So the cover call income. So let's say you own 100 shares, right? You sell a call option against them, and you collect the cash premium instantly. This lowers your break-even price on the stock, and this is safer than just owning the stock. Okay, so whenever you have enough shares of a certain stock, you're going to be able to actually sell the options contracts. Okay, and then you're going to have protective puts as insurance. Let's say you own 100 shares and you're worried about a crash, then you would buy a put option. If the stock crashes to 0, which most of the time, if it's a half decent investment, it won't, then you have the right to sell it at the strike price, and you've capped your maximum loss, protecting you on really both sides and just giving you a lot more leverage on your account to manage and maneuver your money exactly how you just want. So covered calls and selling options is something you can also look into. I'm going to be dropping a video on that very, very soon as well, inshallah. But before that, let's talk about it. So let's talk about selling versus buying the premium. So the house usually wins in options, and the house is going to be the options contract seller. So the options contract seller is pretty much wanting you to do some insane decision. Okay, they want you to make the most dumb decision of all time, and then they're going to get paid off of it. So that's not what you want. You don't want to get taken advantage of, so you need to outplay them. Okay, so the statistical edge. So approximately 70 to 80% of options expire worthless. Therefore, buyers have unlimited profit potential, but a low probability of success. But if you want to see a lot more successful wins within your options trading portfolio, I recommend you guys focus on contracts 1 to 2 years out. And once again, wherever the current strike price is, buy one above or below that number in order to have that consistent value. Okay, that way you're pretty much gonna trick it into almost a shares type of play. Okay, but you're getting the options profit. Okay, focus on time and stay near the current price. And sellers have capped profit potential, but have a high probability of success. Okay, due to the fact that they know people are going to make some uneducated, silly decisions and destroy their account. So don't let it happen to you, inshallah. So conclusion. So risky trading usually involves buying short-term options, right? Like 0 DTEs, weeklies, etc. And conservative trading involves selling options or using spreads or buying contracts within 1 to 2 years out to define your risk in every single scenario. Really just protect your money, okay? You're not on this earth working hard for no reason. Don't go burn your money down to the ground making dumb decisions, okay? You got it. So if you're not focused on your take profit, options can definitely be a problem. If you get reversed on certain areas, the Greeks are going to really hit you extremely hard. And it's things that's happened to me. There's been times where I've been up at almost $1,000 in a day, come back later on due to the fact that I was playing zero DTEs, come back to negatives, okay? So it's not things like that I want you guys to go through. It's extremely toll taxing on your mental when you guys are trading, and it can bring a lot of anxiety on your next trade, and I don't want you guys to go through that. So understand that they're going to be too risky if they're going to be treated like lottery tickets. So if you're buying weekly out the money calls, zero DTE without risk management, expect those results. But they're not too risky if they're used for hedging, income generation, or if you're buying leaps, which are going to be contracts that are 1 to 2 years out. Okay, so the danger really lies in the trader, not the trade. Okay, so control your flesh, be disciplined, don't make dumb decisions, stay prayed up to God, keep grinding, protect and provide for your family, and catch you on the next one. You don't got to make trading too difficult. I'm going to show you guys an easy way how to identify trending stocks and how to catch good plays. So identifying higher lows and higher highs aren't going to require any indicators, just straight candlesticks and chart work. Let's jump into it. All right, here's going to be top to bottom how to find an options contract. So first thing I like to go ahead and do is open my trading view. I'm going to look to the very right, and I like to open up the screener. So depending on your certain account budget or size, let's say I'm playing with the $2,000 account, or if I'm playing with the $3,000 account or even $1,000 account, right? I'll stick between like the 10 to 100 range, or even if I want to, I could come up here and edit it, and I could look at stocks that have the share price between 10 to maybe 150. Okay, and this way you're going to be able to trade contracts that are within that range or within whatever account range that you're playing. If you're trading with 5 figures plus, then you could disable this and you could trade with everything. Okay. So you could come here, manual setup, and mark your parameters depending on your account size. So let's just say for this example here, I'll come manual setup, and we can do 10 to 100. Okay. Once again, if you wanted to change it, you definitely could. Change it here, 150. So I have access to all of these stocks on the list. So these are going to be all the stocks that are going to be relatively pretty good to play for a good budget within like 4 figures headed into early 5 figures, which I assume most of you are booting up at. Even if you are playing with like 5-6 figure account, these stocks, if you get some good plays, you could stack up some contracts, buy some far out contracts, hit some really good plays. So one, you're trading the United States stock market. So it's pretty much just meant to go in an upwards direction year after year after year due to multiple reasons. One, taxes. If these companies are able to hire more people, the government's able to garnish more wages for taxes. And the more taxes that are being able to be paid to the government, the richer the government will get. Okay. So as long as these companies are going up, the more profitable they're going to go ahead and be, and then the more they're going to be able to do for the United States government. So these companies and these stocks are meant to go in an upwards direction year after year after year. Take Exxon, for example, okay, the gas station. You can go ahead and see here, price headed in an upwards direction year after year after year after year after year. Okay, or this is an energy company. So constantly price decides to rise due to the fact that it's a valuable company that affects the world. Okay, it's very helpful. And one thing you're going to notice about the chart is that it doesn't just go up in a straight line or straight down. Price moves within staircase scenarios. So price is going to move like an upward stairs. So identifying that lets us know that we have to get in at certain times, and also lets us know that market trends. So let's identify what the trend is and how to see an upward trend versus a downward trend. So when you're trading the United States stock market, a lot of the times you're going to be trading upwards trends, and you're going to be trading what's called pull backs. Okay. If market's meant to go up, then wait for market to come down, buy it, and then wait for it to go back up, and then catch your profit. Okay. Reverse engineer it and really just have your psychology on point. So once again, if market is meant to go in an upwards direction, You're trading the United States stock market. If you're trading options or shares, whatever, and it's meant to go up, then instead of buying when it's all the way up, wait for market to pull down, buy it then, and then take it back up. So it's that logical. Okay, don't make it difficult. The charts are not mumbo jumbo. You don't need any indicators. Disable all the indicators on your screen right now. Just keep it easy, keep it fresh, keep it clean. So boom, you could see price heading in an upwards direction year after year after year. And one thing too, you want to be looking at price on your higher time frames. Time frames you're going to be needing in order to find your setups. A lot of the times, you're going to be needing your weekly time frame. You're going to be on that first. It's going to give you that full vision, so make sure you can see every piece of price action. You don't want to be trading stocks that aren't trendy, otherwise you're pretty much just going to be wasting your time. Then you're going to go ahead and scale down to your daily time frame afterwards too. Your daily time frame is going to give you a little closer view, and a lot of the times your daily is where you're going to find your take profit. Okay, and it's where you're going to determine whether or not price is ready for your entry. Okay, so your daily is going to be for your take profit identifications and your entries. Weekly is going to be for the full bird's eye view, making sure you're not trading anything that's horrible. Then after your daily, you're going to scale down to your 4 hour. Now there's a reason why you scale down to your 4 hour. The daily is one of my favorite time frames, but you do need your 4 hour. 4 hours is also one of my favorite time frames. And the reason why you need your 4 hour time frame is, check this out. If I'm on the daily time frame, I'm going to notice sometimes there's going to be little gaps in between the market. Okay, little gaps I'm going to be able to see here in between the market. But if I go on my 4 hour time frame, I'm going to be able to see price moving successively. Now, if you're still seeing gaps, which you're going to go ahead and need to do if you're on TradingView or whatever brokerage you're looking at or trading on, you need to turn on your extended trading hours. If you're on TradingView, look in the bottom right and just turn on ETH and turn on extended trading hours real quick. Okay, this way you're going to be able to see every hour and ounce of price action, and you're not going to be able to see those little gaps. So after you're done with your weekly and your daily, make sure you scan your 4 hour time frame. From there, here's how I go ahead and find setups. I like to go ahead and scan my stock screener. I like to start on my weekly time frame, and I'm going to stay away from things that are near all-time highs. Okay, because I'm going to want price to be at a point where sellers have already sold and buyers are just now stepping in. I like to call it the V formation. So you're going to let sellers make the top left of the V. You're going to let early buyers make the bottom of the V. And then we're going to catch the rest of the V as confident, assured buyers. Okay, letting us know that the trend has swapped. We don't want to be buying falling knives, and we want to be buying when price is confirmed. In order to do that, make sure you're having at least 2 2-6 daily candles headed in an upwards direction, ideally that are going to be the same color, green, if you're using green and red candlesticks. Okay, whatever color you're using for buying, the more candlesticks you see going in an upwards direction successively with the same color scheme, okay, is going to let you know the trend a lot of the times. And price moves in V formations. And what that means is, let's take this V formation here. Price decided to come up, make a sharp stop, and then price decided to fall downwards. So price made the top left of the V. That lets you know sellers stepped in here. This is going to be an area of resistance. After that, price fell down, made a bottom, made an area of support. That's going to let me know that buyers went ahead and stepped in. And price went ahead and filled in that whole area back to where sellers originally started selling, broke past it, and it's going to go ahead and try and make some new highs. Okay, fall down here, and then price will try and come back up, break that, and price will continue to zigzag, go up and down, and make staircase formations to new all-time highs over and over and over again. And that's how the trend works. Now, knowing when to get in, they're going to want to get on your weekly time frames and stay away from things that are, once again, at all-time highs. Price can pretty much only go down, find a low, and once it finds a good low, then you buy it and then take it back up. Okay, and ideally your take profit is always going to be where price originally fell down from. So even right here, let's say price decided to fall down from this area. Price trickled up, stopped right here, fell down, and made what's called a higher low. So this low right here is higher than this low down here. When you start seeing price making higher lows and what's called higher highs, which means that this high is higher than this high, Okay, when you start seeing price make higher lows, which means this low is higher than this low, and this low is higher than this low. When you start seeing price trend in a staircase like that, that's how you know you're heading in an upwards direction. Okay, so to find a good setup, okay, here's another one that I went ahead and marked as well too. My daily, I could see that price decided to fall downward from this area here. Price decided to make a heavy area of support, made a higher low off of that. I identified that, and price decided to went ahead and smash, take profit within a couple of days. Okay. Within 6 days. So extremely simple when you're finding your setups. You want to buy when the buyers are buying. Okay, and if it took 6 days, try and buy these contracts. Ideally, if you're taking smaller take profit setups using your daily and your 4-hour, you can buy contracts as far as like 2 weeks out plus. At least try and be 2 weeks out, and then you can build your account from there. But having at least 2 weeks on your contracts gives time and price to fluctuate in case it does, or in case some news comes out or anything. But even an example here on Disney, could see price meeting up with this area of resistance. I marked this a couple days ago, and you could see buyers fiending to have price trickle back up to this area. Even if you're a trend line type person, you could do that too. You could see a little retest off the trend line here, and price head in an upwards direction as well too. Okay, and if you wanted to, you could play the remainder gap to the resistance if you wanted to. Okay, you could buy at least like 2 weeks out, could buy 17 days if you wanted to, and take it up here, catch a nice flip. Okay, November 12th. And then you could buy your contracts. You could buy like 2 weeks out, 15, 12, $3. So yeah, 188 to $3 there. And you'd be able to just flip your money consistently there, even if you went 10 days. You'd be able to catch your flip there as well too. So play market how you would like to be playing it. Even a scenario like here, I kind of like this maybe potentially. I like how price is making higher lows here. Confident in that. Looks like buying wants to step in here from this low to the new low. Go to my daily. We got multiple green daily candlesticks. So 4-hour, honestly, I might take this up to at least this resistance here. And then that might be a clean little trade as well too. Pep. To about like 2-3 weeks out, about 145 and take it up. Yep. So cool. That's how I make it simple. That's how you find options contracts. Just no fluff, no BS. Just straightforward price action, reading the candlestick chart, understanding buy zones and sell zones, and just really taking the trades that you need to be taking. And understanding when buyers are buying is really important. Say this, for example. I could tell buyers are buying here since I see higher lows are being made. And the more you live on TradingView all day, the better your eyeballs get, really. So chart time is really important. Okay, I could check here on the weekly, see prices decided to fall from here. Get on my 4-hour. Price falling down from this area of resistance. I see this area of resistance before it here that happened on the 2nd. I like that. I'll even hop on my 1-hour with it. I have this area of resistance too. Okay, so even if I wanted to close on this 4th area here, could definitely do that. Yeah, these contracts are a little far actually. So 120 minimum. So yeah, you'd have to play for like up here. So it'd be worth it to just buy some months sell. I'm sure these are probably cheap, yeah. And you could catch this flip if you want to and hold these for a minute. So yeah, all types of scenarios, different ways to grow your account. It's just choosing the most effective ways and staying patient. Okay, play the stocks that you know you're good at. Pick stocks that have good volume, and really just take your time with your setups. And yeah, that's how you find options trades. Head over to Stackmode.net. I pray it helped. Peace.
If you have trading anxiety, you break your rules, or you overtrade, we have to rewire your brain completely. I'm going to go ahead and teach you guys how we can profit within this guide. Let's do it. Welcome to the Triple Threat course. So we're going to be talking about neuro trading here within the first episode here. So trading,
Whenever you become an investor, you have to completely rewire your mindset. Think about work, for example. What do? You get paid every 2 weeks, every week. Okay. Get that deposit. You get that consistent $15, $20, $25 an hour. Okay. Plus onward, the more you go to school, the more you level up, etc. Trading is completely different. This is a completely different realm. I'm not going to lie. Thing about trading is your income is going to be multiplicative. Not only is your income not going to be, I'm not going to say consistent, because you're consistently going to be making money, especially after you finish this, inshallah, but your income is not going to stay flat. It's not going to just stay the same. So if you hit $250 on a trade, you put that money back into it, then your next trade you could hit $450. Loop it back, next trade you could hit $750, and then it keeps scaling up. The more that you win, the more consistent that you are, and the healthier that your mindset is. And that's going to be exactly what we're going to be covering in this course today. So you're not losing because you can't read a chart. You're losing because you can't control your own biology. So let's go ahead and let's jump into exactly what we need to cover in order for us to be successful. So why do smart people make stupid trades in the first place? Fiending for money. Okay, you cannot fiend for money. You have to follow the process, and you have to follow the anatomy 101. Do not break the cycle, and your brain is not one single unit. Okay, it's 3 brains stacked on top of each other, constantly fighting for control of the steering wheel. Okay, you're gonna have one, the reptilian brain, also known as the basal ganglia. And this is gonna be your instinctive brain used to react. And it's pure instinct. It controls heartbeat, your breathing, and your fight or flight senses. It is fast, dumb, and reactive. So if you ever made a irrational, impulsive decision, a lot of the times it's due to the fact that your basal ganglia triggered an emotion that just made you do a certain impact. Okay. And the mammalian brain. So the center of emotion, it seeks social status, pleasure, and connection. It hates pain. So the mammalian brain, the limbic system, this is going to be more human based. Let's talk about this, for example. This is going to be a very, very, very important topic here. So whenever we are progressing, we have to understand what we're trading for. What are you on the charts for? Okay. Are you trying to buy a house? Okay. Are you trying to just increase your income if you already have a house? Are you trying to take care of your family if you have one? There's going to be a lot of different factors, but the main factor is the fact that you're trying to provide for yourself and build a better life for yourself. So do not do anything trying to please people. Do not fiend for social media screenshots, okay, to go post on Instagram your P&L and be like, oh guys, look, I'm making all this money. Okay, we're not trading for people. We're trading for ownership. It's really important to have a mindset where you're just focused, you're locked in, you're dialed in, and things can't break you down whenever you have an iron mindset like this. And I'm trying to prepare your brain for the dramatic numbers that you're going to reach, because the thing about trading too, it's really easy to get to the income that you want to get to. But once you get there, staying consistent, staying afloat, and not getting greedy and losing yourself is going to be a challenge a lot of people struggle with. And I don't want you guys to struggle with that. So that's why this was being created. And the human brain, right, as far as the neocortex, this is the logical side. Okay, the side used for math, planning, and risk management. Risk management is going to be the amount of money that you're going to be risking per trade. Let's say you have a $1,000 account. If you're willing to risk $100 for the trade, then you're going to be risking 10% of your account, or a 10th of your account. Okay. Since 100. Okay. Is going to be a fraction and a 10th of 1,000. That is why you're going to get the 10%. So that's how you do your risk management. If you have a $500 account, if you're going to risk 10% of your account, then you're going to be risking $50. Okay, that's how you break it down. And the human brain, this is the only part of your brain that can actually trade profitably. Okay, the neocortex. You have to function with this. You have to understand that in order to progress, you have to be one with your mind, body, and soul. You cannot be making impulsive decisions, random stupid decisions, and you have to just be extremely locked in, stable, and you cannot be an emotional human, especially if you're going to talk about being a trader and getting to where you want to be. And the saboteur, okay, the amygdala, okay. There's a lot of deep neuroscience involved into this. Let's talk about it. The fear center. So the amygdala is 2 almond-shaped clusters deep in your brain, and its job is to detect threats. And the problem, your amygdala cannot tell the difference between a lion chasing you and a red candle on the chart. Okay, it thinks fear. As soon as you see red PNL, as soon as you see PNL going in a downwards direction, fear comes in, sadness comes in, anxiety comes in when you're not a prepared trader. When you're a prepared trader, and especially after this course, all the sadness, anxiety, and even red PNL consistently should be gone. Okay. And when your amygdala detects a threat, which such as losing money, PNL going in a downwards direction. And let me talk about this too. If you're noticing PNL going in a downwards direction when you open your trade, you have to ask yourself, why are you sitting there staring at the chart? There's a lot more work you could be doing. There's a lot more work you could be putting in, and you could be building. You have to always be building so that you don't get in your head, you don't get emotional, and you don't make decisions that you shouldn't be making. A lot of the times, if you're sitting there staring at the charts, you could close your trade early. Okay, you could end up dragging your stop loss or moving your take profit, ruining your whole plan, and ruining what's called your risk to reward. So your risk to reward is how much you're risking and how much you're gaining. Okay, so let's say if you're risking $100 to make $400, okay, that's going to be a 1-to-4 risk to reward ratio. Okay, due to the fact that 1/4 is going to be part of the fraction here. Risk 100 to make 400. Okay, it's going to be a 1-to-4 risk to reward ratio. And you literally become incapable of rational thought when it comes to your amygdala detecting threat. Okay, if you don't train that, if you don't train your emotional side, your brain could definitely take over and chemically shut down the connection to your logical side, also known as your prefrontal cortex, which you guys might have heard of. And the prefrontal cortex gets developed the older that you get, and I believe it gets fully developed at around like 25, 24. And you literally can become incapable of rational thought for a second, which is why you freeze or panic sell, even if you have a giant account. And honestly, the bigger your account is, the more it really could affect you. So you could freeze, you could shut down, and I don't want you guys to be panic selling and losing your account for no reason. Especially if price ends up blitzing way past your stop loss, please don't freeze. Just close your trade for a loss. If it's way past your stop loss, you don't want to delve deeper into the red. Okay, just hoping that price is going to come back up, especially if it's already past where it's supposed to even be in the first place. Okay, do not gamble with your account. Do not risk your account in certain ways. That's not going to benefit you. Okay, I just want you guys to be successful. I want you to go forward, and I don't want you to have any fear. Okay, your fear can be an issue. It's gonna hold you back. You cannot be scared. You have to be cautionary, and you have to make sure that you can progress. And the CEO, the prefrontal cortex, right? PFC. So the executive center. So located behind your forehead. So this is the newest part of your brain it handles, right? And it handles probability analysis, impulse control, and long-term planning. So your prefrontal cortex, once again, it gets developed the older that you get, but you can train it by doing more logical, hard analysis, as well as hard task too. So let's talk about hypofrontality. It's a state where the blood flow to the prefrontal cortex is really reduced down due to stress. When you're stressed about bills, okay, or a loss, your trading CEO goes on vacation, leaving the lizard in charge, putting you in panic mode sometimes, also known as survival mode. So you have to trump out survival mode. Even if you have $0, you got to just trust God. Okay. You cannot panic. You cannot fold. Even if you notice your account is blown, don't fold. You have to be able to get in stack mode, have a good mindset, and be a CEO. When you're a CEO, you're going to take some losses. Okay. There's going to be times where things aren't going to go your way. And there's going to be times where you're going to hit certain lows. But if this happens, don't crumble. Don't crumble. Okay. Even if it's outside of trading. Okay. Even if it's not trading related, if your car broke down. Okay. That's more inspiration to hit better trades. That's more inspiration to wait for the setup. You need to get on your higher time frames. Okay. Ideally, be using your weekly, daily, and your 4-hour time frames. And you need to be waiting for the proper setups in order for you to make that income so you can get out of that bad situation. Okay. I don't want you guys to struggle, and I want you guys to focus on long-term planning as well too. So even if you are a futures, Forex, or options trader, okay, these are all what I call the income generators. Okay. If you're getting profit from these, what I recommend is taking at least 50% of your profit and funneling it back into the stock market. Put it into some shares. There's going to be a lot of companies we're going to go ahead and talk about how to research, but especially recently, there's a lot of new tech companies coming out, innovating the world, changing things around, and creating a lot of new technology. So I don't want you guys to struggle. Okay. You guys have to be strong. You guys have to be logical, and you have to stay humble as well too. Even when you start touching 6, 7, 8 figures, 5 figures a trade, stay humble. Okay. And shares are going to be important too, because at a certain time, your futures, Forex, and options account, especially once you start getting in the 7 figures plus, it gets a little bit difficult to trade. So that's why you want to funnel it into your shares account, because shares, you could trade billions and millions of shares. And why can't you stop over trading? Ask yourself that. Okay. Let's talk about it so we can trump this disgusting disease called overtrading. It's holding you back. I know you guys have goals, you guys have dreams, and it's a lot of chemical warfare going inside of your brain. You have to be focused. You have to go hard, and you can't let things slow you down, break you, or stop you. Let's talk about dopamine. Dopamine is not the pleasure molecule. It's the molecule of craving and anticipation, and the reward prediction error. When you take a random trade and you win, your brain releases a massive spike of dopamine. Okay. It's like, whoa, we're the best trader of all time. Let's go ahead and let's keep doing this. You have to rewire that. Even if you make $1 million from the trade, you have to be able to come back to the charts the next day, keep your risk management intact, stay consistent, and not get overzealous. Okay. Your brain learns random clicking equals pleasure. So you've now trained yourself to be a gambler, and God says not to gamble for a reason. So do not do that. We're here to be traders, we're here to be investors, and we're here to be serious about the money we're putting into the market. Do not trade off of dopamine. And some of you, for example, scalp. Okay. I do not recommend scalping at all. Even if you're able to make some okay money from scalping, it's not worth the stress. You could be building a business, working on work, and spending time with your family instead of scalping. Okay. Instead of staring at the charts all day, take one calculator, hold that position for multiple weeks, days, or hours at least. And then from there, you can go ahead and work on other things in real life, generating more income. And then you could take that income, funnel it back into the charts, and you're going to go ahead and have the asset river flowing. And cortisol, the stress hormone. Chronic cortisol from watching the charts all day kills brain cells in the hippocampus and shrinks the prefrontal cortex. So do not sit there scalping all day, taking 1 million trades a day. It literally can fry your brain and make you feel burnt out, never make you want to trade again, give you a whole bunch of anxiety, and just make you feel stressed that you do not need to be feeling. And as a result, you become biologically worse and more reactive the longer that you stare at the screen. Okay. Do not sit there staring at the chart, watching every single candlestick go by after you've entered in. Please rewire your mindset so you're able to make some progress. You have to lower your cortisol too. There's a lot of herbs. Okay. A lot of herbs I recommend. You guys can get these on Amazon too. You guys are going to have things like ashwagandha. I would check that out. You're going to have St. John's wort. You're going to have things like teas, chamomile tea if you want to calm down and breathe. And another thing too is make sure you exercise. These are going to be all good ways in order to reduce your cortisol. And try and eat a good balanced diet. Try to stay away from things like canola oil. Okay, you don't want to be eating canola oil. It's really, really, really bad for you. And you don't want to be eating things like fried foods. Okay, try and stay away from fried foods. That also fries your brain, makes your brain more mush, and it just makes you struggle in ways that you just don't need to be struggling. Okay, I want you guys to be successful. I want you to get to where you need to be, and I don't want you to stop. Okay, keep going. Do not trade for pleasure. You are trading for consistency, success, and if you have one, to provide for your family. You have to go hard. Do not disappoint yourself. Do not break your rules. Keep going. Once again, there's a lot of herbs you could take as well too. Black seed oil, make sure you guys are eating honey, eating fruits, vegetables, eating a highly good balanced diet. So you guys are going to be able to go ahead and progress forward the way that you need to. And the neuroplasticity has to be rewired in your brain completely. Let's talk about the solution phase, how we can fix these things. Okay. There's a lot of good news involved into this. Okay. Put a smile on your face. Let's solve these issues. Let's get to it. And even if you lost it, we can get it back. We can fix it. And there's a lot of forward momentum you can pick up. Do not give up, even if things are hard right now. Okay. Even if you bought this course with your last couple of dollars or not, even if things are hard mentally right now, even if you're struggling, I don't care if in real life, relationship, whatever, you have to stay forward. You have to stay focused. You cannot give up. So the good news, the brain is soft and it can be remolded. So let's talk about neuroplasticity. So the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections. And these are neurons that fire together and wire together. So think of your brain as a big connectivity receptor, okay, connecting multiple pathways, doing different reactive things so we can function. Hence why we have different emotions such as happy, neutral, and sad, of course. And of course, mad. Okay. So then from there, we're going to go ahead and have awareness involved into us. So we don't get ambushed by life. So recognize when the amygdala is active. And you can tell that by having anxiety, your heart pounding. If you're feeling cold hands before you're about to enter a trade, you do not need to be entering that trade. Okay. Why aren't you confident? You have to fix yourself. If you're not confident, you're probably risking way too much money. Okay. If you're afraid of losing, you're probably risking way too much money. And you have to give yourself time on the trade too. I don't recommend you guys trade prop firm due to the fact that you cannot hold your trades overnight. Most of the price action happens overnight, and most of the millionaire and billionaire traders hold their positions for multiple days, months, and years. You have to play with the big boys. You have to play with the whales. Wherever the money is moving and flowing, that's where you need to be moving and flowing too. And let's talk about the pattern interrupt. So physically stand up, walk away, and make sure you disrupt the loop and have some repetition. So every time that you wait for a setup, you strengthen the prefrontal cortex, which is going to be your patience muscle. Do hard things. If it's cold outside, go on a run. Okay. Go on a run. Challenge yourself. If you feel like you're not going hard enough in your business, post more, do more, put in more volume, try and get more clients. You have to maximize your time. The prefrontal cortex is something that can be trained even if you're a young individual, but it's not going to get easier if you don't put yourself through hard, disciplined things. You have to be extremely consistent. And a hard discipline thing is going to be waiting for the trade to hit, take profit, or stop loss without watching it. What we're going to go ahead and do is get on our phone, make sure you guys have TradingView or whatever broker you're using, and set your alerts. When you set your alerts, you're going to go ahead and get a time notification letting you know that it's time to close and that either take profit or stop loss was hit. You're going to go ahead and set that alert at your stop loss level or your take profit level. In this way, you're going to be able to not stare at the charts all day, focus on getting more income outside of the charts. So when you come back to the charts, you're going to be booted up, ready to progress. I don't want you guys to be held back by yourself for literally absolutely no reason when you don't have to. Let's go harder than that. And the power of God, okay? God is absolutely our creator, okay? He's created us so special, and even down to the fruits that grow out of the ground, okay? This world is built absolutely perfect the way it is. Fruits grow consistently. They have seeds within them, and you have a seed within you. You have to grow that seed, but that seed is not going to grow within you without consistency. You have to wake up and make sure you guys are praying and taking care of yourself, okay? And this is biological optimization. Trading requires you to accept uncertainty, okay? For real. You could wake up and your trade just straight down to zero, okay? And the human brain hates uncertainty. They think it's in control of everything, okay? We have to understand as humans that God controls everything, and everything is already wrote. So you have to understand that when you put down your trade, it's going to go to either take profit or stop loss. You moving your trade or you looking at it has nothing to do with anything. It's going to go where it needs to go. And you need to just focus on putting yourself more on the wavelength of life so you can continue going forward instead of trying to control and jurisdict everything. Because that's going to give you a lot of anxiety, frustration, and it's going to be hard to get to where you want to be when you're not expecting certain results. Sometimes you got to just sit back, stay consistent, keep hustling, keep praying, most importantly, and then see where you're at and be happy with your results. Yes, have certain goals and objectives, but you can't control things that take time. If you know the trade takes time to hit take profit, why are you trying to risk 80% of your account to make some money? You could risk a smaller percent of your account, hit a bigger trade, have less anxiety, and keep working harder so you don't blow up your account and go back to zero. Stop going back to zero. I'm tired of you guys blowing up your accounts. I'm tired of seeing people even committing suicide due to the fact that they're not able to keep a consistent account. And I was tired of myself back in the day of blowing up accounts too. Okay, even when I was greedy, making $1,000 days and not closing, etc. Okay, so I have a lot of game to teach you guys and learn because I don't want you guys to go through painful, hurtful things like that. And how prayer affects your brain. So vagus nerve stimulation. So prayer, especially when you get down on your hands and knees and you're really just talking to God, prayer calms the nervous system, shifting you from sympathetic, fight or flight, to parasympathetic, rest and digest. And as far as the surrender of control, so by giving the outcome to God, you release the burden of needing the right section in your brain to be in control of everything, okay? This lowers cortisol instantly. You already planned out the trade. You already planned out the take profit and the stop loss. Otherwise, you shouldn't be in the trade. If you planned out the take profit, your stop loss, and your entry, what are you tripping about? Okay, leave it up to God. And if you lose, take it to the next trade. If you win, take it to the next trade. You have to learn how to be based. Even if you win, you have to literally pretty much be at the same emotional status, even if you lose. Okay, don't crash out. Don't be mad. And even if when you win, don't get overly zealous. Don't be overly happy and start breaking your rules. You still have to have tons of detachment. And detachment is going to be the spiritual state where you perform the action perfectively, but have zero emotional attachment to the result. And once you guys get to this point, you guys are going to be in Zen. Okay. You're going to be in Zen once you have detachment to your trade. Put down the trade and have no emotional attachment to it. Whatever God plans out is whatever's going to happen. Okay. You marked out your levels, right? You know that it's a good trade. You're confident in it. Let it rock out. So have you ever put down a trade and then checked it back and been like, oh, why did I close this trade? And then take profit got hit. If you're tired of that, why are you doing it to yourself? Some of us as humans don't realize that you can literally just do things. You can take control of your emotional state. Instead of trying to take control of the uncontrollable, take control of the thing that you can take control of in this world. Us, ourselves, okay? Take control of yourself. You're in full control if you're moving your stop loss or take profit. So don't do things like that and don't hold your account or yourself back. You got yourself to be taken care of. I want you guys to see the world, drive what you want, eat where you want. I'm extremely passionate about this because getting to where you need to be is literally a couple of emotional changes away. You have to change the way that you think, the way that you are, and the way that you're going to progress. I'm telling you. And moderate living, okay, that's going to go ahead and equal maximum performance. Your environmental control is going to be extremely important. I don't care if you live in a high rise in Miami, okay, that doesn't mean you need to be going out every single night to the club, for example. Okay, you need to be living an extremely disciplined lifestyle. If you're going to focus on getting income, then the income has to always be flowing. Has to be more income coming in than out. Okay, we want income coming in. We want more coming in than out. Okay, do not start living a bad lifestyle. Do not start ramping up your income just because your income is ramping up immediately. Give it time. Give it some months and years of consistency. Build up a stash. Try and build up at least 6 to 7 figures. Okay, get in stack mode, eat groceries, stay down, and take your time. And let's talk about the needs versus wants trap. So if you increase your lifestyle expenses as soon as you make profit, you trap yourself in a high stress loop. And high expenses equals the high need for cash. Okay, and a high need for cash equals a fear of losing. So the higher your bills are, the more you're going to be starving to hit a trade, the more desperate you're going to be to hit a trade. And you cannot be desperate in this market. Like I said, you have to wait for take profit to get hit. I don't care how long it takes. You have to let the trade do its thing. You have to let the market makers and the market flow the way it needs to flow. Do not try and oversize or scalp just because you need some money fast. Stick to swing trading. Give your trade some time and the cash will come. But do not hyperinflate your lifestyle immediately. Okay, you have to be hustling, you have to be grinding, and you have to be putting money away. Put it away into your Webull, to your Robinhood, whatever broker you use. Put it into some shares so your money is always making you money. And I just want you guys to progress. And the fear of losing is going to be the amygdala activation. And the amygdala activation equals bad trading. So the fix. So live below your means. Okay, live below your means. Groceries. You guys need to get on DoorDash, and if you have it, you guys can look up something called Restaurant Depot. Okay, they have halal meat on there. It's meat that's prayed over. It's clean, and it's really, really cheap. I recommend you guys go into the farmer's market as well too. Okay, stop DoorDashing. Okay, quit DoorDash. If you're DoorDashing, you need to hop off of that right now. Delete it from your phone. Unless you're ordering groceries, but if you're ordering single meals, spending $20, $30, please, for the love of God, stop. That could be $20, $30 into some shares, into some options, which could be multiplied 5, 10x really, really easily. Okay. Please do not do that to yourself. Do not hold yourself back because you're wanting to feed your flesh today. Think about your future self. When you always think about your future self, you're going to live a happy life. I'm telling you. That's why it's really, really important for us to pray to God, even if we make mistakes, so we can repent, so we don't get punished in the future, inshallah. It's important for us to eat healthy so that we don't get health problems or get fat in the future. It's important for us to consistently invest and save our money so we don't go broke on a rainy day in the future. Okay, you have to think future. When you think future and you live like that in your present day by day, you're going to be ruthlessly consistent. It's going to be really, really easy for you to progress. And I want you guys to get to where you want to be. So the fix, live below your means, cancel some subscriptions, cancel that Amazon Prime, cancel that Netflix, that Hulu, all those little random subscriptions you guys got going. You got to fix that. You got to change that. Okay. A trader who doesn't need to win today is the one who will win today. Have that future mindset. The trader, once again, who doesn't need to win today will win today. I want you guys to be focused. I want you to be strong, and I want you to be able to progress the way that you need to. Don't give up. Even if you got to stay down, eat rice, tuna, just stay patient. Stay patient, stay down, pay your bills. Okay, even if you got to live a couple of years of staying down, you're going to get to where you want to get. When you're running around with bands, 4, 5, 6, 7 figures on you, okay, based off of a couple of years of just being disciplined, future you later down the line is going to be extremely happy that you put in the work. You're going to be talking like, yeah, you know, I put in the work, I stayed down and I invested, and I'm here today. So live below your means. That's going to be the fix to where you want to get to. Live below your means and invest more. That doesn't mean save it in a checkings account, because checkings account is literally a scam. Okay. And the reason why checking account is a scam, let's go and let's talk about it. So a house, let's say 10 years ago, a house that was $50,000 would now be $250,000. Okay. Due to the fact that inflation exists, the United States keeps printing money, giving out free money, things like food stamps and stuff like that, etc., are going to be printed virtual dollars. So since we have more dollars floating around, in order for things to compensate with that, things naturally have to get more expensive. Now, one thing that hasn't changed much is going to be job income. Job income is pretty much the same, although things have gotten more expensive. I do not want you guys to be suffering in this economy because of not making smart financial decisions. We are heading forward into an economy where if you are not making smart financial decisions, you will struggle hard. If you are not hustling in a strategic way, you will struggle hard. And here at Stackmode, that's not what I want for you. And the ecosystem approach. Do not let your trading account be the only source of dopamine or survival. So your trading engine, okay, this is for high velocity growth. It's risky and it's aggressive. Okay, and rule, never pay your bills directly from here. It creates performance anxiety. Okay, try and pay your bills through your business. Okay, your business is going to be your investment engine, and this is going to be for stability. You're going to go ahead and take that trading profit and buy different assets. You can buy real estate, buy business inventory, index funds, or put it back into more shares as well, so your income continues to progress. And rule, reinvest profits. Compound interest in a business creates a safety net for your mind so you can progress. You have to stay hungry for it though. If you're going to trade and run a business, then you're signing up to be disciplined. You're signing up to be consistent. You cannot be having things alter your mind. You cannot be having things slow you down. Monitor the people who are around you. Watch who's around you. And if anyone who's not hungry, who's not on the same path as you, could slow you down extremely. And that's not what I want for you. I want you to be able to achieve your goals. So it's important that we are extremely focused during these times. And let's talk about how to never blow up an account, inshallah. So risk management. So blowing an account is a mathematical certainty. And if you don't understand drawdown recovery, right? If you lose 10% of your account, then you need 11% to recover. You lose 20%, you need 25% to recover. You lose 50%, you need 100% to recover. You lose 90%, then you need 900% to recover. That's literally just how it works since the math decides to go down like that. And the 1% rule. So whenever you first start trading, you can start off with just risking 1% of your account. So if you risk only 1% of your account per trade, then you would have to lose 100 trades in a row in order to blow your account. And this keeps the amygdala quiet, and a 1% loss is not a threat to your survival. Now, as you get better, you're going to want to go ahead and increase that as you get more consistent. And I want you guys to monitor your progress within a trading journal. You guys can use Notion or book a free call with me at stackmode.net, and I'll go ahead and make a full plan for you guys in order for you to track your trades. But after you start being consistent, making some money and being profitable consistently, then you could increase that 1% to maybe 3% per trade. Then after you're consistent from there, up it to 5% per trade. Okay. If you do 5% per trade, then you're going to have 25 trades. Okay. Then if you want, you could up it to 10% per trade once you get better. Okay. That's going to go ahead and give you 10 trades. So the more that you increase it, the more that you're going to make per trade, but the more that you're going to also lose per trade. So the better that you get, the higher that your win rate is, the lower and better position size you're going to be able to put down per trade. And what is conviction in the first place? So let's talk about model number 2. So conviction, it's not hoping a trade works. Conviction is the biological state of certainty within your edge. And probabilistic thinking, it's the ability to accept that any single trade is random, but a series of 100 trades is predictable. Conviction comes from knowing the math, knowing the fundamentals, and knowing the technicals, especially about the V setup. Let market make the left side of the V, we catch the bottom, and close at the top, especially if you're trading the stock market, options, or futures. Okay. And the conviction gap. So amateurs have high conviction in the outcome or prediction, and professionals have high conviction within the process. Boom. Does the entry criteria look how I want? Is the market trending in upwards direction? Yes. Am I on my higher time frames? Yes. Am I marking out my take profit before I enter in? Yes. Do I have my stop loss down? So if price goes down, do I know where I want to close? Yes. Okay. So you have your entry, your take profit, your stop loss, and you have certain factors of how much you're going to risk as well too down packed. Okay. That is what makes you a good trader. Even if you lose the trade and hit stop loss, if you put your whole process down, you're a good trader. Okay, you won the trade. Even if you didn't make any money, if you stuck to your plan, you stuck to your process, then you're a good trader. And why you sell winners way too early. So let's talk about the advanced psychology. So the disposition effect. So this is a cognitive bias where traders lock in small gains, not only to feel good, but to hold onto large losses to avoid pain. And dopamine urgency. When you see green on the screen, your brain screams, take it. To secure the dopamine reward, it fears the profit will vanish, disappear. And the fix. You must train your brain to view unrealized gains not as your money, but as market money risking itself for you. Do not interrupt the compounding. Do not stop the process, and do not fail. Okay? You need to stick to the plan. I don't care if trades go to stop loss. At least you stuck to the plan. You won your trade if you stuck to stop loss. You committed to it and you didn't alter your trade. But if you're selling your winners early, you are staring at the charts way too much. You have dopamine urgency, and this isn't it. Okay, you need to completely change your brain, and your brain must view unrealized gains not as your money, but as market money risking itself for you. Do not interrupt the compounding. Do not interrupt the compounding. And the art of taking a loss, ego management. Why is it so hard to cut a loss in the first place? So because to the brain, being wrong feels exactly like physical pain, death, but it's really not. So cognitive dissonance. The mental stress caused by holding two contradictory beliefs versus I'm a smart trader versus this trade is losing money. Your brain solves this by denying reality, hoping that it comes back. And the sunk cost fallacy. I've already lost so much, I might as well hold. Okay. And that's financial suicide. That's literally giving up. That's what we call low thumos. We call that low thumos. Extremely low thumos. Okay. That's not it. Okay. That's giving up. We are not here to give up. Stop. Do not just blow up your account because you're already down. Stop. That's crashing out. Don't do that. Have a great stack mode alpha mindset. Okay. A small loss is simply the cost of doing business, and it's an operating expense. You didn't win that trade. It's cool. Take another one. Come back stronger. See what you can do the next time. Don't let yourself get broken down, especially by the charts. And build mental iron. Okay, the brain gym. Make sure you guys are hitting the real life gym too. Get strong. You cannot just decide to be tough. Okay, you must train for it like a muscle. And here's a training protocol. Okay, wake up, pray to God, work out. Try and wake up early in the morning. Try and wake up 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Start the day early and just grind. Hustle hard, put down your trades, do your market analysis. After you're entered in, do not stare at it until your alerts go off. Rinse and repeat, and I promise you, watch how this works. And the progressive overload. Do not jump to large lot sizes. Slowly increase your risk as your nervous system adapts to stress. And as far as certain visualization. So before the market opens, visualize yourself taking a loss calmly. Breathe. Whew. Okay, visualize yourself holding a winner through a pullback while you're in drawdown, and then boom, market decides to sweep back up. Like a boss, you held through it, CEO. You got it. And pre-program the amygdala. And post-game review. Journaling activates the neocortex and helps process the emotions of the day, turning trauma into wisdom. Okay, so you have to learn, you have to progress, and you have to get past whatever trauma that you were going through. Okay. And consistency versus intensity. The boring truth. Okay. And amateurs look for home runs, which is known as intensity. And professionals look for base hits, which is consistency. Constantly winning, constantly compounding their account, multiplying it, getting that multiplicative effect, and taking the same type of setup over and over and over again, regardless if they have 4 figures, 5 figures, 7 figures in their account. Doesn't matter. You're literally going to take the same setup over and over again until you perish off this earth. And that's literally the challenge of trading too, is who can literally continue to do the same thing. And the compound effect. And it's crazy because it's not really the challenge. It's just it's not meant to be fun. Okay. It's cool learning it, but after you learn it, you're just going to keep taking the same setups over and over again. Small, consistent gains reinvested over time produce exponential results. This requires patience. And neuro tip, celebrate following your plan, not the money. Okay. Rewire your dopamine to trigger when you follow your rules, even if the trade is a loss. Okay. Once again, if you put down your take profit, you knew where you're going to enter, you have your stop loss, and you stuck to your plan with your risk to reward, you won the trade. Whether take profit or stop loss gets hit, you won the trade. Hunter versus prey, identity shift. Okay, the prey, the impulse trader looking to get hunted, and what we call liquidity. Okay, so what liquidity is pretty much all the traders who are losing. Okay, it's trading for a reason. When you're winning, somebody's losing. When you're losing, somebody's winning. And the prey, the impulse trader, they run around chasing price, FOMO, and eats whatever is in front of them, which is known as bad setups. And they just get eaten alive by the market and all the decent patient traders. And the sniper, right, the patient trader, they laze and wait for days, controlling their breathing, and they only pull triggers when the probability is overwhelming in their favor. And the art of absolutely doing nothing. 90% of trading is waiting. If you cannot sit on your hands, you literally can't trade. You have to have patience and impulse control. The psychological strength to override the urge to act. This is the defining characteristic of a professional. And mantra, okay? Let's say that you're paid to wait and you're paid to execute your edge. Okay, you're not paid to gamble. God says not to gamble for a reason. Do not come on here doing random bonky things, blowing up your account for no reason. Please treat your account more preciously than that. And the neurotrading protocol, your biology, okay, you're fighting your amygdala. That's the fear, the stradium, and that's the greed part of your brain. Rewire that. In your chemistry, stop chasing dopamine hits and detox your brain. And as far as God, okay, use prayer to stabilize your nervous system and just leave it up to God. Have some conviction within your setups too. Understand the math in your risk to reward. Cut your losers at your stop loss and hold your winners to your take profit. Be a sniper, wait for A+ setups, and start your risk fall and continuously increase it up to 10% of your account as you get better. Get in the stack mode alpha state. Do not have a beta brain. Get alpha brain. Be proactive, logical, grounded, patient, manage your risk, and that's how you get wealthy. Okay. All of these emotions here, we're not even going to go ahead and name. Let's go ahead and head over to the next part of the course. Peace.
Boys, what's going on? Business and pick it up. I'm getting a website made right now. Me and my business partner. Shout out to Chris, man. This motherfucker is on it. This motherfucker know what he doing from A to Z. I'm telling you, if you need a website built, tap in with Chris right now. This motherfucker is legit.
Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Stackmode Chris, and I made a website for 2 social media influencers you might have seen while you're scrolling. So you can get your website made by me at stackmode.net. And you could personalize it and we can make any changes, but I'll give you a template right off the bat. So I'll make sure that your website is optimized to make the most money and make the most conversions possible. Here we have the tabs at the top. I can create you a custom logo if you don't already have one, and make sure that your links that already go to your products, shops, books, whatever, is being directed when I make the animated buttons to make sure that your site is engaging, keeping the traffic on your site, and bringing trust to your site so people click and purchase or book calls if that's what you're looking to do. So here, I decided to organize the site in a way where the trust is being put in your face, okay? Examples, when you have video sales letters, or when you have reviews at the top, when you have proof results, as soon as people get on the website, your website is a lot more direct to the user. The user needs to know that they're going to be getting what they're paying for. If you're selling a product on your site, if you're having someone sign up for your mentorship, for example, tell them why they need to sign up for their mentorship. Let them know who you are. So organizing your site within a way that people trust you and conversions can flow in is an extremely important part of generating income. I'll be able to add your story for your about page. We can get descriptive as well too. You can add any pictures that you'd want to the site, you just have to send them to me and I'll go ahead and I'll optimize that for you. And I'll make sure that your results are on there as well too. And I can also set up a PDF, or if you want to put a paid book system on your site as well too, however you want to do it, I'm able to set that up for you. And all of your current links, once again, will be directed with the custom buttons that I make for you that will have animations keeping the user engaged so you can make the most income and conversions possible, as well as FAQs and a privacy policy, as well as a terms and conditions page. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the other website I made for JD's partner, Zaffazeek. Let's jump into it. Here we have Zaffazeek's website, and I went ahead and created this within the same infrastructure that I just explained for JD's website. So we have trust at the top. If you have a nice vehicle, if you have results, if you have things that will engage the user to sign up for your mentorship, to join your group, to buy your product, to sign up for your software, okay, show them what they're going to be getting. Give them a free trial or give them a free visual view of what they're going to be getting. Boom, you could see, okay, successful guy, in shape, car, boom, that's what you want, okay? If you have a software, give them an example of what they're going to be getting for the software, okay? Show them what you're doing, show them what you're about. Don't be scared to promote your results, push your results, and make your website the most engaging as possible. I don't know if you guys can see within the background, but within the background of the site, there's going to be like a very transparent picture, okay, of him. I can also direct your YouTube video straight to the site as well too for the most trust, okay? When we write the site copy rel, then we're going to be able to engage the user in. We're going to be able to build trust on our website, okay? Any pictures you'd like me to add as well, once again, same PDF system, okay? Whether you wanted to do a paid PDF or free PDF system in order for a lead engagement system, anything that you'd like me to add, I can do that for you, okay? If you're a CEO, if you're someone trying to scale your team, I'm here for you. Doesn't matter, okay? Let's go ahead and let's jump into their Instagrams, and I'm going to show you exactly the things I changed there and how you should organize your social medias for the most conversions. Let's go. So here we have Swole JD's Instagram, and let me show you the changes that we did. So when people click on your Instagram, you want people to know exactly what you're about, or if you're running a product page, what your product is about, or if you're running a software company, what your software is about, okay? So boom, if you're a fitness coach, let them know, okay? Ex-teacher to fitness coach. So in JD's case, he was an ex-firefighter. So ex-firefighter to fitness coach, okay? And then if you have a free engaging lead system, you need to make sure that it's all being directed, all the traffic, everything you're about, whether you have your coaching link, you have your product link, or if you have your software link, and then you have your job link in order for people to be hired to code software for you. Make sure it's all being directed on one website. So we added the emojis here, added the lines in between, and just made his profile a lot more engaging, okay? And just made sure that we added the most hook engaging profile pictures. Here we have him with Rick Ross. Here we have him with Brandon Carter, okay? Next to some Rolls Royces. Let him know that he's around big plays, okay? So when you come on JD's program, if God wills, you'll be making some big plays too. Okay, let's head over to Zah's page. So here we got Zaffazeek's page. So here we updated his profile picture. So he has this car. I told him to put the car as the profile picture to get more trust. If you have something that you work hard for, whether it be your results, something that you own, make sure that it's known. Make sure your page is engaging, and make sure, especially if you're selling mentorship or coaching, let people know the results you're going to get. For example, here, if you're selling fitness coaching, here we have the pinned picture here, results for the transformation that he did, okay? Let people know that your results even work for yourself. When they see you doing it, it's a lot more trust. People go off of actions more than words, okay? Especially younger people. So here we updated his bio in a similar fashion. So when people click on his page, boom, they let him know, okay? He's a hightail sales expert. You can get the healing water for peak performance. You can grab the free water guide here. And then you have the custom pictures on your Instagram as well too. Make sure your pages are like your market. Think of your Instagram page, your TikTok page like a store. We need to update it, okay? Make sure that it's structured. Make sure that it's organized, okay? Let's go and let's jump into their YouTubes and their TikToks, and then I'll show you guys the process of me doing everything step by step. All right, so here we have Swole JD's TikTok here, and we went ahead and updated his bio to the same way. So when you click on his TikTok, it's engaging. You know exactly who he is. And when you have views on your videos, you want to make sure your viewers are engaged. You want to make sure that they have something to gain from your views. Don't just post and get views. That's why having a website is really, really important. Channel those views, funnel those views. Don't just get the money from the content monetization. That's good money too, but funnel that into a system, a product, coaching, do something. Funnel those views into a system, and I teach you how to do that at Stackmode.net in the academy. All right. So let's head over to Zophysiques. Okay. So Zophysiques TikTok here. We went ahead and updated the same thing. Made sure that it was organized, and he went ahead and submitted his TikTok link. So if you don't have a link on your TikTok right now, go on your TikTok, click on your edit profile, and ask for a link. You might have to put in your social or your EIN number if you're trying to do it through your business or LLC. And if you need help with doing that, book a one-on-one call and I'll show you how. So let's head over to our YouTubes and I'm going to show you what I optimized there. All right, so here we have JD's YouTube. So we went ahead and updated his links here. So when people click on your YouTube, you want people to be directed once again to some traffic. So your main website is going to be something, and then you could also have your secondary links on YouTube, but really kind of only for YouTube is really where this works, and Facebook as well too, as of now. So having your website here as well in the description just lets people know, and it keeps it in people's head. Like, okay, if you have lamp.com, or if you sell lamps, and it's like, okay, lamp.com, lamp.com, lamp.com. That's just how people's brains works, and the psychology behind it. I really jump into it, and I'm excited to drop a lot more content for you guys to break it down, really, of content marketing and funneling your views into getting money. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you Zophysiques. So pull up his YouTube here. So we went ahead and changed his banner here, went ahead and made him this custom banner, improved it. And then from there, same thing, went ahead and updated all of his links. So you know exactly where to be directed to. If you like his content, then you can go ahead and get more, and you could be ready to learn more from him from the coaching, make passive income in his group, for example, or just do what you want. Okay. So whatever you want me to direct your site towards, I don't care if you make tables. Okay. I could try and get you table.com. We'll make you a whole table website, and we'll get your marketing up to par. Okay. Head over to Stackmode.net and let's head over to the guide. Okay. I'm going to show you guys just step by step how I did it, just some live commentary, and let's do it. You guys have been viral for so long, and that's why I just need to make sure your website descriptions, everything is monetized. So I'm really happy to make the websites for you guys, and I see you guys are just so much up and running. So you got a booking appointment already with the new site? Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, the site is slamming, bro. So really glad to create both of these sites here. Nice. Yeah, absolutely. So nice. And yeah, so just like I was telling JD, JD just got a booking already, like with the new site. So you're going to be getting bookings out the ass really soon. So that's why for you guys' virtual program, do you guys have a lot of content for that? Like, you guys just know how to virtual coach? Okay, nice. Okay, that's real. SwoleJD.com, nice. Okay, Zophysique.com. Never mind, take your time. There we go, nice. For peak performance, learn more about the healing water, good shit. Yeah. So Za, let's go in this, right after the coaching, let's put a space after the water droplet, and then before the anti-aging water, you could put get the. Yes. Okay. So right after coaching, right? Let's put a space so the water droplet doesn't connect with the G. And then before anti, you could do get the anti-aging water. Get the. Yep. And the same thing with you, JD, on yours. After the get, put the. Yep. So then they can know that, you know, fitness coaching, get the water, boom, SwoleJD.com. Ooh, water, boom, Zophysique.com. Get the. Yep, there we go. Let's fucking go, man. I take a sip. Good shit.
what we like to see, man. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. Yeah, bro. No, I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. Let's organize. Let's organize. You guys are the fucking ghosts, man. All right. Cool. So what we're gonna go ahead and do next, let's go ahead and get all of our social medias, the rest of them organized. So let's start one by one. Let's go to your TikToks and let's go one by one. I'm with you guys. This is what people don't see, man. Setting up the accounts and shit. Let's go, man. And that's what I was just telling JD too, JD already has like 100K views on YouTube already. So and it's like, Zah, when you drop one science video, bro, with your physique, people are listening. Don't post just yet. Don't post just yet, because you guys have so many viral videos, but your viral videos have to be, they're not everywhere. So that's why I want y'all to wait, because right now y'all are grinding hard. Right now y'all are grinding so hard that like sometimes we can be grinding so hard that like we don't have time to think, you know. So that's why I wanted to come in and step in. That's why I had to leave my old tech position. It was getting too many calls for this and then trying to do work for them. So it's like, I don't want you guys to be in that position. So JD, TikTok, please get this updated. Okay. It needs to be, yeah. And Zah, you too. I'm about to pull up yours to the right, so you guys are side by side. And then, do you already have a TikTok account, Zah? Please tell me you do. Okay, all right, let's go. Cause Zah, you should, bro, with your physique, bro, like there's no one with a better physique than you. That's what I'm saying, bro. And you're fucking lean right now, bro. Like you grind, and that shit needs to be put out there. That y'all are fucking hustling. Yeah. Nah, I feel you, man. I feel you. Nah, I feel you, man. Yeah, and that's really what it is, man. That's what it is for sure. So I'm checking you guys out now. I'm gonna make you okay, yeah. So yeah, because you're gonna be able to just copy the same one. But no, it should be like Instagram. So that's why I'm trying to just optimize it though, to make sure. On you guys' Instagram too. Let's do get the, and then JD for that water droplet too. Let's put a space after the water droplet. And then hold on, let me get you one real quick. And then Zah, check your Instagram DMs. Yeah, I'm gonna revise it for you. Yeah, I got you. Hold on, check your DMs. When I give you this final one, I'm optimizing it best I can. Yeah, you're gonna copy and paste it. The one I'm sending you now. All right, there we go. All right, I take it sales, get there. Okay, so I need your okay. The link. Do you have you applied for your TikTok business? Yeah. Okay. All right. On your TikTok, okay, we need to get your link. You're gonna have to just put in your social and stuff like that. Okay. Do you have your TikTok open right now? Okay. On your TikTok, you're gonna go ahead and click on your edit profile. Just click on the description again. Okay. And then you're going to see a little button that says links. Okay. Do you happen to see links? Let me go ahead and check. Yeah. Should let you add your website. Yeah. And then can you add your website? Yeah. URL. Yeah. And then from there, you could just put in your social and stuff. And then it should approve you in like a day. Yeah, man. Yeah, take your time. Yep, zahphysique.com. Fitness or education? Nah. Yeah. No restriction. It might ask you for bank statement. Something like that. Yeah, they don't. It's annoying with that. You can try, yeah, because I just tried to put my EIN. Yeah. So it's gonna be 6 images of it's like bank statements. It should ask you. So it's either bank statements, annual amendment registrations for your LLC, bless you, and yeah, either annual amendment, the registration, like when you signed up with the state, your EIN form.
That should be in your email too. And you should be able to use either one of those. But if they decline you and it's getting you mad, then you can just do the social. Yeah. So that'll be your EIN. So you can either do your EIN or you could do your social. Because yeah, you can either do your EIN or your social. Up to you. Because TikTok, you really just need your link, honestly. Like, once you have your link, you're good. Okay. And then JD, let's go and let's get that TikTok updated. So it's good. You can literally just copy and paste your Instagram. Yeah. We're going to do it step by step. We're going to stay right here until you guys are done. Take your time. Take your time, Zoc. We're getting this done, man. Because you see how frustrating it is. Is that your EIN document? That should be good enough. Yeah. That should be good enough. If they decline you, then just do your social. All right, bet. Oh, it's still updating on my end. There we go. Expire bar finish coast. That's what we like to fucking see. Clean. Zal, I want to redo your Instagram bio too, because I want you to have the arrow down. Okay, Zal, I'm gonna send you a optimized bio. Just because I want you to have the arrow too. All right, there we go. All right, Zal, what I just sent you, that's your new bio. Because the arrow helps a lot. Okay. Yeah. So I just DM'd it to you because the emojis won't copy and paste on Discord. Yep. So you can keep yours either the healing or you could do anti-aging. Either one. But the more terms we have for it, healing water, anti-aging, the more terms you guys push out there, the better. Yeah. Yeah, and then the arrow helps a lot too. And then when you're done, you could update your TikTok to have the new one. Nice. It should be in the DMs, the one I sent you in your Instagram DM. Do you see the arrow? The down arrow? Because the down arrow will be right by the link. And it looks nice. Bet that. Y'all feel free. Nah. And I know what you want, just because it's gonna do this. Yeah, it's too much. Yeah, that's why I put the and high ticket sales after the fitness coaching. Yeah, I know what you want though, as far as like, but it's hard for you to do that right now, just because like with your physique, they're coming to you for that. Just straight up. When people see that, they're not thinking about business off the rip. They're like, how can I get in shape? Yeah, you could put like a Jack profile picture. Yeah. We could do, instead of learn more about the healing water, you could do join my team. Yeah, join my team. Okay. We could do the... Okay. Yeah, so we'll redo that. Free healing water. Okay. I see. So yeah, let's change the copywriting. The learn about healing water, we could do something for free. Yeah. I'm gonna make a free PDF. Yeah, I know, man. That's why I don't even look at that shit. Yeah, so got the free water guide here. Okay. Got the free water guide. Okay, all right. Okay. Instead of, cause the free. Okay, I understand, Zah. So you want to just get off the. I see. Okay. All right. So JD, change yours. Okay. Instead of learn about the healing water. Okay. Let's do this. I just put in the chat. Let's do grab the free water guide. Okay. And then Zah, you want it to be for. Do you have like a free business PDF for them? Cause what can we? Cause the free water PDF is on there right now. Okay, but like it's just right here, right? Cause like the free water guide, right? It's very, very difficult to buy the water right now, straight up. The links are really, really ghetto. It's all over the place. So when people see for the water guide, I already have that up. But like, yeah, but I know you want to transition away from that to your group. But for just straight income though, right now, it would really be smart to do the grab the free water guide. To just push the water, scale the water up to 6 figures a month. Yeah. Okay, all right, bet. Okay, so you do the same thing then when you can. Let's do grab the free water guide inside of your. So instead of learn about the healing water, you could do get your free water guide. Yeah. So get your free water guide. I'm gonna DM it to you. So that's the only one you have to change. All right, bet. Yeah, so keep high ticket sales first. All right, yeah, I got you. So we do want to keep the arrow there. I got you though. I got you. We're gonna make high ticket sales first. Yeah. And then JD, for the word free, please put that in all caps. Definitely the water guide. For sure. And then from there, they're gonna want to be like you. They're gonna want to be high thumos, and then they'll join the circle. It's easier from there. All right, yeah, I got you. I'm about to DM it to you. All right, how about this? All right, I got you. Check your DMs. Yeah, and then let's do the actually hold on one moment. Instead of the weightlifting emoji, we're gonna stick to the water emoji. I mean, they see you, but if you do want to stray away from that, I understand. Yeah. But I do understand you want more of a leveraged team, and don't be scared to take that transition. You know, I dropped getting hundreds of thousands of YouTube views to get hundreds of views just so I could speak to people like y'all. So it's like, don't be scared to do the transition. Sometimes you gotta take a risk for your bag to get bigger. Nice. Let me know once it's updated. There we go. So we like to see. Good shit, man. And boom, you see how it's all just one thing? No more. Boom. Clean. So we like to see. Oh shit. Let me get the water guide right now, man. Let me go down. Let me learn, bro. Oh wow, it's anti-aging. Oh shit, it's alkaline. Oh man, I'm putting my email today, man. Right now, man. Today. Oh shit. Oh, it instantly downloads. Whoa. Oh whoa. All right, how do I get this in my house today, bro? I'm glad I just went to fucking Swole JD and Zalphysique.com. Yeah, man. Like that's what we like to see, man. Boom. Water. Make sure the PDF link. I have them. I'm a create a system, but I'm gonna make sure that both the download. Boom. JD.com. Thanks for telling me about the water, JD. Let me go ahead and read through this guide. Cool. All right, so we're all good. Thanks for downloading. All right, now next, let's optimize the TikTok. You could change your ZA to the new one. Yeah. And then until the link comes, you can just no, ZA Physique is fire. The algorithm knows you. Yeah. Oh, I see. I think that's fire. Yeah, that's fire. That's fire. Because it's what you are. Yeah, that's fire. Very, very simple. It's fire. When you can, let's update the TikTok, and then we're gonna head over to the next section. Take your time, guys. Good shit, guys. That's what we like to see, man. Great work today. You guys are the man. For real, I'm here for y'all. Yeah. So they're gonna take a day or two to approve you, but for now you can just leave it like that. Yeah, and then once it's done, you're gonna get approved. That's the thing about all this stuff too. Like some stuff might take approval days, but that's why, yeah. Yeah. Let's do like a comp picture, either like this one, like your TikTok, or you could do. Yeah. It does. It either needs to be your physique or like this or something, bro. But bro, no. And you know what I'm crazy, bro? My mom just had to literally tweak on me for this, bro. Because, bro, how are we gonna do social media? How are we gonna do social media and we're scared to flex? You know what I'm saying, bro? My mom had to literally crash out on me for this, bro. I'm telling you, I hid myself for years. No. You have to show it. And don't feel bad, bro. You fucking come from another country. JD, I watch your story too, bro. You come from Arkansas, right? Mississippi, bro. That's even worse, bro. Like you come from, like, bro, y'all come from zero. Exactly. I'm telling you, bro, we not gonna get nowhere being spooked and scared. I'm telling you, we gotta take the risk, bro. Take the risk. Flex is what you grind and get up in the morning for. It's what you pray for. Show people how they can get that shit too. Trust me, I be feeling the same way, bro. I be feeling the same way sometimes, but I realize I'm like, we can't get anywhere being scared. People, yeah, bro, yeah, post that shit, man. Exactly, bro. Exactly. Nah, man, that's what I'm saying. That's popping it, bro. And it's not out here. It's not like you're out here making it your life. That's not even you, Zah. That's not even you. Like, that's just part of something that comes with when you join the lever circle. For real, bro. Be like, oh, when you're in the lever circle, you're gonna be fucking jacked and drive a Corvette. It's basic shit. Like, for real. That's what they need to know, bro. That's what they're getting in the lever circle, bro. They're gonna fucking get shredded and they're gonna get a Corvette, bro. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Yeah, Corvette picture everywhere. Fuck that. Yeah, Corvette picture everywhere. What the fuck did you buy that shit for, bro? We're gonna die on this earth one day. People need to see that shit. Fuck it, bro. Corvette picture everywhere. All social medias. Bro, as soon as I showed my mom the website, guess what made her say damn? The Corvette picture. So I'm telling you, bro. Corvette picture everywhere. Same thing with you, JD. Guess what made my mom say damn? When she saw you with Rick Ross. So that's what I'm saying, bro. Y'all gotta get... If you didn't post that, and I had to get yelled at yesterday too. My mom is really one of the best... she's a good manager, for real. But it's deeper than just posting content, you know? We're building real life emotions. Yeah, man. No, pin that shit. Yeah, pin that video of you with Rick Ross, man. Pin that. Yeah, bro, you have a video with Tom Brady. Y'all are about to get me mad, man. I'm crashing out. Yeah, bro. Right. Especially, bro, we're with Tom Brady. Like, yeah, bro. Come on. Is that Rick Ross short everywhere, JD? All right. Like, did you post it? Yeah, like, did you post it on every platform? Bro, guys, we're locking in. The next call, I'm going to have so much shit prepared for y'all. We have like 20 minutes left or 10 minutes left today. Exactly. And I'm telling you, as a consumer, as someone who watches both of y'all, okay? Not as your agent right now. As a customer, as a watcher, as a viewer. That stuff builds trust. Bro, that's fire, bro. Looking to the side is fire. Yeah, on some chill shit. Yeah, man. On some super chill shit. Be like, yeah, cooling on your vet. Yeah, man. I need that PFP on all platforms. I can't speak until this is done. Until this Instagram, TikTok, YouTube is changed. Yeah. And then when you're done, Zah, we're going to fix the links up a little bit. I'm going to put a space after the anti-aging for the water. But you're good. Take your time. Take your time. You guys are fucking dominating this shit, man. That's what we like to see. Rick Ross lives like an hour away from me, man. His house is one of the biggest in Georgia. Like, he's not afraid to pop it. You know what he did? Monetized his stuff. Now he runs one of the biggest car shows here. He's not just flexing for no reason. He's getting paid off of that. Y'all are getting paid off of this stuff. Bruh, the more y'all can get, like, man, like, if you can get, like, Rick Ross to drink the water, just like you have Tom Brady drinking the water. Yeah, real. And then, like, I saw you had a picture with Brandon Carter. JD, that picture with Brandon Carter, we need that out there. That needs to be pinned, bro. This stuff sticks in my head. I've been watching y'all for a long time now. There's a reason why I know how to optimize y'all. I've been studying y'all because I wanted y'all to target, and I wanted the water for myself, and I was mad that it was hard to buy it. Oh, I see what you mean. Don't overthink it. That picture's fine. Just this, you're already like in the sun. Just this. Just this. This of you just sitting down. Just the raw picture of this, no text. Just the raw picture of this sitting down on your vet. That's it. Don't overthink it. Just please. Yeah, no, for real, man. I be having to tell myself, like, Allah, please grant me ease, grant me discipline and strength so I can just be focused. Yeah, bro. JD, don't get me mad, bro. These should have been up. Come on. Like, what the fuck? What are... You guys are goated, bro. This is what we should have been seeing, man. Guys. 6 figures, 7 figures a month on the way. Like, what? Like, bro, if I see you, like, JD, bro. JD, look at how far y'all have come. Zaw, you come from another country, Zaw. You coming from down there, bonky talk, racist Mississippi, gang. And now y'all are dropping foreign whips. Show people how they can do it too, man. That pushes people. That motivates them. Nice stuff, guys. Nah, for real, man. That's what we like to see, man. Yeah, for real. And that's really a lot too, man. Finding out Zaw's a Muslim brother too, I swear. Well, man, alhamdulillah. Real. JD, that just helped your credibility so fucking. You see how you just got a booking instantly? Because you have a fucking website and now, dude, and now you have so much credit. Yeah, bro. JD. Yeah. JD, we're gonna need you to create like meal plans and content. Like your virtual side needs to be top tier. Okay, because Zaw's been doing this for 10 years. But your coaching side, that's gonna be a big income stream for you. So you need to structure your plan. You need to know how to use AI, and we're going to keep going through and doing this shit. Okay? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Also, that's another thing too. After these 10 or these 6 classes, we'll talk about trading stuff too, JD. But JD, don't trade prop firm. Prop firm is a business, and they only make money when you're losing money. Okay? But like, take a broker like Cash App, right? Cash App makes money whether or not we use it or not. As long as we transfer some money, they make money. They're not preying on people's downfall like a prop firm is. So I would just keep all of your money, keep it in-house. And then when it's time to trade, we'll get into that. For now, what you can do, if you want to invest though, just buy Bitcoin. Buy Bitcoin and scale your business right now. I mean, that's exactly why you buy it. You buy low, you sell high. People are just, yeah. Don't social media trade. Yeah. Anytime you start seeing people panic, that's the time to buy. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, bro. Once I start seeing certain people tweet, I'm like, oh yeah, let me check TradingView. Let me see if the lows are put in. Let me see if buyers are in, and I go load up. Like yesterday, I just loaded up on stocks because I could see market found the low yesterday for the most part. I'm gonna teach you how to get rich, man, for real. I got you guys. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, cool. So that's gonna go ahead and be that. All right. Now, just to finish off the day. Yeah. So just to finish off the day, just well, of course there'll always be stuff to do, but just to get off the first video, you guys can go through the list. Okay, it's not, don't feel controlled. Okay, just choose a video that you want for the day, whatever's feeling your vibe for the day. Okay, you don't have to do it one by one. I don't care if you scroll down, but just try and get the Kangen water videos and the science videos out first to just get you on the algorithm. Then from there, after you're done, just delete the title after you've dropped it. Just delete it, and then you could just click file and then save, and then you could just come back to it, and then until the video list is all done. I got you. Yeah, let's change the link. So on the links, you could either put a backspace so either this connects. So yeah, you could just fix that. Yeah, I got you for sure, JD. Yeah, so in the links, fix the space if you can with the little bracket, and then that'll be it. Nice job. You see how in person connects? You can make anti-agent connect with the line too. Yeah, take your time. Nice job. Yeah, JD, let me get this email to you. Zaw, I should have emailed you the email list already. But yeah, but JD, please don't buy any more challenges. Yeah. I mean, kind of. I mean, I'll run through this real quick. All right. This is how stocks work, right? All right, we just hit fucking take profit. All right, this is how stocks work, right? This is how I teach my students. So I think I'm probably like the best in the world at this shit. I'm not gonna lie. All right, I mean, Bitcoin's crypto too, but it's just stocks. There's a reason why the billionaires trade stocks. Stocks generate income faster. Bitcoin is freedom money. So this is how I do it, right? So this is like we just hit take profit on this. So I tell my students, I'm like, yeah, we're about to get in on whoop-de-whoop, right? So this is how the setup looked before, right? And then you see how there's like a gap of space. Okay, so this is how it looked before. Is all you can see it here too. Okay, so I know how to exactly predict the market. This is before. Okay, you see this area right here. Yeah, exactly. And then guess where we're at today, JD? Exactly. So it's like, yeah, I'm probably the best in the world at this. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I realized I had to start doing social media. But you sell when the market comes in contact with areas of resistances. Okay, because remember, especially on futures, when you're trading futures, what you're trading is the S&P 500. You're trading the NASDAQ. It's a bunch of stocks compiled. One thing that people don't know too is that Bitcoin moves the exact same as the stock market. Okay, so let me go to an April low that was really popular last year. Okay, so this April low, market dipped down in the same exact place here. If I pull up the S&P 500, market dipped down in the same exact place. Okay, so people don't know that. There's a reason why the government's been buying hundreds of millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin. But after we get rich with the business shit, you know, we'll jump into this. So yeah. All right. So cool. So when do you guys have time for the next call? We could do tomorrow at 8. Okay, yeah. Anytime. I'm flexible. I'm with you guys. Okay, let me see. Okay. Yeah, so the call, I gave you guys an hour 30 for this today, just for the bonus, but the calls after this will be an hour. Yeah. Tomorrow we still have to finish the social media pages. We gotta, a bit more work to do for sure. I got you guys already streamlined. Like the class is already set up in my head before you pay. So you guys are good. You don't even have to worry. I don't even want you guys to think. I just want you to do, you know? But the problem with it is doing without the thinking first can mess people up. So that's why I'm here to think for y'all. Okay, so cool. Car number 2. I'd be available. Do you guys have time? All right, let's grind early morning, bro. 7:30 to 8:30. I'm down for that. Yeah, 7:30 to 8:30. Okay, the 11th. Let me go ahead and get you guys booked. Cool. Let me go ahead and save this and send. All right, guys. It's gonna be class number 2 out of 6. We have like 8 more social media accounts to set up. Let's do it. Let's get this money. All right. Also, people are gonna start booking on you guys' site, right? So you guys have a site now. So expect a lot more traffic, bookings, and expect a lot more work to do. Okay. So whenever you're making meal plans, virtual guides, please use AI. Please. Okay, you guys are going to start getting traffic now. You guys have millions of views, but now you have a website. So people are going to start interacting, buying the water, booking calls. You're going to be... Yeah. So you could put on your story, but make sure that... No, just send them to zophphysique.com. Send them to zophphysique.com. Zophphysique.com is the main thing. There's a reason why JD just got a booking instantly, because now it's a main page. But like before, if you were to go to his, it was the Discord link and then the Instagram. It can't be ghetto links. Website, and then they'll find their way. They're already interested in you. Okay? So website, and then they'll find their way. Oh, I want to be like Zaw too. Let me go ahead and start getting some money with him. Those are the only clients you want. You don't want randoms who aren't really trying to hustle for real. You want people who want to get in shape and want to drive a Corvette. Those are the guys you want joining the leverage circle. You don't want bullshit on your team. Okay. So cool. All right, guys. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. You guys are the best. Text me any questions. All right. Peace. So as far as your Facebook page, so you should be able to go to the top right, wherever your profile picture should be. And then you should be able to click on your profile picture, click on Swole JD. Okay. And then from there, click on use page. Okay. Yeah, edit. And then fix the links. But what you can do first is in the top right, you're going to see add cover photo. Please click on add cover photo. And then inside of the Discord, you guys' thumbnails that I made for you are going to be there. Okay. Let me go ahead and check your page though. Okay. Did you change your banner? Okay, nice. There we go. Cool. Okay. Zawphysique.com. Okay. We like to see. Would you be able to, let me see. Does it let you zoom it in anymore? Or no? It's fine. No. Okay. Gotcha. Yep, and then you can click it, JD. Yeah, let's left click it. You can left click it. Let's left click it. Left click it. Like open it, make it big. And then right click it. And then save. Or add images to photos, either one. Up to you. And then nice, yours looks really good, updated. Just people need to just see this zawphysique.com. Yeah, see if it lets you zoom it in. It should let you. Yeah, try and drag it up just so it's like more centered, just so the Zawphysique is centered. Yeah, there we go, JD. Nice. Amazing. Just like that. And then click save changes. And then when people are on their phone, it's going to look good. So like, don't even worry about the extra space because most people are going to be on their phone watching y'all sit. So it's going to look just perfectly fine on the phone. Okay. Nice. There we go, looking clean. And then JD, you can finish, you can update your profile picture if you want to your logo. In the Discord too, you can add that to photos. And then let's go ahead and let's get your banner changed as well too, JD, and let's update your profile description. That's going to be it, guys, and that's stackmode.net. If you want your logo built by me, or if you want to learn how to do it yourself, you can head over to stackmode.net. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Quantitative tightening has officially ended, and trust me, this changes everything for investors. For the past few years, the Fed has been draining money out of the system, shrinking its balance sheet and putting pressure on stocks, real estate, and even crypto. But now, that pressure valve just opened, liquidity is flowing back in, and whenever liquidity comes back, asset prices don't just react, they move. But here's the truth that nobody tells you. The end of quantitative tightening doesn't automatically mean a bull run. It does mean volatility though. It means opportunity, and it means that the smart money is already positioning while everyone else is still confused about what quantitative tightening even is. So what does this shift actually signal for you? Expect easier borrowing, potentially higher stock valuations, stronger risk on sentiment, and most importantly, a window of time where early positioning matters more than ever. So let's figure out how we can plant our seeds, what quantitative tightening even is, and how we can learn how to invest. Inshallah. Let's go. Quantitative tightening has ended. All right, let's go on this breakdown how it's going to affect investors and the future of everything. So what was quantitative tightening in the first place? So quantitative tightening is the reverse money printer. Okay, so you know quantitative easing, right? QE. And that's when the Fed prints money to buy bonds. Quantitative tightening is going to be the exact opposite of that. Okay, for the last few years, the Federal Reserve has been destroying money to fight inflation. Okay, printing more constantly over and over and over and over and over again. Okay, and the mechanism. Okay, so it's when they let bonds that they own expire and don't replace them. Okay. And the result of that is cash disappearing from the economy. Okay. And the goal of it all is to slow the economy down to stop prices from rising. Okay. So quantitative easing is turning the water hose on to fill the pool. Okay. And quantitative tightening is sticking a vacuum in the pool and sucking the water out. Okay. So let's head over to the next slide. So the Fed cannot suck money out forever, or the system would go ahead and just break completely. Okay. So they're stopping or tapering quantitative tightening because inflation is cooling. Okay. The job is pretty much mostly done. And let's talk about the liquidity risk too. If reserves get too low, then banks will start to fail. Okay. And that cannot happen. The whole United States economy and infrastructure is based off of banks, companies, and money flowing through business owners. Okay. An economic slowdown. Okay. They don't want to cause a massive recession for pretty much no reason. Okay. So the danger zone. So imagine braking a car too slow it down. Okay. And if you keep holding the brake after the car stops, you don't move. Okay. But if you brake too hard, you skid and crash. Okay. So right now, the Fed is releasing the brake. Okay. That's all it is. So imagine braking a car to slow it down. Okay. If you keep holding the brake after the car stops, you don't move. Okay. And if you brake too hard, you skid and crash. So right now, all the Fed is doing is releasing the brake. Okay. That's it. All right. Into the market. Okay. Because money's no longer being deleted pretty much. Okay. So liquidity is the lifeblood of the market. It's easily how money moves around. Okay. Okay. And risk on. So historically, the end of tightening is a green light for risk assets. Okay, letting us know that there's going to be more money circulating in the economy, giving us a higher chance for our assets to head in an upwards direction, since A, more people will be investing into something with value, okay, or B, people will have more money to purchase things with value. So valuations. So with less pressure rates on PE ratios, okay, stock prices can expand and head in an upwards direction, okay. And tech and growth. High growth companies like tech or AI companies usually benefit the most when money becomes easier. Okay, because then they're going to have more money to invest back into their company and circulating instead of having to be tight and restrictive with the advancements and innovations, especially tech and AI companies, because the whole point of tech and AI companies is to profit off of future innovation and psychology involved into it, right? Investors then stop fearing the Fed and start fearing missing out. Okay, they're like, hold on, quantitative tightening is, hold on, let's pause. What we got to do is put some risk on, put some money down on the table before market heads up to all-time highs without us. Okay, so when the Fed was selling, okay, you sold. Okay, so now the Fed is stopping. Okay, so the headwind is gone. Okay, the headwind is gone. Make your decisions. Plant your seeds for your asset classes. Okay, so you don't have to struggle in the future. Okay, the market can do two things: go up and go down. It goes up and it goes down. That's it. Okay, you're not playing an intricate math problem that you have to solve every day. All you have to do, for the most part, is invest in something that has future value and hold and be disciplined with your money. Okay, fight your flesh. You can't be indulgent in things that you want to buy every single other day. Okay, stay down. Should be putting majority of your money away into asset classes. Okay, I'm not saying don't enjoy life. We are here only once. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy life. Do your little thing. Okay, get you some little food. Buy you some little clothes, live your life, do your thing. But it can't be that week after week after week after week after week. A lot of the time, you should just be staying down, planting your seeds for your family. All right. So over to the next slide. Supply and demand. So during quantitative tightening, the Fed was a massive seller or non-buyer of bonds. Okay. And this forced interest rates up. So quantitative tightening ending leads to less supply of bonds flooding the market. Okay. And bond prices should stabilize or go in an upwards direction. Okay. And yields should stabilize or go down. Okay. So the real world effect of everything is that mortgage rates are tied to bond yields. Okay. If quantitative tightening ends and yields drop, then mortgage rates could finally come down, making real estate and real life a lot more affordable. Okay. So the fact that quantitative tightening is being ended is a really, really good sign for the future of the economy. Okay. And this is really going to help the housing market, get a lot of people off the streets, okay, and really just help a lot of people out in the world, making life more affordable again, okay, because we shouldn't be stressed out every single day, you know, just trying to live our life, especially when we're already grinding hard. So let's head over to the next slide. Okay, the biggest risk of stopping quantitative tightening too early is that inflation has a chance to creep and come back up, God forbid. Okay. So the mistake that happened in the 1970s, for example, right? The Fed stopped fighting inflation too soon, and it came back double the strength, ready to bite everything in the tail. Okay, banks crashed, companies crashed, CEOs crashed. A lot of CEOs and a lot of companies ended up selling their companies to other major companies to make up for the fact that they couldn't keep up with that recession crash. Okay, and the market bubble. So if market ends up going up too fast, okay, it creates a bubble that might pop later. Okay, it might pop later super duper hard, and the economy will face its consequences for that. So the currency risk. Okay, the dollar might weaken if they print too much. Okay, if it's too much of something, it's no longer valuable. Okay, if something is everywhere, it's not valuable. Okay, so just think of it logically. If something is everywhere, it's not valuable. Okay, but if something is scarce, it's rare. Okay, it's valuable. Okay, so though we aren't printing, okay, just stop the shredding. Okay. So watch the CPI, Consumer Price Index reports. That's going to be one of the most important reports that come out. That's going to determine how cryptocurrency and the stock market wants to move. Okay. And if inflation ticks up, the Fed might have to restart quantitative tightening, and that would be super duper bad for stocks. So cash yields might peak. Okay. Try to lock in rates or move your cash to assets. Okay, keeping your cash in that asset river, especially if the dollar weakens, then that means assets are going to become more valuable. Okay, because people have to have some type of value in something. Okay, so once again, if cash gets weaker, then assets become more valuable. Okay, and the quality growth of everything. So look for companies with low debt that grow regardless of the economy. Okay, and it might be a good time to buy bonds before yields drop as well too, if you'd like. Okay. So review your cash position too. Okay, see how much cash you have and see what you can plant within your asset classes. Okay, don't be scared of the market anymore, and keep an eye on inflation data. Is ending. Okay, money is back. Okay, it's trying to get healthier. It's trying to flow back into the markets properly. Okay, and liquidity stabilizes, which is really, really good for the market, letting us know that there's going to be more money available, which means more money could be flowing into asset classes such as the stock market or the crypto market. Okay, and this gives us a chance for rates to likely stabilize or drop. Okay, and risk shifts from the Fed fear to inflation watch. Okay, so stay invested, stay alert, keep up with the reports, stay prayed up to God, keep grinding. Make sure you guys aren't buying any assets at all-time highs. Okay, I don't even care if it's real estate. Okay, even if it has nothing to do with the charts, don't buy any assets at all-time highs. Okay, wait for the dip, buy, and catch the V sweep up. Okay, stay prayed up to God, keep grinding, and head over to Stackmode.net if you guys want to learn how to invest. Peace. So a single rate hike doesn't just cool the economy, it changes the math for every crypto asset in your portfolio. And here's the reality. When borrowing money gets expensive, the big whales pull out of risk and run to safety, leaving retail investors holding the bag. And we're talking about a liquidity drain that can wipe out months of gains in minutes. If you want to survive the next FOMC meeting without ever getting wrecked, you need to understand exactly how this mechanism works right now. Let's go and let's talk about rate hikes. Inshallah. So let's understand when the Federal Reserve moves, global markets shake. And we have to understand the mechanisms of how traditional monetary policy dictates the fate of digital assets. And in this case, we're going to be talking about crypto. Let's continue on. So what is a rate hike in the first place? So it's the Fed's primary tool to fight inflation. Okay. And it's pretty much a tightening. And it's when they raise the federal funds rate, which is the baseline interest rate for the economy. And borrowing costs end up rising due to this fact. It becomes more expensive for banks, businesses, and consumers to borrow money. So it's going to be more expensive in order to get loans, certain private equity, and just borrow money in general. And spending slows. Higher loan costs mean fewer mortgages, fewer car loans, and less business investments, which means the economy would slow down. So less people being able to get large sums of money. Okay, it's not a lot of people rocking around with over 5-6 figures. So less loans logically would mean less cars being bought, less mortgages equals less houses being bought, which would then cause the people who own the houses to lower the cost of the houses to try to get rid of it and make some profit. So whenever rate hikes come into place, it really just throws off the whole balance. And the goal of the rate hike is to reduce demand to lower inflation prices. Once again, this often causes pain in asset markets because since people have less money, less free cash, people are going to then have less money to flow into assets. So imagine if the economy is a speeding car, okay? Imagine that as inflation. And a rate hike is going to be the Fed slamming on the brakes. And the goal is to slow down without crashing the car, which causes a recession. Now, there is going to be repercussions for this, upsides and downsides. So keeping everything in mind is going to be extremely, extremely important. But when a rate hike comes into place, it means that banks, businesses, and consumers are going to have a harder time borrowing money. And the seesaw, so the dollar index, the DXY, you might have heard of it. So there's a strong inverse relationship between the strength of the US dollar and the price of Bitcoin. This is also because Bitcoin is used as an inflationary hedge, since the US dollar is going to be a infinite currency. Okay, it can continuously just be printed, and owned by everybody. Bitcoin is going to be a finite currency. Okay, so only a certain amount of people will be able to own Bitcoin. Once it's gone, then it's going to be completely gone. So rates up equals the DXY would be up, which is letting us know that this is strong US dollar and that the economy is trying to progress. And crypto down, okay, would be in relative relation to this, okay, equaling weak asset prices. So when the Fed rates hike, global investors buy dollars to access those higher yields. And a stronger dollar makes it more expensive to then buy certain Bitcoin assets, other cryptocurrency assets, and stocks, which suppresses the price. Okay, so while crypto is going down, though, gives you a really, really good opportunity in order to save your cash and buy assets at a low. Okay, try and capitalize and always buy assets at a low. If you analyze that the setup or whatever you're looking at is meant to go up year after year after year after year after year after year, if it's hitting a low point, invest at the low points. Stop buying at all-time highs. Okay, and don't just look at when something is going down as a negative thing. Price has to pull back in order to go up. So if price pulls back, see that as an opportunity. Ask yourself, is that going to be a good buy? If you're struggling to identify a setup, head over to stackmode.net or just watch my videos. Okay. Take advantage of the economy. Okay. When economy or when assets are down, take advantage of that. I don't care if it's real estate, Bitcoin, stocks, whatever. When assets are down, you have to take advantage of that low, because just like everything else, price, inshallah, will sweep back up. And you don't want to be in a position to where like, oh man, I wish I invested at X, Y, and Z time when you could have. So take your action, do what you need to do, and make your decisions today. Okay. Catch your assets when assets are at a low. When the economy is in shambles and everyone's panicking, that's the time you need to be buying. It's really important to try and have some cash on hand. This way you're going to be able to make some good decisions and invest into these investments when you need. So while rate hikes hurt crypto in the short term, the reason for the hikes might fuel the long-term bull case, okay, and the long-term counter narrative. If inflation wins, then the Fed raises rates, but inflation could still stay in a high stagflation point, and fiat currency loses purchasing power rapidly. And the hard money hedge, and that's why a lot of people look to and run towards Bitcoin, for example. Okay. Bitcoin, yes, is good for profit, but you can make a lot of money quicker playing options or futures, for example. But just the fact that Bitcoin has a fixed supply, it gives you a sense of asset superiority. So once it's gone and somebody has it, all right, and if you weren't to have it, then they would have an advantage. Okay, so Bitcoin's fixed supply is 21 million, and it's designed as an escape valve from failing fiat monetary policy, since we know that over time, the US dollar is meant to cost, or it's meant to give us less and less and less purchasing power year after year after year after year, since more dollars will just be printed. And the pivot hope. So the market's always trying to predict when the Fed will stop hiking and start cutting. And that's going to be the pivot. So the moment they pivot, crypto usually rallies super duper hard, because once they start pivoting, people are going to be like, all right, you know what, economy's safe. And then people are going to go ahead and start taking advantage of the buys. So mix in the economy news with the charts, and you guys are going to be able to make some really, really great decisions and some great choices. Use your higher time frames as well too. So you can check out the FOMC meetings on forexfactory.com. And the days the Fed announces rate decisions are historically the most volatile days of the year for crypto. So FOMC, a lot of times, is when they release a bunch of really important rate decisions and reports. And cash, understand that cash is going to be a position. You don't always got to be in the setup all the time. Cash is a position. So in a high rate environment, holding stable coins, right, the earning yield is often better than forcing bad trades in a bear market. You just don't need to do that. Don't do that, actually. Okay, don't force trades in a bear market. Just wait for price to pull back, wait for buyers to step in, and then go ahead and catch the low. Catch the low. Once again, if you're struggling with finding the right setup, head over to stackmode.net and look for decoupling. It's the ultimate bullish signal, and it'll let us know when it's time to buy. So when tech stops drop on Fed news, but Bitcoin holds steady or rises, a lot of things are going to let us know when it's time to buy. Okay, so if you see tech stops dropping really, really hard, and then the Fed announces some certain news, you start seeing rallying, put that together with your higher time frame analysis and put it together with the charts, and you can start seeing like, okay, price is ready to buy. Or after big events like CPI and stuff like that, etc. A lot of people hold their cash until these big news events come out, and then you'll start seeing market make its move that it needs to be making. And sometimes you'll even see market, let's say, for example, trending in a downwards direction weeks or days before this news event comes out. Then when the news event comes out, price will go ahead and blast in an upwards direction. Okay, so make your decisions patient ones. Okay, make sure they're extremely patient decisions, because the more patient you are, the better setups that you plan, the more money you're going to be able to make, inshallah. All right, I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding. Head over to stackmode.net for all trading education. Peace. I'm going to break down calls, puts, and even leaps so you guys can understand stock options in a way that makes sense, no confusion, and no headaches. So use call options when you think a stock is going to rise in an upwards direction because you want to lock in the cheaper price today and profit from the move up. A put option is going to be the opposite. It gives you the right to sell a stock at a certain price, and if you think the stock might fall, puts lets you profit from that drop or protect your portfolio from taking a hit. You can also do something called hedging, which is the main thing options was created for, in which you could place a bet in both directions. But here's where the beginners miss out. Leaps. These are long-term options, usually lasting 1 to 3 years, and they give you a lot more time, more flexibility, and less stress than those short-term weekly options that wipe people out. Let's go and let's talk about them, and let's jump into it, inshallah. All right, so let's talk about what an options contract is in the first place. Okay, so let's talk about the rights versus the obligations. So an option is a financial derivative contract, and it derives its value from an underlying asset like Apple or Tesla stock, okay, or Microsoft stock, or even stocks like Google, okay? And it gives the buyer the right, but not the obligation, to buy or sell that specific asset at a specific price on or before a certain date, okay? So let's say you bought a ticket for $100, okay, right? That's how much the actual options contract costed you, okay? And then let's say now the concert were to sell out. Now tickets are going to be worth $500, okay? If you had a call ticket, okay, because call contracts are going to be used whenever you think price is going to go in an upwards direction, okay? So you would purchase a call contract, okay? So that would give you $400 in profit. So if you bought it, okay, if you bought the tickets for $100 and sold them for $500, okay, that means price went in an upwards direction, okay, which means you would have bought a call contract, okay, and that means you would have made $400 on that, okay. So $400 profit would have been what you yielded without ever attending the concert, just because you were right on the fact that prices would have gotten more expensive over time. So if you believe that prices are going to go in an upwards direction and get higher over time and more expensive, then you're going to go ahead and purchase a calls contract. If you're betting that the price of a stock is going to go in a downwards direction, then what you're going to do is purchase a put contract, okay? So if you think price is going to go in a downwards direction, you're going to buy a put. If you think price is going to go in an upwards direction, you're going to go ahead and buy a calls contract. Okay, let's head over to the next slide. So let's talk about the anatomy of a contract in the first place. Okay, the big three terms. Okay, so every single options trade has these three components. Okay, and you got to choose them wisely. Okay, one, your strike price. Okay, your strike price is going to be the specific price you agree to buy and sell the stock at. Okay, then you're going to have your expiration date. Okay, so one of the most important things about options is going to be called the Greeks. Okay, and the Greeks are pretty much going to be time deterministic factors that determine how much profit, okay, your options contract is going to make, or how quickly you're going to lose profit. Because remember, on options, you're buying and getting paid for an educated guess. Okay, it's not fully ownership like buying 100 shares. Okay, you're buying the educated guess and getting paid off of that. Okay, so every educated guess is going to have an expiration date to it. Okay, there's going to be a date where it's like, okay, if you're not right by this time, then your contract is just going to go ahead and expire. Okay, whether it be in the money or out of the money. Okay, in the money means that it'll expire and you would get paid. Okay, and out the money means that you would have lost money on your contract. Okay, and then premium. Premium is going to be the price that you pay for the options contract today. Okay, and to buy the contract, and this is going to be your maximum loss. So the cool thing about options is that your maximum loss is built into it. And on options too, you want to go ahead and try to multiply a lot of the numbers you see by 100. So you might see, let's say you have Apple. Okay, let's say you got Apple here. And let's say an Apple's contract cost 8.70. Okay, all options contracts, in order to get the premium price, okay, you need to multiply the number by 100. Okay, so 8.70 times 100 would equal $870. Okay, if a contract costed you 2.50, okay, is the premium, make sure you multiply that by 100. And a lot of times your broker will tell you how much it's going to cost too. Okay, that's going to mean the contract will cost you $250. Okay, so multiply a lot of the decimal numbers you see in the options world by 100 to get the correct US dollar amount of what you're looking at. Okay, and once again, your expiration dates are going to be really important too. Okay, your contracts don't last forever, so buying as much time on your contracts is going to be ideally the best thing to do and will keep a smile on your face. Okay, make sure you have time on your contracts. Try and stay away from things like 0 date expirations. Okay, 0 date to expire. Okay, if you also hear the term DTE, it stands for date to expire. Okay, so let's head over to the next slide, class. So let's talk about call options. Okay, call options mean that price is headed in a bullish direction. Okay, and a bullish direction means an upward direction. Okay, so that means that you're betting on growth. Okay, you're taking an educated, speculated guess. Okay, that price is going to go in an upwards direction. So buying a call means that you profit when the stock goes in an upwards direction. Okay, so why do it? Okay, leverage. Okay, so leverage on options is the reason why people trade options in the first place. So options contract, one options contract, okay, equals 100 shares worth of power. Okay, so one contract, okay, equals 100 shares worth of buying power. Okay, so to buy 100 shares of a $200 stock, okay, that means it would cost you 20K. Okay, but to buy one call option of those controlling shares, it might cost you only 500 to 1,000. Okay, so this way you're getting the shares power, okay, just jumbled up in a one big contract derivative. And it's cheaper because it's not giving you actual ownership, but what you're getting paid based off of is this directional skill. Okay, so if you think that a company is going to drop one of the best products of all time, okay, and it's not at all-time highs yet, and you think price can go even further, okay, then you can go ahead and look to buying a call option. Okay, so if the stock soars, okay, your $500 could turn to $2,000 overnight, okay, giving you 300% gain. That's also the cool thing about options too. How much you lose is baked in. You know exactly how much you're going to lose maximum at all times. If you bought a contract for 5.00, okay, remember, times 100, okay, and that would go ahead and give us $500. Okay, if you bought a contract for $500, the max you could lose, okay, the max loss would go ahead and be $500. $500 would be the absolute max loss, okay? But guess what the max profit is? Infinity, okay? So that's the super duper cool thing about options. You can only lose what you purchased the contract for, but you could make infinite, okay? So if you bought a contract for $500 and it crashed to zero, the stock, okay, you would still only lose $500. But if the stock soared all the way up to $10,000 a share, okay, you would make infinite profit. So that's why people trade options. Let's head over to the next slide. And the opposite and equal end of it is going to be the put options, okay? Just like things that go up have to come down, okay? Options are going to be the same way, okay? Calls is going to be for price going in the upwards direction. Puts is going to be for price going in the downwards direction, okay? And that means that you're betting on a crash, okay? You think that price is going to head in the downwards direction for a bit, okay? And buying a put means that you profit when the stock price goes in a downwards direction. So let's say a stock price was $40, okay? And you think price is going to go down to $35. Then in this instance, you would go ahead and purchase a put contract, okay? So puts are going to be used for two main reasons, okay? One, speculation. So if you think a company is failing and you want to profit from the crash or heading in a downwards direction, then a put options contract would go ahead and be your best case scenario for this, okay? And then hedging, okay, very, very important too, okay? So insurance, let's say you own 100 shares of Apple, okay, but you're scared of a crash, okay? So you could go ahead and buy a put contract. So if Apple actually does drop, okay, the put contract makes you money, and then you could take that money and buy more shares if you'd want to, okay? So options was created so people can speculatively trade, okay, and hedge. And hedging means that you could trade at both directions during the same exact time, just to manage any type of balance or any type of other asset classes you have held. Okay, let's head over to the next slide. All right, so let's talk about the pricing trap. Okay, so the times 100 multiplier. Okay, it's very, very, very easy to understand. Okay, don't make it a trap. Just understand it. Okay, just understand when you're looking at options contract, it can be a trap though if you think a contract costs like $2.50. You're like, oh, the options contract only costs $2. Like, no, it actually costs $250. Okay, if you see an options contract cost 10.00, that means that that contract has to be multiplied by 100. Okay, and that would go ahead and give you 1,000. Okay, even if it's a decimal. Okay, if you see a contract for 0.75. You still have to multiply that by 100, okay, and that's going to go ahead and give you $75, okay? If you have a contract for 3.35, multiply that times 100, and that's going to go and equal 335, okay? You guys can either use your calculators, or you can just look at the number with the decimal and just remove the decimal, okay? Just remove the decimal from your brain mentally, and that's going to go ahead and give you the actual number. Okay, so if something's 2.50, okay, just remove the decimal, 250. Okay, if something costs 7.40, just remove the decimal, it costs 740. Okay, so don't make the math too hard, okay, and don't get psyched out. Okay, stay prayed up to God for wisdom and keep going, even when things get difficult. Let's head over to the next slide. So time is going to be the invisible enemy. Okay, so let's understand what's called theta. Okay, so theta is going to be really, really important. Okay, so options are going to be like melting ice cubes over time. Okay, and you got to get paid before the ice cube decides to get melted. Okay, and they're composed of two types of value. One, okay, it's going to be intrinsic value. Intrinsic value is going to be the real value. Okay, it's going to be the stock price. Okay, and then the strike price. And then you're going to have the extrinsic time value. Okay, which is going to be the hope value. Okay, and this decays every single day due to the fact that we are trading in melting ice cube. Okay, so as you get closer to expiration, the time value accelerates to 0. Okay, so if the stock doesn't move fast enough, you lose money, even if the stock price stays the same. So in order to outplay all of this and get around theta and make sure you guys profit, you want to try and focus on what's called leap contracts. Okay. Leap contracts are going to be contracts that expire between 1 to 3 years. Okay. Because you want to try and play your options like you're holding shares. Okay. You don't want to try and play your options real quick. No, because a lot of times you're going to lose like that. And it's not going to be worth your initial investment. It'd be worth it to go play futures if you're just going to play that short of expirations. Okay. Try to buy 1 to 3 years out and catch big, giant, higher time frame setups. At the end of the video, I'm going to include some chart setups too, so we know when it's time to buy calls or puts. Okay. So trying to buy between 1 to 3 years out is really going to give your trade some time to cook, chef, before it just decides to melt completely and expires. Okay. So now contracts that are expiring later, okay, like 1 to 3 years will be more expensive, but your theta is going to go ahead and be saved. Okay. Because if you have a shorter time frame contract, your theta is going to be getting destroyed by that extrinsic time value that decays every single day a lot quicker. Okay. And that's really just not what you want ideally. So I'm trying to give you guys the easiest time possible. Okay. So try to focus on contracts that expire in about 1 to 3 years. And inshallah, you'll have the easiest time trading options. Okay. Also, another thing with options too, try to buy the contract closest to current price. Okay. So if an options contract is costing, okay, or let's say the current share price, right, is $70 a share. Okay. You want to try, and you think price is going to go in an upwards direction. Okay. Let's say you think price is going to go to 80. Okay. Even though you think price is going to go to 80, the best contract to buy would go ahead and be a 71 call contract. Okay. A 71 call contract would be the best contract to buy. Okay. You want to try and just buy the number 1 up. Okay. So if the number is going to be current price is at 60, okay, and you think price is going to go down to 55, okay, the best contract to buy would be a 59 put. Okay, that would go ahead and be the best contract to buy. So even though we're going to close at 55, you still want to buy the number 1 below since you're buying a put, or the number 1 above if you're buying a call. It's going to give your contract the best value and move the best. So leaps, okay, long-term plays, okay, leaps, long-term equity anticipation securities are options that expire in over a year, okay, or a year. Okay, they have less decay on them, making the theta very, very, very low. Okay, you don't have to stress about little daily moves going through it for no reason. Okay, and stock replacements, it pretty much mimics owning the stock for a fraction of the price. Okay, and you guys are still going to be able to hit some great take profits. Okay, and tax benefits. So even on crypto and shares as well too, if trades are held for over a year, then you get a lot of favorable tax-free treatment. And there's a reason for this. Okay, the markets are made to go in an upwards direction. So the more people they have invested, of course, there's going to go ahead and be tax benefits for that. They want as much money as they can parked into the markets. Okay, because that's how the U.S. economy decides to flow and the U.S. stock market flows in the first place. Let's head over to the next slide. Okay, so calls. That means you're going to purchase them if you think price is going to go in an upwards direction. Puts. That means you would purchase them if you think price is going to go in a downwards direction. Theta. That's going to be the time clock. Okay. And it's going to be a big piece on the melting ice cube. Okay. Treat your options contract like a melting ice cube every day. And you want to get the most deep freezed ice cube that you can. And you do that by purchasing a leap contract. A leap contract is a contract that expires in 1, 2, 3 years. Okay. And your risk is going to be whatever you purchased. Okay. So if you purchase a contract for 5.00, okay, remember, and then we got to multiply that by 100. Okay. Or you could just remove the decimal and that'll give you the number. So 500. So if you purchase a contract for 500, let your contract either hit your take profit or your stop loss is going to be that 500. Okay. And only invest what you can lose. Okay. 100% loss is going to be possible on your contracts. Okay. So try and use your whole contract as the stop loss and give yourself time and play for real take profits. The United States stock market is created to go up. As long as these companies, okay, have more money to hire people, okay, that's going to be more taxes that can be paid to the US government, okay? The more money that they get from stock market funding means the more properties they can build. The more properties that are built means the more property tax that has to be paid to the US government, okay? So as long as these companies in the stock market goes in an upwards direction, okay, and that these stocks are even moving, then the richer the US government will get. Let's go and let's jump into the chart, and I'm going to talk to you guys when to know when to buy calls and when to buy puts real quick. Let's go. So when you are on the chart, you want to start doing your higher time frame top-down analysis, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and start on my weekly time frame, and then from there, you want to go ahead and head over to your daily to your 4 hour, okay? So once again, we purchase call contracts if we think price is going to go in an upwards direction, and you're going to purchase put contracts if you think price is going to go in a downwards direction, okay? So I'm going to start on my weekly here. So if I'm going to purchase a call contract, then that means that price can't be at all-time highs because I'm expecting price to go in an upwards direction. So if I have area of resistance above current price, okay, then that's going to go ahead and give me a window to purchase a calls contract, okay? So understand that price a lot of the times will try and hunt an area of resistance above current price, especially after falling down. Market's going to work at higher lows and V's, okay? So we can see market decided to make a low down here and decided to incrementally keep staring up in an upwards direction, okay, over time, okay? And after I like to see market making a heavy area of support on my higher time frames, whether it be in my weekly, my daily, or my 4 hour, okay? I know that price always wants to try to recover where it fell down from originally. So I would go ahead and just take the trade up till there, okay? I would purchase a call contract since I think price is going to go in the upwards direction, okay? And I would buy a year or 2 out, okay? So I could buy January 2028 if I'm recording this in 2025, okay? And if I see the current price here is 183.38, I could buy a 185 contract. Since I'm going to be buying a calls contract, I'm going to buy the contract that's going to be one above the current price, okay? If I was going to buy a puts contract, okay, expecting price to go in a downwards direction, looks like this one hit take profit too, okay? If I'm expecting price to head in downwards direction, then, you know, you could play, let's say I wanted to short till this area of resistance here, okay, and market's deciding to fall right here. Let's say I'm expecting price to do something like that, okay? If I want to short down to this area of resistance right here, okay, I would do the same thing. Options by like 1 to 2 years out. If I think price is going to go in a downwards direction, I'm going to look at current price, look at the number right below it, okay? So in this case, if current price is 19.39, then I would go ahead and buy the put. Okay, I would buy the put 18, and that would be the best contract to purchase if price is heading in a downward scenario. Okay, so that's it. Make option trading very, very simple. Don't make it too difficult. I have so much free content for you guys. Head over to Stackmode.net to learn how to trade options. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay prayed up to God and keep grinding.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys, it's a blessing, but you gotta go hard every single day. Every single day. That's why I got myself my TAP digital business card, which you guys can get in the link in the description below, Stackmode.net and CEO Turbo, and everywhere I'm at. Yo, do you do business? Yo, do you have a website? Yo, do you trade? Yo, do you invest? Constantly pushing myself, constantly trying to get to the next level, constantly networking with CEOs, working with water companies, working with team leaders, working with entrepreneurs, working with anyone that I can get information from. Because every single experience, whether it be you posting a video and seeing how it did compared to the last video you posted, whether it be a business interaction, whether it be a business deal that you're closing, you gain some information, and that's what's going to get you guys to the income level that you want to get to. The amount of information that you gain and you're able to process back out into your products, into your information, if you're a teacher or a coach, etc.
the amount of information that you receive from the world and that you're able to put back out onto the earth is a lot of the times what's going to get you this success. Are you learning from people's experiences? You have to learn what people are needing. What are people in need of? If people are in need of fun, that's why things like fidget spinners, for example, made people so much money, because it was just a fun, super trendy time. Fidget spinners were really popular. People were wearing the rubber bands, the colorful ones. I know you guys probably remember that. And just finding an ample way in society to A, put a smile on people's faces, or B, solve their problems and solve their hardships. Okay. That is how you're going to get to the next level in business. And that's how you have to think 25/8 every single day. If you're going to quit your job, I quit my job. I had a finance career. I worked 4 years. I programmed credit card terminals. I did sales for them as well too. And I also did tech support. So I had a very, very extensive, long background of working with different types of people, solving different types of problems. And I was able to take all of that information and start the Stackmode Network and start CEO Turbo, right? So that's really why I think this business card here, it's just like a credit card, you know, same type of material, not weak. You know, a normal business card, so you guys get 10,000 of them. People aren't going to sit there and stop, look, type in each thing. Especially we got shorts out and stuff like that. People's attention spans are sadly getting lower. So you have to know how to prioritize people's success, even with the current trends. So if the current trend, you're noticing that people don't have patience, then create a product to help them gain more instantaneous results. You could literally go up to somebody's phone, boom, tap it, or you can go ahead and scan this QR code here. And then from there, all your social medias pop up, your website, you can add your contact to your phone, and it makes it really, really simple. Okay. So that was a piece and a gap in human society that I saw an opportunity for me to push my product towards. And you have to think that way every single day, while on the side, while I'm coding apps, while I'm pushing websites and building websites for CEOs and clients. You got to work overtime and posting content and getting fly. God is good. Alhamdulillah. But you know what I'm saying? Getting fly. It's effort you got to put in every single day. I'm not sitting in this 2-seater coupe right now because I just sit on my butt all day doing nothing. I'm working hard, praying 5 times a day, trying my absolute hardest, going hard, reading Quran for wisdom, talking to different people for wisdom, using my income as an engine. That's why I created CEO Turbo. I want you to be able to accelerate your business and create your income engine. Make sure it's always flowing. Keep putting gas into it. Keep putting gas into it. Keep investing in my stocks. Keep investing in my crypto portfolio like I've showed you guys. I just want to show you guys how to boss up, how to be a CEO. I feel like things nowadays are way too cryptic. People are just showing you guys flashy stuff, and you guys aren't really getting the real raw education or the real raw standpoints of things. That's why I want to come on here and bring real authenticity, bring real genuineness, and just tell you guys the real. There are days where it's extremely frustrating, you know, figuring out all your LLC stuff, getting all your paperwork together, setting up your business bank accounts. There's times where this stuff can get frustrating, but the thing about business is that it's a day by day, brick by brick built based effort. So if you go hard every single day, you try and stack as many bricks as possibly can, then you're going to be able to get to the success that you want to get to quicker, if God wills. Okay. But the more that you procrastinate, the more that you just keep those ideas in there and don't actually get them out to the world, the longer things are going to take, the harder it's going to be for you to actually progress. And it's going to be frustrating the older that you get too. You don't want to run into a position where you're like, oh man, why didn't I go harder back in the day? Go hard now. Go hard now. I don't care what age you are. I don't care what position you're in. I don't care how much income you have. Go hard now. There's so many ways in order for you to generate income. You guys can cold DM people on Instagram. There's contact buttons on so many different social media pages. You guys can code websites. You guys can code apps, put them on the app store, start getting paid that way. It's so easy to drop music if you want to be an artist, a singer, or a rapper. If you guys want to make animations and make movies and cartoons, you can take that route and create a whole brand from there. Think about The Simpsons. Simpsons have mugs, pants, shirts, hats, etc. just based off of an animation series. There's so many different routes and avenues you could take in today's generation. It's actually really, really fun. So that's going to be the real raw reality of it, is that there's times where it's going to be hard for sure, but it is fun. Have fun with it. I have fun with this every single day, and it's a blessing. It's a real big blessing from Allah. It's a big blessing from God for me to be able to wake up in the morning, go hard, and just tell you guys some positive information that I pray can help you guys progress your days. And when I look at my reviews, I'm really, really grateful to just see the amount of people I've impacted. Even hearing that people use my education in classrooms is a big blessing. And for me to just be a young African-American male, I come from sleeping on the floor with my mom. You know what I'm saying? Come from living in just times of solace, just by myself a lot. You know, mom worked really, really hard, and I love her to death. You know, I give her whatever I can and just try and run it up for her, because she really showed me that hard work beats everything else. I don't care how tall you are. I don't care if you don't speak the best English or the best speech. I don't care if you have a speech impediment. I don't care if you're disabled. I don't care if you think you can't do it. I don't care if you have people hating on you. I don't care if you're going through traumatic events. I don't care if people are trying to dim your light. I don't care if people are trying to shut you down. You gotta go hard, man. Take all of that and transmute that into your work and go hard. You guys can absolutely do what you need to do. And I don't care where you're from. I don't care what your background is. I don't care what people have told you. Whatever God put inside of your head and in your heart, you gotta put that out into the world. The house that you're sitting in, somebody had an idea. Somebody had an idea like, look, I'm going to build this house. I'm going to build this house, and we're going to go ahead and I'm going to have people living in it. And that's what they did. So I'm telling you guys, we can do some monumental things. God is good. Alhamdulillah. And I just want you guys to succeed, man. But you can't succeed if you're just wasting time sitting there scrolling all day, looking at memes. A lot of people tell me, yo, Chris, I want it. Yo, Chris, I'm trying to go hard. Yo, Chris, I'm trying to get to the next level. Some people even pay me to give them education. And guess what they're doing year after year after year after year? The same thing. And it's pretty sad. It can be pretty sad. I'm going to be honest. I'm quite an emotionally intertwined person. I'm not an emotionally sporadic person. I don't really cry too much and stuff like that. I'm a human being. I go through my things. But for the most part, I'm pretty hard. I just wake up, pray to God, give all my problems to Allah. And I just keep grinding and keep focusing and just keep staying steady. But the times when you're going to feel doubt, the times when you're like, dang, I'm going hard, why am I not getting results? You might be flat. You might be on $0, going as hard as you possibly can. You got to just hit that prayer. You got to pray to God. You got to ask, one, for forgiveness for any bunky stuff you might have did in the past. And two, you got to just ask God for strength and discipline. You know, when you have the strength and the discipline and the wisdom also too, that's what I try to pray for. Strength, wisdom, and discipline. And for everyone that also worships God to be blessed with afia. and afia is just good things within the world and in the afterlife of God wills. So your prayers and your faith is important. It's important. It's important. It's important. It's important because people don't bet on themselves. I'm realizing people spend 40, 50, 60 years at the job, still don't get what they really want for real, and then turn around and be like, dang, why didn't I bet on myself and take the risk? So you can't be scared of anything but God. God should be the only thing that you fear. Not humans, not no failure. You're gonna have to get out of your head. If you're gonna go forward in business, you gotta get out of your head. That's gonna be the main thing that you have to do. You gotta get out your head. You can't think like you in business as well too, because what you're interested in, someone literally might despise, and what you might despise, that might be someone's favorite thing. Okay? So there's some people out there who sell bricks, who sell clay, who sell wood. They may not care about that, but they do it to feed their family. So same thing with drop shippers, for example. A lot of drop shippers who sell lipsticks, who sell couches, etc. They might not be super enthusiasts in that. Some men selling women's products, some women selling men's products, etc. Might not be super enthusiastic about it, but they're enthusiastic about protecting, providing for themselves and their family, so they go hard at it. Keep focusing on their copywriting, keep trying different ad copies, keep trying different strategies out in order to succeed and get to the next level. But understand that we can't progress, we can't win if we don't try things. Too many people are really, really scared to try things, I'm noticing. So if you have a couple of thousands, if you have a couple of bands stacked up, you know what I'm saying? You've been in stack mode, you've been staying, you know what I'm saying, away from your desires, buying random things you don't need to buy. You have a couple of thousand stacked up, quit your job. Quit your job and hustle. But try and build something first. Go to stackmode.net, and if you don't have a website built, I'll build the website for you. Get your website built first. Start watching marketing videos. Start studying business. But one thing in business, though, I can say, just try stuff. Just try stuff. You never know. You never know what's going to pop. Something you might put in max effort for might not pop, but then something you barely tried on might pop and blow you up. You know what I'm saying? And take you to the next level. So you just have to keep trying, and your consistency matters. Even when you're tired, sick, sad, depressed, hungry, you got to keep thinking. You got to keep going hard. I'm telling you, it's a real different game when you jump into your business. You got to go harder than you think. Okay, you got to go a lot harder than you think. A lot harder than you think. No such thing as passive income. Nah, passive income is just bricks stacked up over time. That's all it is. And then money starts coming in on the back end, but you still got to push more forefront for stuff. Say you don't just sit there and do nothing. Like, you got to actually keep advertising, keep pushing stuff. Unless you're doing things like real estate, which you still got to list the house for sale on certain things or put a sign in front of it. You still got to advertise and market is the thing. So creating your products, your software, your website, etc., that's like one side of it. But then your marketing, actually getting everything out there, whether it be through ads or posting high quality organic content, that is a whole different ball game. Making sure you have good copywriting for all people and all levels to read, whether it be kindergarten through senior age. Okay, people should be able to understand your content. So there's a lot of just technicalities, and that's why I created CEO Turbo, where you guys can book a call with me to actually learn how to strategize and scale your business and get your website designed if you don't already have one, or redesign your website if you do have one. Even if you already have a domain, I got you. Can already just create your new website. We'll get your domain connected and updated, and yeah, get you dominating. But a lot of people too post high quality content or know how to get views, but don't know how to convert those views into money, and then are frustrated, like, wait, why am I not actually getting paid? So when you don't have high quality skills, you don't have any leverage, you don't have any strategic standpoints in order for you to progress or stand back. say if you're a trader, for example, say you make good income trading. If you don't have a business on the side, or you don't post your trades, or you don't have some type of group, right? One bad month, right? Or say market's just at all-time highs and you literally can't take a trade. How are you going to keep generating income? Are you going to let all the income flow stop? There's literally times where you can't trade. And that's why I think it's just absolutely ridiculous. So ignore what people think. Ignore what people are talking about. Focus on God. Focus on yourself. And focus on your loved ones and family if you have them. All right? Just go hard, though. Okay? You got to tune out the noise and the negativity and the distractions. One thing with business, too, negativity is going to be poison. It's going to be poison because you don't have a 2 weeks check coming in. You got to generate that. You got to build that from scratch. You got to build that from the ground. Okay, so go hard and keep trying to build that. Okay, and you can't give up. It's actually sad. Too many people I see giving up. Why are you on the earth? Why are you on the earth if you're giving up? What are you doing? Stop it. Like, there's way too many people giving up for no reason. I don't understand. I understand we go through sadness, depression, events, but I don't care if you go through the most traumatizing stuff of all time. Do not give up until God says, okay, boom, it's your time to go. All right. You do not have any jurisdiction to take yourself off the earth, to quit, to give up, or to slow down. You need to go harder. You need to stop being weak if you're being weak right now. Okay? Some of y'all are doing also way too much consuming. I understand learning educational content. Okay? There's business mentors I watch. Shout out like Charlie Morgan and stuff like that. But after that, I'm hustling. I don't sit there and just study. So many people study too much. That's why people get frustrated when they come out of college and then they're like, wait, why am I not getting any money? Because you just spent 5 years studying when you could have spent 5 years studying and getting money. And then you're frustrated. Now, for some people, it works out. But for some people, if you don't do internships, if you don't do programs, if you don't get connections, difficult to get a position. Okay. Talking to somebody who did corporate, who scaled through corporate, started as tech support, scaled through, went to an activations level position, and started just grinding and kept climbing my way up. Okay. Y'all check these out, man. Shout out my mom. My mom got me these. When you're doing business too, your presentation. That's the reason why I show you guys that. Your presentation is everything. You could literally have one of the best ideas, one of the best products ever. If you do not know how to market, if you do not know how to get it out there, you will not succeed. And that is literally just the straight up truth. Like, if you don't know how to market, you could literally have the best idea and product. But if you don't know how to present your idea, product, your information, your book, whatever it is, your tool, if you're selling gardening tools, it's going to be hard. So you have to go hard on both lanes. And that's where people start building a team with. I personally run both my companies by myself. Maybe in the future, potentially, maybe I could hire somebody. I've had lots of offers. I just feel like it's more efficient when I have the ideas and this control over everything in the forefront. And you can hire people, but what I've seen from other peers, other friends who have successful businesses, who do 5-6 figures a month, etc. Hiring people can make things complicated. People might not be as motivated. I don't really like that word because motivated is kind of temporary. People might not be as hungry as you. You got to be hungry every single day. You got to want it every single day. No ifs, ands, or buts. And someone might go through a traumatic event, and that might shatter their whole world. And that is going to slow down your money, and that's going to slow down how much income you're getting.
So you got to think about stuff like that too whenever you are working with people, whenever you do hire people. So that's why I try and utilize AI as much as you can. That's why in the Stackmode Academy, I teach you guys how to use AI and on the channel. Just because knowing how to use AI properly is going to be really, really important for just being as productive as you can and as efficient as you can, especially if you're a solo business. I don't care if you're trying to do software as a service or a product based company, or you mow lawns. Doesn't matter. Try and use AI as much as you can. Try and use AI to make like your flyers so that you can go plant things in the ground so people can drive by and see like, oh, they mow lawns, boom. You know what I'm saying? Push hard. Push hard. Once again, your digital business card. This right here is, yeah. Get this, man. Stackmode.net or CEOturbo.com. Get this now. If God wills, it's going to help you out and start pushing your business. If you're serious about being a CEO, if you're serious about bossing up, I'm going to catch y'all on the next one. Okay, stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. And bam! Passive trading, swing trading, making money in your sleep and while you're at work is all I'm pushing. That's all we're teaching here at Stackmode. All that day trading, hustling to make some money real quick. Oh, we just got in, we just got out. All that anxiety trading, all that cringe. Not what we're pushing here. Okay, we're pushing stability, consistency, major growth. Only things I want to even instruct you guys when it comes to the market is to use your higher time frames. All that 1 minute, 5 minute scalping, all that prop firm day trading scalping, it's not going to get you to where you want to be. There's a reason why your P&L keeps going up and down, why you're upset that you're not profitable, that you haven't gotten the Lamborghini or the house that you want. Some of you guys are absolutely trading like absolute pansies. Some of the stuff I've been seeing online, especially from people who have views and stuff, it's crazy. These guys are on the 1 minute using EMAs, MACD, etc. Just use your higher time frames. Weekly, daily, 4 hour. All you need to know is like how market moves when it comes to sellers stepping in and buyers stepping in. Once you understand that, you can make profitable trades. Once sellers step in, guess what? We don't buy. And when buyers step in, we buy, and we sell when sellers step in. It's literally all you have to do. People are trying to make it so complicated with all of these things, etc. Especially if you're just trading the stock market. It's meant to go in an upwards direction. These companies hold up the forefront and the infrastructure of the United States on their pillars. And without them, the United States would definitely have a very, very hard time when it comes to maintaining its US dollar power. Because the reason why the US dollar is even worth as well is because not only do we have a really good military, but we do have world-changing companies that pretty much every country besides like some communist Asian countries used, such as like North Korea and stuff like that, etc. Other than that, Google, Microsoft, Nvidia, etc., all that stuff is used all across the world. Say, for example, Nvidia. If you put $5,000 in Nvidia 10 years ago, you'd have $1 million today, right? And it's like people are still on here trying to day trade for what? When you could literally just be buying and holding. Even if you're taking a trade for a couple of days, a couple of weeks, I just want to break down to you guys and have a full presentation on why we need to just take our time, have some patience. What are we doing here? Okay, you guys are trying to, oh, I'm on the 5 minute, I'm scalping. Oh, I just won. And then the next day, oh, I just lost. And then you're crashing out your account and blowing it up, all types of bunky, crazy stuff. I don't want you guys going through any struggles when it comes to the market, when it literally is meant to make money from it. Okay, if you have any type of discipline, competency, and patience, you can make some money from the markets. Let's jump into this presentation. Let me show you how. Stop day trading. Start living. Start working. The whole point of investing, right, is to turn your money into more money. So if we're going to do this we need to be working. Whether if you're a CEO, working on your business, or if you're working your job, whatever you're doing to generate income, you need to be focusing on that while your trades are cooking. So while your trades are in the background, while your trades are progressing level by level, you need to make sure you're working on something. Make sure you're consistently hustling, because guess what? Trading is a multiplicative game. It's not like a job where you sit there making the same consistent income, getting the same check every 2 weeks. Okay, we're not here for that. We're here to multiply our income. We're trying to get rich, inshallah, if God wills. So if you're trying to get rich, you have to multiply your income, and you have to push it. You have to go hard. And you can't spend more time on the charts thinking that it's going to equal more income. Because I'm telling you, more time on the charts does not equal more income. Now, studying the charts, yes, but more time placing trades does not equal more income. So let's go ahead and let's continue the next section here. So let's talk about the day trader's trap. So the reality check. 95% of day traders fail to outperform the S&P 500 over a 5-year period. Why? And honestly, it's so easy to outperform the S&P 500. The year just started. We're already up like 11, 12%. I have to go check it. But I believe it was up over like 7%. Like first week started off really strong. It's really easy to outperform the S&P 500 whenever you're catching the innovation and you're playing stocks that have something to do with the future. Whether it be getting in an AI health stock, whether it be getting in a certain tech stock that helps manufacture cars, etc., chips, microchips, a lot of different scenarios and cases, right? Investing your money long term, even if you're playing futures, forex, or options too, long-term trading is going to be what you want to be doing, okay? And 95% of day traders fail to outperform the S&P 500 over a 5-year period. And why is that? Emotional exhaustion. I used to be a day trader myself, okay? And there was times where I was able to make some good income, and I realized that, wait, trading every single day, even when I streaked, say I won 25 trades on the month, right? But then the next trade, you're coming in, you're winning like 7 trades on the month because you're playing tops and you're playing bottoms, okay? You're shorting and you're longing. If I'm playing the stock market, I'm only longing personally, okay? And emotional exhaustion. So staring at the screen for 8 hours spikes cortisol. And what cortisol is going to be your emotion that lets you know you're upset. So it's your rage emotion, okay? And the more cortisol that you have equals the more stress. And the more stress that you have, you're going to be hopping on the charts like, oh my gosh, and you're going to be trading health for money. That's not what you want to be doing. You don't want to be trading no type of negative aspect for money, whether it be your soul, whether it be your health. You don't want to be trading that for money. And the tax drag. So short-term capital gains tax are up to 37%. It can really eat your profits alive compared to long-term rates, which have a 0 to 20%. So 37% is the max, and that's really once you reach over like 6 figures a year trading, 200K a year, which you can actually reach fairly quickly. But the 0 to 20% is going to be for the long-term tax gains, and the long-term tax gains are going to be for holding your trades for over a year. So they want you to keep your money within the market because it keeps the economy held up. And a zero-sum game. So for you to win a trade in the short term, someone else often has to lose, and you're competing against supercomputers and AI. And a lot of times that can be pretty difficult. And the math of churning. So if you make a 10% profit, right, for example, pretty easy to do, but you trade 100 times a year. Fees and taxes can reduce your real return to negative, honestly. And especially you future scalpers, you guys are placing 1 million trades a day, and your fees at the end of the year could really eat into your profits. So think about that. And ask yourself, do you own the charts, or do the charts own you? Stop hopping on the charts fiending for money. Put your setup down after you've marked it out. After you've done your intellectual, fundamental, and technical research, put your trade down, let it hit TP or stop loss, and go on to the next trade. That's all you have to do. Stop making it more difficult than it needs to be. Please. Inshallah, if God wills, you guys have a lot of people to take care of, and you have yourself to take care of. Love yourself. Okay, if you master this, you could be able to take care of a lot of people, and I'm so dedicated to teaching every single person on this earth, to making sure that you guys understand every single concept of this. And the passive approach, right? So the passive approach within the charts is really good, because then you get to be aggressive within your work and real life. You get to be aggressive within your business, so you have more income to throw into the charts in the first place. So buying assets that generate wealth while you sleep, rather than renting out your time to monitor price action and watching every single candlestick move, is going to be a lot better. So you're going to want to primarily swing trade. Okay, switch to your weekly time frame, your daily time frame, and your 4-hour time frame. And the reason why I even go down to my 4-hour time frame at the lowest, I really would just go down to my daily, but the 4-hour time frame, it gives you extended trading hours. So sometimes on TradingView and other brokers that you're on too, you might see some candlesticks that are hidden due to the fact that extended trading hours is not on the daily and the weekly, since it goes by the hourly basis. And time in the market, right? It's important to study the charts. It's important to know how market moves, okay? And historically, missing the best 10 days of the market cuts your returns in half. And passive investors never miss those days, because your trade is always cooking. Instead of trying to be like, oh, I'm going to go ahead and buy here, market's going to short here, market's going to do. Buy where you think it's going to go ahead and long at. Short where you think it's going to short at. Sit on it for some days. A good trade takes days. Okay, a good trade is going to take some days, or at least some hours, in order to take profit. If your trade is not taking days or hours or even weeks, sometimes months and years, what are you doing? If you're closing a trade within a couple of minutes, literally exit the charts. You are not looking to build a life of stability from the market. And ownership versus speculation. So day traders bet on price movement, and passive investors bet on business growth. You can use AI, get my course and my book in order to do accurate research and check the revenue out. Make sure you guys are investing into companies that are profitable, or at least have some future projections to be profitable. And the goal is not just money. It's the liberty to not just sit there looking at the screen, candlestick by candlestick. It's not what you want to do. It can be extremely difficult. And if you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you're going to work until you die. Okay. So make money while you sleep, because I do not want you guys slaving until you die in a way where you're unhappy. If you're doing a work that you love, keep doing that. May God bless your soul. And the eighth wonder of the world, right? So scenario A, for example. So the act of stress. So let's say you spend 20 hours a week trading and you make 15% one year, lose 10% the next. Your stress level is going to be 10 out of 10. Okay, because you're going to be like, whoa, and then you're only up 5%. Still profitable, yes, but then say you're down another 10%, then you're going to be down 5%. Okay, not what you want. And then scenario B, the swing trader, the trader in stack mode, keeping their money in the account, keeping their account growing. Say you invest $500 a month into the S&P 500, right, with the historical 10% average, you spend 0 hours trading, okay? Or if you invested into a good tech stock, for example, in 30 years, you'd have $1 million. Just like I spoke about earlier, 5 years ago, $5,000 in NVIDIA, you'd have $1 million today. And the effort was 1 hour of total setup time. And compound interest requires time, not effort. Day trading interrupts the compounding process by constantly moving your capital and constantly moving your emotions. And I'm telling you, especially as you get older, it's not easy. In order to keep that up, it can be extremely stressful. And I want you guys to live a stress-free life where you guys can chill out, do what you want, and ball. Inshallah. Let's head over to the next slide. So reclaim your mind. Get control over your mind. Don't stress out. Don't trip. And the hidden cost of day trading is going to be decision fatigue. And mental bandwidth is going to be required in every scenario. So every buy and sell decision burns glucose in your brain. By noon, a day trader is mentally depleted. You're sitting there looking at the chart all day. You spent all day pretty much doing nothing, not building, not growing, not grinding. It's not stack mode. So put down your trade, put down your alerts, make sure you have TradingView on your phone or put down your alerts on your broker, whatever is better for you, and let the trade rock out. Okay, don't sit there looking at every single candlestick movement. Grind. Take your time and grind. And by automating your investments, you preserve your mental energy for building a business, learning a new skill, and spending time with family. That's definitely what you want. And questions for the class. So what would you guys do with an extra 20 hours a week if your income was automated? Okay, I want you guys to leave a comment below and let me know. So what would you do for an extra bit of time? Okay, because the time is there. The market is waiting on you to invest. If you want to learn how, book a call at stackmode.net or give me a call at 678-775-8532. And I want you guys to get into the process of being focused on God, most importantly, and being focused on yourself. Okay, being focused on your business, being focused on your work, developing yourself. Okay, grind. Spend some time with your family as well too. Build your relationships. Learn something new. Reclaim your mind, reclaim your life, and do not be a rat race rat for income your whole life. That's not what we're doing here. That's not what I'm pushing. And I want you guys to have some freedom within your life. Okay, we're here to worship God. I don't want you guys to be worshiping money. I don't want you guys to be slaving for money. I want you guys to be living a life of abundance, dominion, and yes, work hard, but I don't want you to be unhappy while doing it. Keep grinding and grind hard and do what you love. Take that risk. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't, and stay focused on your vision. And dollar cost averaging, let's go and let's talk about that. So how it works. So you invest a fixed amount of money at regular intervals, regardless of the share price. So market high, then you buy fewer shares, protecting the downside. So obviously your market's not going to be at all-time highs and you're loading up. No, you buy low, sell high. Okay. Or if you're shorting, let's say you're a Forex trader or something like that, you're trading more of a downtrending market, then what you're going to want to do is sell low, buy high. Okay. So either ways. So zero emotion. You remove the should I buy now anxiety completely by swing trading. When you're using your higher time frames, you know your trade is going to take days or hours in order to progress. Give it time. Let it chef, let it cook. Okay? Let it chef and let it cook. So the choice is going to be yours. Option number one, you're chained to a desk, fighting algorithms, and you're having extremely high stress. Looking at 1 minute candles, watching every single thing, speculate, and watching your P&L fluctuate insanely. Stop trading like that. It's not worth it. It's actually led a lot of people to suicide. And I don't want you guys to go through that. Okay? And option number two, the stack mode way. Automate your wealth, time, and live your life. Stop playing the game. Okay? Stop going to the casino. Stop gambling. And trade the markets. Okay? Trade the markets. When a company drops its earnings reports, it's like opening the result envelope on award night. Traders, investors, hedge funds, everyone is waiting to see if the company beats expectations, meet them, or completely miss the mark. And depending on that reveal, price action can turn into a calm wave or a full-blown tidal surge. During earnings, companies reveal how much money they made, how much they spent, and what they expect for the future. And here's the twist. Sometimes the company posts great numbers, but the stock still tanks. And here's why. Because Wall Street wasn't impressed, or the expectations could have been higher than reality. And other times the results are just okay, but the stock still shoots up because traders were expecting something a lot worse. In just a few minutes, spreads widen, volume spikes, and algorithms fire off like fireworks. And this is why many traders either love earnings season or avoid it like a thunderstorm. A lot of the times though, in order to avoid gambling, it is better to place your trades after the earnings report has released. So let's go and jump into what earnings is and how it affects the market. Inshallah, God wills. So we're going to go ahead and cover earnings. So what happens when financial earnings release? Okay, so every quarter, okay, every couple of months, financial earnings are going to be a report that determines the amount of money that a company made, okay, and the amount of expectations that they were trying to arise to. So if a company was projected to make $500 million, but they only made $300 million, then in that case, they would go ahead and lose earnings. Okay. But if a company was projected to make $500 million and they made $800 million, then that would go ahead and be a positive earnings beat. Okay. So earnings are going to go ahead and determine the price action too. Now, just because earnings gets beat or earnings loses doesn't mean that a stock will head up or down. Okay. Stocks will do whatever it wants. Do not try and use the earnings releases to try and gamble and make trades. Okay. Try and trade after earnings releases if you're going to put down a brand new position. Okay, wait for the price action to kick in, and then after the earnings release comes, then feel comfortable to make your trade. But never trade like a day or a couple of days before earnings. Wait for earnings if you're a couple of days before earnings. Okay, wait for earnings to come out and then take your setup. Okay, because otherwise it could be gambling. Earnings causes stocks to make giant moves quickly. Okay, so the moves that happen during earnings are going to be extremely instant, and it's going to be like a flash move based on the report. So let's jump into it. So the quarterly report, right? 10Q. Okay, every 3 months, public companies are required by law to reveal their financial health to the public to let them know how they're doing. Okay, it's going to go ahead and let investors know if they want to keep throwing money into the company or not. If a company is not beating earnings, then that means that they're not making any type of income. Okay. And a lot of the times we don't want to be invested into something that's not even making income in the first place. So every 3 months, public companies are required by law to reveal their financial health to the public. Okay. And let's talk about the revenue. So revenue is going to be how much money came into the door. Okay. How much money did that company make during that quarter? And the net income is going to be the bottom line. It's how much profit is left after expenses. So certain companies might have to pay for building power, warehouse cost, employees cost, etc. And the EPS, it's going to stand for earnings per share. And it's the profit divided by the number of shares that are going to go ahead and be available. Okay. So EPS, net income, and revenue. Those are going to be the 3 factors and the 3 things that are shown on the quarterly reports. Okay, so let's keep jumping into it. So the expectations game, right? The actual numbers don't matter as much as the expectations. Okay, so once again, let's say a company was projected to make 100 million, right? Expected, but then they actually made 170 million. Okay, that would go ahead and give them a beat result. Okay, so whenever you hear the words beat, that means that the results that actually came out were going to be better than what was projected or speculated in the first place. Okay, so priced in. If everyone expects Apple to make $1 billion and then make $1 billion, the stock might drop. Okay, why? Because the good news was already bought weeks ago. Okay, so to see a stock pop, a company usually needs to beat company earnings, okay, and beat the analyst consensus estimates based on the company's averages is how the estimates come out too. So it's not just going to come out with random numbers. If a company is making around like $50 million a year, okay, the earnings might be around like $60 or $40 million expectations. Okay, it'll be around where the company is performing as of recent years. Okay, so don't just expect the numbers to just be some random inflated numbers. These are all numbers that are going to be based in and baked into averages for a reason. Okay, earnings come into play. But once again, don't try and just hop in a contract the day before earnings trying to trade like that. Please don't do that. Okay, please don't do that. Now, sometimes there's going to be little rumors as well too. You'll see like, oh, this company is going to be earnings. Nobody knows what's going to happen until the earnings report actually comes out. So please do not lose money gambling for no reason. Okay, wait for the earnings report to come out. Unless you're in a hefty swing already, please wait for the earnings report to come out. Okay, let's keep going into it. And understand that guidance is going to be king. So stocks trade on the future, not the past. Okay, so guidance. Guidance is going to be the company's prediction for the next quarter, how much money they're going to be making. Okay,
It's pretty much going to be giving the company a trail and letting them know how they should be performing in order to get to the next level. So in any scenario, company reported record profits, okay, but let's say next quarter looks slow, okay, then that'll be the future. And results, okay, the stock would go ahead and crash if that's the case. So we're lowering our outlook due to supply chain issues would equal an instant sell-off, since that means they're pretty much letting us know, hey guys, the company can't expand right now because of financial issues. Okay, so guidance in the future of the company is also going to be really, really important too. There might be times where a company might lose or not beat their financial earnings, but then end up making a pretty profitable couple of next quarters. Okay, so one quarter is not going to go ahead and determine a company's entire worth. It's the consistent stream of quarters and reports year after year after year after year. If a company is consistently losing earnings, then that tells you about the company. Okay, so we'll talk about the implied volatility crush. So IV is going to stand for implied volatility. So before earnings, options prices can get very expensive. This is called high implied volatility. So it's like buying insurance right before a hurricane, okay? Or driving your car and then you just put insurance on it, so before the release. So uncertainty is high, so options get more expensive in this case, okay? So if you are going to buy a contract before earnings come out, okay, make sure you sell it before earnings come out too. Don't gamble and sell your contract after earnings comes out, because then the uncertainty would go ahead and vanish. Okay, unless you're playing for a way bigger take profit that's going to be way further out than you think, okay, then try and sell your contract before the earnings comes out, because it's going to be worth the most expensive then. Okay, so buying options right before earnings often loses money, even if you guess the direction right. So if you buy a calls contract and the company beats earnings, and even if price goes in the upwards direction, okay, you might notice that your contract didn't even make you that much money. Okay, that's because price has to get rebaked into what it actually is supposed to be. So do not buy earnings before expecting you to catch the right direction. Okay, because even if you do catch the right direction, you're probably not going to make as much money as you would think. Okay, especially depending on the contract that you buy. Okay, the reasons why contracts get expensive like that before earnings is because they don't know what the number is going to go to. Okay, that's why. So implied volatility makes things more expensive. So understanding this really helps us. Let's head over to the next slide. And let's go ahead and let's talk about the gap. So earnings are usually released after the market closes. So it's usually after 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay. Or it's going to be before market opens. So it's going to be before 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So you cannot trade standard stocks during the release unless you have extended hours access. So a lot of the times, once again, just like I talked about earlier, you're going to see that instantaneous price action. So the stock price will teleport, so it instantly gap up or down. Okay, and stop losses do not work against gaps. If you hold overnight, then you're going to be taking the full risk. So just know that even if you have a stop loss placed during the day, if price decides to run through wherever your stop loss is, then what it's going to go ahead and do is decide to not validate and just ignore all of those orders due to the fact that the price action is happening pre-market and after market. Okay, and you can only maneuver your options contracts. If you have shares, you can close a little before or after. Okay, but if you're on options, you gotta only get what you get when you wake up to the contracts. Okay, so even if you see price going in an upwards direction and you had some calls, don't expect money all the time. It really depends on a lot of things such as implied volatility, etc. Okay, so expectations matter. Okay, so beating estimates are required a lot of the time for a stock to go in an upwards direction. Okay, in order to start seeing a rally, and guidance is going to be critical. So the future outlook is a lot of times going to go ahead and overshadow the past results. And volatility crush. Options lose value instantly after the news. Okay, so you might notice a contract might be $500 before the news. Okay, and then after the news, it might go down to $200, even if the number were to go ahead and hit. Okay, So options lose value instantly after the news. And the gamble between everything. So holding through earnings has a high risk, okay, just a high risk factor. I'm not even going to say high reward, okay, because the reward that you were to get is not even worth it, and you wouldn't even get it as properly as you would. Now, if you're holding a super swing, okay, you're trying to hold a trade for months, weeks, some years, etc., okay, then I do understand. Okay, do your thing and hold your trade as you need. But a lot of the times, make sure you're closing your trades before earnings come out, okay, unless you know exactly what type of swing that you're holding. Okay, head over to Stackmode.net to learn more about anything stock related, investing related, or trading related. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Trading can be difficult sometimes, but through prayer, discipline, and being consistent, you won't have any days of you just sitting at your screen wondering how everything slipped out of your control. Emotional trading days feel heavy, but they don't have to follow you into tomorrow. The truth is, recovering starts with separating the market from your identity. One bad day does not make you a bad trader. Sometimes it's just the wrong mindset meeting the wrong moment. So let yourself step back and give your mind space to cool down, because the clarity never shows up when your emotions are running the show. Once the noise fades and once things shift, the mistakes you made earlier stop feeling like failures and start looking like signals. Little messages from the market about what needs to change, and that shift alone is powerful. It turns frustration into fuel, because the real comeback doesn't happen on the charts. It happens in your head. When you decide that today's chaos isn't your story, it's just a chapter, when you choose to reset instead of spiral, when you remind yourself that disciplined trading is built on composure, not emotion, then that's when you'll start seeing the profits flow in. Let's go and let's jump in how we can control ourselves and become a more disciplined trader, inshallah. So trading discipline, it's going to be the factor that determines if you're going to be profitable or not. Okay. If you're not going to stick to your trading plan, if you're not going to stick to your risk parameters, okay, and if you're going to lead with your flesh, you're going to continue to get those results over and over and over again. Okay. So being spiritually grounded is going to be extremely important. In Quran, okay, it states, and those who, when they spend, do not excessively or sparingly, but are ever between that, justly moderate. Okay, so that means that you want to be spending your money not in excessive manner, even when you start making 10, 20, 30K a month from trading. Okay, you don't want to excessively be blowing through your money. Okay, take your time and having that grounded mindset, trade after trade after trade mindset, stacking it up over time. Okay, no matter how much money you make from the markets, you're going to stay patient. Okay, you're going to still stick to your risk parameters. I don't care if you start making 50K a trade. Okay, you still wake up, pray, stay disciplined, and keep taking the same type of setups, because exactly what got you there is what's going to keep you there. So don't lose that consistency. Don't lose that discipline that's been built into you just because you start touching the money and the numbers that you finally want to get. Okay, do not start spending excessively, and do not start making excessive decisions once you start getting to a certain point. Okay, that doesn't mean once you start getting a 90% win rate, okay, to just start putting on 5 trades a day just because you have so much conviction, okay, based off of past results. It's about being consistent today and every single day, okay, and finding peace through God, balance, and moderation. So let's go to the next slide. So you got to recognize the tilt, okay, check yourself emotionally, okay, you know when you're about to get upset, you know when you have a feeling of wanting to trade over and over and over again. Okay, you know when you're having feelings of wanting to crash out. Okay, so keep heed of your emotional red flags. Okay, before you can fix it, you got to admit to yourself, okay, that things got to change, that you're broken right now. So an emotional trading day usually involves revenge trading. Okay, so if you take a loss for $200, okay, say that was in between your 1 to 10% of your account risk parameters, right? That's fine. But then you take another trade. Okay, so instead of just using $200, you now lose $400. Okay, and then say you try to put on some size trying to make back that $400. Okay, and then you end up losing $800. Okay, and that's how the cycle starts, and that's how quickly you can blow up your account. So don't revenge trade. Okay, if you take a loss, close your trade, and that's it. Okay, plot out another trade, a cleaner setup, and stick between your 1 to 10% of your account rules per trade. Okay, because trying to make it back will end up turning your account into a whole different spiral in a different direction than you'd expect it to go a lot quicker. Okay, because if you lose, you might lose again. If you lose again, you might try and risk more than normal trying to make back the double losses. Okay, so I'm telling you, if you don't recognize the tilt, you could lead into a whole different spiral and mental mind space than you'd want to be in the first place. And paralysis. Okay, so staring at the screen, making you unable to execute a good setup. This is why it's really important to have your stop loss set up as well as your take profit too, with limit orders, especially if you're trading futures or Forex. Okay, this way you guys aren't going to have any emotional paralysis. Say something just clips way past your mental stop loss, you're not going to freeze, okay, because you don't want to lose all that money and close out your trade, even though you know you should, okay? And increased size, once again, increased size usually comes into play when revenge trading comes into play, okay? But for the most part, you shouldn't just be increasing your size out of the whim. Stick between 1 to 10% of your account per trade, okay? So don't double down on risky trades out of anger or out of past losses, okay? And check yourself, okay? So ask yourself, are you feeling anxiety? Is your heart racing, okay? Are you cursing at the monitor? Are you breaking things, okay? If so, you got to stop immediately, okay? You got to stop right then and there, okay? Get up, go pray, take a breather, hop off the charts, immediately check yourself right then and there, okay? It's not worth destroying your family's future, destroying your seeds that you have planted in the ground because of a quick moment of disparity and anger. It's not worth it. Okay, keep your account alive. In this game, it's not really about making money. It's about who can be consistent, who cannot be led by their flesh, and who can be disciplined every single day. Okay, so let's head over to the next slide, class. So the pattern interrupt. Okay, walk away physically. Okay, if you notice yourself, especially if you're on prop firm or trading something quick like futures or Forex, where you can instantaneously lose money fairly quickly, okay, you got to get off the charts. Okay, hop off the charts. If you notice you have a trading addiction, you got to pray to God, okay, and really ask to get better. Okay, ask yourself, why are you taking so many trades too? Are you chasing money? Do you have bills that you're trying to pay? Do you have some debt that you're trying to clear? Okay, because you can't trade out of desperation. Okay, trading is not something that you look to when you're dead broke trying to make it out. Okay, you got to get your life together first, get some income, then come onto the charts. Okay, get closer to God. Build that relationship with yourself and know yourself intimately and deeply. This way you can check yourself and check any type of emotional parameters or boxes whenever you feel like you're about to crash out or having a rough trading period. Okay, you can't solve a trading problem with more trading. Okay, you need to sever the connection between your brain and the charts. Okay, so once again, you cannot solve a trading problem with more trading. You have to sever the connection between your brain and the charts. Okay, so close the terminal. Okay, if you notice yourself crashing out, taking multiple trades during a day, okay, you got to close TradingView. You got to close your broker and you got to just hop off. Okay, or sign out of your brokerage account and log into paper trading. Okay, and change your environment. Okay, leave the room, go outside, take a breather, and the change in lighting will really help reset your circadian rhythm. So when you come back on the charts, you're going to be like, you know what, I was tripping. Why was I crashing out and doing all that? Okay, and don't check quotes on your phone. Okay, whenever you enter in a trade, stop staring at it tick by tick. Okay, enter your trade, have your alert set at your stop loss and take profit, or set your limit orders. Okay, and don't look at it. Don't look at it. Okay, because I'm telling you, you might look at it, make a decision that will ruin your trade. Okay, and then end up taking another trade, and that could start a whole downward spiral that you don't want. Okay, so understand that trading is pretty passive and hands off. Okay, after you've aggressively studied and gained the knowledge, once you actually hop on the charts, it's going to be pretty passive. Okay, so let's head over to the next slide, class. So you got to reset your biology completely and get out of survival mode. Okay, give yourself a cold reset. So your nervous system is in fight or flight mode, especially when you enter a trade for the first couple of times. Okay, and you got to force it back to rest and digest. Okay, so some actionable tactics. Number one, praying to God. Go to God about all your issues. It's really going to help and really going to build accountability within yourself too. Okay, you can't just be blaming the markets like, oh, market's doing this, market's manipulated, market's not manipulated. Okay, it's been going in an upwards direction, especially United States stock market, year after year after year after year after year. It's not manipulated. You have to check yourself and hold yourself accountable. Okay, if you're making monkey decisions, don't make monkey decisions anymore. Okay, check yourself. There's plenty of times where I've made monkey decisions. Okay, plenty of times where I blew an account within a couple of minutes. Okay, due to the fact that I was chasing that quick money. Okay, so checking yourself and staying in tune with yourself, even when you fail, is going to be an important part of being a CEO and being a boss. When you're a trader, you're not just on here trying to get some money. Okay, you're signing up to be a business person. Okay, you're signing up to be your own boss. You're in control of your finances whenever you come onto these charts. You're in control of when you get in, when you get out, and how much you're going to risk. Okay, so don't run around blaming the market when you got to take accountability for the actions that you did. Okay, so breathe. Okay, breathing is also going to be a really good tactic too, something I've been working on myself. Okay, so breathing is really going to help you out. Okay, if you notice you're about to crash out, close your eyes, take a big breath. Okay, and working out in the morning too. If you notice that feeling of high anxiety or intensity in the morning, make sure you guys start your day with a prayer. Okay, and then go work out. Okay, when you guys work out, your body is going to release a lot of cortisol. Okay, and it's going to be in more of that healing and building mode instead of fight or flight mode. Okay, so your journal. Okay, make sure you guys have a trading journal. I don't care if you do it on Notion, Discord, a physical trading journal, whatever. Okay, just get it out. Write out your emotions. Okay, write out your goals. Write out how you're feeling. Okay, and emotions loop in your head until you write them down. Okay, once they're on paper, your brain is going to feel safe. Okay, to let it go. Okay, so if you notice yourself, you're struggling with over trading, like, man, I keep taking 4 trades a day. I can't accept a loss. Write down why. Write down what you're trying to chase. Why do you want the money that bad? Okay, and break it down logically, and it's really going to help you be more intimate with yourself. Okay, and write answers to these 3 questions. Okay, what specific rule did you break? If you notice yourself losing consistently based off of just emotional decisions, okay, ask yourself how you're feeling before you enter the trade. Okay, and ask yourself, what's the worst case scenario? If stop loss gets hit, okay, because if I'm hitting my 1-to-4 risk to reward ratio trades, let's say I'm risking $100, okay, if I'm making $400 per trade, okay, then I'm still going to be profiting $300, okay, which is going to give me more extra room in case I ever have a losing streak. Okay, so the worst case scenario is that you hit stop loss. But the thing about it is that if you stick to your rules, okay, you stick to your discipline, you stick to the plan that you wrote down, if you stick to your stop loss, how are you going to be unprofitable? If you have a decent win rate, you're sticking to your risk to reward ratio, okay, and you're staying in between your risk management parameters, trading between 1 to 10% of your account per trade, how could you lose? The math is right there for you. Okay, the only way you lose in this world is when you lead with your flesh. Okay, it's the only way you will ever lose. If you are disciplined and consistent, it's almost impossible to lose. Let's head over to the next slide. So, radical acceptance. Okay, forgive yourself. Okay, beating yourself up creates more emotional pain, which leads to more bad trading tomorrow. Okay, and sunk cost. The money is gone. Okay, once it's gone, don't try and chase it back. Don't try and boot up your account again and be like, oh, I'm about to recover all this. No, don't do that. Okay, you cannot trade to get that money back. Once it's gone, it's gone. Once something is gone in the world, it's gone. Okay, but that's perfectly fine. Okay, because you can only trade new setups. There's going to be better setups. Okay, and view every single loss in life, in business, wherever. Okay, just view it as a lesson. View it as tuition. Okay. Some of you might be in college, okay, paying for your tuition. Treat every single loss in life. I don't care if it's on the charts, okay, business, relationships, whatever it is. If you need to view it as a lesson to learn and progress and go forward, okay. And you're not your profit and loss, okay. You're your risk manager. You're still going to be the same person if you're making $50 a trade or $50 million a trade. Okay, you're still going to be the same person. Okay, your spirit is still going to be the same. So the money is not the thing that changes you. Okay, the thing that changes you is the knowledge. Okay, and you learn how to keep your spirit happy, how to not go through pain. Okay, and that's what we're here to do on this earth. Okay, pray to God and find out ways to keep our spirit happy and avoid pain. Okay, if you notice yourself crying at the end of the night because you crashed out your account and you got bills due the next day, okay, you need to learn from that pain so it doesn't happen again, so you don't grieve your spirit. Okay, so if you're frustrated due to your own actions, stop doing it. Okay, pray to God on it, check yourself, and come back stronger and better. Don't let it happen again. Let's head over to the next slide. The return protocol. Okay, start small. Okay, don't jump back in with full size. Okay, if you got to scale down, take a step back. Okay, because it's not about the money. It's not about the money. Okay, if you notice yourself crashing out If you're trading with $200 a trade risk, okay, and you're crashing out with that, lower it. Maybe you should be risking $50, $100, okay? Lower your size, especially when your confidence is damaged, okay? So for the next 3 days, okay, try to trade with 50% size or less, okay? If you just had a horrible streak of losing, crashing out, being led by your flesh and emotional decisions that led you to straight destruction, okay, take a step back, okay? It's all good. You can always come back stronger. So try it for the next 3 days. Try and trade with 50% size or less, okay? And prove to yourself that you can follow the rules before you're allowed to go back to risking your full normal size amount of capital, okay? Because before you can even start touching the money, you gotta have the discipline built in you, okay? You're not gonna touch a thing, or you're not gonna be able to keep a thing if the discipline isn't built in you. It won't matter. I'm telling you, it won't matter. So if you're making $1,000 a trade, you should still be happy if you're making $100 a trade, okay? Just the fact that we can come onto these charts, look at candlesticks going up or down, and clicking buy or sell and being able to make money is a blessing. So why are you ruining it for yourself? Okay, please don't make it hard. It's welfare. Okay, it's welfare here. And all you have to do in order to get it, you don't got to go sign up on no website. All you have to do is be disciplined. Okay, be disciplined. And praying to God is going to be the #1 way on this planet to build discipline. Then from there, you guys can start working out. Then from there, start grinding every single day. Then from there, you're going to get very strict on your setups. When you're praying to God every single day, you have a strict health diet regimen, okay, and you're sticking to your trading plan. Trading is not going to be difficult for you. I'm telling you, it's going to be very, very, very simple, okay? But most people who struggle with this, and it just shows you how undisciplined 99+% of the world is, okay? The main reason why 95% of people plus aren't profitable is because most people on this planet lead with their flesh. Everyone always wants to feel good all the time. Everyone always wants to be comfortable all the time. Everyone always wants to be happy all the time. And that's not realistic. Okay, you have to be disciplined, consistent, and you have to have that iron edge regardless of what's happening in life. Okay, if you want to live in a fake realm, okay, being led by your flesh, that's fine. You'll continue to get those results. Okay, but if you want to be the 1% in the world who's ready to reap the harvest, okay, who's ready to get the resources, who can help everyone else out, okay, you got to put yourself through the fire, okay, and you got to come out not tripping. Okay, let's head over to the next slide. So tomorrow is a new market. Stop tripping about the past. Okay, that little bread that you messed up, forget it. That account that you blew up, forget it. Okay, whatever happened back then, it happened back then. That was a weak version of you, and it's time for that version to die. Put it away. Okay, come stronger. Build yourself a whole new version and come way better. Think different. Okay, so wake up, pray to God, and work out. When you guys are working out consistently, it helps your cortisol run through your body a lot less intensely, so you're not going to have random crash out spurts. Okay, working out is really, really going to help you. Okay, and walk away from the computer too. If you notice yourself pansying on the market, spamming buy or sell because of a loss, relax. Walk away, go pray on it, check yourself. You probably did some emotional stuff that's your fault, and cool down physically. Okay, then go journal the mistake. Okay, throw it in your Discord, your Notion, your trading journal in real life, notes on your iPhone, whatever. Okay, you got to release the loop. You cannot do the same things in life and expect different results. Okay, so if you're doing something in life and it's working, okay, you notice you're waking up, you're praying to God, you're grinding, and you're getting somewhere, continue to do that. Okay, but if you throw off the loop, if you notice yourself throwing in random days of doubling your leverage, okay, then your risk to reward and your consistency is not going to be able to be built like that. You can't be risking $100 one day and then 2 days later you're risking $400. It's not how you're going to build yourself. Okay, and then when you return to the market after a crash out series, start smaller. Okay, start smaller, because you're not even ready for the money right now. So if you're blowing up your account, you're not even ready for the money. Some of you guys are thinking about the money, but you're not even ready for the money. Too many of you forget about the grind. If you have a skill, a talent, and discipline in this world and you pray to God, you'll get to some money. But some of you forget about praying to God. You forget about the grind. You forget about the hours of studying that it takes to be successful in whatever you want to be in. Okay, I don't care if you want to be an athlete, if you want to be a CEO of a business, okay, whatever you want to do in this world. If you forget about the grind, and most importantly, if you forget about God, you're not going to be able to be successful. That emotional turmoil might catch you, and that one bad day could destroy you. But understand that one bad day does not define who you are in your career. Okay. Stay hard, stay disciplined, stay focused on God, and keep grinding. Don't ever give up. And catch you on the next one. Peace. Welcome to the beginner-friendly guide to trading futures. I'm going to make it extremely simple for you guys. Futures might sound intimidating at first, but here's the truth. They're just contracts that let you trade the future price of things like oil, gold, and even like the S&P 500 or NASDAQ 100 without ever actually owning them physically. And the best part, you can start small, control big positions, and react fast to the market. And here's how it works. You pick an asset, whether an index, currency, or commodity, decide whether you think the price will rise or fall, and place your trade and let the market move. If you're right, you win profit. And if you're wrong, then you lose, but only what you put at risk. And it's that simple. And when you understand the rules, it all comes together over time. But here's the real secret. New traders really fail because they treat futures like gambling. Successful traders treat it like a business and a skill. They use levels, trends, risk management, and most importantly, have a trading plan every single time. Because the thing about futures compared to any other asset, you know exactly how much you're going to make and exactly how much you're going to lose per trade. So in this video, I'm going to break down the basics in the clearest way possible, showing you exactly how futures work, how to manage your risk, and how to avoid the biggest beginner mistakes so you can trade confidently. Let's jump into it, inshallah. All right, let's talk about trading futures. I'm going to make this guide extremely simple, okay? I'm not going to make it difficult. I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to keep it easy, okay? I don't want you guys to be struggling. I don't want you guys to be going through hardship, okay? Futures is a way different game, okay? The discipline required to trade futures is night and day compared to anything else, okay? Futures, you need that real hardcore discipline. High risk involved into it, but you get discipline. You learn how to control your flesh. There's a high reward involved into it, okay? And you can make money very, very quickly, okay? So let's go and let's jump into futures. So what is a futures contract in the first place? So let's talk about locking in the price. So a futures contract is simply an agreement to buy or sell something at a specific price on a specific date in the future. So let's say, for example, let's say a farmer grows corn, okay? And he's afraid that the price will drop before harvest. So he signs a contract today to sell his corn for $5 in December, okay? And no matter what happens, he gets $5, okay? He just traded a future, okay? Or a lot of people have been able to make money in instances like this. Say a price of something like eggs, okay, were to be increasing, okay? Some people were to buy futures and prepare for the increase and the cost of eggs, okay? So if you think the NASDAQ 100 is going to go up, the NQ, then you would go ahead and buy a long, okay? So a futures contract is being able to speculatively buy a directional bias and get paid based off of it. So you're buying whether or not if you want to buy a contract for buys, okay? Or you can buy if you think something's going to go down, okay? So it's going to be two ways you can be able to trade futures. You can buy contracts, or you can sell contracts if you think things are going to go in a downwards direction, okay? So you can prepare for the future in whatever speculative direction. So what are we actually trading in the first place? So we're trading standardized contracts. So we rarely trade the actual physical corn or oil. We're trading the contracts, and it's standardized. So every contract is identical, okay? Has the same size, same expiration date. And that's what makes futures so linear. On futures too, you know exactly how much you're going to make and exactly how much you're going to lose due to the fact that the tick sizes, okay, which is how much money a futures contract moves, okay, it's going to stay the same. Okay, only thing that's going to ever increase is the amount of contracts that you're playing with. Okay, but as far as your tick size and as far as the amount of money per tick, that is always going to remain the same per whatever contract you're looking at. Let's talk about liquidity. So you can buy and sell these contracts in milliseconds. Now, futures gives you a lot of control in your hand in 1 second, okay? You can instantly click buy, and once again, it gives you the ability to buy or sell and get some money based off a directional bias, okay? So you have the ability to buy or sell and get some money based off a directional bias. Okay. So has a lot of self-discipline that comes into play when it comes to trading the futures asset. Okay. Because you can instantly just get in and get out. Options, you got to go out, find the contract, etc. It's not that easy to just enter in a trade. Okay. But with futures, you can instantly just click buy or instantly click sell and be placed in a directional bias trade. Okay. So make sure that you know what you're trading, you understand margins, okay? And what margins are is going to be the amount of money the futures contract is going to require, okay? So say for instance, you're trying to trade the S&P 500 futures contract, the ES, okay? You're trying to trade the ES, then you might need at least $500, okay, inside of your futures account in order to open the trade. Okay, so understand that all the tick amounts are going to be the same, and as well as the margin amounts. Please look at the margin amounts on your broker before you start trading futures. And traders usually close the contract before the date arrives, so they never have to store 1,000 barrels of oil in the first place. So a lot of the times you're going to see an expiration date on futures contracts. Okay, so let's say for example you're trading the ES. Okay, you might see something like ESQ. Okay, and when you see letters, each one of the letters are going to represent different expiration dates. Okay, so let's go and jump into the next slide. And the main reason why people like futures in the first place is going to be the leverage. Okay, it's an extremely powerful asset class to be trading. Okay, but you can't blow the bag. You can't blow the bag. Okay, so you're going to be able to control more with less. Okay, so this is why traders really love futures. With other things, you got to deposit and it has more upfront cost in order for you to see some profitability. But with futures, you could really just deposit one time. Okay, you only need one small deposit, okay, to cover the margin. So make sure you look at it. It's going to differentiate per broker, so I can't just give you guys a solid answer. Okay, on the NASDAQ 100, in order to trade the NQ futures contract, one broker might require $1,000 in order to trade it. One broker might require $5,000 in order to trade it. Okay, so whatever broker you're trading on, make sure you're looking at your margin, okay, requirements, so you know how much money you need in order to trade in the first place. Okay, so here's an example. Okay, so let's say your contract, once again, okay, is requiring a $1,000 margin. Okay, let's say you're trying to trade gold. Okay, let's say you're trying to trade the GC futures. You're trying to trade some gold. Okay, and the margin for gold, okay, is going to be $1,000. That means you would need at least $1,000 in your account in order to trade this futures. If you have less than $1,000 in your account, then what's happened is your account has the chance to get what's called liquidated. Okay, so if you need $1,000 in order to trade the asset class, you cannot go underneath that. Otherwise, your account is what's going to be called liquidated. Yes, futures is a leveraged asset, but that comes at the cost. You have to have the bare minimum amount in order to trade with the leverage. Okay, that's the only reason why people trade things like prop firm and stuff like that, is because they don't have the capital for the margin up front right now. But be patient and stack up that capital, because trading on your own live account really does help, makes things a lot easier, and you have full control over your funds. So you could feed yourself and your family however you want. You don't have time to be playing on other people's rules. When you want to withdraw your money after you win a trade, you should be able to withdraw your money. So I really recommend live account. Okay, get your life together, grind hard. Okay, work on your business, work on your job, level up, get some money together, and boot up a live account. Okay, I don't recommend you guys try and rush and go the prop firm route just to go ahead and avoid the margin. Okay, take your time, learn the skills. Okay, pay for some mentorship first, or sign up with a free call at Stackmode.net, and I'll teach you guys how we can trade futures before you just start trying to boot up a prop firm and trying to just take any type of ghetto weird trades. Okay, because there's a lot of things that come into the futures market. Okay, especially on a live account, your margin is going to be the most important thing. If gold says that they need $1,000 in order to trade gold, okay, you need $1,000, okay, in margin, okay, which is the bare minimum requirement in order to trade the asset class. If you go under that, your account could be zeroed out, okay, or your account could go into the negatives, okay, if price action moves too fast and clips past your stop loss, if you have one, okay. And if it moves too fast and clips into the negatives, then you would have to owe the broker money, okay.
And if you don't pay it back, then they could sue you, etc. Okay, so make sure that you're paying attention to the margin cost on whatever broker that you're trading on. Every broker is going to be different. Okay, gold might require $1,000 to trade on one broker, might require $5,000 to trade on one broker. Okay, check it out and make sure you're doing your research. Let's go to the next slide. So up or down? Okay, let's talk about long versus short. Okay, the difference between the two. So in stocks, shorting is when you're betting on the price direction to go down. Okay, shorting means down. Okay, and longing means you think price is going to go in an upwards direction. Okay, so if you're speculating that the NASDAQ 100, gold, or whatever asset class that you're looking to trade is going to go in an upwards direction, okay, then what you need to be looking at is looking to buy a long contract. Okay, so you're going to be buying, okay, and going long. Since you think price is going to go up, okay, then you need to be buying, and that's going to be the long direction. If you think price is going to go down, you'd be shorting, okay, and you'd have to go ahead and purchase a sell contract. Okay, so go long, you buy a contract, and you profit if price goes up. And going short means that you're selling a contract, okay, and you're profiting if price is going down. And that can be for anything. Okay, I don't care if you're trading egg futures. If you think the prices of eggs are going to go down and you buy a short contract in egg futures, then inshallah you would make some money. So that's just exactly how it works. So because it's just a contract, you can agree to sell at a high price today, even if you don't own the asset. Okay, so do your research, and when you guys start putting the economy and your technical analysis information together, okay, because your economy information is absolutely futile to be looking at. You have to be looking at it. It's essential. Okay, it's very, very important to be looking at your economy information, the CPI, PPI, inflation rates, etc. Okay, seeing what recent laws are getting passed. Okay, things like that have a big factor in where the market is and where it's going, most importantly. Okay, so put your economy factors and then get your technical side. Be like, you know what, are we at all-time highs right now? Okay, ask yourself some current questions. Okay, am I ready to buy on this pullback? Okay, I'm going to wait market to go down, and then I'm going to buy back up again. Okay, take your time and strategically plot and plan your trade before you make any rash, wild decisions. Let's head over to the next slide, class. So the danger zone, margin. Okay, just like we talked about, margin can be dangerous. I don't want you guys getting sued. Okay, I don't want you guys getting served court papers or anything like that because you owe some money to the broker. Okay, and understand that sometimes your stop loss, okay, stop loss, that's what SL is, stop loss. Sometimes, okay, let's say you have your stop loss set at a certain price. Okay, if price decides to run past your stop loss too fast, you could end up losing more than you thought. Okay, so if you have your stop loss set for $300, okay, and price action moves fast way past your stop loss, okay, you could end up losing like $380. Okay, and if that goes underneath your margin requirement, also known as your maintenance margin, okay, which is the minimum amount required to even have the trade open. Okay, so since you're using leverage, you must maintain the minimum maintenance margin. Okay, so if you're trading the NASDAQ 100 on a broker and it says it needs $1,000 in order for you to have one contract open, okay, then you need to have $1,000. If you go under that, then you're going to face what's called liquidation, which is pretty much account death. And once again, if price action happens too fast, past your stop loss or whatever, you can end up losing more than you actually expected. Okay, and that could lead to, God forbid, a margin call. So if your trade goes against you and your account balance drops below the minimum, okay, the broker will automatically close your trades and take the rest of your money. Okay, so rule number one, never trade without a stop loss. Never trade without a stop loss. Okay, and it's very rare too that price decides to just clip way past it instantly and it fills you for a different number than what your stop loss was set for. But just know that it can happen. So it is good to have more money than your margin account. Okay, so if the margin or the maintenance margin requirements, so if the margin is asking for $1,000, okay, I would try and have like 2K. This way you guys can take some losses, etc., and you're not going to be panicking.
So let's head over to the next slide. So the ticking clock. Okay. So unlike stocks, right, which you can hold forever, futures contracts actually expire. Okay. They have a time limit, and they're quarterly a lot of the times. So most of them expire in March, June, September, and then you got December. Okay. And then we have rollovers too. Let's talk about rollovers. You might have seen this on your broker asking you if it wants to roll over contracts, etc. So if you want to keep trading, you must close the old contract and open a new one before it expires. Okay. So don't forget too, if you hold oil futures to expiration, okay, you're legally asking for oil to be delivered to your house. Okay. And brokers a lot of the time usually prevent this. Okay. So if you're just trading for pure speculative reason, which means you're trading off pure technical analysis and the chart, okay, then make sure you guys are closing trades before expiration dates occur. Okay. Close the charts before the expiration dates occur. Makes it things a lot easier, and you're not going to have to stress out about anything. Okay. Just keep your digital money and hop off. And then you could take that futures income and buy assets with it. Okay. Take that futures income, buy real estate, buy real life stuff. Do what you want. Okay. And cycle your money like that. So what can we trade in the first place on futures? So we got the big three. All right. The big three. You got the ES. Okay. The ES is going to go ahead and represent the S&P 500. Okay. And then we got the NQ. NQ is going to go ahead and stand for the NASDAQ. Okay. That's going to be the NASDAQ 100. Okay. Which is going to be the powerful batch of tech stocks. Okay. And then you're going to have the YM. Okay. And YM is going to be for Dow Jones, also known as US 30 for any Forex traders out there coming to futures. Okay. So you got the ES, that's the S&P 500. NQ is the NASDAQ 100. And you got the YM, that is the Dow Jones. Okay. So the big three, okay, those are really going to be the big three. And yeah, and then you're going to have things too, like crude oil. Okay. People trade oil as well too. And then you're going to have things as well like gold, okay, which is a precious metal. So beginners often start with micro contracts too. Okay, so starting with micro contracts change the whole ball game. It makes things a lot easier when you can scale down, okay, and risk less. When you risk less, you have a lot less anxiety per trade, and you could catch way bigger trades as well too, due to the fact that you don't have that fear of, oh, I gotta hop off the trade, I have so much size in right now. No, you can let the trade ride out, do its thing, and play properly. Okay, you can let market do its thing. Okay, you can let market actually cultivate itself, and most importantly, you could risk a little and catch a big move. Okay, and continue to keep yourself profitable and stress free, just like that. Inshallah. Let's over to the next slide. Breaking futures down, okay, from top to bottom is going to be extremely easy. Okay, so we're trading the US stock market. The US stock market, it's made to go in an upwards direction. Okay, and all of these stocks are put into one index, creating the futures indexes. Okay, so breaking everything down logically, if I head over to the stock screener, okay, and I have my market set to United States, okay, I can see the companies that are United States companies. I'm going to have companies such as Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple, Google. Okay, the whole world is using iPhones. The whole world uses Google to search. Okay, the whole world owns Microsoft products. Okay, the whole world orders off Amazon. Okay, and we have to also understand that these companies employ hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, okay, all across the world. And these people are paying taxes. And the more taxes getting paid, the more beneficial it is for the United States government. So of course, the United States stock market would be made to go in an upwards direction. Okay, so forget getting lost deep in the technicals. Okay, because market is pretty easy to understand technically. It's just support and resistance and understanding where market wants to go. But understanding where market wants to go and why is going to be a big part. When you're trading the United States stock market, stocks are meant to go in an upwards direction year after year after year, because that's the baseline of the company. America is built off of strong companies. Okay, so take this area for example. You're going to have areas where market decides to bounce from the bottom from. Okay, as you can see, this area here, market decided to bounce twice from this area. Okay, and as we know, whenever we see market bouncing within an upwards direction, okay, that's going to indicate that, of course, buying is coming into place. Okay, and when buying steps into place, that's going to let us know that that's an area of support. Okay, and we want to be looking at everything on our higher time frames first. Okay, so doing top-down analysis and looking at your chart on your higher time frames is going to give you that real bigger picture for absolutely everything. Okay, so start on your weekly time frame and then head down to your daily, then your 4-hour, and then your 15-minute. Okay, your weekly time frame is going to be your bird's eye view. Okay, we need to zoom all the way out to see the true trend of the market, where stuff is heading to, okay, and how market wants to react on the higher time frame basis. Okay, the higher time frame is going to show us the true price action. It's going to show us where price truly wants to go, what it truly wants to do, and where the orders are truly being placed and stopped at. Okay, your daily time frame, okay, you're going to use just to see a little closer for take profits. Okay, and then your 4-hour. We know the 4-hour is going to be really important because on the weekly and the daily, you can't see everything you need to see. So you make sure that your electronic or extended trading hours is going to be enabled before you start trading futures. Okay, so now let me go ahead and pull up the futures chart once again. So now we understand what's inside of futures. Okay, we understand how it operates. Now let's talk about how to read the chart. Okay, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is start off on my highest time frame first. Okay, I'm on the weekly with it. Okay, so breaking down certain logical things. We know that market wants to go in an upwards direction due to the fact that it's the most beneficial for the United States economy. Okay, market wants to go in an upwards direction. Okay, it's the most beneficial for the economy. Okay, and the United States dollar is one of the most powerful currencies in the entire world. Okay, so our stock market is really, really important. We have innovative minds that build world-changing companies here. Okay, so putting that into perspective, we know that whenever we're trading the stock market or futures, as we can see on the weekly time frame, price is meant to go up year after year after year after year after year. Okay, regardless of how many new lows are being made, okay, we could still see price heading in an upwards direction year after year after year after year. That's because that's what it's made to do. The United States' backbone is built off of companies and work. Okay, so this is pretty much going to be looking at real life in chart form. Okay, so as more companies get created, as technology starts expanding, okay, etc., you could start seeing more money being pumped in to the economy. Okay, thus leading the index to go in an upwards direction year after year after year after year. Okay, so trading futures, a lot of the times you're going to be looking to trade longs. Okay, so what a long is means that you're going to be trading in the upwards direction. Okay, so futures, you get paid based off speculation, which means you get paid based off your directional bias. Okay, so primarily, since logically on the higher time frames, we see market going up year after year after year after year after year. Okay, we're going to go ahead and focus on buying up. Okay, since the market is made to go up, let's focus on the direction where the market is made. Okay, the reason why people short is Forex traders came on and influenced US traders, and people who are in the US are now trying to short. Okay, so you can see this is going to be the United States index, the NASDAQ 100, goes up year after year after year after year after year, almost undoubtedly. Now let me go and pull up some Forex. So I got Forex here. Okay, I can go back all the way back here on Forex. We can see that all-time highs is way higher than it is today. It does not work the same. Okay, the United States stock market is meant to go in an upwards direction. Forex is going to be a lot more sideways. So don't let Forex traders influence you if you're a United States stock market trader. Meaning if you trade options, if you trade futures or shares, understand that these companies are meant to go in an upwards direction. It is not sideways like Forex is. It is two completely different instrument and asset classes and has to be treated as such. Okay, now let's continue. Okay, so we know price is going to go ahead and hunt this all-time highs up here. Okay, price is hunting all-time highs. And let's talk about the V formation. Okay, so market will continue to head up in an upwards direction year after year after year after year. Once again, for the greater good of the world. Now, it's about knowing when to buy. So you don't want to buy when market is at all-time highs. Okay, because remember, we make money whenever we buy longs, which means we want market to go in an upwards direction. So in order to buy when and be profitable whenever market's going in an upwards direction, we can't buy at the tippity top, because then we're just going to eat the whole drawdown. Okay, so you never want to buy at all-time highs. Okay, never buy at all-time highs. Okay, so all-time highs is going to be the highest point into the market. Okay, you never want to buy at all-time highs. Not worth it. Okay, because then you're just going to get pulled back on. But understand that market always wants to try to make new all-time highs. Okay, so in that logic, let's put something together. That means that market will always want to hunt an area of resistance above current price. Okay, to try to meet it again and try to break it, or sometimes it might meet it again. Okay, and then price might decide to reverse hard. Okay, so this is why we want to go ahead and close at the area of resistance, okay, where market decided to fall down from in the first place at all times. Okay, all of our trades are going to look the same from now until we fall off the earth. Okay, until it's time to die, all your trades are going to look the exact same. Okay, we're going to focus on letting market make the top left of the V. Okay, that's going to indicate the area of resistance. We want market to fall down first. After market falls down, you want it to also make the bottom of the V. Okay, so you want market to do two things for you. Okay, you want it to make the left side of the V and the bottom of the V. Okay, the left side of the V is going to indicate where it decided to start falling down from. Okay, so the left side of the V indicates where market decided to start falling down from. And the bottom of the V is going to go ahead and indicate whenever price wanted to stop falling and catch itself. Okay, and whenever market stops falling and catches itself, okay, that's going to indicate an area of support. So support equals buying. Okay, support equals buys. And the top left of the V is going to go ahead and equal resistance. Okay, resistance is going to go ahead and equal selling. Okay, sells. Hence why market's going in a downwards direction. And then once people start buying, longing, okay, buying and longing is the same thing, then market's going to start going in an upwards direction. And understand that logically, okay, because market wants to try and always make new all-time highs, we can put some logical perspectives together. Okay, we can understand that wherever market decided to fall down from, market will eventually try and reach that area again to smash past it, or reverse from the area to try to smash past it again. Okay, so understand that wherever market decided to fall down from originally, okay, wherever market fell down from, it will try and recover to. I don't care what it is. Okay, wherever market fell down from, I don't care if you're looking at futures, stocks, options, whatever. Okay, wherever market fell down from, if it's a half decent asset that people invest into, it will try and recover and break past where it fell down from every single time, because that's the greater good for the economy. Okay, the stock market isn't just going up to go up for no reason. Okay, so I don't want you guys to just be faked out, and I'm not going to be just showing little 15-minute breakdowns of structure and this and that. Understanding the true logistics between everything is going to give you a lot less anxiety when you're in your setups. You're going to have so much conviction, you're going to have so much understanding, and understanding that, you know what, price has to go up. It's logically meant to go up. Price already sold off, buying has stepped in. Price is going to go ahead and meet up to the area where it sold off at to try and break into new all-time highs. And you continuously farm that logical structure. You continuously take the same setups. Okay, when you see the staircase stock chart emoji, okay, understand all you see is market going up, pulling back, going up, pulling back, going up, pulling back. Okay, and when you see market making these higher lows, okay, this low is higher than this low. Okay, this low is higher than this low. Okay, we got this low is higher than this low. Once you start seeing market making higher lows and breaking previous all-time highs, okay, you know you're trading a good asset class. Okay, that's going to be an asset class that you want to be focused on primarily, because all you have to do is wait for market to make these little pullbacks. Okay, please pay close attention to this drawing. Okay, that's exactly how market works. All market does is go up, come down, then go back up and break where it previously fell down at. Okay, and take advantage of that. Wherever market previously fell down at, it will almost always want to meet it, because it has to break it in order to make progress. So wherever market decides to fall down at is going to be your take profit. Okay. So your take profit, which is when you close and you get your money, that is going to be wherever market decided to fall downward at. Okay. Wherever the left side of the V was created is when you're going to take your profit. Because we don't know if market always wants to break into new all-time highs. Okay, market could easily come into the resistance again, okay, and fall down extremely hard, okay, and then break one day again. But still, you don't want to eat the whole fall down. Okay, just take advantage of the logic that's there. Understand that the right side of the V wants to be filled. Price wants to recover from where it fell down from. Okay, it may not want to break it immediately, but understand that a lot of the times it will want to at least recover from where it fell down from. And that window of price recovering to where it fell down from is our money window. Okay, that's going to be our money window. So using all of our time frames and seeing everything and doing our top-down analysis is going to help us put it all together so that we can make the right profitable decisions. Okay, so let's go and let's keep going here. So take here. Okay, even if I'm on here, let's say I start on my weekly. Okay, I know price wants to come up to this all-time highs. Okay, we just went ahead and broke down all the reasons why. Okay, I can see we're not at all-time highs right now. If you're not at all-time highs, okay, there could be a chance to get a trade in. If you're not at all-time highs, there could be a chance to get a trade in. If you're at all-time highs, you do not trade. Do not trade at all-time highs. Okay, we need market to make the left side of the V, let market pull back, okay, make the bottom of the V, form support, and then we catch the right side of the V right back to where it fell down from. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Some of you guys are making market way too difficult. No need for all this weird stuff on the 1 minute. No weird terms like the silver bullet. Just understand that wherever market fell down from, if it's a profitable asset class, okay, and the whole United States runs off of these futures, okay, if you turn on the news and you look at the bottom left, you're going to go ahead and see it tracking futures, okay? The whole United States runs off of the stock market, okay? So understand that. Once you understand that, you can easily just start using your higher time frames and making a lot better decisions, okay? So even here on futures, if I wanted to do something like this, okay, you could easily make your trades, okay? You could easily put down a trade, okay, and just catch it all the way to all-time highs, okay, and catch the whole thing. You know price wants to go ahead and fill all the way up here, okay? But even if you didn't do that, say you didn't have enough margin, right, to hold overnight, right, here's what you would do, okay? What you can do is hop on your daily, okay? If you wanted, you could put your, depending on how big of it is, depending on how big of a stop it is, saying have your stop loss set, okay, Find a good stop loss that works for you and your account. Okay. You can go to your 4-hour time frame after your daily, and you want to find yourself a support candle. Okay. Find yourself a support candle if you can. Okay. Whether it be this one. Okay. This one. This one. Okay. Try and find yourself support candles. Okay. Then from there, go ahead and just read the structure. Okay. So we can see market is making higher lows. Why? Because I'm looking at the support candles. Okay. So I'm seeing each of these support candle conjunction areas heading in an upwards direction. Okay. Time after time after time again. Okay. So it's letting me know that, okay, this asset class is definitely bullish. Okay. This low up here is higher than this low. Okay. This low up here is higher than this low. This low appears higher than this low. This low appears higher than this low. Okay. And you keep taking your formations like that. Okay. Now, I can go to my 15-minute time frame. Okay. And I can see everything more logically for what it is. Okay. So I can see here. Actually, I'll stay on my 4-hour for a second. Okay. We could see price decided to come in contact with this area here of resistance. Okay. We could see price wants to come up here first on the 4-hour. Okay. So what I'm going to do is go to my 15-minute. Okay. And I want price to show me bullish structure. Okay. So this is exactly what I mean. So price decided to make the left side of the V here on the 15-minute. Okay. And getting on the 15-minute is where it gets nitty gritty. Okay. It's really turning on your Sharingan, making sure you can see everything that you need to see, and putting that same higher time frame logic on the lower time frames is what's going to make the world of difference. Okay. So go ahead and get on your lower time frames after you've done your highest time frame analysis. Okay. I'm trying to make you guys the best traders in the entire world because it's not that difficult. Okay. After I touch $1 billion from this, so many free guys that's going to be out for you guys. Okay. Because it's not hard. It's just you have to get your psychology down packed. Inshallah. So look, you could see market decided to make the left side of the V here on the 15-minute. Okay. So on the higher time frame, this is the ultimate beginning of the V is up here on the 4-hour. Okay. We can see market topped out right here before it decided to fall down. Okay. Market decided to fall down all the way down here. Okay. Found an area of support and then started to make some higher lows. Once I start seeing things like higher lows come into place, I'm like, oh yeah, we're trendy. Okay. Because market doesn't want to go past these supports. Okay. Look at this line right here. Okay. Let me go ahead and change the color of this. So if you look at the yellow line, you can see market has these 2 wicks that did not want to go beneath. Okay. Now we have this line up here. Did not want to go beneath. Okay. And then we have the support accumulation zone up here. Okay. And price looks like it wants to hold this area right here. Okay. Price looks like it wants to hold this area very, very confidently. Okay. Price looks like it found another area of support right here. Okay. So I can start seeing here, I have my 4-hour wick and I have a 4-hour close above the zone. Okay. So I like that. Okay. I have a 4-hour candlestick above the zone and I have a 15-minute candlestick above the zone. Okay. So I can see that market is trending. Okay. In an upwards direction. Market fell down and it looks like it's trying to make the V right here. So then it can go in an upwards direction from here. Okay. And at least hit this resistance. Okay. And this profit window is what we're going to use in order to make our trade. Okay. Then from there, you'd be able to pull out your risk to reward tool. Okay. This would be long position. Okay. You could put your stop loss below this area of support if you wanted, and then take profit would go ahead and be the area of resistance up here. And we play this for a 1 to 2 about. Okay. So you play this for about a 1 to 2, catch your trade and hop off. Okay. Or even if you wanted to play the take profit up here, you could play this one too. Or if you had multiple contracts, you could do it like that. Okay. But if you just wanted to play the first 15-minute V structure after the higher lows were created, then you could go ahead and get in just like that. Okay. So it's doing that top-down analysis, seeing everything. Okay. And then catching the V structure, even on the smaller time frames, breaking everything down and seeing it for exactly what it is. is really going to help you put things into logical perspective and help your trades over time. Okay, so we could see market decided to make the main V here. Okay, so starting off on the weekly, okay, we got all-time highs. Okay, I can see market decided to make some higher lows here, even on the weekly. Even on my daily here, I can see market made the top of this main V up here all-time highs. Market fell all the way down and made the bottom of the V on the daily. Now I'm going to go to my 4-hour time frame, okay, and I can see market deciding to do its thing. Okay, market's deciding to trend in an upwards direction, and I can see all the higher lows on a smaller time frame for exactly what it is. Okay, I can see that market decided to make this area of resistance here, fell down, but it's still trying to trend up to fill in this V right here. Okay, and ideally it wants to fill in the whole V. Okay, so what we can do, I could get on my 15-minute time frame here. Okay, and I can open my trade. Okay, catch my 1 to 2 and catch it up here, or I can move my take profit to up here if I wanted to as well. Okay, and keep my stop loss as this support right here. Okay, and have the take profit as the final V all the way up there. Okay, so it's just about knowing when to enter. Okay, so on your 15-minute, you want to make sure that you're seeing that recent support structure. Okay, and you want to make sure that you're buying when everyone else is buying. Once again, let me repeat that one more time. You want to make sure that you're buying when everyone else is buying. Okay, so if market right here just made the left side of the V, okay, and then the bottom side of the V already got made, so market already dumped down and it already made a bottom. Okay, what direction is it most likely going to go into from here? Buys. Okay, because people already sold. Okay, and the low already got formed again. Okay, and understand that this asset class also has laws in place to make sure it doesn't flash crash to zero, the short sale restriction. Okay, so don't expect more markets going in a downtrend for it to last too long. Okay, because people are going to be fiending to find a new low to buy it again because they know it's going to go up year after year after year. Okay, so on futures, primarily try and focus on the pullback formations. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the S&P 500 futures, known as the ES. Okay, let's go ahead and let's cover this and break it down. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, just like we talked about, is I'm going to start on my weekly time frame first. Okay, then I'm going to go to my daily, then to my 4-hour, and then to my 15-minute. Okay, then to your 15-minute finally. Okay, so what I like to go ahead and do is ask myself, are we at all-time highs? We cannot trade if we're at all-time highs. Okay, we just can't. We want market to pull back first, and then we take it back up. Okay, don't trade at all-time highs. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't short, don't long, don't do nothing. Wait for market to pull back and then take it back up. Okay, wait for market to form. If there's no resistance above current price, do not trade. Once again, if there is not resistance above current price, okay, if you can't get on your time frames in market area of resistance above current price, like right here, okay, then you shouldn't be trading. If market's way up here and there's no resistance above current price, you're gambling. Okay, you're not playing logically. Okay, market works in structured formations. Okay, you know market wants to come up and head to this area of resistance right here. As you can see, market decided to make this bottom right here. Price went all the way up from this bottom and stopped up here. Okay, after it stopped up here, it decided to make it flash down all the way to this low. Okay, so this is a pretty strong area of resistance. If it can make it flash for about a month downwards, okay, that's a strong area of resistance. Market wants to dust off its knees, throw on its gloves, and get ready to fight again. Okay, it doesn't want to lose at this area. Okay, so after it lost the fight once and it fell down, it's ready. You know, it's ready to go back up and fight again. So always think of market as a fighter. Okay, after it got knocked out, punched in the teeth, all their teeth on the ground. Okay, they come back, mouth guard in, gloves in, training sessions done, and it's ready to try and fight and break the new all-time highs again. Okay, so it's real life too. Okay, there's going to be seasons where you're dumb up, but when you fall down, are you going to panic? Okay, and trading's the same way. If you panic sell while market's falling in a downwards direction, Okay, instead of just waiting for market to bounce at a certain low and then buy then you're going to get your results. Okay, so when you're drowning, you're falling down, you can't panic. Okay, you got to wait, catch yourself, and then go right back up. Okay, so right here, even logically, I know price wants to reach this area of resistance. Okay, price is upset that it fell down from here. It almost can't believe it that it lost. Okay, it lost at this area right here, and sellers stepped all the way in, stopped buying from here. Okay, and market's like, hold on, you know what? Who said sellers could step in right there? Okay, it doesn't like that. It's going to try and break past that area and do it over and over and over again until we die. Okay, that's just how it's created. It's how it works. It's welfare sitting here for us. Sitting here. Okay, all you have to do is plant your seeds. So boom. So market is going to go ahead and chase this main V up here. Okay, and I can know that because one, market decided to bottom out after making that heavy fall down. Okay, and we're almost fully recovered here too. But I can also see market making on my 4-hour higher lows. Okay, so I can see that this low is higher than this low. This low is higher than this low. Okay, and I can start seeing this low even here too. Okay, and then let me get on my 15-minute time frame. Let's check it out. Okay, so I'm on my 15-minute time frame. Let's see everything a little bit more logically. Okay, even right here, this is going to be an area of support here too. Okay, that's a very, very recent low. Okay, and we could see, okay, price decided to fall downwards recently. Okay, price recently fell down from this area of resistance here on the 15-minute. Okay, so what we need is to see market hold an area of support and see if it's really for true. Okay, so after market decided to fall down from this area right here, okay, it came down and it looks like it made this kind of candle right here of support. Okay, so after a heavy sell-off, you want to see, okay, did the market try and bounce from that at least? Okay, so we could see even right here for this top, okay, market decided to have a heavy sell-off, but it decided to find a low right here, correct? Okay, market decided to even come down and test it in the same area. Okay, so I want to see, okay, is this a higher low? Okay, this low right here. Okay, I want to see if this low is a higher low than this low for real. Okay, so what I want to be waiting for is I want more 15-minute candlesticks that are green filling in the right side. Okay, so I can see this low right here is real. Okay, you know this low is real because outside of the zone, okay, you start seeing green candlesticks heading up in an upwards direction, buying multiple green candlesticks in a row. Even down here with this low, okay, you know this low is real because you start seeing green candlesticks heading in an upwards direction, ready to fill in the resistance gap. Okay, but we could see here from this low, okay, it's just a wick. Okay, after this, it's red candlesticks, green, red, green, red, green, really choppy. Okay, really choppy. Hasn't started fully trending yet. Okay, has not started fully trending yet. Okay, after market found this low, green candle, green candle, green candle, green candle. You start seeing them rapidly success in a V direction. As you can see, it decided to kind of make this wick, but then a red candle, and then a green, but then red dojis, and then not really consistent. So I don't even know if this low is real. Okay, so I'm not going to take the trade here yet. Okay, I'm going to wait for more 15-minute candlesticks to keep heading in an upwards direction. Okay, I want to see price fully give me that V curl. Okay, one thing too, especially when you first start off and it's helping you eyeball, you can draw trend lines too. Trend lines, like when you first start, could help you out too. Okay, it's really just knowing where the area of resistance is. Okay, so look at where price decided to start falling down in the first place. Okay, so price started falling down up there. Okay, in this area up here. Okay, from there, you could draw the trend line off of that. And a lot of the times, by the time the trend line gets broken, it'll let you know if the area of support is real for the most part. Okay, but that's why trend lines work, because price is confirmed. Okay, but you have to close at the area of resistance above current price. Otherwise, it's all going to be shambles. Okay, it's not going to work how you want it to. Okay. So even with here, honestly, it's been a couple minutes, honestly. That's why I like to wait for multiple 15-minute candlesticks. So you have this low, and then you have a bunch of candlesticks above the zone too that's closed. Okay. So you could either wait for the trend line to get broken and then enter, and then stop loss could be under the low and take it up to the high. Okay. And it's about knowing when to buy. You buy directionally. Okay. You want to buy after market sells. Okay. We just play logically. Buy after market sells. Okay, that's it. You buy after market sells, and that's literally how you trade. Okay, that's how you trade the United States stock market. Okay, is you buy after market sells off. Okay, after it sells off, then you buy. Okay. So even this here too, like, yeah, you could avoid a fake out if you wanted to just wait for the trend line, honestly. Or you could take your chance and see if this low is pretty real. We're starting to get some more 15-minute structure here that I like. Yeah, and we could either do that, or I really like this too, though. We have a kind of higher low being formed here on the 15-minute. So a lot of the times too, you see how this area of support got tested like twice. So sometimes it'll do that. Take like a price like right here. We got two 15-minute candlesticks stopping in the same place. Okay, after I see something like that, that's going to let me know, okay, price doesn't want to break below the support. Okay, giving me way more conviction. Okay, price would have broke below the support if it wanted to, not bounce at the same place. Okay, once I start seeing stuff like that on my 15-minute, for sure, yep, I can go ahead and I can get in right here if I wanted to. Okay, stop loss underneath this low. Okay, and then take it all the way up here. Okay. Yeah, for it's a 15-minute time frame. So yeah, this could be like overnight, could be a couple days. Yeah, for sure. A couple days at max if it's choppy. But a lot of times it'll be like a couple hours. So yeah, and then you just take that structure and you just keep taking your trades. Just keep taking your trades. Okay. And this is a very small stop loss here. It's 37. Let me go ahead and log into my paper trade here to break down the math. Okay. So boom, you'd be playing for about 108 ticks. Okay. So this is a really, really good trade. Okay. So you're only risking, okay, let's say you're on the micros. Okay, you'd be risking $45, right, to make 135. Okay. So that's over double your money. Okay, and this is a pretty small take profit. You could definitely take this take profit up here as well too, if you feel comfortable holding a little longer, for sure. Okay. So if you wanted to take the take profit up here, okay, that would be playable up here as well too. Okay, so you'd be risking $45 to make 180. Okay. And just wherever market decided to fall down from, it'll want to return to. It will want to return to almost every single time. As long as you're trading, whenever market is making higher lows, okay, understand that market is always going to want to fill in and return and try for vengeance again from where it fell down from. Okay, wherever market fell down from, it's going to try to recover. Okay, it's going to try to recover. And keeping that perspective is really going to help you. Okay, after market makes its low and falls down, okay, let market make its own area of support. Okay, and we can see on the 15-minute here too, once again, areas of higher lows being formed. Okay, I have this area right here. Okay, I like this candle a lot. After that, price went all the way up. Okay, fell all the way down and then made this low. Then price went up. Okay, came down and then made this low. We got two 15-minute candlesticks chilling in the same place here. Amazing, amazing area. Okay, so I wanted to stop loss underneath this area of support since we look like we're trending here. Okay, and then take it up to this area of resistance. Okay, for the whole formation fill. Okay, and it's about just waiting for pullbacks, taking the trade. Wait for a pullback and then take the trade. Okay, and being as patient as possible is really going to be the determining factor versus profitability and just unprofitability. Okay, and buying during trending times. Okay, because you can't just live on your 15-minute time frame and try and do things like that. Okay, it's still important to do the whole top-down analysis. Because we did the top-down analysis, I was able to understand the 15-minute time frame structure a lot different. Okay, because the 15-minute, if I just pull it up, it could be a whole different story. Okay, but when we're on our higher time frames, we can see everything for what it is. We can see that this is the bullish asset class year after year after year, and all we got to do is buy the dips and catch the sweeps back up. Okay, and that's it. So get ready to rumble, traders. Okay, if you guys want more help with future trading, okay, whether it be education, technical analysis, or anything, head over to stackmode.net. You guys can book a free call with me. I got free courses, free ebooks for you guys, and there's just too much information out there, okay, that I really try and give you guys to help you get profitable, inshallah, if God wills. Okay, and let's break down these things. Okay, understand that leverage gives you a lot of power. Okay, but you gotta be in control of this. This could be a really good thing or a really bad thing if you don't have it down packed. So make sure you study yourself as a human. Make sure you're aware of your emotions and don't crash out and make irrational bad decisions. Okay, and liquidity gives you speed. Okay, when everyone is buying, okay, you're gonna start seeing price action flood in a upwards direction. When everyone's selling, you start seeing price action flood in a downwards direction. Okay, and risk management is the thing that's going to keep you alive. Okay, and your risk to reward. Okay, so if you're risking $50 a trade, you need to be at least trying to make 100 to 150. Okay, if you make 100, that would be a 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio. If you make 150, that would be a 1 to 3 risk to reward ratio. Okay, and focusing on your risk to reward ratios is how you're going to become profitable. It's all in the math. So if you're making more than you lose consistently, you will become profitable. Okay, and start with paper trading and start with mentorship first. Okay, so head over to stackmode.net. I love you guys so much. Keep grinding, stay prayed to God, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Trading options can really be crazy. You could be right directionally and still be losing money, and I know that can be extremely confusing. So I want to break down the Greeks for you guys. They're the factors that control your options P&L and your contracts. And if you don't understand the Greeks, you just aren't trading. You're donating money to Wall Street and the people selling you the contracts. So here's going to be the cheat sheet to the engine that actually drives your contracts. I'm going to explain delta, gamma, theta, and vega, and understand that you can't control the market, but you can control your risk and the math. Let's go and let's jump into it, inshallah, if God wills. Before we even think about throwing $1 into options, we gotta understand the Greeks, inshallah, if God wills. It's extremely important. You don't want to just be in a trade, seeing it go up, and you have some calls purchased, and you're like, why am I not making any money? It can be heartbreaking. It can be confusing. And I'm telling you guys, the science, the math behind these Greeks, once you understand them, you're gonna be able to avoid a lot of things. So before we get started, let me go ahead and just tell you guys a quick little cheat code to help you with Greeks. Your time that you have as far as when your contract is going to expire on options is the most important thing. Stop trying to buy 0 DTE contracts and have extremely far take profits. Okay, that's not making sense. Okay, if you're going to play on the higher time frames and have further take profits, then you need to have more time on your contract. Okay, ideally, one of the best ways to play options is via leaps. Okay, you guys might have heard me talk about leaps before, but what leap contracts are contracts that expire in 1 to 2 years. Okay, when you give yourself years on your contract, you have so much time to sit and wait for price to reverse, because you have to understand that the United States stock market, it's meant to go in the upwards direction year after year after year. Okay, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Apple, these are all global companies that are implemented into the whole world. Okay, but these are American companies. So the US stock market, which is based off of stocks, okay, which options derive from, has to go up year after year after year after year. So you have to understand that. Okay, you can't be closing your trades early because you're like, oh, it's just going down for a couple of days, couple of weeks. If you have time on your contract, because your risk
on options is how much the contract actually costs. So if your contract costs $200, the max you could lose is going to be that $200, but the max you could win is going to be infinite. Okay, so putting everything into perspective like that really does help you. So your stop loss on options should be exactly how much you purchased the contract for. Okay, if you purchase a contract for $200, then on options, that should be your stop loss. Okay, don't close your trades early. Purchase time on your contracts. Okay, and use your stop loss as the full value that you purchased the contract for. And I'm telling you guys, watch how your trading will change. Let's go and let's jump into how these Greeks actually work though. So trading options is going to be kind of like driving a race car. You're going to have 4 main gauges on your dashboard. You're going to go and have your delta. Your delta is going to go ahead and determine how fast that you're going. Then you're going to have your gamma. Your gamma is going to determine how much your contracts are accelerating. Your theta is going to be your fuel tank leaking. Okay. For example, think of it as time. And your vega is how bumpy the road is. Okay. The fear, the intrinsic value baked into it. Understanding these Greeks are really going to change everything. Okay. Let me go ahead and tell you guys a quick story. There's been a time where I was trading SPX. Okay. I was trading a 0 DTE, and what DTE stands for is date to expiration. Okay. So whatever the day is before you see DTE is how many days before the expiration. So if it's 0, that means that the contract will close on the same day. Okay. So the stock market is open from 9:30 a.m. Eastern to 4 p.m. Eastern. Okay. So in each time market comes up to 9:30 a.m. Eastern, that's another day that goes by. Okay. But if we're going to play a 0 DTE, then the contract has to be closed by 4 p.m. Eastern. So what I did was open up a SPX contract during a Jay Powell speech. I'm sure you guys have heard of Jay Powell, and was up around $930. The reason why I didn't win that trade is because of greed, pure greed. What I did was trade with P&L instead of looking at the actual chart and understanding Greeks. So I got burned anyways. So I didn't close the trade, one, because I was P&L trading and I didn't understand the Greeks. 2 things. Okay, so the first reason, I was on like $930 and didn't close it because it wasn't $1,000. I was trying to make 4 figures a day. Stupid mindset, I know. I was young. But thank God I learned. And another reason why I lost is because I just didn't understand the Greeks truthfully. Okay, so SPX, I told myself, you know what, if I'm up $930 right now, but you have to understand that things work off of acceleration options. If you have a bunch of price action bursting really, really quick, happening fast, your contracts are going to be going up. But as soon as that contract slows down, starts consolidating, if you don't have enough time on your contract, okay, then your contract value is going to go down immediately. Okay, so if it's bursting in a certain direction that you have a contract based in, so let's say you have a calls contract, okay? Calls contracts mean that you're preparing for market to go in an upwards direction. So let's say you have a calls contract, right? If market's pumping up super duper fast, okay, even if you have an out the money contract, and what that means is, let's say a contract, let's say a stock is at $30, right? And you think it's going to go up to $35. Okay, if you buy a $35 contract, which is out the money, okay, it's not there right now, okay, then if price is bursting really fast, even though it's not near $35 yet, you're still going to see some profit. But once again, as soon as that price action starts consolidating and going sideways, your profit can instantly be wiped away from you if you don't have enough time on your contract. So having time on your contract, theta, is going to be one of the most important things. So try and buy contracts that are 1 to 2 years out. Okay, this is going to give you guys a lot of more flexibility and purchasing power to really do what you want with your contracts and how you want to trade on the markets. Okay, so let's go and let's break it down. So delta is going to go ahead and be the speed. Okay, so here's a definition. So if the stock price moves up $1, how much money would the option make? Okay, so if the stock price moves $1 and the delta is 0.50, then that means the option price would move 0.50. Okay, so 0.50 per dollar. Okay, so that means that every time the stock moves $1, okay, the options price would go ahead and move 0.50 cents. Okay, and remember, you want to go ahead and multiply everything by 100. Okay, so the options price 0.50 is going to go ahead and equal $50. Okay, that's going to go ahead and equal $50. once again. So you want to grab whatever decimal number you see on options and multiply that by 100. Okay, so 0.50 times 100 is going to be $50. Okay, if you're going to have 2.70 times 100, that's going to go ahead and give you 270. Okay, if you're going to have 4.50, you got to multiply that times 100. It's going to be 450. Okay, so whatever one of these decimal numbers that you see, you got to multiply it by 100. You have to. Okay, multiply all decimal numbers that you see in the options world by 100 in order to get the actual currency value of that. So think of Delta as the concert ticket. So it's going to be the coupon, right? Imagine you have a coupon to buy a concert ticket for $50. Okay, and let's say the price rises. If tickets are sold out and scalpers are selling them for now $100, your coupon is now very valuable. Okay, that's high delta. And let's say the price drops, right? If nobody wants to go and tickets are $10, your $50 coupon is now worthless. Okay, that's zero delta. So you want your delta to increase, because the more that your delta is increasing, the more that your contract is going to have more value behind it. Okay, but if price is dropping and your contract isn't working out in your favor, or it's not going in the direction which you have purchased, okay, so if you bought a calls contract and market's not going up, okay, then that means that the delta is going to help destroy your contract because your prediction is not right. Okay, but if your prediction is right, then the delta is going to go ahead and go up, deeming your contract valuable, making your contract more expensive, meaning you'll make more money. And gamma is going to go ahead and equal the turbo boost. So think of it as acceleration, right? Delta tells you your speed, and gamma tells you how fast your speed is changing. So think of gamma kind of like the nitro button, a super fast acceleration. Okay, think of this rocket ship. Boom, the turbo is behind it. So gamma is going to be like the nitro button in a racing game. Okay, so you're speeding steady, and then you got to just burst. Okay, that's what gamma predicts. So gamma makes your profits explode faster as the stock goes in your favored direction. So if you're on a calls contract, meaning that you're waiting for a price to go in an upwards direction, then the acceleration is going to help your contract make a lot of money, even if it's out the money once again. So let's say the current share price is going to be $30. Okay, if you think price is going to go up to $40, okay, you don't buy a $40 contract. Okay, what you're going to do is buy a $31 contract. Okay, so always buy the number one above or below current price in order to have your Greeks move the best. Okay, if you guys don't want to get destroyed by Greeks, do this: buy contracts 1 to 2 years out. Okay, buy contracts 1 to 2 years out, and buy contracts. If you're buying a calls contract thinking market's going to go up, I don't care where your take profit is. If the share price is $40, the contract you should be purchasing is a 41 call contract. Okay, that's just what you should be opening. Okay, you should be opening a 41 call contract. Okay, then if you're going to buy a puts, then you should be opening a $39 put contract. Okay, so understand that in order to have the best Greeks as possible, you need to have the best contracts. You need to make sure that you have as much time as possible on your options contract, and on top of that, you need to make sure that your prediction is going to be hit fairly quickly, or very likely to be hit. Even if it's more expensive, it's worth it. You don't want to just throw money into the void just because contracts are cheap. They're cheap for a reason, and they're plotting on you and preying on you for your understanding to not kick into your brain so that they can make some money. It's trading for a reason. These options contracts aren't just spawning. You have to understand that somebody is creating these options contracts behind. All right. So theta, it's going to be the melting ice cream, ticking time bomb. All right. Theta is extremely important. So time is money. And every day you hold an option, it loses a tiny bit of value. So once again, this is why I really put on emphasis on, if you're going to play options, try and buy contracts that have 1 to 2 years out. This way, you guys are going to be able to sit on your contracts with confidence. You're going to be able to hold it, and you're going to be able to do your thing. Okay. So theta is the time decay. So let's say day one value of a contract, right? Let's say you have a weekly expiration. So let's say you have a 7 DTE. Okay, 7 DTE. Let's go and let's break this down. So DTE stands for date to expiration. Okay, so the DTE tells you how much time is left. Okay, then the number tells you how much time is left. Okay, so if you have 7 days before expiration, then in 7 days the options contract will disappear and it'll go ahead and be expired. Okay, and whatever you get, you get. Okay, if it closes in the money, which means that you're up some profit, then you'll get that. But if it closes worthless or down, then you'll just get the remainders. Okay, so understand that theta is going to be the time decay. So here's how our options contract works. So day one value could be $100 and theta decay could be -$5, right? And let's say the day two value could be $95, even if the stock didn't even move. Okay, but because on options you're getting paid based off of time and prediction, you could lose money during a chop. Okay, so if the market is sideways and it's not going in a direction, it's not like shares or crypto where your money will just sit there. Your option could be deemed worthless because you're getting paid based off of how fast and how right you're going to be. All right, so here's an example of theta, right? Think of it as a rental pass. So theta, let's say you have a 30-day pass. So imagine you bought a 30-day pass to a theme park. Okay, so day one versus 29. So on day one, the path is worth a lot. It's jumping. On day 29, it would pretty much be almost worthless because the time ran out. The pass was only good for 30 days. Okay, so your options contract is only good for the amount of time that you purchase it for. So you want to be able to have as much time on it. Try and have some years on it. This way, if anything goes wrong, any type of speeches, with any type of government shutdowns or anything that affects the market, that would make the market move in a negative reaction from whichever way that you purchase, okay, then you'd be able to survive that. Okay, you wouldn't just be getting destroyed. Okay, so when you have time on your contract, instead of having a 30-day pass, imagine having the 3-year pass or the 2-year pass. Okay, the 30-day pass is not long enough. Okay, so the lesson, don't hold on to options that are worthless. Otherwise, pretty much they're going to just melt away anyways. Okay, so buy your contracts 1 to 2 years out. Okay, try and buy them 1 to 2 years out and make sure you have your take profits too. Okay, so that's also what I mean by don't hold them too long. You should know exactly where you're going to close. Options is extremely strict. It's not like crypto and shares where you can just sit there and hold it forever. Please don't do that. You need to have a strict place exactly where you know you're going to exit. Okay, you need to know where you're going to go ahead and exit, get your money and close and hit take profit. Okay, once you do that, it's going to be a lot easier to go ahead and progress. Okay, do not sit there and try and hold your options forever, especially once you start seeing profit. Horrible mistake I've made in the past, and inshallah, if God wills, that's not something I want you guys to experience. Okay, so please have an exit plan, know where your take profit is, and please close your trades. And Vega is going to be the fear index. So think of Vega as hurricane insurance, right? Vega measures how expensive options get when people are scared and horrified. So on a sunny day, insurance is going to be cheap, right? That means that the Vega is low. But when a hurricane is coming, okay, whether it be earnings coming, a big news event, whatever, the insurance is going to be expensive. It's going to raise, and that's going to lead to high Vega. So even if your house is fine, the price of insurance goes up because of the storm. Okay, so you guys might have heard of the term implied volatility. Okay, so when earnings come up or when big events come up for stocks, the options value could shoot up due to the fact that people are preparing for a big move. Okay, so there's a lot of cool plays you can make in options too. So instead of actually playing earnings with certain stocks, if you buy a contract before earnings, you might make a lot of money, but then after the earnings, it might go away just because of the hype and expectations. So people are preparing for the future, and that's why options are even a thing in the first place. So certain times when people are preparing for the futures between a big hurricane event that's going to change a lot, your price of the contract could change regardless if it's in the money or out the money. So very cool things you could do with options. So think of Vega as the earning party, right? So before the party, everyone's excited, right? The price for tickets go up. It's a lot of high volatility. Everyone's hyped. It's jumping. It's good music playing. Everyone is getting turned. Okay, but then after the party, the event is over and the excitement is gone and ticket prices crash instantly. Everyone was like, all right, that's it. We already went. It's not lit anymore. Forget it. Okay, so don't buy options right before a big news event. And if you do, make sure that you sell before the big news event. Okay, you do not want to be in a short-term options plays during news. Okay, this is why I also say try and buy contracts 1 to 2 years out. Okay, because if you're playing on your higher time frames, like your daily, your weekly, or even your 4 hour, okay, right, you're gonna have bigger take profits, right? And there might be earnings in between that, which is gonna be amazing, just fine. Because a lot of the times earnings will benefit you if you're playing in the right direction. But if you have 1 to 2 years out, you're not going to be getting destroyed by things like news and certain events like that as easily. Why? Because you have so much time on your contracts. So having time on your contracts kind of wipes out all the negatives of options. Have some time on your contracts and buy reasonable contract too. If the current price is 40, contract you should be purchasing for calls is 41, for puts is 39. Okay, you should always buy the number one above or below. That's going to be the best way to avoid these Greeks destroying your profit. I don't want you guys going through any of that weird cringe anxiety or anything like that. Okay, you guys got it. So let's go on this recap. Let's jump into it. So Delta is going to be the speed, right? And it moves with the stock price. Then you're going to go ahead and have Gamma. Gamma is the nitro. It's the thing that accelerates your wins or your losses too. And Theta is going to be the melting time. Okay, it's the time that eats your money. Okay, and then you're going to go ahead and have your Vega. That's the storm, and fear makes prices expensive. Okay, so if it's about to be a big news event and you notice your contracts shoot all the way up, try and sell before news events. But if you're playing a higher time frame setup, you know what you're looking at, whether on your weekly, daily, or 4 hour. And if you don't, head over to Stackmode.net. I'm here to teach you guys. Okay, whether you guys want to learn how to trade options, futures, crypto, or whatever, I'm down to get into it. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed up, stay high. Keep grinding. I'm gonna catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
To survive volatile markets, discipline is essential, more so than strategy or indicators. Volatility punishes bad habits, not just bad trades. When a trade moves against you, or price runs, an undisciplined trader panics or chases entries, making them unpredictable, not the market. Discipline distinguishes consistent traders from the gamblers. It means that you stick to your plan, you manage your risk, and you wait for confirmations and wait for the right entries, even when your emotions urge you to break the rules. Long-term success requires self-control, as the most dangerous factor in a volatile market is an undisciplined person trading. And it doesn't matter how much you've made either. A season of having low self-control can wipe out months of progress. Let's talk about how we can train our mind to make the right and righteous decisions in the market, inshallah, if God wills. Welcome. This session will not focus on charts or indicators, but on the single greatest detriment of long-term trading success and success in general, whether it be in business, on the charts, wherever. Discipline is the separation factor, which is going to separate from who's successful and who's not, who's going to be sticking to their stop loss, who's going to be adhering to their risk management, and who's going to be able to take the setups that they said that they're going to stick to. Self-mastery and emotional control, whether in the business world, on the charts, is going to be the separating factor between who's successful and who's not, and who's going to be winning within this world. Let's go on, let's jump into the presentation. So the volatility trap, right, where most traders fail and fall in a downwards direction. Volatile markets, like cryptocurrency, amplify human emotional biases. Same thing with futures, leading to impulsive and destructive decision-making that quickly can drain capital. But it doesn't have to be that way, I really promise you. When the market is volatile, it's extremely bearish, which means markets falling in a downwards direction quickly. Or if market's extremely bullish, which means markets going in an upwards direction quickly, you need to be prepared for either sides, okay? If you're telling yourself you want to invest into some spot cryptocurrency, right? Which is where you're going to be making money when price goes in an upwards direction. So if market is volatile and it's making a certain low, you need to think of that as a positive. If market's dumping down really fast, you shouldn't think, oh my gosh, I'm losing all my money. No, that's going to be an opportunity for market to collect more ammunition and sweep back up further. You have to understand that no matter how low the market's dipping, when you're trading a good asset that puts a smile on people's faces and helps the future, within a couple of weeks, months, or years, inshallah, a lot of the times, and you could check out some old price action to see if I'm lying, you'll see price recover way past where it fell below, okay, and previous all-time highs as well. In order for price to keep breaking into new all-time highs, market has to fall in a downwards direction. Market has to come down in order to go back up. It has to collect ammo and collect liquidity. So don't fall into FOMO, okay? There should be no fear of missing out, okay? The fear of missing out causes traders to enter late and buying near the top based on social media hype, ignoring their own analytical framework, and doing things like that, buying based off of hype, is going to destroy your P&L.
You should be looking at the chart. You should be knowing what type of economic decisions or factors happen within the world to base your assessment on how much you're going to invest. Okay. Once the SEC laws started getting passed and Bitcoin started becoming a more government friendly asset, it started going up to new all-time highs. We started seeing 100K plus get passed. So analyze what's happening within the world and on the charts before just making a certain decision, before you just sell everything or buy quickly. And fear, uncertainty, and doubt, FUD. This can lead to panic selling at the bottom during a market correction. Okay, make sure you guys are trusting God. You guys don't need to be panic selling. You don't need to be making yourself lose money quicker than you need to. Sit on your trade and wait for the trade to cook. Wait for take profit to get hit. And locking in losses just before a rebound hits is what keeps people unprofitable. Wait for market to hit your take profit before you close your trades. The majority of you are losing money within the market because you're selling too quickly. You think you're going to hit your take profit overnight, the next day. No, sometimes trades are going to take days, weeks, months. That's why I tell you guys to do everything on your higher time frames. Okay, to remove that cognitive bias from you from the smaller time frame. You need to have your higher time frame bias and understand that the market is going to take months, weeks, years, and days in order to get to where it needs to be. So don't sell off of a quick couple of days worth of price action. Stay on your trade. And 2 key psychological phenomena drive irrational exits and entries. Okay, trying to avoid loss. The pain of a loss is psychologically twice as powerful as the pleasure of an equivalent gain. Okay, so humans prioritize survival mode, but don't just think losses as survival mode. When you're down in your P&L, don't think that you lost. You only lose your money when you decide to close your trade. Okay, when you exit the trade, then you are going to be out of your money. Okay, until then, market can continue to do whatever it wants. Hey, not saying to sit there and hold trades forever, but a lot of you are losing because your stop loss is way too small. So if you're on options, I recommend your stop loss be the contract itself. Try and buy 1 to 2 years out. Okay, buy a leap contract, and this way you can sit on your contract for some time. Same thing for your shares. Try and hold your shares for some years. There's also going to be some long-term tax benefits for crypto and shares when you're holding your trade for over a year, meaning that they want you to hold for a long time. Same thing with futures too. Don't get destroyed by the prop firm cycle. Boot up your own live account, have enough margin, and hold your trades overnight. This way you can play the real structure, and you're not going to be taking any trade on the block, destroying your account much quicker than you would trying to conform to somebody else's rules, or even worse, trying to make some quick profit. That's never how we want to think on the market. Never think quick in the market. Okay, and confirmation bias. Seeking out only the news and opinions that support a trade that you already entered, ignoring clear signs that the market trend has reversed. Okay, not everyone knows everything. Okay, read the chart and do your own economic decision making when it comes to getting in and out of trades. Okay, and you gotta have a plan. Lay out your blueprint. Okay, if you're a break and retest trader, wait for resistance to get broken and turn into support. Okay, if you're a reversal trader, wait for support to get formed and catch the right side of the V into an area of resistance or support above current price. Okay, have a blueprint. Know what you're buying. Okay, if you tell yourself you want to buy $500 or $1,000 worth of Bitcoin every single month, you got to do that regardless of where the price is, because you're trying to DCA, and DCA means dollar cost average. Okay, stick to your plan. I don't care what you're trading, futures, crypto, options, it doesn't matter. Having your blueprint and developing an ironclad plan that you pretty much never break is going to set you apart from every other trader. Discipline begins before you place a single trade, and an ironclad trading plan removes emotions by codifying exactly when you enter, when you exit, and how much risk you're going to manage. Okay, if you have $1,000 account, for example, right? If you have $1,000 account, you should not be trading with more than 10% of your account at a time, ever. Which means that no single one of your trades should ever be more than $100 if you're trading on $1,000 account. Okay, try and trade between 1 to 10% of your account at a time. This way, you're gonna have a significant advantage in many ways. Okay, make sure you have that advantage. Okay, to stick to 1 to 10% of your account per trade. Do not break this rule. I don't care how much your account is up or down, try not to ever break this rule. And define entry and exit criteria. Your plan must specify clear, objective, technical, or fundamental conditions for both entry and exit, and never enter a trade based on gut feeling or instincts. Make sure you guys have definitive, structured layouts and boxes checked. Be like, okay, market did this. Okay, market did this. Okay, cool. I think I'm ready to get in. And have a rule-based entry. Okay, here's an example. I will only buy asset X if the daily RSI is below 30, for example. Or I will only buy asset B if the V formation is starting to form and curl in an upwards direction on my daily or 4 hour. Or I'm only going to buy asset C if market hits this certain price and I'm going to buy the dip. Okay. See how you want to structure your plan and stick to it, and stick to your time horizon and review your schedule. Define whether you're a scalper, day trader, swing trader, or an investor. Okay. Do you like to trade for ownership? Then maybe you need to look towards crypto and shares. Do you like to trade based off of speculation? Then maybe futures and options are going to be based for you. Or you could take that futures income and put it into crypto and shares. That way you guys are going to be able to get that speculative money based off of your skill quickly, and you're going to be able to take that and put that into ownership. This way you're going to be able to leave some crypto for your family if you ever pass, God forbid. Okay. Or you'll be able to leave some things down for the future. Okay. So your future you is really going to be happy that you sat on your investments. So make your future self happy and plant your seed. Okay. Think of it like a big tree. You got to plant it. Okay. Water, sun, water, sun, water, sun. Okay. That's how you have to grow your account. Make sure you guys are getting the proper water and sun every single day. Okay. Rather in real life too, you got to keep your emotions based. Okay. Make sure you guys ground, try and get some outside time if you can. It's not good to live like a rat, especially in today's generation with all this technology and stuff everywhere. If you can, especially before the market, if you're a day trader or something, have some outside time, get some oxygen, touch some grass, touch some plants, take a walk, and really work on your mental health. Getting closer to God is going to be one of the easiest ways to get better mentally. Okay. It's going to give you the full layout on how to be a good person here on this earth. Okay. And keep yourself from being mentally sick. Keep yourself from hurting yourself. So when you lose a trade, you're gonna be like, oh, I'm broke, I don't know, this and that. No, you got to relax. Okay. You got to chill. Even when you lose a trade, understand that sometimes you're going to lose. It's how you handle that loss, and it's how you prepare for the loss too. And you must stick to your chosen timeline and resist checking shorter time frames if you're a long-term trader. Okay. Don't be caught up on the 15-minute bias if you're on the weekly and daily time frame. Okay. Your take profits aren't going to hit as quick as you think all the time. Give it time, let your trades cook, and take your time. Protect that capital of yours. Okay. What are you trading for? Some of you open up your broker account and just start losing all of your money. Okay. You're not on the market to lose money. And the main reason you guys are losing money is because, one, you're closing your trades too early, especially my futures and options traders. Okay. You're just going to literally delete capital like that. Okay. My crypto and shares traders, you guys are a little more stable. Okay. Due to the fact that you understand ownership. Ownership a lot of the times is going to make you profitable, especially when you're owning something that puts a smile on people's faces and helps the future in many ways. And the prime directive, right? Capital protection. Okay. The most important rule in trading is not how much you can make. It almost kind of doesn't matter, but it's how little you can lose and how healthy you can keep you alive year after year after year, month after month after month. Risk management is the mathematical enforcement of discipline. Extremely important to make sure you guys are trading within your 1 to 10% of your account rule. Okay. As you get better, you know, you can increase from 1%, but I recommend you guys even start off with 1% when you're first starting trading. Okay. This is really going to help you guys just get down to the motions of, okay, you know what? Take profit gets hit. Boom. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and do this. Okay. But as you get better, you can increase it to like 5% and then even 10% at the max. 10% is going to give you 10 trades before you blow your account. Okay, 5 trades, 5% is going to give you 25 trades of your account before you blow it up. Okay, and then 1%, you know, you're going to have 100 trades. So depending on your percent, it's going to determine how quickly you're going to be gaining profit, but also how quickly you'll be losing profit too. So think about that. If you have a higher win rate, extremely high win rate, feel free to go up in your percentages within the 1 to 10% range. And a non-negotiable stop loss, right? Extremely important. If you say you're going to close your trade here, okay, I don't care if it's a stop loss or a take profit. If you say you're going to close your trade at a certain area, close the trade. Some of you guys are literally extremely undisciplined and you're wondering why you're not making money from the markets. Take profit literally gets hit. You got to close at that certain area before you get reversed on. Okay, it's not like you're just, oh, I'm going to close here. I'm going to close at this area of resistance because I want to. Oh, I'm going to put my stop loss here underneath this area of support because I want to. No. If price were to clip past underneath that area of support, price might fall down dramatically. And if you're a long, that's not what you want. Okay, same thing if you're in a long. If you win, you hit take profit, close at an area of resistance or support above current price. Okay, make sure you guys catch your gap fills, get your money. Some of you guys are just losing your trades since you want to hold way too long. You gotta know where you're exiting at. You gotta know where market wants to temporarily reverse in order for it to continue its flow. Understand the staircase method and head over to stackmode.net. I have a free course for you guys so you guys can understand the charts and market a little bit more, and tons of free videos too. A stop loss order that's pre-planned, right, is really going to help you out. You're going to know, okay, if market goes here, market will instantly close out my trade, or I'm going to close out my trade here. Okay, and it's where you admit the trade idea is going to be wrong at. And in volatile markets, a stop loss must be placed the moment the trade is entered. Okay, because market can make an extremely fast move, and you might not be ready for that emotionally. You might have a $500 stop loss. Okay, but if you didn't set your stop loss, say you were like, oh, you know, I'm going to close manually, and market decides to go down and turn that $500 loss turns into $1,300 loss because the candle was so fast, you might freeze, you might pause, you might panic. And that's not what I want for you guys. Okay, so set your stop loss with a order if you can. This way, when market hits that order, it'll automatically close your trade the best that you can. And it's going to prevent catastrophic loss and help you protect against unexpected flash crashes or major news events, which definitely happens. Especially if you're on futures or Forex, you don't want to be getting what's called margin called. Okay, this is going to be something where you might be owing the broker money if you go below their requirements. So keep that in mind. Okay, and never risk more than a small fixed percentage of your total trading capital. Once again, stick to 1 to 10% of your account per trade. If you have $10,000, your maximum loss on any one trade should be capped at $100 to $1,000. And this ensures that a string of losses will not wipe you out and allows your edge to play out over many trades instead of just getting destroyed instantly and quickly because of a bad couple of emotional decisions. Okay, you got to callous yourself. Think of yourself like a turtle shell. You know how turtles have that shell? You got to put the shell over your account. Have the protection so you're not out here getting swooped up and eaten by every single bird and shark in existence. Okay, take your time, protect your account. Emotional detachment, right? The zen of trading. This is why it's really important. Wake up. I pray to God instantly. Okay, I read Quran and I just am in a way better mindset. I'm in a calm mindset. I'm in an entranced mindset, and I'm ready to succeed for the day. And once a trade is entered according to your plan and stop loss is set, your primary job is to watch the market execute the strategy without interference. Place down your trade, hold. Okay, you're either going to hit stop loss or you're going to hit take profit. Okay, you're going to hold until either one of these. And it's really cringe too. Don't close your trade before stop loss or take profit gets hit, because what you're doing is destroying all of the math. You're destroying the risk to reward ratio. Okay, let's say you're taking a trade, right, and you win a 1 to 4. Okay, let's say you risked $100. Okay, if you risked $100 and you hit a 1 to 4, that means you would have made $400. Okay, so that's $300 in profit. Okay, so hitting your risk to reward ratio is going to be important for growing your account within a mathematically correct way. This is literally how the math of the market works. If you're making more than you risk, you will become profitable. Okay, you will become profitable, inshallah, if God wills. You have to make more than your risk. If you're risking $200, okay, then you should be at least trying to make $400 at the minimum. Okay, and that's going to be a 1 to 2. Okay, since you're going to be doubling your money within an asset. Okay, that way if you take another loss, you'd at least cushion. So try and at least always trade for at least a 1 to 2. You should at least always try and double your money within a trading scenario before it's closed. And once a trade is entered according to your plan, a stop loss is set, you have to watch either take profit or stop loss gets hit. Please don't be touching your trades with your hands, because if you're impulsive, you're emotional, and you're led by your flesh, you're going to destroy absolutely everything. So overcoming impulsivity, impulsive decisions, and moving a stop loss further away, adding to a losing position, right, doubling down, or exiting too early are the quickest ways to violate your discipline. And mental reframing exercise, right? When you feel panic or greed, physically step away from the screen for just 5 minutes. Okay, go pray to God, go breathe. Okay, take a step outside and ask yourself, do the market conditions violate my original trade thesis, or is just this noise right now? And if the thesis is intact, you must adhere to the plan. Okay, you got to adhere to the trading plan. Why are you breaking your trading plan? You say you want to go put your mom in that big crib. Okay, you say you want to take care of your wife and your kids, or you want to take care of your kids or whatever. You want to take care of yourself. You want to go get the lamb, yet you hop onto the market, breaking your discipline, breaking your trading plan, not taking the setups that you said you were going to take. We don't have time for this. We got to go harder. Okay, we got to go harder. When you feel panic, when you feel greed, you have to understand that that is the enemy. That is the devil. And we have to pray these emotions away. Okay, A'udhu minash-shaytanir rajeem. Okay, it's very important for us to pray this away. This is just the devil trying to attack you guys, so you guys get pulled back away from the goals and dreams that you want to feel and be attached to. Okay, the devil does not want you to be happy. Okay, but understand that God loves us. God wants us to be happy, and this is why God even talks about in Quran about spending moderately. Okay, you have to know how much you're risking, and you have to stick to your plan. And the art of taking profit is extremely important. Greed causes traders to hold winning trades past their logical target. And this is something that's happened to me. Okay, I'm trading straight P&L at one point in time. Okay, looking at the money. Okay, I remember I hit this one really good trade on C3AI, and I've started seeing the bands go up. Okay, start seeing the money go up. I've hit plenty of trades like this. And the next thing you know, instead of me trading based off of the chart, I start trading based off of P&L. And guess what? Since I'm greedy, and since I was trading with my eyeballs focused on the money instead of on the chart and focusing on my discipline, everything was taken away, or my win was not nearly as big as it should have been, due to the fact that I didn't stick to my logical targets. And I don't want you guys to go through that either. Your plan must include defined profit targets. For example, target 1 at 2R or target 2 at 3R. Okay, where you sell a portion of your position to secure gains, ensuring that you never let a winning trade turn into a loss. And make sure you guys also set your stop loss to above break even or certain levels too, to even keep the trade going and flowing.
And only God's perfect. So if you make a mistake and overtrade a certain day, at least care about what you did. Journal down how you felt. Journal down the emotions you were feeling when the trade was in your face. Were you close to take profit, but did you close your trade too early, ruining your risk reward, leading you to take another trade and then crashed out your account? Or what type of scenario led to you losing that trade or overtrading in certain scenarios? When you really write it down, you're able to visualize and see your mistakes. It's a lot harder to repeat them over and over again. Discipline is really a muscle that has to be trained, and the trading journal is the feedback mechanism that allows you to objectify your performance and eliminate certain weaknesses, especially when you have your numbers jotted down. If you see certain things that you're doing is leading you to lead certain results that's not making you happy, then you need to change some certain things up. And your journal needs to capture certain things. Make sure you have your pre-trade analysis, how you're feeling before the trade, why you entered, and make sure your criteria is met before you press buy or sell. And talk to yourself. How do you feel emotionally? How did you feel before, during, and after the trade? It's really crucial for identifying certain biases, especially when market changes certain directions. You know how to pinpoint certain issues that you're having. And violations. Did you adhere to your stop loss and your take profit rules? And ask yourself why. And talk about the market context too. Did you take a long? Did you take a short? And note the macro environment. And do your weekly and monthly review. Treat this review like a performance audit. When you're trading, you're your own business. So identify your most frequent violation and need to cut certain things out. If you're constantly moving your stop loss, your issues and strategy, you got to stop being led by your flesh. You got to be way more disciplined than that. If you want to touch that big bag, even when you touch that big bag, it doesn't really matter. It's about keeping it. You're not going to be able to keep it if you keep moving off impulse. Okay, your loss aversion and lack of conviction in your plan can really lead you to certain areas that you don't want to be led to, such as overtrading. When you overtrade, one tiny loss can lead into a whole destruction series of your account, and it's a lot harder to bounce back from that just from one tiny loss, especially on things like prop firm where you're chasing certain parameters. So detach from the money, focus on the charts, and be more disciplined. And trading small is really going to help you in certain areas too. If you notice you're feeling a high amount of pressure, like I have to win this trade, you probably shouldn't be in it. Okay, if you lose the trade, you should be completely comfortable. And just like the previous slides we talked about, staying within that 1 to 10% risk management parameter percentage field is really going to help you out. Okay, it's going to be a lot harder to blow your account when you're not going over 10% of your account per trade. Okay, you could do 5%, have 25 trades, and that's a lot of trades before you blow your account. You shouldn't be that inconsistent, truthfully. You got to wake up, pray to God, and be consistent with every dollar that you generate. You also got to be a little more loose within the markets too. You got to stop being so restrictive. Having super tight stop losses and trying to micromanage every piece and point of price action is a good way to lose all your money and be frustrated.
Okay, play with much bigger stop losses and give your trade some time. Sit on it for some days, some weeks, some years, and really let your money sit. Okay, if you're going to invest, you can't be desperate for income. One thing I recommend you guys do is hide your balances. On all your brokers, you should have the ability to either hold down your number, and this way, even if you're down, you're not going to be tripping. Okay, you could be down 50%. You're not going to be in anxiety. You're not going to be in survival mode, because I can assure you, within a couple of days, weeks, or months, price will reverse and go way past wherever your original take profit was. Okay, market has to go down in order to come up. So you can't have certain emotions, especially in volatile markets. Okay, if market's moving super quick, you can't feel like you have to close your trade instantly, because you're not going to be able to see the bigger picture. Being on the higher time frames, your monthly, your weekly, and your daily is really, really important. Because if you're too zoomed in on your smaller time frames, that fast price action is going to look like the scariest thing of all time, especially when it comes to futures, forex, and things with margin like that. But it's really not that bad. So I really recommend you guys stay on your 4 hour plus, turn on your extended trading hours, of course, but try and stay on your 1 hour on like the lowest time frames a lot of the time. Because when you're on your super small time frames, price action, especially during volatile days, news days, etc., it's going to look a lot quicker than it needs to be. And on the 4 hour, it's going to look like a normal trade, or going in a completely different direction than you might think. On the 5 minute, you might be looking at a bearish scenario, and then on the 4 hour, market's going in an uptrend. Okay, so you can't go off of your lower time frame bias. I truthfully believe it's there just to get your emotions riled up, especially when it comes to future scalpers and things like that. You have to know your higher time frame bias, and don't get tricked about that. Okay, there's plenty of people who are successful within the market who just buy and hold, who never even taken a look at the charts. Okay, so before you tackle volatility, you have to build the discipline to execute your plan, and you have to get those psychological parameters down. It's really, really, really psychological, the charts. You can be really, really good technically, but if you don't close at your take profit, it won't matter. Or if you feel like you're better than closing at your levels, then you'll definitely get punished, reversed on certain areas, and get what you deserve. Market is also very, very fair. So if you're disciplined, you wake up, pray to God, you close at your levels, I can assure you 99% chance, just like my students, you'll see a very, very, very successful upwards equity curve in your account. But if you're undisciplined, getting greedy, even when you've hit your take profit, trying to trade past that, it's not about the money. Okay, if you break your cycle, break your consistency, and start averting from your plan, it's going to build into you, and then that's going to build into bad habits. That's going to lead to you being overconfident in certain scenarios that's not logical, leading you to overtrade. And when you crash out your account, you might be frustrated on the market, but you should just be frustrated at yourself. Okay, I don't want you guys to go through that cycle. That cycle can be really, really hurtful, especially when you've been grinding your business, grinding at work, and putting that money into the market, expecting to make some money, and then you lose everything. Okay, I don't want you guys to be going into debt, going through frustration, losing your account. So please just wake up, pray to God, and plan your trades. Okay, promise me, if you guys watch this video, plan your trades before you put a single dollar into whatever. I don't care if it's Bitcoin, options, forex, futures. Promise me you'll plan your trade. Okay, don't ever just trade thinking that, you know what, I'm going to get in this making some money. No, have a technical plan. Know when you'd exit, know how much you're going to invest, know how you're going to close your trades as far as take profit and stop loss wise, and have this process repeated, especially once you find your positive flow. Once you find your flow, I don't care if you're taking break and retest. If you're a breakout trader, I'm not going to tell you guys to trade one way, because different things work for everybody on the planet. It's the cool thing about life. Okay, God gave us all individual separate brains for us to do separate things. If you're a breakout trader and that's working for you, you need to stick to that. If you're a reversal trader and that's working for you, you need to stick to that. You can't get on YouTube, see what this person's doing, and then change everything even though something's working for you. Okay, find your process, find your flow, find what you like to trade, and then stick to that year after year after year after year after year. Think of it like working out, for example. You can't get on the floor, do 20 push-ups and 6 crunches and get a six-pack. It takes days and days and days of eating consistently, eating clean, okay, working out consistently, getting the proper sleep, making sure your bones and your muscles regenerate properly. You have to treat your account, your income, or your business the same way. Okay, you have to be consistent. You can't have $10,000 in Bitcoin and then think $20 is not a lot. Okay, this is why I say you have to detach from the money. You could have 5 million in Bitcoin, and still when you get $5 extra, throw that into some Bitcoin. It's about the habit. Okay, I'm telling you, when you build that habit and you start thinking and planning and doing your actions for the future you, the current you will be a lot more happy and you'll be leveled up a lot quicker. Okay. So head over to Stackmode.net for all trading education. Catch you guys in the next one. Stay predictive, guy. Keep grinding. Peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hakesfield Cinema Studio. This video is going to be sponsored by Hakesfield, and the link in description is going to be below if you want to learn how to use this tool. This tool is absolutely crazy. It's a crazy cinema studio, and I'm going to teach you guys how you can generate images that look crazy like this, that literally lets you turn images into videos. It's wild. You can use this to create business ideas, create videos that you can post on YouTube, TikTok, different social medias, so you can get monetized and start making some money. Okay, there's so much opportunity around, and Hakesfield AI really gives you the whole world in your hands. Let's go ahead and let's jump into it. So we'll go ahead and we'll start off with the explore section up here in the top left, just so we can go ahead and check it out. So you guys will be able to create images, create videos, has some motion control options, and you'll be able to edit images, as well as gain access to certain things such as Nano Banana. It's going to have Soul ID, have lip sync features, and upscale features as well too, in order to make your images look better. It's also going to have really dynamic things and add-on tools like Angles V2. So if you're dropping an extremely high quality animated movie using AI, then you're going to be able to get those nice camera angle shots to make it look realistic and extremely presentable. So for to start off here, we're going to go ahead and just create an image. So for the top left here, I'm going to go ahead and click on image, and you'll be able to see a list of the features. So here we'll have create image, cinema studio language. You can create a storyboard. We got relight, image upscale, draw to edit. You got insta dump, to where you can turn a selfie into a full content library. This is literally one of the greatest tools on the internet right now. And this is really just crazy. It's crazy how fast AI is progressing. So we'll go ahead and we'll create an image. Okay. These are some images I went ahead and created earlier, but in order to show you guys, this is how we do it. So first thing that you're going to have to do, come down here, and once you click on create an image, I want you to select your model. The model that you select is going to determine the quality of the image. Okay. So for this, we are going to have Hakesfield Soul available, which I'm going to use for this video. Hakesfield Soul is going to be one of the highest quality models out there available, and it's only available on Hakesfield, of course. So I'm going to use the Hakesfield Soul. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and generate an image. Generate a image that is cinematic for a movie. Use a character that is brown skin, has brown eyes, and is inside of a hut. Make it detailed. Make it a good looking picture. Okay. So then from there, after I type in my prompt, I want to make sure that my resolutions are selected properly. So if I'm on 9:16, then it's going to go and give me a mobile size video. So if you're trying to make videos for mobile content, then do 9:16. Okay, if you're trying to make videos for desktop size content, such as computers, then you would do 16.9, for example. So if I'm going to create a desktop picture, okay, let's say I'm creating a desktop movie, let me go ahead and do that. I'm also going to have the quality here too. We'll have the 2K, 1.5K, and it'll determine the quality will determine how long it'll take to generate and how many credits it'll use as well too. And then we have prompt enhance. I'm going to go ahead and keep this on too, and enhance is going to go ahead and just enhance the image in any way that I need it to. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and keep unlimited relax off as well too for faster priority results. And then from there, let me go ahead and just click on generate. I'm just going to go ahead and generate the picture here, and we're going to go ahead and wait. It's going to go ahead and throw it inside of the queue within the top left, and I'm going to go ahead and just give the chart and give everything some time in order for it to generate. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and be right back. We'll come back when the image is done. Boom, and it generated a crazy image for us here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on it here, and in the top right, it gave us a nice prompt. So it tells us that warm late afternoon. It's going to go ahead and give us good sunlight filters, giving us good camera angles as well too.
and just making sure that the image looks realistic in general. And the really, really cool thing about this is you can actually animate these pictures too. So you can click on animate here, and then you can click on start frame. And then if you wanted to, you can go ahead and animate, which I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the video section next. So you can go ahead and click on create video. And then when you're in the create video section, you're going to be able to grab whatever you want and generate a video. So for my start frame, right? So start frame, let's say if I did want to use a certain picture, okay? Let's say I wanted to create a picture for really whatever. Let's say I wanted to use a stack mode video. Okay, so if I wanted to make a stack mode video, let me grab 2 stack mode pictures here. Okay, I'm going to grab this picture here, and I'm going to grab this picture here. And then from there, I'm going to say, combine these 2 pictures and make me a great ad to promote trading and business. Make it cinematic and engaging. Use dynamic colors and lighting and angles. Okay. And then from there, I'll do it on the Higgsfield Turbo if I want to. Okay. Or I can keep it on the Kling 2.5. Actually, I'll keep it there. And then if I want to make it 10 seconds, I can do that. We'll keep it at 5 seconds, 1080p. And I'm going to go ahead and just generate an ad here. So let's go ahead and let's do it. So after I click generate, it's going to go ahead and throw itself into the queue. We're going to go ahead and wait, give itself some time. And then hopefully, if God wills, we're going to be just trying to get an ad. Okay, we're going to be just trying to get an ad from this. And I just want to show you guys how you can pump creatives using Higgsfield AI. It's such an extremely powerful tool. And with all this AI infrastructure out there, there's really no excuse. I'm just going to be completely honest. There's absolutely no excuse why your business isn't up and running off the ground. If you want to learn how to use this, you guys can go to the Higgsfield link in the description, and you guys can also learn at Stackmode.net, where I'll teach you how to use it as well too. This program, it's crazy. It's broken. It's overpowered. It's way more intuitive as well too than any other AI program that I've seen, especially the video editor sides. Other video editors aren't having things like click to add, having lip sync studio, having WAN 2.6, which we're going to jump into. Okay. Higgsfield AI is really, 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 really the best. And I'm not just saying this. So we're going to go ahead and come back once this video is done. Boom. And we got the ad here. So as we can go ahead and see, let me go ahead and play this. And it just turned those 2 images into a great ad that I can use forever for the rest of my life. Okay. And it's that simple. And I just showed you guys how I used it with images that I would actually use it for. Okay. It's a great, great tool. So we have introducing here WAN 2.5 AI video with audio. Forget the static clips. You can create dynamic HD videos with synchronized voice, audio, and real camera movements in seconds. Okay. It's really, really simple. And you guys can just click on generate unlimited here in order to see what you need to see. So I'll go ahead and I'll click on generate unlimited here. And it's going to go ahead and just give me options all over the place. Okay, so if I wanted to, I could click on either upload image or generate. Could keep it on this, just keep it all simple. And I could just say general. Okay, we can use this. If I want to use this, I can use this. Okay, so we have the MP4 here. I like that a lot. This is going to be the start frame and the end frame. We're going to upload the image here. So these are some past images that I went ahead and uploaded. You guys can use any of these that you would want to use too. So let's say if I did want to animate this picture that I did make earlier too, then it could do the same thing. And it's going to go ahead and link it with things. And it's going to be extremely, extremely effective. Here's the other ones that I did make in the past. And a prompt that could be required. Make the boy start talking and make the lips move properly. Make sure audio is on, and then I can go ahead and generate here. Okay, it's going to go ahead and throw it inside of the queue. And then once this is done, I'm going to go ahead and come back and show you guys this again. And check it out. This is what the power of Higgsfield AI is. Boom. the boy literally started talking. We just turned the image into an entire cinematic video. Go drop a movie, okay? There's so much to be done. So much stuff you guys can do with this tool, man. Same thing with the image generation stuff too. Nano Banana, different prompts you guys can use as well too. And you could just generate any image that you want in the world. You can also just give it a random prompt too, and it'll generate the image for you. Okay, it'll give you random prompts if you guys can't think of anything. You can also go to AI sites, tell it to give you a prompt, and then you can go ahead and use that as well too. And then we have the Clean 2.6, right? The motion control and the native audio and video generation. Let's go and let's try out the native audio here. Okay, so for here, we went ahead and we have this here as well too. We are back inside of this, and let's go ahead and change this here. So you guys have different options here too that we can go ahead and use. Once again, you have all of the Clean sections, all of the Google sections, the Sora sections, and then the audio is just really, really fantastic. So what you can do if you wanted to is you can edit your video. Okay? You can edit your video and you could decide what edits that you would want in there. You could say change the sound, do what you need, and it'll go ahead and change that. So I'm personally really, really happy with this though. I think the ad and stuff like that all looks great. I think everything's looking fantastic. And so it's really going to be one of the greatest tools in the entire world. Whatever you guys need, whether it be at the cinema studio, whatever, click what you need at the top. If you want to do a face swap for your characters, okay, if you want to change this character's face, then you can do things like that as well too. This tool is crazy. Hakesfield, shout out you guys. Link in description below if you guys want to learn how to make content on this, and you guys can get access with the links. I'm gonna catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
So imagine waking up in an economy where money can appear out of thin air, or one where every coin is locked behind an unbreakable vault. And that's the clash we're diving into today. Let's talk about quantitative easing versus Bitcoin's fixed supply. And it's a true economic showdown to be talked about. So in one corner, you've got quantitative easing. It's the central bank's money creation lever. And when the economy slows, they print even more, inject more, push more, and it can rescue markets. But it can also quietly stretch your dollars thinner over time. And in the other corner to fight against it, you have Bitcoin. It's a digital asset that refuses to bend, and only 21 million will ever exist. No printing press, no emergency button, just a predictable, halving-driven drip of new supply that's immune to human panic. So let's go and let's jump into it, class. Inshallah, if God wills.
All right, so let's go and let's talk about the economic showdown. So Bitcoin has scarcity involved within it. There's a limited amount of Bitcoin available. 21 million Bitcoin exist. But versus fiat currency, the traditional fiat currency, such as the US dollar, there's an unlimited supply, okay? But with that unlimited supply, things catch up over time. So let's go and let's talk about exactly what I mean. So mechanism, quantitative easing, right? So the term QE, let's talk about it. So QE stands for quantitative, Q stands for quantitative, okay? And E stands for easing. Okay, and here's how it actually works. So it's not just printing cash, okay? It's an asset swap. So step number 1, the central bank creates digital reserve, okay, out of nothing. And they use these reserves to buy treasuries and mortgage-backed securities from commercial banks, okay? And now banks now have the cash reserves and are incentivized to lend it out to companies and people. And in result of all of this, the central bank balance sheet then explodes, okay? And the Fed's balance sheet grew from 4 trillion, okay, to 9 trillion during 2020 through 2022, okay? So let's go and let's break down the further logic of what this all means, because there's definitely going to be consequences for everything that we just spoke about. And let's talk about it. The canceling effect. So who gets the money first? So new money doesn't reach everyone at the same time. It flows just like a river does, okay? And one, the insiders, okay, banks, okay, / government, they get the money first at near zero interest, okay? And they buy assets for cheap, okay? They buy it for a low price, okay? God says no interest anyway, so they finesse the whole system. So the asset owners, right? Let's talk about the rich people. So stock and house prices rise due to the influx of cheap capital. Okay. And let's talk about the wage earner. Okay. By the time money reaches you, prices for food, okay, just a basic item, let's say like a piece of chicken, for example, okay, or macaroni, okay, 1 year you might be paying $5, okay, for a chicken sandwich. Next year you might be paying $7, okay. 5 years down the line, you might be paying $13, okay. You went from paying $5 a chicken sandwich to $13, okay. Yes, we can print infinite currency, right? But there's going to be consequences to everything, okay. It's going to be supply and demand, equal opposite forces in everything, okay. So understand that the fact that infinite money gets printed means that over time things have to get more expensive in order to compensate, because people are going to start just having more money, okay. There's going to be more money flowing in the river, so the numbers have to balance out logically, okay. So knowing this, we have to understand that your income has to catch up. So let's focus on point number 2 here, okay. So point number 2, the asset owners and the rich. So stock and house prices rise due to the influx of cheap capital, okay. So they go up due to the influx of cheap capital. We need to think about this logically, okay. So while food, rent, and stuff is getting more expensive, okay, stock and housing prices are also rising. You guys should be trying your hardest to stack as much assets as possible. If you don't know what an asset is, that's going to be anything that's pretty much going to turn your money into more money, okay. Whether it be real estate, okay, you could do stocks, okay, cryptocurrency, so many different avenues, okay, business, pay for ads and start you a digital business or physical business, whatever, okay. Just whatever is turning your money into more money, that's going to be an asset, because you have to understand that your income has to catch up. I don't want you guys to be struggling in society, okay. Your income has to catch up, and just like God says in Quran, we have to spend moderately, okay. We have to spend moderately. I'm really telling you guys, the key to life is just following what God says, okay. If you guys aren't religious, you need to go start reading the word, man, okay. It really helps a lot. It's a lot of psychology in there, okay, especially as a trader and investor, somebody trying to have their finances together. You need to definitely read Quran if you can, okay. So spending moderately, okay. So stop being so much of a consumer. If you realize, okay, there was times I was spending my whole bag on DoorDash, on this and that, okay, having no assets stacked, okay. And I'm not saying don't live life. There's going to be times where we want to live a little life, okay. I understand, okay. There's times, you know what I'm saying, I go out, you know what I'm saying, you might pop it a little bit, live your life, do your thing, but that doesn't need to be a consistent every single week, every single day thing, okay. Save your money, invest your money, okay. So when I say save your money, save it in some assets if you can, okay. Don't just have your money sitting in your bank account, because inflation, food, rent, etc. is rising, okay, which means if you just have money sitting still, you're going to pay more taxes over time, okay. So always try and keep your money flowing in the river, okay. This way, by the time tax time comes, you're going to have an easy time paying it off, inshallah, if God wills, okay. So let's head over to the next slide. So the response, okay, absolute scarcity. Bitcoin, where my Bitcoiners at? All right. So Bitcoin, the 21 million hard cap, okay, and this limit is not something that needs to be taken lightly, okay. Bitcoin is gonna go away one day, okay. Bitcoin is not infinite, okay. It is not infinite, okay. You need to understand that it's a resource that is going to expire, okay. That in itself, that alone gives it value, okay. So there's 21 million, okay, Bitcoin, that has to be mined until it goes away. Okay. Depending on when you're watching this video, you should be able to do a quick Google search to see how much Bitcoin is left. Okay. People are starting to buy hundreds of millions of dollars worth, including the US government. So check your watch. Okay. Because time is ticking. Okay. So this limit is not a promise. It's math. Okay. It's enforced by tens of thousands of nodes globally. To change it, you would need to convince the entire network to devalue their own wealth, which would be practically not something that people will be wanting to do. Okay. And there's a whole decentralized consensus behind it. So that word decentralized, okay, you might have heard of it. Let's talk about it. Decentralized means no banks, okay, control anything. Okay. No banks control anything. What it is all peer to peer, okay, which means person. Okay, so we got Joe, and then I'm going to go ahead, and we got Jack. Okay, so we got Joe and Jack. Okay, Joe lives in the US. Okay, and Jack lives in China. Okay, Joe hired Jack to do some work for him. Okay, Joe hired Jack to make some ads for him, okay, for his company. Okay, but he's in China though. He's in China. Keep that in mind, guys, okay? If you're trying to wire transfer some money to somebody in China, okay, or somebody in, let's say, Africa, okay, for example, okay? 'Cause I know China has some cryptocurrency laws and stuff like that. So let's say Jack is in Africa. Okay. So Jack is in Africa and you're trying to send some money to him. Okay. He's making some ads for you. He's trying to get his paycheck. And what's a good way to pay him? Okay. Might be a little difficult to use PayPal. Might pay a lot of transfer fees. Might pay a lot of this. Okay. Especially if you start trying to send large amounts of money, they might flag your account and be like, hold on, why are you trying to send so much money to somebody in another country? Okay. They might get questioned. And it's your money. Okay. Not cool. This is where cryptocurrency comes in. God is the greatest. Okay. So thank God crypto exists now. Okay. If you want to send some money to somebody that you hired in another country, your family, whatever, however much you want, whenever you want, okay, you can instantly send your currency. And that's the decentralized network. Okay. That's the difference between centralized and decentralized. Decentralized, you can send it when you want, you can send it to who you want, and you can send it to where you want. Okay. Whenever you want. Centralized, stuff works on times. Okay. I'm sure you guys know that direct deposit time. Okay. Waiting for that 6 a.m. Waiting for that check to hit. Okay. Certain times like that. That's the whole centralized system. Okay. Cryptocurrency strikes that out. Okay. And let's talk about an immutable ledger. Okay. So once a block is confirmed, it is thermodynamically secured by energy. Okay, rewriting the history would require more energy than a medium-sized country could consume. So once it's confirmed, once it's on the blockchain is going to be where all pretty much the cryptocurrency information lives. Okay, once all the blockchain information has been confirmed, okay, and set in stone, shouldn't change. Okay, inshallah. It shouldn't change. So that's what makes Bitcoin a big help in society, especially when we're just trying to live some life and do some things. Okay. We might have some family in other countries and we just want to live like people. Okay. Come on. Let's go to the next slide. So the supply shock. Okay. Let's go and let's talk about the halving. Okay. Halving. So half, as you guys know, 50%. Fraction is 1/2. Okay. Because 1 plus 1 is 2. Okay. So programmatic disinflation. So every 210,000 blocks, okay, which happens every 4 years, okay, which is, yeah, pretty much how often it happens, the issuance cut happens by 50%. And this creates a predictable supply shock. So let's break it down. So pre-2024, the Bitcoin inflation, okay, was around 1.7%. Okay. Post 2024, okay, inflation went down to 0.85%. Okay, which became scarcer than gold. Okay. And projections, if this math continues by 2028, we should have the inflation at 0.4%. And then 2140, when Bitcoin decides to go away, which is by the time when people calculate, inflation will be at 0.0%, of course. So while the fiat supply accelerates, right, exponentially to pay the debts, Bitcoin supply decelerates, okay? You have to understand that it happens because it's a limited currency, okay? It's limited. It's not something that's going to be here forever. Try and get it when you can. You don't want to be one of those people who regret it and be like, oh man, I should have bought some Bitcoin. And you just didn't, okay? So make your decisions now. Put some money to the side, okay? You don't need to be buying no clothes, McDonald's, no DoorDash, no right now. Buy some groceries, okay? Buy some groceries and grind, okay? Wake up, pray to God, grind, and stay down, okay? Live a little life, of course. Take care of your mental health. But try and put some money away, okay? We got to have this asset flowing. Okay, let's get it. Inshallah. So the systematic comparison. So fiat currency, US dollar, man, cash, you know, good old dollars. Let's talk about it. So policy, okay, it changes based on politics and crisis, okay? If the US economy is doing well, then that means our dollar is going to be more valuable. If it's doing bad and we have a lot of debt, etc., the US dollar is not going to be as valuable. Okay. And that's just what it is. And people will want to run to other assets, which once again, assets are things that turn your money into more money. Okay. Because fiat currency, the money, is not as valuable. Okay. So they at least want to try and generate more, which makes logical sense. Defense, survival. Okay. So unlimited amount of fiat currency can be printed, press of a button. It's kind of just numbers on the screen. Even kind of same thing with credit too. And system, okay, permissioned. Banks control the access, okay? They can tell you no, and they can tell you yes, okay? And the outcome, right? Your savings lose value over time, okay? Due to the fact that it's not growing in anything, okay? It's not in the river. Okay, it's sitting still on the rocks. Okay, and let's talk about some Bitcoin. So policy, okay, set in stone with code, okay, can't be changed, which means Bitcoin is going to have the same intrinsic value baked into it a lot of the times. Okay, and of course there's going to be chart depending on where the price is at, all-time highs versus the low, for example. Okay, but for the most part, with it having that fixed supply, okay, it's going to remain valuable. Okay, fiat currency, if the US started getting bombed right now, the US dollar probably wouldn't be as valuable. Okay, so certain things just are logical with that. So supply, okay, strictly capped, okay, 21 million, and it's very costly to mine. Okay, you can't just spawn Bitcoin at a press of a button. You actually have to have a whole logistical system. Okay, Bitcoin is created by proof of work. Okay, the computers have to show math. When your teacher asks you to show work, that's what the computers have to do. So it's pretty much a bunch of computers. Okay, or it might be one, however much the person has who's mining the Bitcoin. Okay, and what they're gonna go ahead and do is look for mathematical equal signs. Okay, they're trying to solve a code, okay, to give the hash. Okay, and in that, the computer has to keep solving these codes. Okay, and it has to show work. Okay, and that proof of work, and if it's correct, okay, then they're rewarded with a piece of Bitcoin. Okay, and then they keep doing that, and then every mathematical problem that's solved, then a Bitcoin gets created. Okay, and it's all solved by supercomputers. Okay, could be very, very expensive to run depending on your country. Okay, so before you just go try and boot it up, look into it. Please do your research. Pray to God on it. Take your time. Okay. And it's open to all. Anybody can buy Bitcoin. Okay. You can buy some Bitcoin right now if you want. I don't care if you got $2. Okay. Get in that habit of buying assets. Try and keep yourself broke. Okay. Because what do you have your cash in your bank account for? Go buy some assets. Live off of credit if you can. And stay down. Okay. Keep doing that. And then when it's time to pay your credit, boom, boom, boom. And keep the money flowing. Keep it flowing. Okay. Don't stop hustling. Okay. I know life happens. Don't get depressed. Keep your head on straight, man. Okay. There's going to be things that go down in life. There's going to be times your emotions are going to be shook up. Okay. There's going to be times where you can't stack up. Okay. Your car might break down. Okay. Things happen in life. Okay. You might have to pay rent. You might have to pay direct deposit on a new crib. Okay. And rent. Okay. Depending on whatever it is, any situation, right? Hospital bills. Okay. Just pray to God on it. Okay. Pray to God on it and keep hustling. Okay. Don't get in your head. Don't get poopy pants and don't get depressed because you got to get to this money. Okay. I'm telling you, when you pray on it, you keep going forward. You keep hustling. Things get easier. Okay. But you got to keep hustling. Okay. After you pray, you got to keep hustling. Okay. Don't grieve. Okay. Don't get sad. Just focus. Focus. Okay. Don't take that money and indulge in food. No alcohol. Okay. If you're drinking, quit that. God says don't do it. It makes you weak. Okay. No alcohol. Take that money, buy some assets, buy some Bitcoin. Okay. Change up your lifestyle. It's really deep. Okay. If you catch yourself buying certain kinds of food, ask yourself why. Okay. Why? Why am I eating these Doritos? Why am I booting this up right now? Okay. When's the last time you had some vegetables, some fruit? Okay. You got to change your lifestyle. You guys are so obsessed with investing and trading, but we all have to realize that we have to change our lifestyles. Okay. This stuff takes money. Okay. It takes money to invest. So if you want to invest, you need to change your lifestyle up. Okay. Put some bread away. It's cool to stay down. Okay. It's cool to save some. Okay. Wear the same clothes for weeks if you got to, but you know how much Bitcoin you have in the stash. You know how much assets you have stacked up. Who cares what anybody's saying? Okay. Because if you want to get to this Bitcoin, it's going to take a certain level of discipline. Okay. It's going to take a certain level of staying focused. Okay. We can't be being lazy when we say we want to be stacking assets. You got to choose. You got to be relentless. You got to be a dog. Okay. So before Bitcoin expires, I don't want you guys to be like, man, I wish I bought Bitcoin. And it's like, that's not how you want to go out. Okay. Leave something for your family. Okay. And take care of yourself. Inshallah. So let's go. Let's head over to the next slide. So the hardness of money, right? Stock to flow. So why hardness matters in the first place? So money is a technology for storing time and energy. And hardness measures how hard it is to produce more of it. So let's talk about the S to F ratio. Okay. And existing supply, okay, divided by the annual production. So let's talk about the real estate, right? High S2F. Okay. Because real estate is pretty hard to build. Okay. You need a whole crew of people. Stuff could be changing now though, because they do have houses that you can just drop on a plot of land. Okay. That's like carried by a giant truck. Okay. So it really depends. That could change as humans develop more innovative technology and ways to get housing quicker. But as for now, real estate is pretty hard to build. And let's talk about gold, right? So gold takes about 60 years to double supply. Okay. And Bitcoin, okay, it's the hardest asset ever discovered. Ever. Okay. So gold has a 60 S2F. Bitcoin, as of 2025, has 120 S2F. Okay. And if money is easy to produce, right, such as fiat currency, which is unlimited, people won't save it. They're just going to go ahead and dump it and blow it. Okay. And if money is hard, okay, Bitcoin, civilization can save for the future. Your Bitcoin is like your gold. Okay. You should not be touching your Bitcoin. 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 Okay. Keep it in the stash. Keep it locked away. Keep those secret keys locked up. Okay. Don't be touching that Coinbase card. Don't do it. It's not worth it, guys. Okay. So let's stack it up. Let's stay down. Okay. Spend that credit. Okay. Spend that credit and build it back up. Spend that credit, build it back up. Pay your bills, spend that credit, build it back up. Keep hustling, keep grinding. Okay. Spend that credit. Fiat currency, unlimited, pretty much almost not real. But think something like Bitcoin, okay, something like real assets like gold, okay, that there's limited resources and actually exist, okay, whether you're buying the gold, ETF, etc., just understand that investing into assets that have value are going to be a lot more worthwhile than hoarding fiat currency for no reason. So let's jump into the next slide. So the verdict of everything. Okay, we're witnessing a global competition between two monetary operating systems. Okay, you got the debt path. Okay, fiat requires inflation to service global debt. So your savings are the fuel for the system. Okay, eating it all up. And then you got your true savings path. Okay, Bitcoin, it's an exit valve. Okay, a savings technology that cannot be debased by any central authority. Okay, and this is not financial advice. Do your own research. Okay, do your own research. Okay, I'm not saying go take all your money, dump it into Bitcoin, but do your research. Check it out. Okay, check it out and do your thing. Okay, stay prayerful to God. Keep grounding. Head over to stackmode.net for all trading education. And I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Bitcoin mining is the network's backbone, and it's not just about earning crypto, it's how Bitcoin's created in the first place. Miners use powerful computers to solve the puzzles. They secure the blockchain with an immutable new block each time, and this process is the global security system that prevents double spending and fraud, and it verifies all transactions across thousands of independent computers, replacing a central authority. Without miners, Bitcoin wouldn't exist, and it would collapse, but with them, it's become one of the most secure financial systems on Earth, powering the trust and transparency of decentralized money. Let's go and let's talk about how Bitcoins are created and why the government owns it. Inshallah, if God wills. Let's go. So, class, welcome. Let's go and let's talk about how Bitcoin is created in the first place. So Bitcoin is generated by mining it. Okay, Bitcoins don't just spawn out of thin air. And as you know, Bitcoin is also a limited cryptocurrency. So other cryptocurrencies for the most part are going to be infinite, but Bitcoin is actually going to have a limited amount of currency. Okay, there's only 21 million Bitcoins that exist. Okay, and each one of them is created by getting mined. So what happens is a computer, okay, and the computer is obviously powered by resources. Okay, so certain countries take more power than others to create certain Bitcoins. Okay, so if you're in a country that charges a lot for power, then you'd be paying more on your electricity bill in order to mine the cryptocurrency. Okay, and what you would need is a super powerful computer with a graphics card that can handle the Bitcoin mining. Okay, so what a graphics card is, it's a piece of the computer that's external. Not all computers have external graphics cards. Some have inbuilt graphics cards, which is why they're slower than others. But what you need is a really powerful computer. And then from there, you'll be able to load up the Bitcoin mining software and it can go ahead and get created. We're going to talk into the technicals, exactly how everything works. Bitcoin mining is super duper cool. You might even want to do it and see if this is a good way that you guys might want to generate some income, depending on what country you're in as well too. You'll be able to save a lot of money on power, and you could potentially mine yourself or create yourself a Bitcoin for way less than buying it. So let's jump into it, class. So what is mining even in the first place? Mining is not digging dirt. Bitcoin miners aren't digging into the ground with actual pickaxes, digging into the dirt, looking for resources. No. Okay, so what it is computers mining Bitcoin via a software. Okay, and the job is to secure the network and process transactions. Okay, so it secures the network by making everything decentralized. So in a traditional bank system, let's say you wanted to send a wire transfer, for example, right? The bank would be able to decide whether yes or no if the transaction wanted to go ahead and get approved or declined. Within a decentralized network, such as sending Bitcoin, things like that don't occur. Since everything is done by smart contracts, okay, everything is autonomous and automatic, done by computers, okay?
And that's what Bitcoin mining comes into place too. Even creating Bitcoin, instead of just clicking print on the dollar like they do with fiat currency, Bitcoin actually has to go through a whole process in order for a Satoshi to be created in the first place. Okay. So Bitcoin mining helps keep Bitcoin decentralized. The reason why the US dollar fails is because they just go up to the printer and click print. Okay. There's no real strategical process that goes from start to finish for the most part that keeps its base value cooked in. Yes, you can just print more dollars, but that would inflate the other ones. Since there's a finite amount of cryptocurrency, there has to be a secure process in place in order for it to be created, for it to be fair for everybody. And mining is the way it's done. Let's keep going. So think of the blockchain network as a public notebook. So you might have heard of what the blockchain network is. So the blockchain network is pretty much a public copy of everything that's been done. Every transaction that's been created, every Bitcoin that's been mined, and every transaction that's happened. Okay. So the blockchain is pretty much going to be a verifiable place to where you can see if your transactions were even completed as well. Okay. So within the blockchain, you'll be able to put in your, let's say, address. Let's say you did a transaction. You could copy that transaction address, put it onto the blockchain or some type of blockchain checker, and you could see if there were any confirmations. Okay. Confirmations are pretty much going to go ahead and let you know when your transaction is ready to be completed. Okay. Either the money has been sent over and it's about to hit somebody's wallet. Okay. Or it's on the way to hit your wallet. Okay. Depending on the situation. So the blockchain is a public notebook that everyone has a copy of. And mining is the process of adding a new page, okay, which is a new block to this notebook. So page 1, right? Let's say Alice sent some money to Bob. Okay, let's say they sent 5 Bitcoin. You're going to be able to see that. Okay, you'll be able to see the Bitcoin addresses, etc. And you'll be able to see when the transaction was sent, how much Bitcoin or how much cryptocurrency was sent. And you'll be able to see the miners working on certain things as well too. Okay. You'll be able to see when Bitcoin transactions have been implemented and grounded into the blockchain. Whether a big whale is buying or selling, the blockchain shows us everything. Okay, keeping cryptocurrency really, really safe. So proof of work. So once again, Bitcoin, it's not created like the dollar. You don't just go up to the printer and click on print over and over and over again. It's created by POWs, also known as proof of work. So to add a page to the notebook, computers must solve a super hard math puzzle that requires a pretty powerful computer as well too. So make sure you guys have a good graphics card inside of your computer before you think of doing anything like that. Okay. So to add a page to the notebook, you got to have a super powerful computer, and then the computer has to do calculations and try to guess the number. Okay. So imagine guessing a number between 1 and 1 trillion. Okay. You have to guess randomly. So computers then make trillions of guesses per second to find the random number. Okay. Which is going to be the hash. Okay. So that's how the proof of work works. And that's pretty much all the work that the computer is doing. The computer is constantly running calculations, trying to find and guess the correct numbers in order to generate a Bitcoin. Okay. And that takes a lot of power, a lot of resources. So make sure you guys are watching your energy bill before you think about getting into this. So this is exactly what I mean. You need a powerful computer. Okay. Your computer has to be good. It can't be a weak computer. Okay. So understand that you cannot mine Bitcoin from your laptop. Okay. You cannot mine Bitcoin on a laptop anymore. Okay. So these with, with the screen, a little keyboard, not cutting it if you want to mine Bitcoin. Okay. Get yourself a real strong desktop with a real graphics card before mining Bitcoin even crosses into your brain. Okay. So you need specialized machines called ASICs. And ASIC stands for an application specific integrated circuit. And they do one thing: guess numbers for Bitcoin. Okay. They're loud, hot, and they use a lot of electricity. Okay. So before you guys think about just putting it into your room, keep all of this into play. Okay. Keep all of this into play. Save for Airbnb owners as well too. If you guys have Airbnbs, what people are doing is signing up for Airbnbs and mining Bitcoin at Airbnbs in order to save money on power bills and stuff like that. Or people are also even moving to other countries in order to save on power bills too, so they can mine Bitcoin for a lot cheaper. So keep all of these things into play and understand that the future is really changing a lot. People are starting to get a lot more equipped and doing a lot more strategical moves to mine all the Bitcoin as possible before it goes away. So what's the point of this? Like, why do it in the first place? So the reward, right? The winner who solves the puzzle first gets paid in brand new Bitcoin. Okay, a brand new Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is created by whoever has the best computer, right, and is solving the most problems. Okay, the more computers you have solving more problems, okay, the more Bitcoin that you're going to accumulate in the first place. Okay, so it's going to be either one computer or a whole room full of computers. Okay, and what they're doing math. Okay, 2 + 2 equals, okay, and then whichever one of the computers can find the hidden number, okay, goes ahead and generates the Bitcoin. Okay, after you find the random number, or one of the computers generates it and finds the right calculations, then a hash is going to go ahead and get created. Okay, then from there, you're going to go ahead and get paid within your Bitcoin. And you keep doing that, keep doing that. Now, the computers do have a high chance, once again, to consume a lot of power, which means that the resources inside of the computer, processor, graphics card, RAM, etc., have a high chance to go out and combust. So before you think about doing this, make sure you guys have some money to the side to pay your bills, maintain everything. So I don't want you guys going broke to do this. But this is how Bitcoin is created by computers solving complex math, looking for a specific number. And once again, the more you have, the more Bitcoin you'll be able to generate. Since the more computers you have, inshallah, if God wills, the quicker you'll be able to look for hash codes, and the quicker those computers will be able to solve different types of calculations. So what's the point of this? Why is it essential for security in the first place? So it's costly to cheat, right? So to fake a transaction, you need more computer power than all other miners combined, making it pretty much obsolete, not even worth it, and not even worth the while. So immutable. So once a block is buried under other blocks, it's mathematically impossible to change it, because the way that Bitcoin works is that the computer is hunting for hidden numbers. Okay, it's hunting for random numbers and it's trying to guess the correct numbers. So the chances of it being faked or created within a false context would pretty much be almost impossible. Okay, since there's so many numbers and it's looking to guess the correct one, and it's decentralized. So no single boss controls the ledger. So no people can just be like, you know what, we're going to decline this transaction. We're going to approve this transaction. Oh, you want to send $10,000 to somebody in another country? You know what? We're going to go ahead and decline this and shut down your bank. Okay. That's happened to people. Okay. And that's not fair. It's not fair. There might be money you might need to send to somebody in another country to help send your family some money, to help pay your employees or whatever. Cryptocurrency is such a beautiful blessing on this earth. God is the greatest, you know, is being able to send $1 million to somebody the next day. Boom, just like that, snap of a finger, and nothing is even remotely concerning. Okay, it's beautiful. We want to be focusing on buying as much cryptocurrency as possible, guys. Focus on it. Okay, focus on it. So no single boss controls the ledger, guys. It's decentralized. We're all in this together as a family, and thousands of miners protect it together. Okay, the cryptocurrency community, it's really a family. They just want people to send money and collect their money freely, without any restraints, without any cringe blockages or anything like that, without any 3 a.m. shutdowns. They just want people to send their money borderless all around the world and spend their money all around the world. God is the greatest. You know, to be able to live in this type of time period where we can have this type of decentralization, it's really a blessing. Okay, take advantage of this time period, guys, and let's keep learning about cryptocurrency. So let's talk about the wall of energy. What is this? Okay, so it's a feature, not a bug. So people complain about energy use, but that energy is a wall protecting the money. So you have to understand that the printers, okay, if they just keep printing the dollars, inflation is going to continue to increase. Okay, which is why the US government, for example, is running to cryptocurrency to kind of save its tail. So energy equals real world cost. Okay, you can't really fake that. When that mean power bill gets sent over to you, you got to pay that. It just is what it is. Okay, it's kind of hard to dodge that because it costs real actual money, electricity to mine, and the actual account too. You can't just be like a fake person. You got to actually go sign up for the power account, put your card on there, etc. So because it costs real money, electricity to mine, you're incentivized to play by the rules, keeping it safe and free though for everybody. Okay, free for everybody to jump in, I'll say. Okay, because some things are going to be gatekept through certain other things, but as far as just the freedom to start, anybody can start. Okay, you might just need the ASICs computer, pay for the energy, but as far as just the freedom to start, anybody can start. So if you cheat, you waste electricity and you lose money. Okay, so it's pretty much not going to be worth it at all, because the point of this is to gain some Bitcoin. So inshallah, you can maybe see some profit. So keep everything stable and keep everything well-rounded. Make sure you have everything planned before you just start trying to do anything. Okay, so let's talk about the life cycle, right? So a broadcast. So if you send one Bitcoin to a friend, the network is going to hear it. Okay, the blockchain is going to see it. You could see if the transactions were completed via what's called confirmations. Okay, so compete. Miners then race to solve the math puzzle, the hash, to box up transactions. Okay, and then verify. The winner shows their proof and everyone checks it instantly. And this keeps it secure. Okay, this page is glued to the notebook forever, also called the blockchain, and then the miner decides to go ahead and get paid. So that is the full 1, 2, 3, 4 cycle of how Bitcoin mining actually occurs. Okay, so the computers are looking to solve the hash puzzle. Okay, after the computer solves the hash puzzle, then the miner will go ahead and get paid in Bitcoin, inshallah, if God wills. So keep it simple. All right, y'all. Happy Bitcoin mining. I pray you guys do well. If you want to go set up a rig or set up your own basement, do it. Okay, be ready to pay that electricity bill, but I believe in you guys. If you're interested in Bitcoin mining, head over to stackmode.net for all trading education, and I'll teach you guys and we can talk about absolutely whatever. Stay prayed up to God, keep grinding, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
It's 2026. What's going on? We're back in the Stackmode community, and first week, I just wanted to go ahead and recap and let you guys know what the business is. So we're up about 6% so far in the first week of 2026. I'm going to start doing a recap kind of once a month, just updating you guys on my P&L. Sometimes twice a month, showing you guys like the first week what my plan is, and then showing you guys like the end of the month result and showing you guys progression on how to start an account from nothing and grow it into something. So here, focusing a lot on AI stocks, tech stocks, and stocks that really have stuff to do with the future is really what I'm going to be going forward with this year. So a lot of people like to invest in stocks that have been around for decades and years and stuff like that. Me personally, I like to invest aggressively. This year, I'm going to be really focused on shares as well too, pretty heavily compared to options and futures like I have in the past. I'm really going to be just trying to go hard on shares this year, scouting out good companies, finding good buys, purchasing them, and just holding and sitting on my trades. That's noticing it's been working out for me really well. Been able to grow my account at a relatively fast pace. Been really happy with the profit. And one thing I really like about swing trading shares compared to options trading or futures trading is whenever you're swing trading shares, you can just sit back and chill on your trades. You don't have to worry about time, no expirations, no getting margin called. You could just buy your shares, sit and hold, and that's it. That's all you absolutely have to do. And taking your time on shares, trades, and scouting out the companies that are going to be making the most ample progression within our societies, getting rewarded for that, getting rewarded for your research, for your knowledge, for knowing to not buy at all-time highs and to buy at certain low areas. The reward that you get from shares compiled with the risk factor that's pretty much taken off, because say options, for example, I've changed my whole mental mindset. When it comes to options, people can pretty much sign a death contract. Your contract is pretty much locked in. It has to hit or it's going to miss. Okay, that's 100% just what it is with options. With shares, as soon as you buy, your money will fluctuate over time. But one thing about it is that you 100% do own. If your options is not going towards your directions, you're going to be losing. Okay, even with shares, if it's sideways or moving slowly towards your direction, you're still going to have all your capital. If you put down an options trade with not enough time and it's moving slowly towards your price direction, but it's still moving, okay, either A, your price is going to go negative on the contract due to theta and time decay, or your profit's going to be moving extremely slow and not how you want it. Also, another reason why I'm focusing on shares instead of options this year too, is that at a certain point when you get too rich, you can buy all the options contracts for most stocks that you're looking at. Okay, so that's why billionaires have to play shares. So I'm trying to get to the financial point to where I'm one of the best traders. Okay. So personally this year, I'm going to be focusing really, really heavily on shares. Got Bitcoin, of course. And in order to generate income, maybe later down the line towards this year, first couple months within the year, I look forward to playing some futures as well too. Okay. So I look forward to playing some futures within that. And I'm just going to be fully transparent with you guys at all times. I want to just show you guys stats, show you guys what I'm holding, and show you guys how I plan to continue to go forward. So let's go and let's jump into some performance, inshallah. So jumping into the stats here. So compiling an account, guys. Okay, I want to show you guys what it looks like starting an account from 0 to 4 to 5, 6, 7 figures. I want to just be fully transparent with you guys and show you guys how it's done. So starting here, you could see just have this account here, kind of restarted it in July 2025-ish. Okay, started growing it throughout this time, just reinvesting income from business, winning trades, adding over a single time. Okay, and as you can see, P&L is just heading in an upwards direction month after month after month after month. Okay, so your work income, your business income, or even your options and futures income should be funneled back into your account. Funnel it back into your account. Say your business, for example, if you're doing 5K a month in your business, okay, try and take 4K a month of that, okay, and invest it. Okay, you could put maybe 2K in the crypto, 2K in the stocks. Just try and break it down and invest what you're making. So your P&L is always going in an upwards curve. Okay, every time you guys get some money, try and invest. And then as you win trades, okay, there's going to be times where you may lose, okay, but then you're going to win more trades, get in different seasons, and continue to uptrend. Okay, if you feel like you have to invest every single time you get some money, then do that. Do that. Okay, I'm absolutely addicted to investing. I'm going to keep it 100%. Okay, shares is not something that I played past 2-3 years. Yeah, shares is not something that I've played or really looked at. It's really just been a lot of options in futures. I played options on Robinhood, TradeStation as well too. So I have some stats just spread across everywhere. But as far as Webull, I want to just use it for my shares portfolio. And I just want to be just fully transparent with my portfolio and how I plan to upscale it. Okay. So when you guys are growing your account, right, patience is going to be the number one thing. Okay. It's going to take time for you to know how to identify the setups you need to take. I recommend you guys go to Stackmode.net so you guys can get with my trading mentorship. So it doesn't have to take you a long time in order for you to understand what a decent setup looks like. But I went through a lot of unnecessary losses early on within my trading career due to the fact that I was just being uneducated and being impatient and being stubborn. Okay. So completely my fault while I was struggling in the beginning. But once I started getting my foot, I was able to go ahead and progressively increase my P&L year after year after year after year. Okay. So all your business income, all your work income, okay, after your bills are paid, of course, and make sure you guys are reinvesting the profits from the trades that you win. So your income vehicle generating skills are going to either be your options or your futures. Personally, I'm going to go with futures this year. I've played options for a few years and I like just the stability of futures and how you can just turn dirt into diamonds. Same thing on options too, but the time decay factor and stuff. But I don't know. I'll see even this year if I'll even touch futures or options at all, honestly. I might just stick 100% on shares, find little small caps, and just really try and turn up like that. And just continuously do my research on these stocks and these companies and try and catch some stuff at the lows. I'm really having fun doing that, finding the best companies and playing shares. Just really been having a blast. Options, it's really funky with options. Options has a lot of derivatives built into it. Price could be going in your direction and you could still be down due to multiple factors, due to like how much volume a contract has, etc. And all that stuff is just really ghetto, especially when I'm trying to protect and provide for my family. I don't really want little random factors determining whether or not I'm going to get paid. So I like shares a lot. even when if I, inshallah, if God wills, if I cross into like the 10 million plus range, 50 million plus range, I can comfortably trade shares even as a 100 millionaire into billions of dollars. Okay, due to the fact that shares are going to be pretty much always available for the most part. So shares are really just my favorite instrument. This year, I'm focusing completely on shares. 2023, I played a lot of futures. 2024 was a lot of options. Same with 2025, was a lot of options as well too. 2026, let's swap up the game. Going to be focusing on shares. I've been finding some success recently in just investing in little tech stocks and stuff like that. And I want to just break down and give you guys full guides on what I do to find the stock that I want to play, why I'm getting in said stock, and what I see in said stock within their future, right? So is this stock even going to be half decent in the first place? And as you guys can see, this is completely live. P&L, you can see it moving up here. Market is closed right now though. So yeah, that's going to go ahead and be that. So keep all of that in mind. And let me head over to the positions here. So this is what I'm currently holding. Okay, we got some Path right here. Path is a stock that is been in the works in the limelight recently. I bought some more at like 16, but I sold some a couple of days ago. So we got Path. That's one thing that I am holding. Once again, bought it at around 17.75. Let me get on my higher time frames here. So on my higher time frame, I could see we IPO'd all the way up here at around 90. So I liked that a lot. So I can see a lot of upside room, at least to this 30 area here. They've been getting a lot of funding. I see higher lows being put in. So Path, really happy there. Excited to go ahead and take that up as well. Let me go ahead and open up NVTS. So we got NVTS here as well too. NVTS, this is what I'm really excited for. So we're currently at 10.31 right now. We got price trying to head up. I bought around 9.89 right here. Okay, and once again, we got price heading in an upwards direction. We IPO'd. IPO stands for initial public offering, which is where the stock decided to open at. So we IPO'd at around 22.19, and it looks like price just made this high resistance at around 17.82. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and wait here and wait for price to go ahead and catch up, do its thing, and then we should be able to make some good profit on this as well too. So I like this a lot. Big fan of NVTS here. They collabed with NVIDIA, and that NVIDIA collaboration, of course, helped it a whole bunch. Whenever we're collabing with NVIDIA on certain things, of course, that's going to be, pretty successful for us to be looking forward for the most part. So NVIDIA is going to be one of the biggest stocks, and I personally sometimes like to look at stocks that NVIDIA is collaborating with, or say Apple or something like that. Any big world-leading stock, if they're making collaborations with other stocks, I like to look into those too, and then I like to see if profit can be made. So EOS as well too. This is an energy enterprise stock, about around 14.22. Price is trying to push up here. Let me get on my monthly time frame here. So I could see price decided to IPO at this 31 area up here, 0.95. And we just recently created this area of resistance here at this 19.91 area up there. Okay. So just waiting for price to go ahead and go up. Feeling this area here. And I could see here, even on the weekly, I could see higher lows being put in constantly. Okay, constantly. We got constant higher lows being put in. Okay. And it's really just taking heed, noticing price how it goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down, and continues to just spam that. Goes up, goes down, comes up, comes down, and it'll just continue to spam that over and over and over again. Inshallah, especially since this seems like a half decent stock that people will care about. And once again, this is an energy enterprise stock, so I like this one a lot too. Price looking to swoop up. Let me head over to IONQ. Big dog right here. So IONQ, one of the leading quantum stocks. We just had a burst to this area of resistance at this 84 here. So as soon as I saw this higher low get put in, I was like, oh yeah, let me go ahead and hop in those. So that higher low, I loved it a lot. Was a big fan that I put in right here at this area. So as soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, price is looking to progress. And even after that, it came up, made new resistance, it came down, and then made some new support. So I like that a lot. Even if I head over to my 4-hour here, let me turn up the poo-poo time frames. Get on my 4-hour here. So even if I hop on the 4-hour here, boom. Could see price decided to come all the way up here, fall all the way down here, bounce up, create a new resistance wall here. As you guys can see, we have one push down here, another push down here, and then we got price falling down, making a higher low here. So this low is higher than this low. I like that a lot. Super big fan. And then from there, we can go ahead and wait for price to come up, smash past this area of resistance, and then after that, inshallah, we should be able to go ahead and catch price upwards right after that. Okay, so it's really just about taking your time, being patient, and waiting for the setup. Okay, remember, you want your gap to be filled to the right. You want market to make the left side of the V, let it fall down, let market make the bottom of the V, and then we catch the right side of the V. Okay, we catch the empty right side of the V. Okay, that's what I want you guys to be doing. Catching the empty right side of the V. Okay, like this. Okay, this is what we're catching. All of this whole empty space between this resistance and this area of support, right? This whole area is nothing but profit. Right? Nothing but profit. All up here. Okay, so 40 plus 40 points left between this area of support and this area of resistance up here. So a very, 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 very long way to go. Intel, check this out, up crazy on this one here. All right, Intel, I got it at around this 35 area. I'm going to go ahead and hop on my higher time frame here just to show you guys why I got in here on Intel. So Intel, I decided to get in this area. Kind of the same reason, even if I'm on monthly here. I could still see price making upwards progression for the most part. Yes, we did fall down and make this low here. Although after this low, I put that into combination with some fundamentals. Since all the tariff stuff was going on, the United States needed their own AI chip making company to make AI chips for them, and Intel decided to partner up with other companies. I believe NVIDIA is included. And as you can see, we're starting to get a lot of bullish reaction looking to fill in this V. So we first had price falling down from this resistance here on the weekly. And then we could see price deciding to come up and fill in this gap area up here. Okay, so just go ahead and let price do its thing. Let it fill up. Okay, and just give it its space, give it its time. Okay, let market do its thing. So that's going to go ahead and be that as far as Intel. This trade was super duper simple here, and I bought after this little higher low area here too. After I analyzed this higher low area, I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, super duper bullish after this. Check on the daily here too. Even after this resistance, we came down, made another higher low. After this higher low here, saw 1, 2, 3, 4 green candlesticks, bought in. So you can see you're getting a nice V fill here. And on my monthly time frame, we can go ahead and head up to this resistance up here and head up to this 40 area up here to all-time highs. I'm praying. Okay, so that's gonna go ahead and be a flip from, let's see, I opened right here. That's about 28 points here. Very great flip. And then Webull here. You know what I'm saying? Webull, they're hating on Webull. We're waiting on this. I'm not going to lie. Waiting on some Webull here. I just keep adding into this. This is going to be a huge play. Webull is my favorite broker. I'm using this right now. If you guys are wondering what I'm looking at to look at the charts and do all this at once and see the price right here, Webull. Webull is going to be my favorite thing to analyze my stocks on. Well, I use TradingView, but honestly, I might just use Webull itself from now on because I think it's a cooler interface and you guys can actually see some specifics of everything too, which I really like. So yeah, that's going to go ahead and be that. I pray it helped. That's how I'm opening this year. All the stocks I'm watching, that's the profit I'm up. And yeah, I'm just going to be fully transparent going forward. Just want to show you guys absolutely everything. Not going to be one of these mentors being cringe, making things uncomfortable, and just not trying to be truthful. I always want to show you guys the truth. All right, love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
If you don't have an LLC formed, a lawsuit can wipe away everything you've been working hard for years. Let me show you exactly why you need to form an LLC if you're a business or brand owner and how we can do it the cheapest and easiest way. Let's get into it. Your LLC is extremely important. You got to build your fortress up. So we're going to be covering your LLC formation, right? What your EIN number even is. Keeping yourself anonymous. Some people register their LLC underneath their actual house address. You don't want to be doing that. Okay, it's going to make it easy for people to find exactly where you live, and that's not what you're going to want. So you're going to want to set up your LLC underneath a registered agent. So we're going to talk about that as well. We'll talk about the operating agreements, and we'll make sure everything is done right and done cheap. Let's go. So what is an LLC and why does it protect you in the first place? So an LLC is a limited liability company. An LLC is a legal wall between you and your business. If your business gets sued or owes money, your personal assets, your car, your home, savings are all legally untouchable. Without an LLC, you are the business. Every lawsuit, every debt, and every mistake hits you personally. And understand that an LLC is not an expense. It's the cheapest insurance policy that you'll ever buy for your business. It's pretty much preparing yourself for any future endeavors, any mistakes, or any things that you're expecting to go wrong. Future-proofing yourself. You know, that's the reason why you pay for insurance on your car. Future-proofing yourself. Even if you yourself didn't get into the accident. For example, my first car ever was a 2013 Audi. And I woke up one day and someone just totaled it. And it just was what it was. And I had to go buy the Mustang Coupe. And I had to go forward. And I had to progress. Okay? But understand that sometimes in life, things are going to happen. So instead of you getting sued and getting all of your resources extracted that you've been grinding for years, let's be smart, let's get an LLC, and let's make sure that we can protect ourselves and our assets. And a real example, right? Let's say a freelance web designer gets sued by a client for $50,000, right? God forbid. But without an LLC, their personal bank account could be wiped. And with an LLC, only business assets are at risk. Their personal savings stay safe completely, okay? And 3 things an LLC gives you. Personal asset protection. Business debts and lawsuits cannot touch your personal belongings at all. Tax flexibility as well too. So you could choose to be taxed as a sole proprietor, an S Corp, or a C Corporation, and pick whatever saves you the most or whatever functions the best for whatever type of business you're trying to do. And as far as credibility and legitimacy, so ABC LLC, for example, or Stackmode Network LLC, looks professional. Clients, banks, and platforms start taking you more serious when they see you went through the time to submit the paperwork, open the business bank accounts, and do what you need to do in order to be credible. And without an LLC, you're just a sole proprietor by default. So one bad client, one accident, or one lawsuit equals total personal financial exposure. And I don't want you guys to be going through that, okay? So choose your state. This matters a lot. So you don't have to form your LLC in the state that you live in. You can form it in any state. So here's how the top 3 compare. So I'll talk about Wyoming, right? So Wyoming, there's no state taxes. Filing for an LLC costs you $100 USD. And it's strong anonymity. And you have $60 a year cost for a renewal. Okay. New Mexico costs you $50 in order to file your LLC. No member disclosure. No annual fee. And less business friendly. You got Delaware. It's $90 for the filing.
It's VC or investor preferred. It's a 300-year franchise tax on it, and it's less private. So the cheapest and the most private option is going to go ahead and be the New Mexico option. So the New Mexico option is going to give us the most definitive and cheapest option for both as well. Okay. So do you need a local address? No, absolutely not. So if you form a LLC in Wyoming or New Mexico, but you live in Texas, you may need to register as a foreign LLC in your home state if you do business there, but that costs $50 to $200, and it's worth it for the privacy. So here's the smart play. So let's say, for example, a client named Maria lives in Florida, but they form their LLC in Wyoming. Let's say they use Wyoming for their registered agent as their address. And a registered agent is pretty much going to be a address that's going to have all your mail directed to it, and then it's also going to be able to send mail to you. So instead of having your LLC address as your home address, what it's going to have is have the LLC address as like a suite address, for example. Okay. So their name doesn't appear publicly anywhere, keeping themselves fully anonymous and making sure that they're fully secure. Okay. And they just use your home state trap. Most people default to their home state, and that's often fine if you don't care about privacy. States like California, though, can charge $800 a year minimum franchise tax, while Wyoming is like $60. So think about that too when it comes to your yearly expenses. So as far as filing your LLC in 5 simple steps. So what you want to do is choose your LLC name. Okay. Choose your LLC name, choose a name that you're going to be happy with, and understand that it must be unique in your state. It must include LLC or limited liability company in it, and check the availability for free on your state's Secretary of State website. So for example, Apex Media LLC, okay, YouTube LLC, Lamp LLC, search Wyoming, SOS site, look what's available, and then you're good. Then from 2, I want you guys to go ahead and get a registered agent. So a registered agent is required in every state. It's a real person or company who receives legal mail for their LLC. Do not use your home address. Okay. On the next slide, I'm going to give you guys more information on how we can go ahead and understand how we can keep ourselves anonymous and how we can open our LLC without using our home address. So you have to file articles of organization as well. So it's a short 1 to 2 page form. You have to fill it out on your state's SOS website. And Wyoming is $100 online. New Mexico is $50. And it takes about 1 to 3 business days, sometimes about 1 to 7 in order to fill out online as well too, and for it to get approved. And the required info. So what you're going to need is your business name, your registered agent name plus your address, your business purpose. Okay. Just write in what the purpose this is. Use AI in order to help you as well too. Your management structure. Okay. The member manage equals that you run it. Then from there, you just got to go ahead and pay your fees. So Wyoming, once again, it's going to be a $100 fee. New Mexico is going to be a $50 fee. And we got Delaware with a $90 fee there, okay? So you can pay online with a card. Okay, keep it simple. Understand that, once again, you could pay online with a card. Do not make it more difficult than it actually needs to be. Keep it simple. Okay, whip your card out, open your LLC, get started. Don't waste your time, because you need to start having time available for your EIN number. Your EIN number is a free number, okay? But you need that in order to progress. When it comes to opening your accounts on Shopify, for example, you're going to need your EIN number, okay? So that's why I want you guys to get on these things as quick as possible. I don't want you to procrastinate at all. Get your EIN number. You can get it for free on irs.gov, and then from there, you can get your employer identification number. So instead of using your social security number on everything, okay, what you're going to go ahead and do is use your EIN number and use your LLC name on your documents or whenever you're opening up accounts. And you're going to need it in order to open a bank account, hire employees, file taxes, or even get PayPal, Stripe, etc. accounts. Okay. So once again, you're going to go to irs.gov, get to the EIN assistant, and it really takes 10 minutes. It's completely free and never pay a third party for this. So don't overpay. Companies like LegalZoom try and charge $79 to $300 to form your LLC. You're just paying for them to fill out a form. Do it yourself. It's that simple. Okay. So your registered agent is going to be your legal shield. So what is a registered agent in the first place? Every LLC must have a registered agent. A registered agent is a person or a company with a physical address in the state where your LLC is formed, and who receives legal notices and lawsuit papers, called services of process, government correspondent papers and annual report reminders, as well as tax documents and compliance notices. So why not use your home address, right? Your registered agent's address becomes public record. If you list your house, anyone can Google your LLC and find where you live, which could be dangerous potentially. So use a service instead. So as a real scenario, a disgruntled client looks up someone's LLC name, sees their home address, and then shows up. So try not to use your home address, okay? And the best cheap registered agent services, right? The Northwest registered agent. So best overall, includes privacy by default. Real Humans answer. He's $39 a year at the time of this recording. We got Registered Agents Incorporated. That's the one I personally use. We got $50 a year. No upsells. Keeps your info private on state filings, and just helps you progress. We got Inc. File. Now busy. Okay, it's free for 1 year. Free first year if you use their formation service, or you could be your own agent if you have your own physical address or your own business address as well too. And a pro tip here. So Northwest Registered Agent for $39 a year. It's pretty much #1 recommended at the time of this video. It's the cheapest. They don't sell your data and actively protect your privacy on state filings. Many services list their own address, which hides yours. Okay, keeping you safe, protected, so you can get to the next level. And the anonymity stack. So why stay anonymous in the first place? When you file an LLC, in most states, your name goes on a public database. Anyone can look you up. Competitors, stalkers, litigious clients. And the goal of it, your name appears nowhere on public records while you still legally own and control everything. So privacy state formation. Once again, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Montana do not require member owner names on public filings. They just file there, use the registered agent, and then done. So as far as privacy, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Montana, filing through there really does help. So you could form a Wyoming LLC, use Northwest as a registered agent, and your name appears on 0 public documents, and it costs around $139 a year total. Okay, keeping you fully anonymous, keeping you safe, okay, and helping you progress. And the double LLC stack. So for maximum protection, you could form a holding LLC in Wyoming to keep you anonymous, which then owns your operating LLC in your home state. So your home state sees Wyoming Holdings LLC as the owner, not you. And Wyoming sees no member names. Okay. And the double LLC anonymity stack, right? Let's say it's you, private person. Okay. Our name. Then from there, for Wyoming, okay, anonymous, not public. Meanwhile, the operating LLC is Apex Media LLC, which is whole time in Texas. Okay. So your public records only show Apex Holdings LLC here. Okay, which is not public. Your name never appears. So lawyers who want to see you hit a dead end. Okay. So it's really smart doing it in this way, and it helps a lot. Okay. So your LLC constitution. So what is it? So the operating agreement is the internal document that defines how your LLC operates. It's not filled with the state. It's for you and your bank and any partners. Think of it as the rule book for your LLC. Without one, your state's default LLC laws apply, and they may not favor you. So what it must include: ownership percentages. Who owns what percent of the LLC? The management structure. Who makes the decisions? Was it member managed or manager managed? Profit distribution. How and when the money gets paid out to its members. Buyout or the exit rules. What happens if a member wants to leave or dies? And dissolution clause. How the LLC can be shut down. So what's critical about this? Single member LLCs need this too. Many solo founders skip the operating agreement because it's just me, which is a big mistake. Banks a lot of times can require it. If you're ever sued, courts look for it to verify your LLC is legitimate and separate it from you personally. Okay. So it's pretty much a rule book. Okay, it's just a rule book. So a judge could decide your LLC is just an alter ego of you personally and pierce the corporate veil, wiping out your liability protection entirely. So you can go ahead and get one for free at Northwest Registered Agent, Rocket Lawyer, LegalZoom, or your state SOS website. Okay. So for a single member LLC, a 1-page operating agreement is enough. Sign it, date it, and then done. Okay. So it costs under $200 to launch. Get to it. So your LLC filing, if you do it in New Mexico, one time, no annual report required, $50. Then from there, you got your registered agent. You got your $50 a year. Okay, New Mexico doesn't require one, but it's smart to use. And then your EIN, it's going to be free. Operating agreement, free. Business bank account, Mercury, Relay, Novo, Wells Fargo, Chase, etc. free. So for the first year, you'd only be paying $100. So really, really nice. And then option number B here. Option B, we're going to have the Wyoming. Okay, best for laws and privacy. File it through Wyoming for $100, then $39 a year. Northwest registered agent. And then from there, get your EIN and your operating agreement for free. And 1 year total, it's going to be for $139. Okay. And what to skip and what to never pay for. So LegalZoom LLC packages. So $79 or $299. Okay, what you're paying for is absolutely nothing at all. So your EIN filing services, irs.gov is free. It takes about 10 minutes. And your LLC kits with binders and seals, useless. And attorneys to form a basic civil LLC, just don't need. So the bottom line, for under $140, you can have a fully legal, private, protected LLC with the EIN number, a registered agent, and a bank account. No lawyer needed. Make it simple. So your LLC launch roadmap, right? Pick your state, get your agent, file your articles, get your EIN, do your operating agreement, get your business bank account. Okay? It's really, really simple. Follow the steps. Filing time takes about 3 weeks max for everything. That's for getting your EIN number. That's for getting your registered agent. That's for getting your LLC approved, getting your name done, and getting your business bank account with your operating agreement. I'd say everything would set up about 3 weeks, and then you'd be good for the rest of your life. So put in that time now. It's really, really important to start today. Do not procrastinate. Absolutely no procrastination at all. Please don't waste your time like that. Okay. And after filing, don't forget, okay, keep your personal and business expenses 100% separate. Never pay personal bills from an LLC account. Mixing these equals losing your liability shield. Keep these separate. Keep it consistent. Okay. So form it in Wyoming or New Mexico. Go get your registered agent. Get your EIN number. Write your operating agreement. And keep your business and personal expenses 100% separate. Okay. It's going to be really, really simple. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Peace.
I realize that most people's frustration literally comes from financial issues, and that's why it's important to master trading and build your business, especially with the way this economy is. At Stackmode.net, you can choose your path to financial freedom. I teach you how to trade and grow your business, and stop paying $5,000 for mentorship. I created the Stackmode Network, where I teach you how to build AI softwares, how to grow your business, and how to take that income and multiply it with trading. Let me go ahead and tell you guys why I started the Stackmode Network in the first place.
Stackmode, yo. I want to talk to you guys about why I started Stackmode in the first place and why I think I'm just way better than these other mentors out here. These other mentors out here, they want you guys day trading. They're giving you guys anxiety-driven strategies, and they're just straight up lying to y'all. They're leasing cars, telling you guys that they bought a $200,000 Porsche. Whole time it's on lease, they paying $5K a month, promoting to y'all. Selling y'all lies and dreams. Selling y'all scams. And at Stackmode, we don't do that. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys the story of why I started Stackmode in the first place. So I was married at the time and was just expecting a family. So I was like, okay, I got to go hard. I got to put in way more work than I'm putting in now. So I worked in the finance industry. I had a finance career for 4 years. I worked on credit card terminals, and I worked with credit card terminals and credit card processing. That's what helped me really get my foot in the door and helped me learn how to book meetings for you guys and stuff like that. I really just learned a lot of skills that are pretty useful. But outside of that, I started Stackmode because of the lies I keep seeing on YouTube. Pretty much just straight up, that's why. The lies that I keep seeing on YouTube, showing you guys anything on the block. A lot of you guys don't even know that the stock market is literally made to go up. There's laws in place such as the short sale restriction law, which prevents you from shorting the stock market. So when I see people trying to trade the stock market like Forex traders trade it, a much more sideways market, I'm like, yeah, these people don't even know what they're doing. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're teaching. Even when it comes to business, marketing, or ads and stuff like that, stuff is so cryptic and weird. And I just literally want to give you guys the most straight up, real content that I can give you. Because when you're running around trying to bait people, trying to sell people and grasp people in based off of just an image, not your knowledge, results, or education. That's why at Stackmode.net I have all the reviews there for you guys. You guys can clearly see my clients texting me back and people making money. So it's way different with me, because you guys can actually see my actual results from my clients, my personal results, and I try and show you guys my actual numbers in P&L. These other mentors are just showing you guys cars, are just showing you guys cribs. It's not actual knowledge that you can grasp, implement into your own trading skills, implement into your own business, or create your own AI software, just whatever you want to do, right? Don't fall for the vanity traps. And this is why God is really important too. God is unseeable, okay? You cannot see God. God is the unseen, and he's the Lord of all worlds. And the fact that we still worship God without even seeing, because of just the knowledge that he's gifted us, with the earth that he's gifted us, with just everything, all the information and knowledge, is why we love God. And information and knowledge is love, because that's forever. You teach a man how to fish, he can feed his entire family and start selling the fishing rod too. Okay? You'll be loved forever. So even if you're trying to start your own network, your own ecosystem, make sure that your main priority is making sure that your clients are getting the most high quality information and education as possible. Okay? Or service or product. Make sure they're just getting high quality services, products, or education from you. Because then from there, you don't have to focus on your image your whole time. You don't have to bait people in or go lease a super expensive car just to get some views. Because that's what a lot of these people are doing. That's what a lot of these mentors are doing. And it's really sad, just trying to loop people in with a vanity trap instead of actually giving them the real knowledge that they need in order to succeed. Another reason why I started Stack Mode 2 is I don't want you guys sitting around and hoping. Stop sitting around and hoping like, I hope I'm going to pay this bill. I hope I'm going to do this. I hope this is going to get paid. Oh man, this debt is sitting here. Go chase some paper. Like, go get some money, man. Shout out Lou Graham. Lou Graham has one of my favorite rap lyrics. He says, instead of chasing paper, you just sit and hope. Do not just sit and hope. Chase some paper. Wake up, pray to Allah, hit the gym, and go forward on your business. Full-fledged. You don't got no time to be wasting. If you're not happy with your house right now, if you're not happy with your car, if you're not happy with your certain situation, pray to God and put in the work to change it. That's what Stack Mode is all about. I realized that I couldn't sit in my room just making money from the charts, working a normal IT job, making 5-6 figures a year. That just wasn't cutting it for me. You know, I want to give you guys big auditorium speeches, charging you guys up, showing you guys that you can get to this money, especially as life continues to get more expensive year after year after year after year after year. People are struggling. You know, the job market is not as stable as it used to be. Rent is getting significantly higher, and houses cost significantly more than they used to. And guess what doesn't scale with it? Job income. And in order to get more job income, you have to spend money. Pay for certifications, pay for courses, pay for a degree, pay for college, pay for this, and that. Money out, just to get right back on Indeed, apply for the job, wait for the email, all that waiting when you could have been getting money the whole time. It literally doesn't make sense. So it's waking up out of that mental trap And I just want you guys to be free within this world, and I want you to own your life. I do not want you to be controlled by a man. The only thing that should control you is God. Listen to God. Listen to God's rules. And God says in order for you to have a marriage, especially if you're a man, you got to be protecting, providing food and shelter, and doing what you need to in order to succeed, in order to make sure that you can protect and provide for yourself and for your loved ones. Okay? I'm sitting in the coupe right now. My first car was an Audi A4, 2013. I woke up one day, walked outside, it was parked, chilling, boom, crashed, totaled. And the time before that, I had lost my car keys. So I had to take it to the Audi dealership, get it reprogrammed. Had to tow it like 3 different times. Stress. Just for it to be destroyed. And guess what? I smiled at it. I trusted God. I walked back inside. And I ran it up again. And now I'm sitting in the Mustang coupe. And inshallah, when I get to the next level again, when I get to the Porsche, when I get to the Lamb, when I get to the next level, if God wills, through my discipline, consistency, and perseverance, you guys will see that, oh, wow, Chris literally wasn't lying. He was consistent every single day. He was disciplined every single day. Let me follow that pathway, dude. Let me follow that pathway too. I managed to work in a high-level finance position and get a raise and level up with no bachelor's degree. With no degree. Growing up, I failed school a lot. People telling me, oh, you're going to be bagging groceries. I've never worked a job in person ever one time in my entire life. I've lived across the country. My first crib was a high rise. My first car was a foreign car. This is a coupe. I don't like to do normal basic things because my whole life, especially my childhood, was told that, oh, you're going to do this. You're going to be this. And you know what I said? Y'all aren't God. I don't got to listen to y'all. If you're not God, you do not got to listen to those people. Even if it's your parents, if they're telling you straight up wrong information and the idea that God put it in you is hungry, it's telling you, it's like, yo, you got to do this. You got to do this. You got to do this. But every day you're at work, you're frustrated, you're angry, wasting your time. Take that risk. Sometimes you got to take a risk for your bag to get bigger. Shout out Baby Mel. And that's one of the realest bars ever too. Like sometimes you got to take a risk for your bag to get bigger. Because if you don't take that risk, you're literally going to stay in the same spot year after year after year after year after year. And then if you look back, I promise you're going to be upset. You're going to be like, whoa, I should have been grinding the whole time. And you guys will keep getting into the same situation. Let's say if you got evicted from your crib, or let's say if you lost your job. Why are you putting so much dependency? Why are you putting your whole life structure, whether you eat, whether you have a roof over your head, whether you could travel and put some gas in your car, why are you putting all of that in another person's hands? Stop doing that. Stop doing that. You need to trust God. Some of y'all are putting your faith in man more than God, and it's disgusting. And that's where something I realized I didn't want to do at all. Putting my full faith in the Lord, full faith in God, so we can go forward. You should only fear God. When you only fear God, you're not going to be scared about losing your job. You're not going to be scared about going broke. You're not going to be scared about, oh, what if this doesn't work out? What if it does? Stop letting that evil infect your brain. Stop letting those weak people around you subsede your mindset. You know what you need to do to win? You know what you need to do to get to it? So why are you waiting? Don't waste your time. Do not waste your time anymore. We have to change our mental framework completely. Don't go sitting there. How are you going to apply for a job, but you won't go apply for stuff to start your business? I guess you want to go to work forever. And from what I've been seeing from people in real life, some people definitely want to go to work forever. Absolutely. Absolutely. People want to go to work forever. I genuinely do believe that. People say, oh, I want a mansion. I want a Lamborghini. No, you don't, bro. No, you don't. If you knew the amount of work, the grit, the effort, the discipline, the consistency that it took, and you're just a normal worker, you're not ready.
you're not ready. But if you're trying to be in stack mode, if you're trying to be a CEO, you can be ready. You can get ready. And this is why you got to beg God for help, for discipline, for strength. I don't even pray for money all the time. Because as long as God gives me discipline, strength, and wisdom, if God wills, I'll put in the work. I'll put in the work. 12-hour days, 16-hour days. I'll put in the work. People don't want it how they think they want it. People want the things, but they don't want the things. You feel me? If you wanted the things, you wouldn't stop. You would be hungry for it. You would be relentless for it. Nothing can slow you down. Nothing can slow you down. Nothing but God. God is the only thing powerful enough to stop you. And that's who you pray to. So you're good. You're good. Get on those ideas today. Stop being scared when you enter that trade. Go code that software even if you've never coded before. Take a risk. Learn. Try something out. Get used to doing stuff. Change your mindset. Get in a different perspective. Level up. Boss up, man. I don't care if you're going through anxiety, depression, a breakup. I literally don't care what you're going through. Use all of that sadness, that energy, that anger, and transmute that into your business. Transmute that into your softwares that you're making. Keep grinding capital so you can put that in your stock account and buy the lows. Let's get to it. I want you guys to be looking good, feeling good. Feeling good. Big on the feeling good. Because people think feeling good comes from things like lust. No. That'll just leave you feeling guilt and shame and sadness. Think it comes from drugs. No. Could potentially leave you dead and lazy. Your love for God is going to determine how successful you'll be. Because if you love God, you'll completely trust him. And if you completely trust God, you will not be held back by that job, by those peers, that relationship you're in, by your parents. How can anything hold you back when your love for God is that strong? And God wants you to win. God loves us for sure. God absolutely loves us. That's why in Quran he tells us to spend moderately. It's a reason. So we're not out here just wasting money for no reason. Not out here just buying DoorDash instead of buying groceries so you can have more money for ads and then your trading account. Some of you guys are literally just out here living sloppy, living undisciplined, and then you say you want to get to the next level, or you want to hate on a person who's grinding, putting in 12, 16 hours a day. Get out of here, man. Watch out. Watch out. And if you're getting hated on right now by anyone and you're grinding, it's because you're different. Because you walk in that room, your energy is just captivating. You walk in that room with your head held high. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. You walk in that room determined. And people could feel that, man. People could feel that. And don't be scared. Even if you're alone right now, don't be scared. There will be people on your path. Just stay focused. Don't go backwards trying to kick it with people who aren't grinding. Stay focused and go forward on your path. And one thing too that I had to learn myself, you can't save everybody at all. Don't think you could save everybody. Stop thinking that. Okay, if you think that, don't think that. Change your mindset, change the way you're thinking. And I want you guys to really get to the next level. And you can learn how to get to the next level at Stackmode.net, where you guys can join the Stackmode Network, where you guys can be successful, and where I can help you guys level up. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch y'all on the next one. Peace.
If you're not familiar with cryptocurrency or how it works, let's fix that right now, because today you're getting the ultimate beginner-friendly guide to cryptocurrency that actually makes sense. No hype, no jargon, just straight clarity. Crypto isn't just internet money. It's a digital system that lets you send, store, and grow value without needing a bank. And the best part, you don't need to be a tech genius to start. You just need the right roadmap, and I got you. Step 1, I'm going to teach you guys how to understand Bitcoin. It's the foundation. Think of it like a digital gold, and know the difference between coins and tokens.
Coins run their own blockchains, and tokens live on blockchains. I want you guys to understand risk management, because new investors lose money because they skip this. Never invest based on hype. Always focus on projects with real utility and making sure that it's putting a smile on people's faces in the future. Let's go on, let's jump in, and let's understand what cryptocurrency is, inshallah.
So let's go and let's do a deep dive onto crypto and let's understand it, inshallah, if God wills. So why does crypto matter in the first place? It solves the trust problem. So traditional money relies on banks, okay? So the money sits inside the centralized bank system, okay? And within that system, people can only make certain decisions with their money. If you have 100,000 parked in the bank, you can't go to the bank and pull all of it out immediately. Same thing with certain apps like Cash App, Zelle, etc. There's going to be withdrawal limits and there's going to be deposit limits as well too, okay? Due to the fact that the bank has to centralize and control everything so that on their end, they have to have enough money to distribute to everybody, okay? Because the bank is using our money. So understand that if the bank freezes your account as well, then your money is going to be gone. Crypto solves all of this. It's censorship resistant. No government can stop a Bitcoin transaction, not a single one. You could be in any country in the world, and it makes it permissionless. That's the main reason why people fight so hard for cryptocurrency. It's because it's righteous. You know, everything doesn't need to be rat race and controlled, especially with other things being as controlled as they are. You know, you have to go pass emissions for your car before you can drive it and do certain things already. So the fact that we can't spend our money or withdraw our money how we want is a problem. It's a problem for me and a problem for many other people. And thank God we have the resolution for this. Cryptocurrency has come into play to solve this. Also, it becomes an inflation hedge too. So central banks continue to just keep on clicking print, okay? They print money constantly, over and over and over and over again. Keep on clicking the print button, okay? Making it worth less. And Bitcoin has a fixed supply, which makes it scarce, okay? And that scarcity has a lot of value built into it, just like gold, diamonds, etc. Anything that has less or has a strict supply, okay, is automatically going to go ahead and be valuable. Okay, anything that has less supply than something else will be more valuable a lot of the times. And cryptocurrency is giving you true ownership on your currency. Okay, you could be in any country in the entire world, as long as the country has a bank account system that lets you withdraw from certain brokers, okay, such as Coinbase, etc. You can take that money from your cryptocurrency, spend that anywhere in the world. You don't even have to transfer it to fiat currency if you don't want to. You could easily just get your cryptocurrency, spend it on like a Coinbase card, and you can easily just spend your cryptocurrency straight up without having to transfer it to a centralized bank. So you can be completely your own bank. You have total control and total responsibility for your money too. So there's also going to be a couple things that come into play with this. So say things like fraud. If you make a transaction on mistake, okay, for a bank, you could call them up and be like, hey, I did this on accident. Could this be reversed? And a lot of the time, since it is a controlled system and it is technically kind of their money also, so they have the ability to, you know, pause things, freeze things, and make certain transactions not go through in case ever needed. And that could be in a good thing or a bad way too. Because say, for instance, you're trying to send some money to a family member in another country. They could also decline that wire transfer if they wanted to. Cryptocurrency, nobody can decline your transactions, okay? Nobody. Okay, you are going to be your own bank and everything works on autonomous smart contracts. So on a normal bank, if you wanted to send $10,000 to somebody, once again, the bank has the ability to say yes or say no. Okay, it's going to be completely up to them. But if you send it via cryptocurrency, instantly it'll go ahead and get sent over. Okay, but that's also putting more responsibility in your hands too. So because of that, you have to be making sure that you're sending your cryptocurrency to the right addresses. And you have to making sure you're sending the right type of cryptocurrency and sending it via the right type of networks. Okay. So because you're your own bank, you have total control. Okay. But that also means a lot more responsibility. So before you send certain cryptocurrencies and stuff like that, etc., make sure you confirm every single address that you're looking at. This way you'll be able to ensure secure transactions and making sure that you're getting your money and making sure that your transactions are hitting the way that they're supposed to. Inshallah. So under the hood of everything, right, let's go and let's talk about the blockchain. So miners and nodes. The blockchain is not magic. It's a global network of computers. Okay, so nodes, let's talk about them. Nodes are computers that keep a copy of the ledger. Okay, they verify that you actually have the money that you're trying to spend in the first place. Okay, and let's talk about POW. POW is going to go ahead and stand for proof of work, and it's how Bitcoin is created. Okay, so specialized computers that secure the network using energies, and they compete to solve math puzzles and problems to add the next block. Okay, so what's happening is these computers are constantly running problems through it, okay, trying to figure out what is going to be the next block that needs to be added, okay, into the hash, etc. Okay, and these computers take up a lot of power. Okay, so consensus of it, 51% of the network must agree on the truth. Okay, hacking it requires impossible amounts of energy that just doesn't exist, because it would have to go ahead and determine and calculate so many different type of numbers and transactions in order to see what next block would even have to be added into the equation. Okay, so mining is how Bitcoin is generated, okay, and not by pickaxe mining. Okay, so check it out. Just like we know diamonds and gold, you need like an actual pickaxe or a drill, etc. Okay, and then people go out there, find it in the caves. Bitcoin works a little different. Okay, the computers have very powerful graphics cards and intensive hardware inside of them. Okay, and what they're doing is that they're solving problems constantly. Okay, so it's answering like 2 + 2 and trying to find the equal sign. Okay, testing out every math puzzle. Okay, trying to find the next block. Okay, and when you do that, okay, you get rewarded with Bitcoin. So that's how Bitcoin is created. People have powerful computers that take up a bunch of energy, okay, which is why it can be expensive to mine Bitcoin as well too. And then those computers are trying to solve complex problems. Once those problems are solved, then the miner is then paid in Bitcoin. And that's just how it works, and that's how Bitcoin is created. So let's go over the big three, right? The big three. So the big three are going to be Bitcoin, okay? You're going to have your Ethereum and Solana, and then you're going to have your stable coin. So let's jump into each one of these and break it down. So you're going to have your Bitcoin, okay? Bitcoin is going to be the most valuable cryptocurrency as of today's date, due to the fact that it's not infinite, okay? There is a limited amount of Bitcoin. There's going to be 21 million Bitcoins available. It is not an infinite cryptocurrency such as Ethereum, Solana, etc. Okay, so that's why Bitcoin right now is the most valuable cryptocurrency. Okay, it's slow, secure, and most importantly, scarce, giving it baked value already. And it's not for buying coffee, okay, but you can if you want, but it's for preserving wealth over decades. Okay, so think of it as digital gold. So understand that Bitcoin is here to fight against inflation, because if these dollars keep going up, say 10 years ago, right? Say rent was $700 at one place, okay? And in today's day and age, say the rent is $1,400, okay? That means that the rent doubled, okay? But did people's income double? Okay, that might not always be the case. So when you park your money into an asset, something like cryptocurrency, okay, year after year after year, your money's going to grow just as inflation decides to grow too. So it's going to give you a hedge against inflation and being able to protect yourself from the economy going in a downwards direction, inshallah. So let's talk about the smart contracts. So just like we talked about, Bitcoin was created by computers that use power, okay, POW, proof of work, okay. Ethereum was created based off of staking, okay, POS, okay, which is going to be a lot less economy taxing system in order to create cryptocurrency. So pretty much Ethereum came out to prepare for when Bitcoin does go away, okay. So the computer, okay, it's programmable money, and apps like DeFi and NFTs are built on top of these, okay. Think iOS or Android. And for Solana, the reason why Solana is going to be really important too is because it's going to be used in order to trade meme coins, okay. I'm sure you guys have heard of that. And meme coins can't be traded until you have Solana first. And then you're going to have utility and stable coins, okay. So this is kind of going to be like the fiat currency version of cryptocurrency. So instead of parking your money into a token or coin or something like that expecting some profit returns, okay, stable coins such as USDC stay at $1, giving you a safe place in order to park your money in the cryptocurrency world without it fluctuating up and down all the time. So utility tokens like Link provide data feeds And meme coins like Doge are communities built on certain factors. Okay. So figure out what you want to invest in, figure out what works for you, and let's go and let's keep going. So whenever you start trading cryptocurrency and you generate a wallet on whatever broker you choose, okay, you're going to get a 12 to 24 word phrase. And this can be used to log into your account. So if you don't want to sign in with a usual email and password because, you know, those can get hacked, etc., okay, you can use a seed phrase. Okay, it's going to give you 12 to 24 random words, and you can keep these words safe in order to get back into your account. So with cash, say the problem with that, you know, if you have a bunch of cash stashed in your house, it can get moldy, you can get robbed, the house can catch on fire, etc. A lot of things could happen to cash. Okay, but with your cryptocurrency, it's like keeping your cash but digital. Okay, and it's not behind a email and password, it's going to be behind your seed phrase. Okay, so you can write your seed phrase down. Okay, it's going to be 12 to 24 random words. Make sure you write them all in a row. Okay, they're going to be listed like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 12 to 24, etc. Okay, so make sure you have the order correct, because that definitely does matter. Okay, try and write your seed phrase on a piece of paper, a notebook you have, whatever. Okay, and never screenshot it. Okay, never screenshot it. Okay, Apple, people can get into your iCloud, and then people can get access to all of your funds. Okay, try not to type it onto a online computer software, like no Google Docs or anything like that. If you do, try to just keep it on a flash drive. You can do like a notepad, .txt file, something like that, and you can password protect it with 7-zip, WinRAR, anything like that too, if you want it as well. Just try to keep it as secure as possible. So if you lose this, your money is going to be gone forever. Okay, no support desk can help you. Okay, it's just going to be gone, out of existence. Okay, and it cannot be recovered. So make sure you guys are keeping your seed phrase secure. Keep it safe, because this is going to be your longevity. This is going to be your money, and this is what's going to take care of you. Okay, you guys don't want to be losing this. Okay, inshallah. So let's talk about the trade-off of everything. Okay, let's talk about CEX versus DEX. Okay, so CEX is going to be centralized. Okay, so whenever you're thinking CEX, think of the normal traditional bank system. Okay, so pros, right? You got some easy customer support. It's pretty easy to get your money back whenever things happen, but there's also going to be things that come into play. Okay, sometimes you might have random 3 a.m. maintenance. There's been times where my crypto had to come clutch because my centralized bank is doing maintenance. Okay, but my cryptocurrency was available, thank God. Okay, there's also been times where your funds can be frozen. Okay, and there's also going to be that Monday through Friday window in order to get paid. Okay, so times correlate versus when you get paid. On the decentralized network where cryptocurrency is traded, doesn't matter. Everything is based on the peer-to-peer transaction system. Okay, if I send 10K to somebody, it'll most likely be in their account within a couple, or their crypto wallet within a couple of minutes or hours. Okay, if I send someone 10K via wire transfer, okay, it would have to be via Monday through Friday. Okay, and it would have to hit at like 6 a.m. or like 9 a.m. or something, some time like that. And keep in mind that the centralized bank, if they wanted to, could completely decline the transaction. Okay, decentralized, everything is peer-to-peer. No one can decline anything, but no one can also recover your mistakes if you make any. So it's decentralized, okay, giving you total privacy, you keep custody, and instant swaps are going to be available. Well, understand that there's no customer support. Okay, if someone says, yo, send me 10K Bitcoin, and you send them Solana, that's it, man. Okay, you have to understand that that's it. So there's an extreme responsibility. So make sure you guys are staying humble. Make sure you guys are staying focused. Make sure you guys are waking up and praying to God, most importantly, and keeping your head on straight. Okay, you don't want to be having a moment of franticness or having bad mental health and making an accidental decision where you just lose all your cryptocurrency. Okay, please don't do that. And let's talk about what gas fees are. Okay, and I'm not talking about gas that you put in your whip. Gas fees are going to be every transaction that has a tiny fee attached to it. Okay, that's going to be a gas fee. Okay, any crypto transaction that has a fee attached to it is a gas fee. So on Ethereum, this can be like $5 to $50. On Solana, it could be like 0.0001. Okay, so your gas fees will go ahead and fluctuate depending on what asset you're buying and purchasing. So let's talk about the dangers of everything, okay? We want to make sure we're being as safe as possible. So the fat finger error, this has happened to so many people, okay? If you send Bitcoin, okay, but then they're asking for Ethereum, it's deleted forever, or some random person is going to go ahead and get the money, okay? Crypto transactions are completely irreversible. Always send a small test amount, especially if you're sending big amounts, okay? If you're about to send 10K, see if $5 goes through first, okay? If they get that, then go ahead and send it again, okay? Take your time. Do not make fast, overzealous decisions, because you can very quickly destroy and lose all your crypto value on accident too, is really the crazy thing, okay? So if you want to trade cryptocurrency, you say you're ready to be your own boss, be ready to stand on business, CEO, okay? You got it. I believe in you guys. Manage your currency well. And social engineering. So hackers won't break the blockchain, okay? What they'll try to do is trick you, okay? They pose as support agents or send fake website links, okay? Or what they'll try and do is be like, oh, here's a 12 to 24 seed phrase, word seed phrase, and you can come in and try to log in and you'll get all this money. What they want you to do is deposit into that account. They have access to it, and then they go ahead and clear the account, okay? Do not log into anybody else's crypto wallet. It's not worth it. Stay logged in on your wallet. Stay focused on your bag. Don't try to rob nobody. Don't try to get no money from nobody else. Stay focused on you and yours and what God has planned for you. And bear markets. So crypto sometimes has winter cycles, just like the stock market, where prices can drop 80% for certain cryptocurrencies, especially if they're not valuable, and stay down for years. So only invest money that you can afford to lock away for plenty of years, okay? You should be on the brink of almost death before you pull out your money from your cryptocurrency wallet, okay? Try not to pull out your crypto wallet. Try to live off your credit card, okay? And invest all your cash into assets if possible, inshallah. So the psychology behind everything, okay? So time in the market, okay, is going to be a lot better than timing the market, okay? So many people are trying to time the market for exactly what it is every single time. But understand that sometimes you just got to be in the trade for some time. Some of you guys are closing your trades way too early and wondering why you're not profitable at the end of the year, okay? You need to have your life together outside of the markets so you can actually sit on your plays for some years and build some actual capital. So don't buy at the top. We're going to go ahead and go over some chart work too at the end of the presentation, just so I can go and let you guys know some quick sauce. So try not to buy at the top of all-time highs, okay? Wait for market to dip down, okay? And then catch the sweep back up, okay? But do not buy at all-time highs, because a lot of the times you're just going to go ahead and eat a pullback straight down. So the DCA strategy, DCA stands for dollar cost average, okay? So you can go ahead and set up an auto buy. You can set up a certain amount of money per week too, if you wanted to. And even if you did buy at all-time highs, because your cryptocurrency is really going to be more like savings more than income. Yes, you're still going to be making great income after the years do pass, inshallah. But for the most part, it's really going to be more of your savings. So even if you did buy at all-time highs, you can have that consistent amount that you're constantly investing in, okay? I don't care if you do $50 a week, $20 a week, $500 a week. Just choose whatever's comfortable with you for your income level, okay? And come back in 5 years, okay? And I'm telling you, most long-term investors who don't even look at the charts outperform 99% of day traders, okay? And that's a very true statistic. And you guys are going to be able to touch millions, okay, if God wills, without stressing yourself out by just making the right play, by just watering your seeds today, okay? So start growing your account, be patient, and keep going. So here's some golden rules for cryptocurrency. If it's not your keys, it's not your coins. Okay, if you have your cryptocurrency parked into a broker that's email password and doesn't have any recovery keys or secret keys, it's not really your cryptocurrency coins. If the broker shuts down, then boom, it's not really your true crypto in your hands. So I recommend like Phantom Wallet or anything like that, where you guys can digitally store your crypto very safe. You can also store them on a hardware physical device as well too, where it be the USB drive or whatever. And the golden rules of everything, right? Never share your seed phrase. Okay, your seed phrase is going to be that 12 to 24 word phrase. Okay, that's going to go ahead and keep your account locked. Okay, you do not want to be giving out your seed phrase. Okay, you lose your seed phrase, things can get difficult. Okay, no customer support you can call to just get your money back. So ignore direct messages. Don't log in with any 12 to 24 word seed phrase thinking that you're going to get money. Stop. Okay, purge any type of mindset where you're thinking about stealing or getting quick, easy money. Purge that. Okay, invest only what you can lose. Make sure you guys are paying your bills first. Don't think you're about to invest in a cryptocurrency and you can ignore all your bills because you're about to hit the best play ever. That's not how a real investor would play. Okay, structure your life, get it together, and then come onto the market. Okay, and do your own research. Okay, don't just get in because your friend said, yo, this is going to be the best coin ever. Don't do that. Okay, because then you're not going to have enough conviction and confidence to hold through volatility. Okay, if this is the play you've been researching for weeks, month after month after month, if price dips, you're going to have so much conviction and you might even re-add. Okay, so it's going to be a lot of things when it comes to buying cryptocurrency. So let's go in how to read the chart. So reading the chart is going to be quite simple. What we're going to do is focus on our higher time frames. Okay, so what I'd like to go ahead and do is go for my monthly time frame. Okay, then from there, I'm going to go to my weekly time frame, daily, and then 4 hour. Okay, so we're going to go from the monthly to the weekly to the daily to the 4 hour. Okay, and when we do this top-down analysis, we're going to be able to get the full bird's eye view of absolutely everything, just so we can see the full perspective of the market. So always start off on your highest time frame first, then scale down. Okay, and the smallest time frame I'm going to go to look at the cryptocurrency chart is going to be the 4 hour chart. Okay, because cryptocurrency you want to be holding for weeks, months, and years. So focus on your higher time frames. There's no reason why you should be caught up on the 5 minute, 1 minute, 15 minute trying to trade cryptocurrency. It's not the wave. You need to have the full higher time frame picture so you know how many years, months, weeks to hold for, etc. Also, before we get into the chart, understand that cryptocurrency always wants to go in an upwards direction. Okay, most people can only buy, and this is the same thing for stocks too. Most people can only buy. Okay, most brokers don't let people short cryptocurrency, etc., unless they're trading crypto futures. So the fact that most people can only buy means that it's meant to go up year after year after year after year after year. Okay, so we do not want to be buying at all-time highs if possible. Okay, so what you want to do is wait for what's called a pullback. So pretty much buying anywhere other than all-time highs. So all-time highs is going to be up here at this current level of 126,000 right now at the time of this recording. I'm on my monthly time frame. I can see on the monthly time frame this chart goes up year after year after year after year after year. This is a bullish asset. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my weekly time frame. Okay, and I understand something about the market. I know market always wants to go in an upwards direction if the asset is going to be valuable. Okay, which means people are always going to be looking for an opportunity to buy. Okay, because they expect for it to go up year after year after year after year. So with that logic, I know that price always wants to go and head to break previous all-time highs. Okay, that way it can continue to keep going. Okay, you can see all price does is break all-time highs. Okay, and then it'll go ahead and fall below it. Okay, and then make some new all-time highs. Okay, we'll fall from there, and then one day, inshallah, we'll try and get above this all-time highs too. Okay, and then we continue to go in an upwards direction. But within the chart, we have to understand that price has to go up in order to go down, and price has to go down in order to come up. Okay, so price will always hunt an area of resistance above current price, or it's going to go ahead and hunt an area of support above current price. Okay, so always know that. Okay, your price will always hunt an area of resistance above current price or an area of support above current price. So the strongest area of resistance on every chart is going to be all-time highs. Okay, so you want to also be focusing on things that trend too. So if I'm looking at Bitcoin here, okay, I can see Bitcoin goes up year after year after year after year after year. If it's not trending up year after year after year after year after year, it's a lot of the times it's going to be a lot more straining to make some profit within the decade's time span. Okay, so next thing you want to be looking for is the V structure. Okay, so all your setup should look like a V. So here's what I mean by this. So the reason why I say the V is because market will always make the left side of the V for you. Okay. The left side of the V is going to go ahead and be what's called resistance. Okay. So whenever you see market falling within a downwards direction, that's going to be called resistance. Okay. So market will always make the left side of the V. Okay. It'll always make the left side of the V. And it'll also make the bottom of the V. So many people try to predict where market wants to bottom out at. And here's how you know if the true area of support is real. Okay, make sure you're on your weekly or your daily time frame. Okay, and then from there, once you see market deciding to curl in an upwards direction after falling heavily, okay, how you confirm to see if the V is real. So here we have the left side of the V. Okay, we got market trying to make a bottom of the V here. Okay, but we want to see if the right side of the V is real. Okay, so the whole right side of the V, all this whole gap up here to the previous area of resistance is going to be money that we're just waiting to collect. Okay, all of this is just going to go ahead and be money. So all your setup should look like a V. Okay, try to buy when market is curling in a upwards V direction. Okay, all your setup should look like you catching the right side of the V. Okay, so that's how you know when it's time to buy. Try to buy at certain lows. Okay, let market make the left side of the V, and let market make the bottom of the V. Okay, let market make the left side of the V, and then let market make the bottom of the V. After you're on the daily, you start seeing like 2 to 5 candlesticks going in upwards direction. Okay, that's how you know the support is true. Okay, you don't want to just see one little wick, okay, and see it going up and be like, oh my gosh, it's going up from there. But if you see multiple days in a row, okay, price hitting in an upwards direction, the chances of this support holding is going to be really, really high. Okay, especially after it dumped down for many days. Okay, so cool. So that's going to be the full guide on how to trade cryptocurrency. If you guys want some more one-on-one mentorship, head over to Stackmode.net. Come on and book a free call, or you can check out my free course and ebook. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Peace.
You might think that inflation is a normal part of life, but the reality is that your purchasing power is silently being stolen from you every single day by the very institutions claiming to protect it. Central banks have the power to print infinite amounts of currency at the push of a button, which dilutes your savings and forces you to work harder just to stay in the same place. They control the supply, so they control the value, and Bitcoin completely flips this power dynamic on its head. It's the only asset in human history with strictly finite supply that cannot be altered by any government or chairman. There is no backdoor and there is no print button because the code is absolute. And while fiat currency relies on trust in politicians, Bitcoin relies on mathematical verification, and it's created by actual power and resources. This is not just about digital currency or making a quick trade. This is about the separation of money and state and ownership. In this video, I'm going to show you exactly how Bitcoin renders the central banking model obsolete and why it's the ultimate hedge against the system designed to devalue your life's work. Let's dive into it. Let's go and let's jump into how central banks hold a monopoly on the money supply. So as you know, things have to be systematically processed when it comes to central banks' systematic formations, such as wire transfers or direct deposit, for instance. Certain things have to hit on certain days and certain time frames due to the fact that approvals have to be made by the centralized banks. Now, when we're trading cryptocurrency, you're working in the decentralized world. Everything is way different. Okay, everything is based off the peer-to-peer transaction system. Everything works off of smart, autonomous contracts. So whenever transactions are sent over, pretty much computers do all the processing. When you send a wire transfer over to somebody or even to yourself to another bank, the bank has the ability to approve or decline that. Cryptocurrency puts the freedom back in the people's hands. And let's go and let's jump into how all this works and why central banks really don't like this. Let's talk about the loss of monopoly. So central banks manage the economy by printing money, which is quantitative easing or pretty much restricting it. And Bitcoin supply is fixed at 21 million. So it having that fixed statistic baked into it, one, not only makes it more scarce, but it's going to have a more baseline stability cooked into it, and inflation is going to be a lot more manageable. When it comes to fiat currency, you can pretty much print infinite dollars nonstop. That's you might see things from 10 years ago might cost completely differently from today, since more money has been printed over the years have gone over. Okay. And the competitor. So for the first time, citizens now have a viable opt-out option.
So if a central bank debases its currency due to inflation, people can flee to things like Bitcoin, and this forces central banks to be more disciplined, limiting their power. So you might have seen things recently, as of 2025 when this video is coming out. Banks are now starting to incorporate certain things like Ethereum, XRP, and Bitcoin systems within their system, since they know that people are now looking towards cryptocurrency to manage their money or even hold their savings. So instead of getting 2% or 3% APY stands for annual percentage yield, people rather go put their money into a cryptocurrency and let their money grow faster at a rapid rate. And not only that, it's going to be a lot more manageable too. If you go to the bank, if you have 10 bands, you go pull up on the bank, a lot of the times you're not going to be able to pull that out right away. You might have to come back tomorrow, the next day, because the bank has your money pretty much invested. Okay, so if our money's parked in the bank, it's going to be their money too. It's being used. That's why certain things like Zelle have withdrawn deposit amounts, because they don't want people just pretty much managing their currency how they want. Cryptocurrency takes that all the way. If you want to send $1 million today and tomorrow, you can do that. With the normal traditional central bank based off of fiat currency, they're not going to let you do that, since that puts too much freedom in people's hands, and a lot of business moves can be made a lot quicker. So instead of the banks having the power, now people have the ability to build certain things like banks, their own hedge fund systems, and their own funds, etc. So now people have the ability to have some more individualization for their family even as well too, versus having to run to the banks every single time. So back in the day, people would have to keep all their cash in the banks for the most part. Okay, things aren't like that today. Now you have the ability to even keep your cryptocurrency on something small like a USB drive. Okay, so keeping it extremely decentralized, and the IRS can't get to your USB drive unless they raid your house and find it or things like that. Okay, so no more having random money put out of your account, or even if you get sued, for example, they can go into your bank accounts and clear you out. If you have your money parked in cryptocurrency, that's money that they can't touch, and it's pretty much digital cash that nobody really knows that exists. So let's talk about the threat of censorship resistance. The modern banking system is used as a tool for geopolitical control and surveillance. Big on surveillance. They want to see every dollar that's coming in and out. A lot of things have been changing recently too, since 2020 plus. As far as cash, for example, you can't really use cash to get certain things. Like a lot of realtors and realtor companies won't accept cash for certain down payments, since you can't really prove that you're a real legitimate person and where that money's actually coming from. Okay, so central banks want to make sure everything is controlled, and pretty much don't want you to have freedom for certain ways that benefit them every single time. Certain ways it does protect society, but for the most part, things aren't always fair and realistic, because it is the world. So if somebody's working hard at their lawn mowing business and they've been stacking up cash, okay, their money shouldn't be obsolete. So now you have things like cryptocurrency where you're going to be able to put that, send that over to your bank account, and then you could file your taxes and do things a little bit more legitimately there, versus just having random cash come out of thin air and then you deposit it and they're like, well, where's this coming from? Okay, so your cryptocurrency can be baked in and a little more hidden, and it'll help you out in a lot of ways too. And Bitcoin is really a neutral, permissionless network, and it helps you bypass sanctions. Systems like SWIFT allow the US to cut off nations or individuals from global finance. And Bitcoin operates on the peer-to-peer network, just like we talked about in the previous slide. Meaning if you want to send $1,000 to somebody in Africa, you can instantly do that within the next couple of minutes if you wanted to. Okay, if you want to do that via PayPal or the traditional bank system, it's going to be a lot more difficult. They're going to put some type of hold on it, have to verify your transaction, and it's going to be just a lot more difficult overall, making financial blockages significantly harder to enforce. And financial privacy is going to be a big factor as well too. So Bitcoin is going to be pseudo-anonymous. Central banks and governments prefer total visibility due to the fact that KYC laws are in place, know your customer, and AML, to track taxation for the most part. So pretty much just the government wants their piece of the pie when it comes to any type of currency. So a decentralized ledger obscures the identity layer that they rely on. So certain things like the SEC were fighting with Bitcoin legislators, etc., and that led to certain dips. But now the US government and other governments have started holding the currency themselves, and certain laws have been getting passed. So central banks are trying to gain control, but for the most part, Bitcoin at the core forefront of it is still peer-to-peer and a currency based off of freedom. So we'll jump into the neutralization of interest rates. Interest rates are going to be the steering wheel of the economy. And Bitcoin creates a parallel system that doesn't respond to that steering wheel. And the liquidity trap. When the Fed lowers the rates to stimulate the economy, they want people to spend pretty much. So if people instead borrow cheap fiat to buy Bitcoin, which is a store of value, since especially it has a limited cap, giving it scarcity, which is immediately going to give it value, the stimulus leaks out of the real economy and into crypto assets because people are starting to wake up as well. And broker and transition mechanisms are going to come into place. If a significant portion of the economy uses Bitcoin for settlement, central bank decisions, which involves raising or lowering rates, affect fewer people, rendering the central bank increasingly irrelevant. So it's like trying to slow down a car by pressing the brakes, but the car has decoupled from the wheels. Okay. So Bitcoin's coming in to solve a lot of problems, especially now since people are starting to be more open to international travel too, and living in certain other countries, especially US citizens. And you're gonna, instead of have to go through certain transfers for your US currency, you can easily just keep everything in cryptocurrency and spend that all over the world simply, instead of having to go through that headache of a transfer system. And let's talk about CBDCs, the counter move, and what are they doing about it? So they're copying tech, but keeping the control, and enter the central bank digital currencies, and it's programmable money. So unlike Bitcoin, CBDCs are centralized, and governments could theoretically program money to expire, which forces spending, and restrict what you can buy with carbon limits or freeze accounts instantly. And definitely total surveillance is going to come into place too. So a CBDC ledger would give the state a real-time view of every single transaction in the economy, eliminating the concept of cash-like privacy entirely. And they market CBDCs as safe, convenient Bitcoin, but the reality is that it's the exact opposite of Bitcoin ethos of decentralization. So keeping the freedom in the people's hands is really the main point of crypto. Yes, there's money involved, but honestly, you can make way better profit doing other things, such as like trading futures, for example. Even if you trade crypto futures, that's gonna be way more profitable than holding and keeping spot. But as far as you holding your Bitcoin, your cryptocurrency, you're really doing it for your ownership and your assets. Okay. Having ownership, especially in something that helps the future, is what's going to help you prepare your forward and keep your money in that constant cycle. So instead of you being on the hamster wheel, put your money on the hamster wheel. Have everything flow. Okay. So after you get that big bag from futures, let's say, for example, you know to go ahead and throw it into Bitcoin, which consistently makes profit year after year after year after year. So instead of you having to hustle and bustle forever, you could maybe sit down and chill because you have enough money from hustling, bustling, stacked in your investments, and then your wheel will be spinning forever. Okay. So if you decide to use your fiat currency and throw it into something that's going to help your money flow into the hamster wheel, inshallah, you'll have a lot easier time. So they try and stop everything, just like they try and stop certain herbs as well too. They can't stop the Bitcoin network itself since it's distributed globally, and they target the entry and exit points and targeting on ramps. So regulators pressure banks to not do business with crypto exchanges, even though they're starting to do it anyways, because they know people have to sign up for their banks, otherwise they're going to crumble. So if you can't transfer fiat to an exchange, it becomes very difficult to buy Bitcoin. And let's talk about some regulation by enforcement. So instead of creating clear laws, agencies like the SEC sue crypto projects to drain their resources and create uncertainty, driving innovation offshore. But thank God it's been a lot of righteousness going on. Certain people have been getting freed from jail, such as like the Binance creator and Bybit and stuff like that has been starting to get back on the United States soil. So a couple of years ago, around 2022, 2021, they started locking people up for enforcing certain cryptos or creating certain crypto brokers such as Binance and stuff like that. Thank God certain people have been freed, and just really things have been changing, and the crypto future is starting to look bright, especially since the US government now owns hundreds of millions of dollars worth it. That's really, really a solid and good factor, letting us know that, okay, the US doesn't want to fall behind since other countries also own hundreds of millions of dollars worth it too. Okay, so instead of being stubborn, the US is now actually turning on their brain, and that's leading crypto to future all-time highs, since the US dollar is the global currency of the world. But we never know. Within a couple of decades, could be Bitcoin. So a lot of things are changing, exciting time in the world, and central banks are pretty much on a game theory buy. They can't end Bitcoin. The network is way too resilient and distributed, so they're pretty much trying to conform because they know people are starting to wake up. The righteousness is starting to oversee the darkness in the world for sure. People are starting to care about their health, want freedom for their money, and people might have family in other countries too, and you can easily help out your family in other countries with cryptocurrency. Once again, not as easy to do that if you're sending straight fiat in any country you're in. And they can't ignore it. Okay, it's sucking liquidity out of the fiat system. People are no longer keeping their money stacked inside of savings accounts, getting that 2%, 3% APY that most banks take advantage of in order to make profit. People are now just taking that money and putting it right into cryptocurrency. Even the same thing with credit too. A lot of people are starting to wake up when it comes to credit. Instead of balling out, just buying things, people are now taking that, either investing in all of it into some kind of business and buying cryptocurrency, buying any type of shares that they can too with the cash that you can extract from the credit card if you can't extract the whole thing. So the likely outcome of everything, integration, and that's been slowly happening. A lot of banks are starting to finally realize, and as we start seeing more younger people get into CEO level positions, I can see things change as well too, inshallah, especially as Trump come into office. The crypto support has definitely been in significant rise. So banks will eventually have to custody Bitcoin and treat it as a reserve asset, just like gold, because they know people aren't going to be going for anything else. Okay, people are now more open to leaving the US more than ever. So now the US is very desperate to make the right decisions to keep people here and keep America going forward. So this fundamentally changes how the global monetary system operates in the long run. And a really small percentage of the world only owns Bitcoin. So don't think that you're too late. You're really, really early, and there's a limited amount. Okay, you don't want Bitcoin to be mined up and be like, oh man, I wish I bought Bitcoin in 2025. You don't want to be doing that. Okay, I don't care if you got $5 in your account right now. You don't need to be buying nothing. Go buy some Bitcoin. Okay, live off the credit card, spend all your cash on assets, and watch how your life change. Wake up, pray to God, take care of your family, stay down, and get in stack mode. Let me catch you on the next one.
Future trading can be a little tricky if you let it be. You only want to buy when buyers are buying. Try not to ever buy when sellers are selling. In this video, I'm going to teach you guys exactly how to trade pullbacks and how to buy when the buyers are buying and what to identify and look for. Let's go and let's jump into it, inshallah.
All right, so here's going to be buying at the right time. You want to buy after sellers are done selling. So sellers need to sell first, and you want to buy when buyers are buying. If you buy when sellers are selling, you're going to go ahead and just get destroyed. Okay, if you're looking to buy at the right time, we have to wait for pullback. We have to wait for price to form an area of support. Okay, so playing pullbacks is going to be really, really important. And here's going to be the things we have to look at. Okay, one, you need to make sure that you're trading in a trending market. So if we're going to trade pullbacks, which is just price coming down, lower, and then going back up. That's all it is. So if price goes up, comes down, and then goes back up, that's a pullback. So you want to get on your weekly time frame ideally, or be on your higher time frames, such as your weekly, daily, or your monthly. And then we need to analyze the full chart. So I'm going to start off with my weekly here and get the full bird's eye view of absolutely everything. So I can see here on my weekly that price decides to trend upwards year after year after year after year, no matter what. Okay. We're still ending up at new all-time highs, regardless of how many dips that it's made. Now, the way that price works within a staircase manner. And in order for price to progress, it has to make higher lows. So that means that the new low that price just made is going to go ahead and be higher than the previous low that it made. If that's happening, then that means price is trending within an upwards direction. Okay. And you need to buy when price makes these areas of supports, also known as the higher lows. Okay, so I'm going to break down how we can time and what we're looking for. So you want to buy when market is down, so then you can profit on the sweep up. Once again, buy when market is down, so you can profit on the sweep up. So in order to do that, you have to be trading something that's trending in an upwards direction anyways. Okay, so get on your higher time frame, start off on your weekly, and look at absolutely everything. So my weekly here, I can peep. We have this low starting from 2020. Okay, and I could see here, we have not stepped back here since. And I'm on my weekly here. So I can start marking from the bottom of this low. And I'm going to go through and mark all the higher lows up until current price, just to show you that price is trending. So I can start seeing price trending in the upwards direction after it hit this 21,000 area here. Then price bounced super duper heavy. Okay, made another higher low here near this 26,000 area. Price came up, topped out right here. Okay, when price tops out, all it is making the left side of the V. Then once price makes support, it's making the bottom of the V. Our job is to catch the right side of the V. So even right here, you could see price come up, top out at this area, and then come down. After it come down, stopped right here, then bottomed up. Okay, price stopped up here. Price came down, and then bounced up, stopped right here, came down. Okay, so this is going to be a whole area in itself. Got price coming up here. Looks like price stopped towards this top, bottomed out right here, and then kept going. Right here, came up, stopped at this red candlestick, pulled down, made a low right here. Stopped up here, pulled down, made a new low right here. Okay, then over here, price decides to get underneath the lows. Okay, made a higher low right here. So even though we fell all the way down right here, it's still higher than this low right here. Okay, so that's good. So this higher low is still valid. Price was deciding to come in the cut here. Decided to bounce at the same area twice. We just still see price just trending, doing its thing. Trying to make a low here. Kept trending up, kept trending up. Price came down. Okay. And this low is still higher than this low here. So we're still in an uptrend, regardless of how hard we're dipping. We're still in an overall uptrend. This low right here. This low right here. Low right here. We can see price heading in upwards direction. Okay. Now, what is price hunting? Price is hunting these areas here. These areas of resistance. These are going to be the areas that price are hunting. Price can't make new all-time highs unless price breaks previous areas of resistances. So after market decides to pull back, okay, your take profit, ideally a lot of the times, is going to be an area of resistance above current price or an area of support above current price. So you want to wait for price to pull back, wait for sellers to stop selling. And once you've identified sellers have stopped selling, which you'll see, and a good indicator to know that sellers have stopped selling is going to be on either your daily or your 4-hour candlestick. After you see a candlestick make an abrupt stop on your daily and 4-hour, pay attention to the next candlesticks. If you're looking for a long trade, if price action decides to randomly stop in the bottom, and then you start seeing multiple green candlesticks going in upwards direction, then you know buyers are going to be buying. And ideally, you're going to be looking for around 2 to 6 daily or 4-hour candlesticks after an area of support was created. If you see 2 to 6 daily or 4-hour candlesticks going in an upwards direction after it makes an area of support, then that's how you know it's going to be true. Okay, and you want to be looking on your daily or your 4-hour. And you're going to be looking for 2 to 6. So even take this low right here, for example. Price decided to make this super low right here. Okay, and so here's the super cool thing. Market does all the work for you. You don't got to do too much. You just got to chill. Be patient. Okay. Pray to God and just live your life. So boom. Market made the left side of the V for us right here. Market came down, sellers were selling, boom, made an abrupt stop. Okay, and here's how you know if it's true. The candlesticks afterward
or multiple green candlesticks. So after that abrupt stop, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that went 4 green candlesticks on my 4 hour here. Okay, and then even on my daily, I would have had 2 green candlesticks. So at the bottom, and then I had 1, and then I could have entered on this candlestick here and caught the rest of the resistance fill. So let market make the left side of the V. Let market make the bottom of the V. And you can see if the bottom of the V is real, knowing and seeing what candlestick come afterward. Okay, take this example. You see price trending in a higher low scenario here. You see this low right here. Okay, price bottomed out. I'm on my daily candlestick right here. Okay, I'm on my daily. After it bottomed out right here, I'm looking for 2 to 6 candlesticks, either on my daily or my 4 hour. So I can see price made the left side of the V up here. It's about patience. It's really about patience. Market decides to come up, top out right here, and then fell all the way down right here. This is how I know that the bottom is real. Okay, I paid attention to the candlesticks afterward. Okay, so after this bottom got created here, and sellers were done selling, you could see 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 candlesticks. And as soon as we got to like this upwards direction, I would have liked that. So I probably would have entered around like right here. Stop loss below the daily candlestick supports. And then take profit at previous resistance from where price decided to fall down from. Okay. Because I could see price already made the ultimate support, and all I did was catch the higher low entry. So let's go and let's do a fresh example here and see if I can find the setup. So I'm going to pull up the micro Bitcoin. Let me analyze from start to finish. So I'm going to get on my weekly time frame here. Okay, great looking thing I'm looking at here, because we're not at all-time highs. So that's why it's a great looking thing. If you're at all-time highs, you can't long. Okay, you cannot long at all-time highs. Don't do it. Okay, because price always wants to be chasing an area of resistance above current price. That's going to give a reason for buyers to step in. If there's no resistance above current price, there's no reasons for buyers to step in. So only play pullbacks, okay? Because then you're going to be buying when buyers step in. It's going to be extremely, extremely simple. So buy after sellers have sold. So I can see here from all-time highs, heavy aggressive selling has been coming into place these last couple of weeks. Okay, extreme selling to the downside. We met up near this area of support here. Okay, met up near this area of support here, and we're gonna go ahead and see what this is gonna entail. So on my weekly here, we have a red candlestick. Get on my daily here. So on my daily here, start seeing price try to curl up, but it's a lot of mixed match candlesticks. A lot of green, red, green, red, green, red, not the same color. Okay, if these were just straight green candlesticks for the most part, heading in an upwards direction, then it'd be a lot more definitive. But in this case here, it's very, very spotty, not direct big candles. Right after like this low, for example, okay, heavy green candles, 1, 2, 3, 4 heavy green candles. Even after this one, kind of, we had a heavy green candle here, had to run one. But then after this higher low, straight green candles. This one here, we hit this low, and then a green candle, then a red candle, a green candle, and then kind of a doji, and then a red candle. So this one, I don't believe is fully ready yet. We could see this could be a higher low in the formation, and then we could see if maybe this low wants to hold or something. This low right here, price seems to be trying to find itself some support here. Okay, so this is why we scale down to our smaller time frames, just to see things a little closer. So we're gonna go ahead and have this. We have this super low here. We got a higher low than that. So as you can see from this higher low, the V did get filled in from right here. So that's really good. So we'll see about this V. All right, because we're looking for a setup right now. So on the 4 hour here, I see price. I actually like this a lot, honestly. Even if I don't take it to all the way up there, this area of resistance will be fine. Same thing with this area here. Okay. Even if I wanted to just take it to this one up here, that'd be fine. So I like this a lot, actually. This is what I've analyzed. Is price making higher lows recently? Yes. Bottom, up, pause, down. Okay, and the pause that it made down is higher than the previous pause. So this high is higher than this low. Higher lows mean staircase trending in upwards direction. Okay, and we're buying after sellers sold. We're buying after all-time highs dump. So I like this a lot. Okay, I see higher lows being in place, and I think this is a new low being in place. Why? Because I have one area of support here. And guess what? I also have a whole nother candlestick. It has me so excited right now. Boom, whole nother candlestick. Boom. And I'm on my 4-hour here. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4 green candles headed in an upwards direction. So get on my daily here. I could wait for one more daily candlestick to be green. Like if this daily candlestick closes green, then I would feel comfortable for sure taking it up to maybe like at least this resistance up here. Honestly, I won't be scary. Play big, take profits. I would at least take it up to this resistance up here for sure. So I need at least one more. I'm going to be patient though. Patience is everything. Don't just get in and be like, oh, higher lows, because sometimes your lower time frames could be your worst enemy. So on my 4-hour, do I like it? Yes. But we don't tunnel vision. You know what I'm saying? We need the real thing in life. So boom, have this super low being made, higher low being made, and then another higher low being made. Okay. So I have 4 green candlesticks on the 4-hour. I like it a lot. Okay. I'm going to decide I'm going to close all the way up here at these 2 areas of resistances. Right here. This is where I want to close. Okay. This is the strong area of resistance. You see how price marked it and hit it twice? Definitely not for no reason. So strong area of resistance, price has beef with. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is you can either do this too. But yeah, you can analyze your higher lows. And I can get on my 15-minute here. Four-hour. Okay, so either going to be looking for like a tiny little 4-hour wick. Okay, because right now the 4-hour candlestick is red. So right now selling is in place. Okay, so I only want to buy when it's buying. Okay, so right now it's making a little mini V. So I believe this is the top of the V right here that it's making with these 2 resistances. Let's get on to the 15-minute. You see these 2? Okay. So you want to remember, you do not want to buy when price is selling. So you would not buy right now on the 15-minute and the 4-hour. Price is heading in a downwards direction. But overall, we're in an uptrend. Okay. But you want to be buying at the right time, though, is the thing. You want to be buying at the right time. So right now, sellers are in place. But overall, buyers are in place. Okay. So to get that specific entry, you can scale down to your 15-minute. Be like, okay, I could see these 2 areas of resistances. That's why price is falling down. Once you start seeing green candlesticks, or once you start seeing a green candlestick on your 4-hour or your 15-minute, then a lot of times that's how you know buying will be ready. But right now it's falling down from an area of resistance. I need to wait for these, wait for this candlestick to go from red to green to show me that buying is real again. Okay. I do not want to buy when selling is occurring if I'm trying to buy a pullback. That's just not what I want to do. It's not what you're going to be looking for. It's called a pullback for a reason, because you're expecting it to go back up and it's just pulling down for a second. So right here, sellers are in place. Red candlestick, price is heading down even on the 15-minute. Okay. Now, if I'm on my 4-hour and I get a red to green candlestick, then I would feel a lot more comfortable with going ahead and to enter. Because price might want to honestly fall down a little bit lower. I could get a little bit lower entry and save myself on some drawdown. But if this red candlestick were to go from red to green, that means buyers were to go ahead and be in place. And then from there, I should be able to go ahead and you can have your target all the way up there, for example. And then, you know, you could do your stop loss under here. And this would be, give me about a 1 to 3. Okay. So this would be about a 1 to 3 here. Extremely profitable trade. Really nice trade. So catching your setups is about taking your time, really. It's about just seeing what you need to see. So I'll do one more setup here. So I hit on my weekly. And I'll mark out all-time highs, because this is going to be the most obvious place that we've recently fell from. So I'm on my weekly. Okay, not quite all-time highs. It's going to be over here. It's exactly what we get on the weekly. You want to zoom all the way out, see all the price action you can. That's going to be all-time highs. Then from there, I'm going to go ahead and put a line down at this new area of resistance here. Okay, the area of resistance where we're recently falling down from. I could see price making higher lows. Price has a super low here. And I could see higher lows being put in over time, which means that we are headed in a upwards direction. Okay, we're trying to get up here to all-time highs. So this is what I analyze here on my weekly. So on my weekly right here, the current candlestick is red. So we would not be buying right now. Okay, we would not be buying right now because we're currently selling at the moment. So we want to see if there's any reason why. Yep, I can see exactly why we are selling. So try and analyze why price is doing it, what it's doing. The price doesn't just do stuff randomly a lot of the times. As you can see on the weekly, I have this area of resistance here. You'll be able to see it a little clearly on the daily. This area of resistance is linked to this new area of resistance that just got created. So that's why price is falling in a downwards direction, logically. Now let me head over to my daily here. You're going to be able to see the curl a little bit closer here on the daily. Okay, price at the area of resistance that it matched with over here. Okay, price did some break and retest. Price came down and then wicked back up to the specific black line and then tanked down. Okay, so this is a very nice area of resistance that price likes. So we need to get back to this area though. So now this is so simple. It's the easiest way to play pullbacks. Just wait for sellers to sell first. So you can see that's why sellers are selling. Price at an area of resistance. So right now sellers are selling straight red candlesticks on my daily time frame with it right now. I'm waiting for price to bottom out. Okay, and this is the easiest way to not get faked out. So people got faked out on this candlestick, for example. And let me head over my 4 hour. Okay, so this candlestick right here, people bought this. The price decided to wake up and people probably thought they caught the ultimate bottom. You never want to try and catch the ultimate. Okay, you want to catch the higher low entry. So check it out by staircase. You see how this low is here? And then you have this low. Then you have this low. If I zoom in, I have this low. This low. This low. This one. Okay. So we could see price dumping in and making each of the higher lows. Let me go ahead and start it from all the way over here. Got price all the way down here. Support. Higher low. Another higher low. Price continues to just go in an upwards direction. Okay, we got these areas of support here, mixed with this one, mixed with this. Trending. All we're doing is buying the bottom higher low entry. Exactly, yes sir. That's all we got to do. Just buy the bottom entry. See how these two supports over here are correlated with each other? Very cool. Let's check this out. Check out this higher low right here with the recent higher low that we just did. And then we're still trending in the upwards direction here. I'm on my 4 hour right now with it. Okay. You can see we came down a little bit. Still, this low is higher than this low. And then we decided to trend up again and continue the higher lows. As you can see, we're filling in multiple V's. Each one of these pullbacks are a trade. Each one of these pullbacks are a trade. Boom. Pullback.
pull back. And it's the same parameters every time too. So boom, pull back. So now we just need price to bottom out at an area, and we need 2 to 6 green candlesticks. And once I start seeing that and price filling in the right side with some green candlesticks going up, I'll catch the right bottom. Okay. But right now I'm gonna wait. People probably got burned right here with these candlesticks. Yep. But if you get on your daily here, we only have 1 candlestick. So this is why you need your daily. This is why I say 2 to 6. So that's why your daily and your 4 hour is really important. You can't just tunnel vision on your 4 hour. You need 2 to 6 candlesticks on your daily and or your 4 hour. Okay. So right here, it was only what, 1 green candlestick on the daily probably, and then another one open red. So if we have 1 green candlestick on the daily and another one open green and we're heading in an upwards direction, I'm taking that. Stop loss below the lows, taking it to the highs. Gotcha. So a lot of the times I'm overnighting. So I'm always overnighting actually. So each one of the setups I'm overnighting because I can just focus on my higher time frames, which is the real bread and butter. And yeah, and that makes it really, really easy. And that's going to be how you can play pullbacks.
Stack mode. Good morning. What's going on, guys? So I'm going to be telling you guys about some crazy sauce today. If you didn't know, there's a law called the short sale restriction. It literally prevents stocks from flash crashing to zero. I was having an argument with my mom the other week, and growing up, she definitely put me in place to get a good job. When I first came up, I worked IT. I've only ever worked from home, doing work from home positions. Thank God, all credit due to Allah. But I was only able to work for so long without starting a business though. Once I started realizing that you're at the mercy of a company, and even seeing team members just get fired instantly, dropped randomly, made me think, okay, they have bills too. They have stuff to pay for too. I don't want my family in that predicament. So let me hustle harder. Let me make sure my money's always moving, and let me make sure I can get monetized on YouTube, etc. Thank God. So I can always be making some income in case the job decides to fire me. Okay. Which definitely does happen to a lot of people. So stocks are extremely consistent. These companies go up year after year after year after year. And the reason why these companies fire people in the first place is because they're doing what's best for the company. The company, a lot of the times, will always do what's best for the company. That reason alone, too, is also one of the big reasons why stocks will continue to go up. So let's jump into this presentation. I want to break down what the short sale restriction is and what prevents stocks from crashing to zero. This is why the stock market is consistent. Let's do it.
So whenever bad news hits, panic selling starts, and it happens rapidly most of the time. Short sellers pile on, aggressively selling to drive the price in a lower direction. And it feels like there's no bottom. Sometimes you might just see falling happening for days, especially on some certain stocks. And panic selling plus shorting equals the term crash. So if you've ever heard a term of the stock market crash, it's referring to a bunch of selling happening. Okay, so whenever you see a bunch of selling happening, that's going to go ahead and refer to the terminology crash, shorting, selling, etc. So the law, the SEC rule 201, so the short sale restrictions, it's a safety mechanism designed to stop artificial market manipulation. And the trigger, so if a stock drops 10% in one day, then it's going to go ahead and trigger. And the circuit breaker activates instantly. And it lasts for the rest of the day, plus all of tomorrow. Have you guys ever seen something called a halt? Okay, so if you ever seen something called a halt, it's when the stock is paused from all buying or selling, and the back end system has to go ahead and catch up on pretty much all the price action that was happening within that period of time. So sometimes you might see stocks get halted, especially small caps or penny stocks, when they start rising or a lot of price action starts being influxed into it. Whether it be buying or selling, a halt can come into place in order to pause the price action, let the stock catch a rebalance, and then it'll be listed again for people to purchase. And how it stops the crash. So no more hitting the bid. Normally bears can force the price down by selling at market price and under SSR. Short sellers are banned from selling at the bid, and they must place orders above the current price. And they can't push, they must wait. And this slows momentum and allows buyers to step in. So think about that within a logical sense. So it stops the crash, okay, and it forces price down, okay. So price can sometimes be forced down by massive selling or people just releasing orders that have been stocking up a majority of it. Let's say in the crypto sense, if someone has a majority of the liquidation or majority of the liquidity, then they're going to be able to go ahead and sell off a majority of their stock or shares. Let's say even a penny stock. Whoever has a large majority of it, if they sell off, the market will dump. And you'll see that, especially even at the middle of the night trading certain sessions. Let's say you're trading something that's based around New York session between the 9:30 a.m. and the 6:30 p.m. or 4:30 p.m. session, let's say for just options. Okay, no extended hours, let's say just actual trading hours. So 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Then you're going to be able to go ahead and place your orders between then. But afterwards, only aftermarket traders can trade if it's not futures. And a lot of the times, that's when a lot of price action comes into play. So since a lot of the open orders are going to go ahead and be closed out, only people who have the control aftermarkets are really going to be in a large majority of control within the price action. So a lot of the buyers and sellers, after the open market orders are done, are going to go ahead and fluctuate the price action. Let's say if you're playing futures, CL, okay, let's say you're trading oil. If you're trading oil, then try to get on oil in the middle of the night. Hey, if you see someone place a bunch of contracts and you're on the smaller time frames or even you'll definitely see price burst in the upwards direction a bit, okay, reflective to the orders that just got placed in. Same thing if someone sold, you would definitely see price head in a downwards direction right afterwards too. So you guys can use the tape indicator or the order flow, and you're going to go ahead and be able to see the orders that are coming in. So let's talk about inflation in depth here. So this is the money printer. So central banks target 2% inflation, and they constantly add money to the system. And if there's more money chasing the same amount of stocks, the stock prices must rise in nominal terms. And stocks are going to be a hedge against cash devaluation due to the fact that these companies still have to survive. So the more that these companies thrive, then the more that the stock price is going to go ahead and increase. Thus meaning that your cash is going to be the safest within the stock market majority of the time, since it's going to be inflation proof. You keep your cash once again in a bank account that just sits there, your dollar only goes down. It's illogical. Don't do it. It doesn't make sense. Okay. If you're trying to win, if you're trying to be profitable, you have to change your whole mindset. Your mindset and changing the way you think is really where it starts. I don't want you guys to be in the same loop. I don't want you guys to be doing the same things. And understand that when it comes to the stock market as well too, investing, I don't care if it's crypto even, you get paid based off of how disciplined you are. Okay. It's a test of who can put away the most money, who can be in stack mode. Okay. So once again, stack mode is about being a God-fearing, righteous individual. If you can put your money away, put your desires to the side, put your flesh to the side, you'll win. Wake up, pray to God, put your desires to the side, put your flesh to the side, and you'll win. Stay focused, stay consistent, work, invest, work, invest. Just work, invest. Okay. Wake up, pray, work out, take care of your health. Okay. Water, fruits, etc., vegetables. Then work, invest, give it time, get in stack mode, and you'll win. Okay. It's going to be a multiplicative journey
the more that you invest, the more focused that you are, the more disciplined that you are, the faster that your income is going to be succeeding to the numbers that you want to see. If you want to start making 4 figures, 5 figures extra a month, then it's time to start putting away 80% of your income. Make sure all of your bills are paid. After bills, go ahead and invest. Try and work every single day. Try and increase your income every single day so that you have more money to invest and put yourself in the asset river. Okay. The asset river is extremely, extremely important. I just want you guys to be stacking cash, stacking assets. I just want you guys to be successful. So let's keep going. Let's head over to the next slide. So survivorship, right? The index cleans itself. The S&P 500 is a survival of the fittest competition. So losers, they bankrupt companies and they're deleted from the index pretty much. So bankrupt companies are deleted from the index. So we do not want to invest in bankrupt companies, obviously. Try and invest in companies that have positive revenue projections, even if they're not making revenue right now. If they have plans to make revenue, whether through deals, bills through the US government, etc., such as like Intel, for example. I just gave out a good trade in the group, already up around 30% on this. Intel signed a deal with the US government for like AI chips, if I'm not mistaken. So try and look for companies that are making deals or have any future projections to increase their revenue, or try and look for companies that are increasing their revenue currently every single quarter. So every couple months, reports are going to come out, and it's going to be called earnings reports. And these earnings reports, you're going to be able to track the amount of money that the stock is actually making. So I'm going to drop tons of videos, tons of content for you guys. I'm also going to drop a full course, the in-depth research course. And winners, so successful companies like Tesla and Nvidia are going to go ahead and be added as well too, due to the fact that they didn't go bankrupt. They survived, they innovated year after year, and most importantly, they increased their revenue. So any company that can increase their revenue year over year over year over year over year is what we want to be investing in. Or any company that has any projection to have good deals or bills to be signed or good collaborations, then bet on the winners, invest on the winners, and that's where you're going to get to where you want to be, inshallah. Let's head over to the next slide. So engine number 3, so innovation, so human productivity. So humans naturally solve problems. We invent technology over time. So if we're hot, you know what I'm saying, we invented the AC, the air conditioning. If we had no house and we were outside, we invented, you know what I'm saying, the house. We started innovating with bricks, drywall, clay, wood, etc. Okay, instead of just laying down some twigs and leaves, we started innovating and making structure. Okay, so humans will always innovate. If we had no shoes, what do? We made some shoes. God is good. Okay, so we turn our brain on. Thank God we have that ability, and we decide that we don't want to go through pain anymore. So we decide to solve problems. So we invent technology now, going forward into this generation. And we have AI. AI stands for artificial intelligence. It's pretty much just softwares that do things for you, make things faster and more efficient. You have AI stocks for sound, for music. You're going to have AI stocks for grammar, whether if you're writing a book and you need the AI to correct your whole book and fix any grammar issues. You're going to have AI for art, AI for number generations, AI just to ask questions as well too. Okay, just a multitude of questions and problems that AI can go ahead and tackle, and that's what these companies are going to be innovated based off of. So look at all these factors I just listed here. You got art companies, grammar companies, sound companies, all these different type of companies here. Power companies. Okay, all these type of companies are going to have a multitude of stocks that you could go ahead and invest in that all have future projections and value in them. Okay, try not to buy stocks at the tippity top at all-time highs. Of course, we want to buy low, sell high. It's very simple. I know it sounds simple, but some people still struggle with these things. So I just try and recap and make sure that it's broken down. So you want to buy low, sell high. And productivity equals profitability. And as companies become more efficient year after year, earnings rise and stock prices follow earnings over the long term. So try and invest into stocks that have a good future projection, so you're not just wasting your money and your time. And historical proof. So every crash has been bought. So the 2008 crisis, okay, the market dropped 50% and recovered to new highs by 2013. And 2020 COVID. So the market dropped 34% and recovered to new highs in 5 months. 5 months. And betting on the end of the world only pays off once. Stop shorting the stock market. The stock market is literally created to go in an upwards direction. If you're going to short it for like 2 seconds. But trying to bet on a stock's whole downfall and downturn, most of the time you're going to lose. It's literally created to go in an upwards direction. These companies are the backbone of the entire United States infrastructure. And you have to think like that. You have to think smarter. You have to think wiser. And you got to shake out of that. You got to shake out of any mental breaks that you've been in, any mental loops that you've been in. And you got to just go harder. You can't let things stop you. You can't let things break you down. Okay. And even if a stock is crashing, you need to see that as an opportunity. You need to see that low as a sale. Whenever market's going down, you need to see market is on sale right now. It's on discount. Just like you like to go to the thrift store so you can get clothes for cheaper, or you like to go ahead and order DoorDash with this discount code to get it some % off. Okay. Whatever you're doing, you're trying to get it on sale. So treat your portfolio the same way. Treat stocks the same way. Don't buy when the stocks are at the tippity top. Wait till they go down. Wait till it's at a low. Wait till it's on sale. And after buyers have stepped in, which you can head over to Stackmode.net, book a free call, get my course, book whatever, and I show you guys how to identify lows. But after you identify the low, go ahead and make your decision. Wait till buyers step in. If buyers have stepped in after sellers have done selling, go ahead and buy. Catch your sweep up and catch your V setup. Okay, the V guide. Okay, the V guide. It's really, really easy. It's strong to catch the trend. Whenever you see market come up, okay, wait for it to come down, then you buy. Take it back up, wait for it to go down, buy, then you take it back up. You do that over and over and over again until you perish unto the grave. Inshallah, if God wills. Let's go to the next slide. So short term. So the SEC Rule 201, which is the short sale restriction, prevents panic from destroying value artificially. And long term, economic engines ensure that the broad market trend is always up and to the right. Okay. Find stocks that have good future value. Find stocks that are helping people. Find stocks that are profitable. And find stocks that are involved with other already profitable stocks that are new and up and coming, since the world is changing every single day. Technology is changing every single day. Innovations are being created every single day. I don't know if you guys have seen, I've seen something recently me and my wife have been looking at. It's called the boneless couch. Okay, you can just literally inflate the couch. You don't need to move it in and twist it to the side and hold the arms. You're gonna do nothing at all like that. You could just get the couch out the box and it'll inflate itself. So as humans, we're innovating literally every single day. So many new companies are hitting the stock market. You don't only have to just think about the S&P 500. And I want to show you guys that you can consistently outperform the S&P 500 year after year after year. Check out my last video that I just dropped showing you guys raw performance. S&P 500 is only up 1.5%. I'm already up 8% almost this year. Okay. Go hard. Outdo the statistics and don't listen to the programming. Okay. Go hard. They tell you to invest in S&P 500 for 1% or something a year. Go harder and outdo that. Show them you could do 100% gains every single year and outdo the competition. Outdo anything that you've been told and do you. Okay. Stay focused on God. Keep grinding. We'll catch you on the next one. Head over to Stackmode.net for all trading education. Peace. So if you don't know, what controls the price of your rent, your groceries, the gas prices, as well as the crypto and stock market is going to be something called the Consumer Price Index, also known as the CPI. CPI is basically a giant shopping list that the government tracks every single month. They track food, housing, transportation, medical care, all the essentials. And when the total price of that basket goes up, inflation goes up. When it goes down, then inflation eases. And it sounds simple, but here's the catch. Even a small change can shift interest rates dramatically, which can impact your investments and even move the entire economy. Let's go and let's jump into what CPI is and how we can understand what the report is. Inshallah. So let's understand the Consumer Price Index, also known as the CPI. It's going to be extremely simple, and I want to break it down, and I want you guys to understand. Let's go. So what is the CPI in the first place? So the CPI, think of it as a basket of goods. So imagine a giant shopping cart that represents what the average American buys. This is going to go ahead and represent gas prices, groceries prices, food prices, the price of the current rent, housing, etc. Okay, all of this is going to be compiled into a big list, and the government tracks everything. And depending on how much this stuff costs, is going to give us a certain result based on the CPI report. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics, also known as the BLS, tracks the price of the specific basket every single month to measure inflation. Okay, so they measure housing, food and beverages, car prices, okay, and things related to cars as well too. Cars themselves, gas prices, and even ticket prices for planes and stuff, etc. Okay, and as well as the medical care prices, prices of certain pills, prices of certain procedures, etc. All of that gets tracked by the Bureau of Labor Statistics and gets put into a big report, and that lets us know how well the economy is doing. Okay, so let's continue on, and breaking it down and understanding this is really going to help us know, okay, is the market in a desperate period right now? Are people saving right now? Are people selling their houses right now? Okay, and you really got to ask yourself a couple of questions and put things into perspective. Okay, so let's continue on and let's understand what the CPI is. So let's talk about measuring the inflation. Okay, measuring inflation. So the year over year review, YOY. Okay, when you hear inflation is 5%, it means that the basket of goods cost 5% more today than it did 12 months ago. So that means that the price of a hot dog, let's say in 2015, let's say the price of a hot dog was $2. If in 2025, the price of the hot dog is now $6, okay, inflation occurred. The price went up. The price of the hot dog got more expensive year after year after year. So within a 10-year span, hot dogs went from $2 to $6. So that means that it got $4 more expensive just because time occurred. So that's what inflation is, when stuff is getting more expensive over time. And the reason why that's occurring is because more dollars are getting printed. The more dollars that get printed, then the more prices have to equate for that. Prices are going to equate with how many dollars are available. If there's a lot more dollars getting printed year after year after year after year, then logically things have to result and coincide with that and get more expensive. So why investors even care in the first place? So if inflation is 5% and your portfolio grew 4%, then you actually lost purchasing power. Okay. And the core versus the headline. So stripping the noise. So there's going to be two main types of CPI numbers that are going to go ahead and be released. So there's going to be the headline CPI. The headline CPI is everything in the basket. Once again, we're calculating the food, rent, gas prices, okay, price of certain waters, whether that be for water in our houses, for shower, toilets, etc., or the price of bottled water, okay, price of ice cream. All of that is going to be calculated inside of the basket. And the actual raw number is going to let us know how much Americans are spending on consumerism. That's why it's called the CPI, Consumer Price Index, letting us know how much the economy has consumed. And the core CPI, okay, it removes the food and energy prices from the equation. So the core CPI removes food and energy prices because food and gas prices are going to be volatile. They change every single week.
Okay. And they change a lot quicker than other things as well too. Okay. Food can be thrown on sale. One day a box of macaroni could be $5. Okay. You come back to the store next week, it's back again at $15. Same thing with gas. You could go to one gas station, they might be charging you $3 a gallon for some 87, and then at another gas station for some 87, it might cost you 2.79. Okay, so it's really going to go ahead and differentiate, and food and energy are going to be a lot more volatile than other things related into the basket. So the Fed prefers just the core CPI, and the core CPI is the number calculated in the basket of the stuff that Americans are consuming. Okay, and other countries have CPI too, but in this case, we'll just talk about US, but it takes the amount of resources that a country is consuming, and the core CPI report is just going to go ahead and remove food and gas prices since they're volatile and could hedge the numbers and make them spike up higher than they maybe should be. So the federal connection. So we'll talk about the policy tool. The Federal Reserve has a mandate to keep inflation at around 2%. 2% is going to be a pretty stable rate, and that's letting us know that the economy is not going in haywire. So a high CPI, the Fed will raise interest rates to cool the economy down, which is going to be really bad for stocks and bonds. If people are paying more money and percentage yields on interest, then that's going to go ahead and leave them less money to invest. Or what people would go ahead and do is take out their investments in order to make up for certain interest rates getting more expensive, etc. And we'll talk about a low CPI rate. So when the economy is in a good position, it's very stable, and it's in a cool position, the Fed may lower the interest rates to stimulate the growth because people are going to be paying back less in loans, paying back less in debt, etc., leaving a lot more supplemental income to invest into stocks. So when the CPI report is low, a lot of the times you start seeing market burst up in an upwards direction because it's letting us know that everyone else has money, and the stock market and crypto market, we move as whales and sheeps. Everyone has to be doing the same thing in order for the market to move. Everyone has to be buying at once in order for it to go up, and everyone has to be selling in order for it to go down. So that's why it's really imperative to make sure you're trading with the trend. If you're not trading with the trend, you're just going to be losing money for no reason. And that's why Wall Street really holds its breath on CPI release date. It's really a big report that predicts what the Fed will do next, and a big predictor on how the market will move. A lot of the times right after the CPI report drops, especially if you're a futures or Forex trader, you can get on your 1 minute and you could see the actual candle of CPI. So seeing that and watching those month after month after month of CPIs really taught me and let me know how the market decides to trend after CPI report hits the market. And market volatility, so the tantrum that it throws. So algorithms read the CPI report in milliseconds, and the market reaction can be extremely violent. In a second, CPI could make the market zip down or burst in an upwards direction. And once again, if you're on your futures 1 minute, you can see it and see the news directly. And CPI coming in hot is going to mean that stocks have a higher chance to drop in a downwards direction due to the fact that interest rates are going to be higher. So interest is going to be bad. There's a reason why God talks about it in a negative manner. Interest does not benefit anything. Interest only hurts. It hurts the people, hurts the stock market, and it just leaves us less money in order for actually building our actual assets, whether it be it for real estate, building your stock portfolio, etc. And if the CPI report comes in cool and lower, a lot of the time stock has a good chance to rally in an upwards direction. Same thing with the indexes known as the NQ, which is going to represent for the NASDAQ 100. You're going to have the ES, which is going to represent the S&P 500. You're going to have the Dow Jones, which is going to represent the YM, also known as US 30. Okay, so each one of these things are going to be affected by the CPI. So CPI is an extremely, extremely, extremely important report. And what you might see actually a lot of the times is price action slowing down, getting a little choppy, getting a little slow before the CPI report comes out. Because people are holding their tongues, they're freezing their wallet. They're like, hold on, before I deploy this bread, let me make sure market's doing what it actually needs to be doing. And then boom, they're going to go ahead and put that money down. So watch the trend. One bad month is not a crisis, but a trend is. Watch how the trend shifts after CPI. Does market want to head in an upwards direction? Does market want to go in a negative direction? Okay. And for how long? Make sure you're trading with the trend. Trading with the trend is going to be the separation tool between being profitable and unprofitable. Okay. You have to make the decision that the market is making. Otherwise, you will lose money. If market's going in an upwards direction, that is the direction that you should be playing in. And it's not at all-time highs, then that's how you should be playing. Okay. If you're on a Forex trade for something like that, for example, and the CPI report comes out and a currency pair starts going downwards, okay, then that's going to go ahead and let you know the trend. I don't care if you're on stocks, Forex, futures, wherever. Be wary of the CPI report, especially before you put in the trade. Okay. Keeping an eye on news. And a lot of the times you'll notice too, news is going to be baked into the price action too. So try not to fight the Fed. If CPI is high and rates stay high, try to adjust your portfolio. Okay. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. If you want to learn more about investing, head over to Stackmode.net. I'm here for you guys for any type of situation, whether you guys are struggling with unprofitability, whether you're profitable right now, but you just want to be a little more consistent. You want to see how you can funnel more of your income. Just come book a free call. I'm here for you guys. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Yo, Stackmode Chris here. AI engineers, coders, web developers, traders, we spend a lot of time at the computer, a lot of time at the PC. Just because you're spending a lot of time at the PC doesn't mean you got to be fat, lazy, and disgusting. Take care of yourself. God put us here on earth for a reason, so let's cherish the bodies that God has blessed us with. Let's take care of ourselves. Let's be healthy. Let's understand that without health, how are we even going to succeed in the first place? How are you going to think of the next big SaaS or the next big product or the next big idea when you're worrying about high blood pressure or cholesterol or you're sick in a hospital bed, God forbid? Goofy stuff. Goofy stuff. So make sure we're working out, man. I just hit the workout hard. I want to show you guys some combos real quick. You know what I'm saying? It's the physique right now. I'm trying to get back in shape. This is a 5. Shout out my mom. She got this for me a couple Christmases ago. I think it's like a 10 pound weighted vest. I don't know how many pounds it is. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know. I'm gonna find it though. But yeah, the weighted vest. I don't really like to lift weights anymore. I used to lift weights to like build my muscular physique and get it going forward. But as far as weights, like I really quit weights. I just do straight calisthenics. I do pull-ups, push-ups, chin-ups. I like to punch this thing here. I'll show you guys some combos. So I'll go 1, 2, 3, and I'll show you how I do it really fast. So I'll go once again, right hand first, and then I'm gonna go left. So I'm gonna go right, heavy right, heavy right. If I hit someone with this, it's over. So I'm gonna go heavy right, then I'm gonna go left, and then I'm gonna go quick underhook. Okay, so the jab, this is really distraction jab. Okay, I'm going heavy on my right. Okay, 1, and I'm going quick left jab. After I go quick left jab, afterward, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna go underhook. I'm gonna go underhook. Okay, so here's the combo quick. So I'm gonna go. Okay, and then I'm gonna swap it up. I'm gonna go left, left, heavy jab. I'm gonna go right, mop jab, and then I'm gonna go left underhook. Okay, so I'm gonna go. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, get everything intact. So, yeah, that's the combo I like to do. And then from there, I like to hit clap push-ups and stuff. I don't know if y'all do those or not, but clap push-ups are fire. You just like get down on the ground. You feel me? So yeah, do those. And then I'm gonna go weighted jump rope too. I go weighted jump rope, this right here. Oh yeah. You trying to get in shape and you're trying to get muscular. If you're trying to like get lean and get muscular at the same time, weighted jump rope. Y'all get into this. This right here, man. Oh yeah. This that thing right here. Oh yeah. All right. The workout was crazy. I won't lie. I hit it hard today. I'm trying to go shower, put on some drip. So let me take this off for y'all. So we're gonna go upstairs. I'm gonna show y'all some little fit. Some little fit. Shout out RSYP. But jeez, we're mogging shit. Rah, 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 rah. That's how you should feel after the gym. You should feel like a monster. You should feel proud of the fact that God even created us, that God even created you. Be proud of yourself, man. Man, I'm finna go get some drip on and stuff. I do need to hit the store though. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm gonna open up to y'all about something, man. I'm done being fake on here. I'm just about to show y'all everything. I'm about to just show y'all me. I got nothing to restrict no more. I'm about to just show y'all my lifestyle, how I be living. That wasn't correct English. That was Atlanta. Excuse me. How I live. I'm about to go. Well, I started the day off. Y'all know how I start the day off. I wake up, pray to God. We just hit the workout, John. Now, I need some Swiss Reliefs or some backwoods. Cause it's time to smoke. I'm not gonna lie. It's time to smoke. I smoke, guys. I smoke. Cat's out the bag. All right. No point to cap to y'all. No point to lie. Okay. So when you're hitting your workout hard, afterward, like the amount of mental peace you'll be feeling afterward is really crazy. It's crazy. Like cortisol, literally zero. Yeah, cortisol, literally zero. So let me go up here. Show y'all what drip I got going on for the day. So now, like, say if you're running into like a syntax error, especially after your workout, you're not going to be upset because your cortisol is lowered. So yeah. So let's see what drip we got on for the day. We got to clean this room. I can't even show y'all this. But I might go blouse. I got this little blouse here. You'll see me wear this a couple times. I'm gonna probably go blouse today. Blouse, and then we got some dress pants. Two blouse, dress pants. Let me get myself some socks real quick. And then we gonna do some of this. That was good. Okay, so let me go ahead and get myself some socks real quick. Okay. Okay. Socks. We got these boots here too. These boots are fire. Thrifted these. I could go boots today, but I could go boots today. I'm kind of feeling like red bottoms. I don't know. I might bust these out. And then yeah, and shout out my mom for finding these too. I'm about to bust these out today. You see, my mom Dukes really take care of me. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, you'll see that. Ain't no fake stuff going on in here. They're a little dirty, but hold on, I'm trying to like, I don't think we rocking fake clothes over here. See that? Yeah, really. If you know, you know. You see that? Look at the indent. There we go. Oh, you see that? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. You know, you know. So yeah, real indent. That's how we coming, man. Real red bottoms. So yeah, God is good. All credit to God. I wouldn't have nothing without this right here. It's the most important thing in my room. There's a book right here. There's a book right here. And this rug right here. Without those two right there, I wouldn't have no red bottoms. I wouldn't have no weed. I wouldn't have nothing. Nothing. No. And we don't say the word weed. We say gumbo. So on the channel, we call it gumbo. Gumbo. So yeah, let me get on this drip. And then we're gonna pop out to the store. I think I went live with this site yesterday. I finished a client stuff. I was really happy to finish their project. So let me go ahead and show y'all this real quick. Oh, I was playing around too. Just playing around with some manual HTML code too. But let me go ahead and show you guys the company website. So it's the company website here. Crazy. Went ahead and just redid the whole thing. It's actually wild. It's pretty wild. Yeah, we got a whole interactive map here, whole new element, testimonial section. And yeah, I think I went pretty hard on this one. I'm not gonna lie. I think I went pretty hard on this one. Yeah, y'all just see this, man. A lot of interactive buttons. We got talk to distributor buttons, different sections as well too. Own training section. We got an event section. And yeah, really just crazy page. So just raw, real, transparent videos. That's really what I'm trying to base my channel off of, especially with AI. I just want to show you guys like what a day-to-day AI engineer, web developer, and investor / trader looks like. Hi, I'm Stackmode Chris, and this is the raw reality of everything. So yeah, I'm gonna go get this drip on. I'm gonna get back to you guys as soon as I finish, and then yeah, we're gonna. So yeah, we prayed, we worked out, said all of our dua. Now let's go cool down. Oh, we gotta go to the store first. I can't even smoke yet. All right, I gotta go to the store first. All right, I'm gonna catch you on 1 second.
Most people wake up and immediately grab their phone, start checking their notifications, and start wasting time. And you wonder why you feel like your day is controlling you. In this video, I'm going to show you the exact guide and daily protocol that I use in order to build businesses, scale my clients, trade the markets, and operate at my highest level every single day. Let's get into it. All right, so we're going to go ahead and jump straight into the CEO protocol. And here's how we'll architect the 7-figure day. Let's go. So the 5 a.m. advantage, getting up early, okay? Try and meet the sun, okay? Try and be up before the sun. And when you hijack your human biology to go back to more of a primitive state, you guys are going to notice that you're going to experience a lot less anxiety, a lot less fear, a lot less worry when it comes to, oh, is my business going to be successful? Is this product going to work out? Is this going to work out, etc. Okay, you can't think about that. Just completely rewire your mindset and think about hunters back in the day. Okay, they would have to get up before the sun got up. Okay, probably got out the cave, probably got some water, and then whenever it got bright or light outside, then they could start hunting animals, because then they could actually see what they needed to see in order to eat. So understand that you want to get up before the sun comes up so your body can be prepared before it's time to actually hunt. Because by the time the sun is up, your brain needs to be in hunter mode. And understand that waking up at 5 a.m., it's not a motivational cliche. Okay, it's rooted in profound human biology. When you align your wake time with your natural cortisol awakening response, also known as the CAR, you secure an unfair biological advantage. Now let's talk about the dopamine advantage. At 5 a.m., your brain is in a high theta, low alpha wave state. And this is the optimal window for subconscious problem solving and uninhibited creativity. Okay? And the zero distraction zone. Between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m., the world is pretty much silent. It's one of my favorite times personally. Get to wake up, pray to God, work out, have some water, send some emails out for you guys, and that's how I start the day every single day. So I try and wake up around 6 a.m. From there, I pray. Okay? I pray to God, get the day started, get my soul right, get my spirit right, repent for any sins I mistakenly made, and from there, I like to go ahead and work out. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and work out. I like to personally hit the weighted jump ropes. The weighted jump rope, instead of lifting weights and then doing cardio, I like to do the weighted jump rope, because then at the same time, I'm able to get my strength training in and my cardio in at the same exact time. So I like to work out right after I pray. Then from there, I like to make sure that I do read as well too. You guys can read whatever you'd like to read. I like to read Quran. Every single day, I'll read a page of Quran, and then I'll also say all my prayers and my duas as well too. And that just helps me get the day started. By around 7 a.m., from there, I'm pretty much done with my prayer and workout routine. I'll say really 8 a.m. to make it 100% guaranteed, because I got to shower and stuff like that too. Around 8 a.m. by the time that hits, I like to have my email sent. Sometimes I might have a client as well early in the morning too, but if not, then I'm going to go ahead and send my emails. And then from there, I'm going to go ahead and start promotion. I like to go ahead and get my videos out, get my videos dropped out, and just really like to structure and streamline my day in a successful period so I can be successful and I can be consistent, okay? So I can keep pumping out content and getting you guys consistent work done for yourselves. So let's talk about the 2-hour head start metric. So if you wake up at 5 a.m. or even 6 a.m., while competitors wake up at 7 a.m. or 8 a.m., you gain 14 hours of uninterrupted execution time weekly on them. That's an entire extra business day of pure execution every single week just because you started earlier. So I'm telling you, it really does make the world of difference. And I want you to be able to be successful and to win and have the advantage based off of fighting your flesh. Okay, fight your flesh. Don't be comfortable. Okay, you got to get used to being uncomfortable. Once you get used to being uncomfortable, and once that uncomfortable state becomes the comfortable state, that's when everything will change. It's time to go hard. I don't care what's going on in your life right now. I don't care if it's the worst event that just happened. I don't care if you're depressed. I don't care what you're going through. I don't care if you think you're broke. You got to just get in your bag. You got to get in your consistent routine, and you got to lock in. And that's the only way things are going to change. You wake up, you pray, you have a consistent routine, and you put in some action so you could do something about it. Let's change the way we're thinking. All right, let's go to the next slide here. So the 4 morning non-negotiables. So a CEO does not negotiate with their feelings. Before 8 a.m., these 4 pillars must be executed flawlessly to set the psychological foundation for the rest of the day. And that's really what you're doing. Okay, it's not just about getting the advantage over the other person. What you're doing is you're setting the psychological foundation and you're setting the baseline down for the rest of the day and for the rest of your life. When you know yourself as a CEO, when you know yourself as someone who works hard, who doesn't negotiate with their feelings and works hard regardless of whatever's happening in the world, then that's going to be who you're known off of. And when you're not working hard, you're going to be feeling bad. When you're not disciplined, you're going to be feeling bad. And that's the point you want your body and your brain to be at. So when you're not winning, you're not working hard, you're not hungry for it, you're feeling bad. You need to be going harder than ever. Okay, I'm telling you. So your spiritual anchor. So grounds the prefrontal cortex every single day by waking up praying to God. Okay, it reduces the amygdala activation, and you must center your spirit before you touch money to prevent emotional reactivity when markets open. Okay, you can't close a deal or hop on the charts and enter in a trade and you didn't even pray yet. That's all messed up. You're thinking way too much about money, and that's going to lead you in a situation to where if something goes wrong negatively, when it comes to the money outcome, it could affect you and it could hurt you. And I don't want you guys to be in that situation. I want you guys to be going hard. You got to wake up every single day and go hard. And let's talk about some physiological triggers. Okay, intense exercise releases brain-derived neurotrophic factors. Okay, literally growing new neural pathways in your brain. It forces blood flow to the brain, overriding morning lethargy. So when you guys are working out, and try and schedule yourself too. Okay, I like to personally work out Monday through Friday. Try and work out 5 days a week. Give yourself 2 rest days. But Monday through Friday are the days I personally like to work out. I like to give myself rest days on the weekend, and then I'm back to it. Back going hard. And creative output. Your highest creative energy is going to be in the morning. Film your scripts. You have to record your content, post your content before 11 a.m. Your content should be posted before 11 a.m. At least try and do a promotional run, some videos, post on all platforms, etc. Posted before 11 a.m. Okay, this is going to be before the other people start getting on their phones, start scrolling, and you guys are going to have high energy. You guys are going to have fresh ideas, and record your voiceovers, write your hooks before the cognitive fatigue sets in, and then make sure you do what you need to do. Because at night, I'm telling you, it's going to be a lot harder to record when you're drained after taking care of your clients all day, doing what you've been doing, and then at nighttime hits, you're not going to have the energy that you need to in order to promote and pump. Okay, and let's talk about a market scam. So review major news events. Check overnight price action and mark key liquidity zones in analytically. Scan the markets, okay? Scan the market. Do your market analyzations at night, okay? Also do it in the morning too. See what market's looking like, okay? When you scan it at night, you're going to have the idea of like, okay, if market's bearish at night, but then it's bullish in the morning, okay? But then you can see like, okay, market could be wanting to reverse right here, okay? But then you could see market bearish the day before and then bearish again. You're like, okay, market's still dumping. Okay, so make sure you guys are scanning the market before you go to bed and before market opens. Okay, you need to scan and keep up with the market every single day. It's a story mode. Okay, it's a story mode. You have to put yourself in the story. Put yourself in the story. You got to crank the difficulty up to max difficulty. Crank it up to ultra, and you got to start going hard. You got to jump straight into it, and you can't be scared. I'm telling you. So deep work blocks versus the trading hours, right? So eliminating context switching. So some of you guys, right? Some of you guys are sitting there looking at the charts all day long. You're watching each candlestick move for no reason. And what you should be doing is setting your alerts on your chart. That way, when it's time for take profit to actually be hit, you're not going to be stressing. You're like, oh, in the middle of work or something like that, you just close your trade, making money while you're making money. You need to constantly have yourself on a loop to where your assets and where you're in stack mode at all time. Your assets need to be stacking on top of each other at all times. But understand that the human brain cannot multitask. It performs rapid context switching, which burns massive amounts of glucose and leaves attention residue. And mixing trading with content creation will destroy the quality of both. This is why after you're in your trade, you need to leave it at that. Okay? Enter your trade and leave it at that. And architect your schedule. Have a content block between 6:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m., even before 11. Okay, remember we have before 11 to post. Put your phone on airplane mode. Okay, open loops closed. Make sure you pray, work out, put on some clothes, get fly, feel good, and have 100% focus on your content creation, on promotion. Before 11 a.m. is straight promotion time. You need to be sending your emails, you need to be posting your videos, and you need to be responding to anything that you need to respond to. Okay? You could wait for 11 a.m. afterward to respond to anything I need to respond to, because before 11 a.m., you have to post your videos, you have to send your emails, you have to send your SMS notifications. That's going to be your promotion time. Then after 11 a.m., you can grind. Okay? And then from 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., make sure you're scanning the markets too if you're trying to enter a trade. Okay? New York session. Check it. Check your analytics, check your fundamentals. Use tools like I created, like the Stack Finder software, for example, that shows you guys like how the market is doing in certain factors, okay, in certain ways. You need to just make it simple for yourselves, okay? I didn't put in effort creating a tool like this for no reason, so check it out. So here we have the Stack Finder tool. So I like to open the Stack Finder here. I can see, okay, market has greed in it. Cool. These are going to be the things I'm currently holding. And then from here, I like to just go ahead and be like, okay, did I make some business income the previous day? If so, let me go ahead and check out how the market is looking. And then from there, I can go ahead and put some money into the market after I check out the chart. Okay. But none of this is going to happen, guys. None of this success is going to come through if we're not planning. Okay. If you just made $5,000 from a client, you need to be thinking, okay, what state is the market in? Is this a good time for me to invest this money right now? Do not just keep that money stagnant in your bank account, because money every single day is worth less and less and less and less. And I don't want you guys to be in a sad, stuck position, especially in the future. This is why I push things like teaching you, like putting your money in Bitcoin, etc., and stuff like that. Okay. So 11 a.m. publishing rule. So algorithmic synchronization. So why 11 a.m., Chris? So you must understand the mechanics of the social media algorithms. TikTok, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts. Platforms require an indexing period. Let's talk about the indexing window. It takes the algorithm 2 to 4 hours to properly index your audio, text, and visual data to find the right initial test audience and catching the wave. By publishing at 11 a.m., your content finishes indexing just at the massive 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. consumer dopamine dip occurs. And this is when millions leave work and mindlessly open their phones and start scrolling. So take advantage of that time and have some daily accountability. Go hard. Drop multiple times a day if you feel like you need to. Okay. You could drop at 11 a.m. And then from there, once you're done with clients, you could drop at like 9 a.m. and get off of bed by 11 a.m. Okay. Go hard. Have a hard deadline of 11 a.m. Forces you to complete your morning protocol. It's a non-negotiable metric for success. And I want you guys to win and get to the next level. But how is it going to happen when we're holding ourselves back? How is it going to happen when we're not focusing the way we need to be focusing? Okay, let's push it to the limits. Let's go harder than ever. And phone alerts, over screen watching. Do not sit there looking at your trade move candlestick by candlestick once again. You are wasting your time, you're giving yourself anxiety, and you could be getting money. So escape the gambler's fallacy. Stop gambling. It's the reason why God says don't do that. So staring at a 1 minute chart as it ticks up and down does not make the price go in your direction. It only depletes your psychological capital and induces emotional anxiety. This is the hallmark of an amateur. Let's talk about the set and forget psychology. Once you execute a trade based on your morning market scan, you set your stop loss, if you have one, set your take profit, set your alerts on your phone, make sure you have your trading view, make sure you have whatever broker you have installed, set your alerts, okay? And instead of watching the screen, wait for your alerts to go off, whether it be your stop loss or your take profit. Who cares? Once you're entered, it's either stop loss or take profit. Who cares? Okay? You are not in control of what direction the price wants to go in. Walk away. Let the technology do its thing. Let your analysis do its thing. Let your fundamentals do its thing. Trust the process. And trust me, a lot of the times you will hit take profit, especially if you're trading things like futures, the stock market, stuff that's meant to go in an upwards direction and you're in an upwards based play. Not saying just sit there and hold forever, but a lot of the times, if you have enough time, you will eventually win. And tool integration, right? The rise science. So quantifying your biology. So you cannot manage what you do not measure. A high performance CEO tracks business metrics. They also track biological metrics to eliminate guesswork from the energy levels. Waking up feeling like, why am I so sluggish today? Why am I so depressed? Why am I so this today? Okay. Manage your sleep debt. If your sleep debt exceeds 8 hours, your decision making degrades to the level of someone who is legally intoxicated. You have to be sleeping. You have to be getting rest. You have to be on a consistent routine so you guys are understanding how hard you need to be going. And map your energy peaks. The app predicts your biological peaks and dips and align your deep work blocks with your peaks and your admin/rest tasks with your dips. Now let's talk about recovery scoring. So never take maximum risk in the market on a day where your neurological recovery is below 50%. Because I don't want you guys to be losing money on a day where you're already frustrated, you're already feeling groggy, because that's going to just put you back mentally. Okay. And the architecture of success. So the protocol is not a suggestion. It's the operating system for operating and scaling to a 7-figure plus reality. Okay. So you got to dominate 5 a.m., execute the non-negotiables, compartmentalize the deep work, publish your videos by 11 a.m., and have alerts over emotions. Okay. And that's going to be the end of module 1.2. Love you guys so much. I'm going to catch you in the next one. Links in the description below. Head over to CEO Turbo, Stackmode.net, or keep watching the videos to just learn. And I'll catch you guys inside in my academy, or I'll catch you at CEOTurbo.com. Peace. Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding.
When the dollar starts becoming worth less, people start running to assets such as real estate, gold, and silver. Today, we're going to talk about how to invest into gold and silver, why you should invest in the gold and silver, and what inflation is, and why people run to asset classes in the first place because the dollar starts failing. Let's jump into it, inshallah. So gold and silver are going to be hard assets that are going to be pretty safe to invest in, especially in an inflationary world where things just get more expensive over time due to the fact that more currency just gets generated over time. So the problem, the currency devaluation. So purchasing power is melting over time. So inflation isn't just about prices going up over time. It's about the value of the currency going down. So prices go up to correlate with that. So governments print money to service debt, which dilutes your savings over time. This is why I tell you guys all the time about the asset river. Okay. You want to always try and have your assets and your money flowing in your river. If things logically get more expensive year after year after year after year, then you have to have your assets flowing in a way that your money is always making you more money. Okay. So once again, I'm going to repeat, your money should always be making you more money. Okay. Don't get outplayed by the certain calculations that just debase in the world normally. If things get more expensive over time, then logically, in order to counteract that, in order to feed yourself and your family, your money should always be making you more money. So we'll talk about the 1971 shift. So that's when Nixon ended the gold standard. And since then, the US dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. And the hidden tax, inflation helps debtors which is pretty much just the government's, but it hurts savers, anybody just stacking up cash in your bank account. If you have just a whole bunch of cash stacked up in your bank account, it's actually doing nothing but hurting you. Okay, even if you've worked overtime for a job before, okay, you might have seen that you've actually had to pay more in taxes. Okay, the more cash that you have just stacked up stationary, the more that it hurts you. And it transfers wealth from you to the state, which goes back to the government. So in 1920, 1 ounce of gold bought a high-end suite. And today, 1 ounce of gold would be about $2,600. Okay, so it still buys a high-end suite. And the gold stayed constant and the dollar collapsed. Okay, so keep that in mind. The gold stayed constant while the dollar collapsed. So that means that having your money parked in an asset class like real estate, people are always going to need houses. Gold, people are always going to be wearing jewelry. And other asset classes that stay constant and only rise up while the dollar collapses are going to be the asset classes that you want to focus on for the most part. So gold, people call it the ultimate hedge. A lot of the times, if you pull up the chart, you'll see gold year after year after year after year heading in an upwards direction. Okay, it's not stopping. And due to the fact that something has to counteract the dollar. So gold is going to be the human standard that people just use whenever the dollar is crashing or the economy isn't in a good place. So here's why central banks buy it. And central banks are going to be the banks where me and you bank at. Okay, the banks that hold our fiat currency, where we can go pull out our money to pay our bills, go to the ATM, etc. And the fear trade. So gold performs best when real interest rates are negative. And that's when inflation is higher than bond yields. Okay, and central bank demand. So in recent years, China, Russia, and India have been buying record amounts of gold to de-dollarize their reserves. Okay, so they're trying to de-dollarize their reserves in a significant manner. Okay, buying less time storage for their fiat currency and buying more time on their actual currency by investing into assets. Okay, you're doing nothing but losing time if you have more fiat currency. So fiat currency needs to be thrown into the river immediately. Otherwise, you're wasting time. Think of theta on options, if you're familiar with that. Over time, on a stock options contract, the options expires. Okay, think of your fiat currency the same way. Okay, if rent over year after year after year after year gets more expensive, if 1 year a house cost $200,000, but then 5 years later it costs $500,000, that means that your asset class has to be in a constant river, each and every single one of them. Okay, all your businesses, your profit has to be being reinvested into that. More stocks, more shares, more cryptocurrency. Okay, buying more houses if you're in real estate, etc. Okay, buying more land, and you could do whatever you want with the land. You could farm on the land, pay people to host ATMs on the land. Okay, people could build stores on your land. People could build antennas, cell towers, etc. But when you own assets and you keep stacking up your assets, it gives you a multitude of opportunities to be presented in front of you for your money to just make you more money because you invested in the right things. So volatility. So gold is slow, and it's not for getting rich. It's for staying rich, and it's wealth insurance, not a lottery ticket. Okay, so stacking up gold over time. A lot of people might buy certain jewelry. Okay, go smelt it, take it to the jeweler, whatever, and either the jeweler will give them an exchange rate for the gold. So you're going to have multiple ways to invest in the gold too, which we're going to talk about. If you don't want to go the actual physical gold route, you're also going to have the ability to buy things like shares, etc. So let's jump into it. So silver is going to be the industrial hybrid. So it's the green energy paradox. So silver is unique and it acts like money during crisis, but trades like a commodity during booms due to massive industrial use. So as far as conductivity, silver is the most conductive metal on Earth, and it's essential for electronics, 5G, and EVs. So for modern technology, silver is going to be needed. So silver is also going to be something you could invest to too. If you ever see a pullback on the charts or anything like that, silver is going to be an asset class that goes up year after year after year after year very confidently, especially while the dollar is collapsing. And let's talk about the solar boom. So photovoltaic cells, okay, solar panels, consume massive amounts of silver. As the world goes green, demand explodes. Okay, so photovoltaic, okay, that's just solar panels. Solar companies are booming all over America, all over the world in other countries as well too. Okay, especially countries with less green, less trees, taking advantage of that solar energy. So seeing silver going in an upwards direction year after year after year would make sense. Try to plant your seeds with things that make sense with the future, whether it being putting smiles on people's faces or helping people work throughout the day by day. Silver is needed in absolutely everything. And let's talk about the gold to silver ratio. So it's historically about 15-1. So 15 ounces of silver will give you 1 ounce of gold. And today it's often 80-1. And many argue that silver is undervalued relative to gold. And we'll see how that starts changing, especially during the AI era. When we start seeing robots and certain things start getting developed, the use of silver could go up in an industrial rate. So there's going to be two ways to invest. So you could either have a bunch of bars, whether it be silver bars or gold bars, stacked up. Some people do that, put it in a safe or leave it with the bank, etc. Some people also have jewelry. You could buy Rolexes, Audemars Piguets, Pateks, certain chains, real Cuban links, whether it be it bracelets, chains, etc. And some people take it to the smelter, melt down the gold, take that to the jeweler, and then you can go ahead and get some money for that. Or you're going to have the digital way, which is going to be via stocks and ETFs. So you could buy shares that represent gold. So in the stock world, it's going to be the GLD. So if you want to buy gold shares, you'd have to look up GLD. You could also buy gold options as well too. I have some recaps posted on my channel, some wins I've taken on that. Used to trade that a long time ago. And SLV is going to be for silver. And then for miners, as far as the mining industry, in order to mine the asset classes of gold and silver, you can look up GDX. And the pros of them have very high liquidity. A lot of people trade gold, from Forex traders to stock traders, options traders to futures traders. Golden is extremely, extremely popular asset class that's traded. It's low fees. It's easy to hold in the Roth IRA as well too if you just want to buy shares and hold. And the cons, you don't own the actual metal. So if the fund fails, then you have a paper claim, not actual gold. And as far as investing in the miners, it gives you leverage. So if gold is up 10%, miners might go up 30%, but they have risk as far as fuel costs, strikes, etc. And the physical side of everything, you have no counterparty risk, total privacy, and it's useful in extreme disasters. That can be true and also not true. Your house could burn down, etc., and then it could be hard to get to the gold bars. The gold could maybe survive depending on how long it's in the fire, but still, that could be relative to a lot of cases. And cons, you got to worry about security. You can't be letting everyone know that you got a whole bunch of gold bars stacked up. That's not going to be ideal. You got to keep that very private between just you and your family. And storage issues too. When you start stacking up more gold bars, having a safe might be hard if you're trying to move houses or something like that, etc. And it could be hard to sell quickly. You got to go to the smelter, melt it down, and then go to the jeweler, get an exchange rate on that. And they might give you a lower price than you might actually should get because they're trying to make some money too. You know, it's the world. We're all trying to make some money. And tax. So it's often taxed as collectibles too, which is a 28% capital gains in the United States rather than stocks. So a strategic allocation. So how much is going to be enough? So most financial advisors suggest precious metals should be a hedge, not your whole entire piece of the pie. So be conservative, 5%. Okay, it gives you just enough insurance to sleep at night. If you want to have a couple of gold bars in real life, then that would be fine too. And just keeping your asset classes divided in certain scenarios could really help you, especially during hard times. You might not have access to the internet, and you might need to go take the gold bar to someone who could exchange it for either some fiat currency or a car or just an item that you need. So having multiple sources of backup plans for your income is really, really going to help you. And gold pays no dividends. If you do just have the actual gold bars, it just sits there. So try not to just invest 100% of your money into gold, or you're going to miss out on compound interest. And not even interest, but just compound equity curve just in general. Whether you invest it into a stock that goes up year after year after year, due to the fact that it's just making tons of profitable decisions, then you don't want to miss out on that. If you have one gold bar, 10 years later, if you don't do anything, if you don't get up and keep grinding and keep hustling, you're not going to have any more gold bars. Okay? But if you invest and put $1,000 into a stock, 10 years later, you could have did nothing and come out with $100,000. Okay, so having your asset classes divided is really going to help you. But there could be a time where you need to pull all your money out of your stock account and you have gold bars and you can exchange that, put it right back in your stock account. So there's going to be different scenarios and different floats, especially jewelry too. If you have any real gold jewelry that you don't care about, I would think about smelting it. Gold is extremely, extremely valuable, and just keep that in consideration. So is it a good hedge? I'm going to go ahead and say yes, but here's to clarify your goal. If you want to get rich, then focus on stocks, business, crypto. And if you want to stay rich and have protection over your purchasing power over decades, gold is going to be an extremely, extremely good standard. And if you want a speculative play to invest into, you could play gold futures. Gold is on Forex. Gold has stocks and shares you could trade. And same thing with silver too. So you could just make your decision in order to protect you over time. Take a look at the chart before you trade. If you're struggling with what to invest in, head over to Stackmode.net. Stay prayerful to God. Keep grinding. Catch you guys in the next one.
Imagine waking up and realizing the Federal Reserve just moved this single number, and suddenly Bitcoin, Ethereum, your entire portfolio either pumps like crazy or falls off a cliff quickly. Sounds dramatic, right? But that's exactly how strong interest rates are. And today I'm breaking down how the Fed quietly controls the entire crypto market. So here's the truth. When interest rates go up, money gets expensive. Investors pull cash out of risky assets, and crypto is usually first on the chopping block. But when rates start to drop, liquidity floods back in, risk appetite returns, and when crypto wakes up fast, then the whole economy is ready to pump the market back up. Let's go on and jump into the reasons why interest rates are so important for the crypto market.
Fed rates, they're extremely important. Let's go and let's understand the macro forces and how central bank decisions move the digital asset market. So the engine, the Federal Reserve policy. The U.S. Federal Reserve, which is the Fed, it operates with a dual mandate, maximizing employment and maintaining price stability, which helps manage inflation. Their decisions ripple across all global financial markets, and the primary tool is used using the funds rates. This is the target rate for commercial banks lending reserves to each other overnight. By raising or lowering this rate, the Fed influences the entire economy's borrowing cost from mortgage rates to business loans. Let's talk about a rate hike, right? Tightening. It makes borrowing more expensive, and it slows down the economy and cools inflations. And this generally hurts risk assets. And rate cuts, it makes borrowing cheap, stimulates spending and investment, and this generally favors risk assets. And the secondary tool involved into it, quantitative easing and tightening. These involve open market operations where the Fed buys or sells government bonds to expand or contract its balance sheet. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and keep understanding certain implementations and why Fed cuts are going to be important. And to understand that importance, let's talk about the DXY. The US dollar index, also known as the DXY, measures the value of the US dollar against a basket of 6 major world currencies: the euro, the yen, pound, etc. And because the USD is the world's primary reserve currency, its strength dictates global capital flows. In the inverse correlation mechanism, Bitcoin, BTC, and the DXY often exhibit a strong negative correlation. When the US dollar strengthens, DXY rises, and risk assets like crypto and sometimes stocks tend to fall, and vice versa. And why does the inverse move occur in the first place? A stronger dollar often results from higher US interest rates, and higher rates make safe haven assets like US Treasury bonds, for example, much more attractive, leading investors to sell off riskier non-yielding assets such as Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies to move capital into dollar-denominated stability. This is known as a risk-off move, so people can plant their money in a less volatile environment. And USD and global liquidity. Since much of the world's trade, debt, and finance is denominated in US dollars, a strong dollar effectively tightens global financial conditions, reducing the total amount of available capital for speculative investments globally. So how well the US dollar is doing and how high inflation is really going to correlate to everything such as crypto, and taking a look at the DXY is going to be a nice way to navigate and understand where the economy is at as far as the US dollar. And with all this, it can have a significant impact on crypto. As a high growth, non-yielding and historically volatile asset class, crypto is highly sensitive to the cost of money and general market risk appetite. And rising rates, right, during the tightening cycle. Higher interest rates hurt crypto in several ways. A higher discount rate is going to be one of them. Future cash flows for growth stocks and projects are valued less in the present. And a yield competitor. Safer assets like bonds start offering attractive yields, pulling capital away from speculative assets so people can have more of that definitive, stable income. And credit contraction. Borrowing costs for institutions and exchanges increase, discouraging leverage trading. So people are not going to be able to make money as rapidly, but they're going to have their money implanted more of like a seed within a stable position. So not looking to quickly leverage trade based off a high and a low or a short and long scenario, but it's more of a scenario of, okay, I'm going to be making this investment with the idea of holding this for decades and years and years and years. And falling rates, this helps ease the cycle. Lower rates are typically a tailwind for crypto, and it increases liquidity. It includes cheaper borrowing and it injects capital into the financial system, with some flowing into risk asset. It also involves lower opportunity costs. Bond yields become less attractive, which force investors to seek higher returns in growth sectors. And a weakened dollar happens when rates fall. And it often accompanies rate cuts, making Bitcoin, which is a digital gold, which people like to call it, relatively more attractive as a hedge. In the balance sheet, understanding this is going to be extremely important, and quantitative tightening is a policy that's frequently deployed alongside rate hikes. It directly reduces liquidity by shrinking the central bank's balance sheet, creating a powerful headwind for risk assets. And how quantitative tightening works in the first place. The Fed first reduces its holding of treasury bonds and mortgage-backed securities by allowing them to mature without reinvesting the proceeds. And this effectively removes cash from the banking system, which achieves several outcomes. 1. Reduces the money supply. It directly pulls liquidity out of the broader financial ecosystem, and it increases the bond supply, which floods the market with more bonds, which requires higher yields to attract buyers, driven up long-term interest rates. And quantitative tightening's direct impact on cryptocurrency. Since cryptocurrency thrives on liquidity and risk appetite, quantitative tightening is a major negative factor. And historically, periods of aggressive QT have coincided with significant drawdowns in the Bitcoin and altcoin markets. Less money circulating means less capital available to flow into speculative digital assets. And the word speculative, it's pretty much meaning where you're trying to make money based off directional bias. If you think something's going to go in an upwards direction or in a downwards direction. And crypto's evolving macro relationship. So while Bitcoin was once seen as totally uncorrelated, its relationship with macro forces has evolved due to the increased institutionalization. So the institutional factor, right, with major hedge funds, asset managers, and spot ETFs holding Bitcoin, institutional investors, and now even the US government, for example, treat it similar to high beta tech stocks. When they face the risk-off macro environment, they sell both their tech stocks and their crypto holdings, increasing the short-term correlation and holding cash. And partial hedge thesis, right? Despite the short-term volatility, some analysts suggest that over a longer time horizon, maybe over a course of 180 days, Bitcoin's correlation with the DXY often vanishes, indicating that it can still act as a partial hedge against dollar market-driven fluctuations. Okay, so while the US dollar is weak in certain scenarios, there's a strong chance where Bitcoin can remain strong due to the fact that it's a decentralized currency and takes itself out of the whole fiat currency pool. And some key macros to watch, right? Take a look at CPI. You guys can go to forexfactory.com or any other news website to see some news. Take a look at the CPI, all right? CPI and the PCE are going to be really important inflation data numbers to pay attention to. It signals the Fed's next move, and typically after CPI and PPI happens, the market makes a drastic move a lot of the time since people are going to know how to move. So if rates get cut in certain ways, people are going to know how to invest, and then you might see market get extremely bullish after CPI. So if you're going to make a super big investment, whether it be in a cryptocurrency, stock, whatever, wait for CPI to happen, wait for certain earnings to happen, and then see how the market reacts, and then you can make your decision a lot more logically based off of that. So DXY is also going to be a great macro to check out too. It's an indicator of the dollar strength in capital global flows. And check out the Fed balance sheet. It tracks the velocity of quantitative tightening and QE. So everything together is really, really going to help you put together a good thesis and know when is a good time to buy. And as of recently, we've been trading in a much more mature market when it comes to the cryptocurrency space. The cryptocurrency market is no longer isolated. It's intrinsically linked to the global economy. If you check out SPX or the S&P 500 and you pull up the Bitcoin chart, you'll see certain correlations, which is definitely going to let us know that it's classified as a high value asset. So it's intrinsically linked to the global economy, making the Federal Reserve policy the single most powerful external driver of market direction, especially as governments get more control over it and things like that. In understanding the Fed's tools, the rates, quantitative tightening, QE, it's all essential for interpreting market shifts and when market is going to be bullish, which is when market is going in upwards direction, or bearish, which is when you think market's going to go in a downwards direction. And particularly the inverse relationship between the strength of the US dollar, the DXY, and the appetite for high risk, high reward digital assets can have some things you can look at to let you know when it is ready to buy on either sides. So stay prayed up to God, keep grinding. Head over to Stackmode.net if you want to learn how to trade cryptocurrency. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Let me know what you thought in the comments below.